In the afternoon, Jushi village. The houses are scattered, and the earthy yellow mud walls look simple and warm in the sun. Smoke rises from the chimneys of each house. Several villagers carry hoes and walk slowly from the fields to the village entrance. Several dogs lie sleepily under the shade of the trees at the entrance of the village, their tails lazily sweeping the ground. On the small road in the village, several children chase and play, and their laughter breaks the tranquility of the afternoon. Brother Huanji, I'm here with the caravan today. My father asked me to tell you that you can sell the furs you collected before. A child of 7 or 8 years old shouted a few words at the door, and regardless of whether there were people in the house, he ran to the next house. Inside the house, Wu Huanji had just come back from chopping firewood in the front mountain and was preparing to make a fire to cook. Hearing that a caravan was entering the village, he quickly put down the firewood in his hand and put all the furs and medicinal materials that he had worked hard to collect for the past 3 months into his backpack. Enduring the hunger in his stomach, he walked towards the entrance of the village. Looking at the mountains in the distance, Wu Huanji felt an inexplicable depression and an indescribable throbbing in his heart. The entire Jushi village is surrounded by mountains. The mountains are endless, like solidified waves, one after another, extending to the sky, and there is no end. I don't know if the situation of that young lady is the same as mine. Wu Huanji shook his head and smiled bitterly. One night 3 months ago, he and a Douyin friend who had just met played poker all night. The two chatted and had fun until dawn before they fell asleep. Who knew that when he woke up the next day, he found himself in a deep mountain? I thought I was being set up by a honey trap, but I didn't expect it to be a rare wearing. If he hadn't been rescued by a hunter from Jushi village, he would have almost died in the mountains. Fortunately, this world also speaks Chinese. But because the ancestors of Jushi village migrated the whole village 100 years ago to avoid heavy taxes and corv labor, they deliberately chose such a paradise. The village is isolated from the news. Until now, he only knows that this country is called dying. Now 3 months have passed, and he hasn't even walked out of this dirty mountain valley. However, I heard from the Hunter Shah that there are warriors in this world. The lower ones can break monuments and split rocks and tear cattle and tigers alive. The higher ones can break mountains and cut rivers and ride the wind. Such existence can only appear in movie special effects on Blue Star. What Wu Huanji wants to do most now is to save some money, then walk out of this small village in the deep mountains, go to the big city to learn from a master, and become a warrior. Then he will travel the world with a sword, take revenge, and see the real world. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard a commotion coming from the village entrance. Wu Huanji quickened his pace and saw a caravan of more than 10 people unloading goods from afar. "Young man, are you here to sell mountain products?" A middle-aged man in a brocade robe asked with a smile. Wu Huanji nodded and put down the backpack. The middle-aged man in the brocade robe looked through the mountain products. Suddenly, his eyes focused, and he pulled out a beautiful fox skin with a silver glow from the backpack. "Is this Silver Moon Fox?" The middle-aged man in brocade robe smiled and said, "Brother, do you know the origin of this fox fur?" Wu Huanji shook his head and said, "I found it outside a cave in the back mountain." The fox was dead at that time. The middle-aged man in brocade robe nodded and said kindly, "Well, you look kind, brother. He'll round it up for you. 10 taels. How about buying all these mountain products from you for 10 taels? Just consider it as a good relationship with you." Wu Huanji saw the other party's burning eyes and immediately understood that this fox fur must be worth a lot. There is no business without fraud. Wu Huanji quietly rolled his eyes. After some bargaining, he sold it for a total of 10 taels of silver. At this price, it must be a blood loss. But there is no way, because it is a buyer's market now. The sand hunter once told him that it would take 7 days and 7 nights to walk from here to the nearest town through mountains and rivers. However, something unexpected happened to Wu Huanji. Just as he took the silver, he suddenly felt a buzzing in his ears. Then, a translucent light board appeared in front of him. Name, Wu Huanji. Attribute points, 0 life, 2249 defense, 0 strength, 0 speed. 0 detected that the dormitory has 20 taels of property. Do you want to recharge immediately? When he saw this system panel, Wu Huanji's eyes were instantly wet. It turned out that he was not the worst crossover student in history. He also had a golden finger. The middle-aged man in brocade robe looked at the wet eyes of the young man in front of him, thinking that the other party had never seen so much silver and was so excited that he cried. And he couldn't help but feel a little disdain and ridicule in his heart. If he knew that once this silver fox skin fell into the hands of a noble lady in the city, its price would not be less than 400 taels of silver, it would be hard to imagine how dumbfounded he would be at that time. The middle-aged man in brocade robe stretched out his hand, waved it in front of Wu Huangji, and said in a low voice, "Hey, little brother, I have good news for you. As long as you take me to the cave where I picked up fox fur, I will give you 2 more taels of silver. How about it?" Wu Huangji came back to his senses, wiped the corners of his eyes, and showed a mouthful of white teeth. "It has to be paid more." After some bargaining, 2 taels became 8 taels. Wu Huangji returned to the house and closed the door. He could not wait to open the system panel. System. Recharge immediately. Name. Wu Huangji. Attribute points. 28 life. 2249. Defense. 0 additional points. Available strength. 0 additional points. Available speed. 0 additional points available. I don't know any martial arts at the moment, and I know nothing about light skills. Well, to be safe, I'd better focus on defense before practicing martial arts. This 22-year-old man who would tremble even when getting an injection in his previous life, at this moment, did not hesitate to invest all his attribute points in defense. Defense, 28,100. Instantly, the surface of the skin became slightly hot, as if a warm current was flowing out of the body, gradually covering the whole body. 5 minutes passed. That's it. Is it gone? Wu Huangji was a little dissatisfied with this short process. He tried to pinch his arms and thighs with his fingers and found that the skin became unusually tough, and there was no obvious pain when pinching hard. But there's still something. Wu Huangji was secretly happy. To further test the defensive effect, he walked outside, found a hard stone, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and hardened his heart. Bang! The moment the stone collided with the skin, a muffled sound was heard. But his arm was intact. Not even a trace of red mark was left. Ha ha ha! Is this the defensive effect brought by 28 points? Wu Huangji laughed excitedly. Now, at least when facing the attack of ordinary people, he has a certain self-protection ability. At this time, the door of the courtyard was knocked. Wu Huangji opened the door and saw a strange face. "Huangji, Mr. Gao sent me here to remind you that if there is nothing else important, I hope you can come out immediately after you have eaten and drunk enough to lead the way for everyone." The speaker was a dark-skinned, tall, and thin caravan man. "Okay, I'll pack up and come right away." Wu Huangji smiled and nodded. Seeing that he agreed, the man turned around and left without saying much. Back in the house, Wu Huangji heated up the rabbit soup from last night and ate it with dry food. After he was full, he packed some dry food and water and checked his equipment again. An axe, a torch, and 2 fire starters. To get to the cave in the back mountain, you have to pass through a swamp first, where poisonous insects and wild animals often appear. And most poisonous insects and wild animals are naturally afraid of fire. However, the hunter had also warned him not to go deep into the back mountain. 2 villagers had gone deep into the back mountain to hunt, and eventually disappeared. A few days ago, Wu Huangji went deep into the back mountain to hunt a fat rabbit. After walking out, he found that it was actually nothing, as long as he didn't go too deep and get lost. Maybe it was because no villagers went there to hunt, and the game there was richer than that of ordinary hills. Wu Huan went there 3 times before, and each time he returned with a full load. Therefore, his courage gradually grew. Half an hour later, Wu Huangji walked out of the yard and headed towards the entrance of the village. From a distance, he saw that the caravan was already sorting out the goods and tying up all kinds of supplies. A middle-aged man in a brocade robe sat on a mule cart, holding a folding fan in his hand, fanning the wind leisurely. Seeing Wu Huangji approaching, he put away the folding fan and waved with a smile. "Brother Huangji, are you ready? Then let's set off now and try to return before dark." Wu Huangji nodded, without saying much, and walked to the front of the team to lead the way. The group set off along the path at the entrance of the village and soon entered the dense forest outside Jushi village. On the way, Wu Huangji learned that the next destination of the caravan was to go to Dongjian town, and he couldn't help but think of leaving with the caravan, because this town is what the sand hunters said, the nearest market town to the village. After walking for about half an hour, the road ahead gradually became muddy, and the air was filled with a damp and rotten smell. "Be careful, there's a swamp ahead. Everyone follow me closely, Don't step on the wrong step. Wu Huanji lit the torch in his hand, stepped on the solid grassland, and turned back to remind. These caravan men have practiced martial arts. Although they have not entered the rank, their strength is considered to be the best among ordinary people. In addition, they have been running between major mountain villages for many years, so they have some field experience. Leave 2 team members to guard the goods in an open area, and the rest of the people set up several torches. Even so, some people almost slipped, but fortunately their companions pulled them in time to avoid an accident. As they continued to go deeper, the forest ahead became more dense. The tall trees blocked the sky. The sunlight was almost completely blocked, and it was dark all around. A gust of cold mountain wind blew, rustling the dead leaves as if something was hiding in the darkness and peeking. Suddenly, the middle-aged man in brocade robe shouted, "Who is it?" The men also reacted very quickly, drawing their weapons and looking around vigilantly. "Mr. Gao, there's a figure over there." Soon, someone saw a figure in the bushes not far away, approaching with a weapon, and shouted in a low voice, "Show up quickly, or don't blame me for being merciless." Chapter 2. Unyielding to death heroes, spare me. I mean no harm, truly. A frail boy, clad in tattered garments and smeared with dirt, staggered forward with his hands raised high, his voice ringing clear. "Ouch, please, it hurts. Be gentle." Before he could finish, several men from the merchant caravan swiftly advanced and forced him to the ground. As ropes flew, the boy's hands and feet were securely bound, rendering him immobile. The middle-aged man in the brocade robe observed that the boy bore no trace of a martial artist, but was merely an ordinary person. He inquired of Wu Huanji whether this boy hailed from Jushi village, to which the latter shook his head. "You little rascal. What mischief are you up to in these remote mountains?" The brocade-clad man questioned coldly. "I bear you no grudge. Let me go?" The boy struggled to raise his head. His face flushed as he exclaimed, "The people from Wusheng village will be after us soon." At this revelation, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. This traveling merchant caravan was well aware of the notorious reputation of the Wusheng gang. They were a band of ruthless outlaws who thrived in the Qingling mountain range, living by plunder with brutally merciless methods. Not a single merchant caravan that fell into their clutches had ever returned alive. The brocade-clad man's expression shifted dramatically as he retorted, "Do not spout nonsense. The Wusheng gang has always operated north of Qingling. How could they possibly be here?" Just as the boy was about to argue back, a pitch-black arrow sliced through the air, piercing the chest of a merchant guard with deadly accuracy. Blood erupted, and the man fell to the ground without even a cry of anguish. A cacophony of arrows filled the air, descending like a plague of locusts. The men scattered in a frenzy, extinguishing their torches, yet 3 or 4 were unable to escape the onslaught, their bodies pierced by the deadly arrows, their cries echoing in despair. The remaining members of the caravan sought refuge, frozen in place, fearing that any movement would render them easy targets. The boy, bound and helpless, wriggled his body toward a low-lying area, where a protruding rock barely concealed his form. On the other side of the cover, Wu Huanji crouched low. Inching closer to the boy, with a swift flick of his blade, he cut through the ropes binding the boy's limbs. "Thank you, brother," the boy whispered, rubbing his wrists. "I am Yun Xiao, and I owe you my life." Wu Huanji did not reply, instead assessing the boy before him, who appeared to be around 16 or 17. With rosy lips and white teeth, he bluntly asked, "Do you have any money? I need to borrow some." Yun Xiao was taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a request amid their perilous situation. "I have no money, but I have a life to spare. Let South leave this place first, or we'll be finished when they come down." Wu Huanji remained silent, seizing a black arrow from the ground beside him. He pulled one free, dragging it sharply across his thigh, the skin instantly reddening. With the torches extinguished and the forest already dim, he inhaled deeply, taking advantage of the slope for cover as he stealthily crawled toward a corpse 3 meters away. The sounds of battle grew closer. The bandits were evidently closing in. Grasping the corpse's arm, Wu Huanji summoned all his strength to drag it back to the edge of the hollow. He quickly searched the body, soon discovering a small cloth pouch from its belt. Ding! Detected that the host possesses 23 taels of private property. "Would you like to recharge immediately?" Wu Huanji's mind echoed. Recharge immediately. The pouch collapsed, and the deep blue attribute points 0 on his retina suddenly twisted into attribute points 23. Seizing the moment while the bandits had not yet descended the slope and the caravan's guards were still fighting valiantly, Wu Huanji nimbly dragged 2 nearby corpses behind cover, skillfully searching their bodies. "Hey, are you insane?" Yun Xiao retreated 10 paces, continuing to back away as he called out to Wu Huanji in a hushed tone. "What are you doing rifling through corpses at a time like this? Are you a miser reborn? If we don't leave now, we'll become someone else's corpses." He hurled a small stone toward Wu Huanji and added, "I can't believe your audacity." Wu Huanji appeared oblivious to Yun Xiao's urgency. Leaving the cover recklessly at this moment was not the optimal choice. It would likely expose him to the bandits' assault. The deep blue attribute points on his retina shifted from 23 to 74. "Defense is full. Thank you." with a quiet exclamation in his heart. The 74 points surged into his defense bar. Crack! He heard the sound of his bones shifting, a crackling from every joint. Yet, it was not pain but rather the sensation of rusted mechanisms being infused with molten resin, a translucent layer of azure skin forming on the surface. As the rain of arrows paused, the forest suddenly erupted with the clash of drawn blades. A dozen bandits surged down the slope, led by a burly, bald man whose face was a mass of flesh. He wielded a 9-ringed broadsword and engaged the middle-aged man in the brocade robe. The brocade-clad man's face turned ashen. He never anticipated that the ferocious Wusheng gang would target such a desolate and impoverished area. He noted the bandit's heavy, uneven breathing, the veins on his neck bulging as he wielded his power, clearly a 9th-grade martial artist. Though they were of the same realm, the bandit was in his prime, possessing formidable strength. Moreover, the bandit's skills were ideally suited for combat in the woods, leaving the caravan members with no opportunity to escape. The brocade-clad man barely managed to block several strikes, but was nearly knocked off balance by a powerful blow from the bald man. "Galao, I can't hold on much longer," cried one team member, who was struck on the shoulder by a bandit's sword, blood gushing forth. The battle quickly turned overwhelmingly favorable for the bandits. Yun Xiao's heart sank. He could no longer afford to hesitate and fled in a panic. However, 2 observant bandits had already noticed his movements and quickly pursued him. Yun Xiao, already frail and unskilled in martial arts, stumbled as he ran. Feeling a fierce wind at his back, bang! A fist-sized stone struck him hard on the back, and he felt as though his insides had shifted. He stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Almost immediately, a rough hand seized his collar. The bandit raised his foot and mercilessly kicked Yun Xiao in the abdomen. The boy curled up in pain, a muffled groan escaping his throat. Not far away, Wu Huangji witnessed the entire scene, his brow furrowed, but he did not act immediately. Instead, he observed as a new warning flashed on his system panel. Warning: defense attribute has surpassed human limits, triggering hidden effect copper skin iron bone. All attacks below the 9th grade martial arts in this world are completely immune. Defense: 2-100, copper skin iron bone. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Wu Huangji's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. What an unexpected stroke of luck to encounter a merchant here. On the slope ahead, the bald man yanked his 9-ring broadsword from the chest of the brocade-clad man, disdainfully spitting a thick phlegm. The goods should be nearby. Search thoroughly. Yes. At that moment, 2 bandits dragged Yun Xiao over, asking, "Third officer, what should we do with this traitor?" A twisted smile appeared on the bald man's face as he coldly replied, "For betraying the gang. Bring him back to the stronghold for public execution. Let everyone witness the fate of a traitor." At these words, Yun Xiao's eyes turned red. Realizing there was no escape, he defiantly raised his chin and exclaimed, "You're talking nonsense. I am not a bandit. My Yun family has practiced medicine for generations, and my ancestors even served as imperial physicians. Even with a knife to my throat, I will not conspire with you beasts to harm the innocent." "Haha, splendidly fierce. I quite admire your tenacity." The burly man, wielding a 9-ringed broadsword, gently lifted Yun Xiao's chin, grinning wickedly. "It seems that lighting a lantern was too lenient for you. I shall first sever a leg to teach you the taste of pain." Yun Xiao spat vehemently, his voice trembling. "Whether you choose to kill or maim, do as you wish. 18 years hence, I shall still stand as a true man." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, 3 stones, each the size of a fist, hurtled through the air. Chapter 3. Iron-headed boy faces off against the iron block. The bald, brawny man flicked his wrist lightly, causing the 9-ring broadsword to carve a fierce arc through the air. Clang, clang, clang. With 3 crisp sounds, 3 pebbles were effortlessly knocked away. He turned to glance at a handsome youth at the foot of the slope, whose short hair emanated an air of grace, and sneered, "Oh, here is a fish that slipped through the net." Yun Xiao was firmly held down by 2 mountain bandits and felt a surge of emotion and urgency as he saw Wu Huangji charge out from behind cover. "Run. You are no match for Bald Bear. He is an 8th grade martial artist. Forget about me. Escape now." With that, Yun Xiao opened his mouth wide and bit down fiercely on one of the bandit's arms. Taken by surprise, the bandit yelped in pain and instinctively kicked at Yun Xiao's abdomen. "Ah!" Yun Xiao groaned again, curling up as a trickle of bitterness escaped from the corner of his mouth. Wu Huangji paid him no mind and charged straight at the 2 bandits restraining Yun Xiao. Bald Bear stood there with a cold smile, unhurried to strike, watching Wu Huangji approach his subordinates. Seeking death, one bandit rushed towards Wu Huangji, swinging his sword straight for his neck. The Fire Bear stronghold differed from other bandit groups, while the quality of bandits elsewhere varied. They uniformly taught their members a military combat technique. It was said that the leader of the Fire Bear stronghold had once been a military lieutenant. Consequently, while these bandits had not attained a rank, they executed their strikes with ferocity, each aimed directly at vital points. Clang! A sharp sound of metal striking metal rang out, and the anticipated scene of blood and flesh flying did not occur. In the very moment, the bandit widened his eyes in shock. Wu Huangji's long knife precisely pierced his chest. This was his first kill. For reasons unknown, His hand trembled not in the slightest as he struck, but instead felt powerful and resolute. Am I, perhaps, feeling exhilarated? Could it be that my past life's experience of chopping fish at the supermarket has developed muscle memory? Wu Huangji mused, observing how his grip on the knife appeared more proficient than that of a true bandit. A flicker of surprise crossed Bald Bear's eyes. Damn it. How could he attain such formidable hard chi without even cultivating inner energy? This is impossible. All of you, attack his neck and armpits together. Cut him down. Having stepped into the 9th grade of martial arts, he understood that every form of hard chi had its vulnerabilities, typically located at the neck and armpits. More critically, such techniques consumed tremendous stamina and could not be sustained for long. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as an eagle-ass, scanning his opponent. This boy's breathing was becoming increasingly labored, his chest heaving violently, clearly on the verge of collapse. Four bandits struck simultaneously, their blades aimed at Wu Huangji. Clang, 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 clang. The sounds echoed, each strike akin to hitting solid iron, sparks flying. The 4 bandits widened their eyes in disbelief. This man is too tough. At that moment, Wu Huangji's face was flushed, his heartbeat racing. He swept his long knife across, slicing through one bandit's throat. Blood gushing forth. Ah, come on, strike me. Wu Huangji shouted repeatedly as he swung his knife wildly. Puff, puff, puff. 2 bandits, caught off guard, received several cuts and fell to the ground, shrieking in agony. Another bandit, terrified, retreated repeatedly as Wu Huangji advanced, seizing his wrist. The bandit was horrified, swinging his knife frantically at Wu Huangji, shouting incoherently, You monster. Let me go, quickly let go. The bandit looked down at the long knife embedded in his heart, his eyes wide with terror. What kind of wicked technique is this? Is he even human? The remaining 5 bandits, who had been searching for goods, retreated in fear. Bald Bear's eyes bulged, his face darkening like the bottom of a pot. Damn it. I misjudged him. From the opponent's erratic strikes, he could confirm that this person had no understanding of swordplay or footwork, yet that formidable hard chi was simply uncanny. It felt as if striking an iron block. Enough. He spat into his palm and swung the 9-ring broadsword forward. I will not be fooled by this. The blade sliced through the air, a tempest of fury. Clang. Another deafening sound of metal clashing echoed. Feeling the immense force from the blade, Wu Huangji's feet sank into the ground, the soil flying about. He was secretly alarmed. The strength of a 9th grade martial artist was indeed formidable, but fortunately, his copper skin and iron bones were sufficient to withstand it. However, merely relying on brute force would not suffice. He needed to employ some strategy. Clang, clang, clang. Bald Bear's 9-ring broadsword struck Wu Huangji repeatedly, sparks flying, yet it felt as if he were hitting an iron anvil. The rebound nearly causing his grip to shatter. The more Bald Bear attacked, the more he was astonished, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. What manner of creature is this? Even an iron lump should have been cleaved to pieces by now. Having roamed the martial world for many years, he had never encountered such a bizarre, hard chi technique. He could find no flaw in his opponent. Kid. Bald Bear suddenly leaped back a step, the tip of his knife trembling slightly. State your name. I do not slay those without. Oh damn. Suddenly, the ground erupted in a cloud of dirt, hurling towards Bald Bear's face. Caught off guard, he hastily closed his eyes to evade. Wu Huangji retracted his kicked leg, a myriad of martial arts scenes flashing through his mind, as he lunged forward with his long knife aimed at Bald Bear's throat. Though Bald Bear had closed his eyes, his instinct honed by years of combat allowed him to swiftly sidestep, the long knife grazing his neck, leaving a trail of crimson. Enraged, Bald Bear unleashed a frenzy of strikes with the 9-ring broadsword, attempting to force Wu Huangji back, relying on his copper skin and iron bones. Wu Huangji pressed forward instead of retreating, charging into the blade curtain. Clang, clang, clang. After enduring several strikes, he suddenly crouched down, scooped up a handful of dirt, and flung it into Bald Bear's eyes, simultaneously thrusting his long knife toward his opponent's lower body. Bald Bear's palm split open, crimson blood dripping down onto the blade's tip. He had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary youth from the wilderness would be so resilient and desperate. Consequently, he was caught off guard and received a stab to his thigh. In pain, he howled and kicked the youth back several steps, yet the latter immediately pounced forward again. Bald Bear had no choice but to drop the 9-ring broadsword and wrap his arms around Wu Huangji from behind, feeling an inexplicable fear rising within him. Damn it. Don't you have a limit? The 2 men, each standing 6 feet tall, faced off for a moment. Bald Bear's forehead bulged with veins, and suddenly he gritted his teeth, speaking in a low, solemn tone. Brother, today, I, Bald Bear, admit I misjudged you. If this continues, we will only suffer mutual destruction. According to the rules of the martial world, let us not fight without knowing each other. From now on, when you come to the Fire Bear stronghold, mention my name, and I'll provide you with fine wine and meat. Let us consider today a friendship, shall we? Hey. Wu Huangji let out a cold laugh, suddenly shouting at the top of his lungs, Master, help me. Bald Bear instinctively turned his head, only to find nothing behind him. By the time he turned back, Wu Huangji's head had already solidly collided with his face. Crack. Bald Bear's nasal bone shattered with a resounding crack, blood gushing forth. and the grip he had on Wu Huangji's arms loosened momentarily. Wu Huangji understood that he was now a piece of hard iron, and he would not show mercy. He forcefully raised his heel and stomped down with all his strength onto Bald Bear's foot. Crack! Another crisp sound echoed. Bald Bear's agonizing scream pierced the air, and he completely released his hold. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Huangji broke free, turning to deliver another headbutt, his forehead crashing like a hammer into Bald Bear's face. Bang! Bald Bear's nose was utterly shattered, blood spraying in all directions. The Bald Bear staggered backward, surrounded by a crimson haze, barely able to maintain his footing. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Wu Huangji swiftly advanced, grasping the heavy 9-ring broadsword that lay upon the ground. The blade gleamed with a chilling radiance. At that moment, the Bald Bear, his face smeared with tears and blood, was engulfed in a blur. In his dazed state, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a dazzling flash of the sword. Chapter 4. The golden and glorious body with a swift thrust, the blade pierced flesh, severing the lifeless form, blood gushing forth. Wu Huangji gripped the bloodstained 9-ring broadsword, his chest heaving violently. The image of the blade slicing through the neck flashing through his mind, stirring his stomach into turmoil. Yet, in this moment, he felt an unprecedented exhilaration intertwined with a stark calmness. His hands trembled slightly, not from fear, but due to the physiological response brought on by the surge of adrenaline. Had I truly taken so many lives? Wu Huangji gazed down at his hands, smeared with blood, a fleeting sense of disorientation washing over him. He had never imagined that he would survive in this unfamiliar world through such violent means. Strangely, however, he felt little remorse or fear. Instead, there was a sense of relief from having survived and a satisfaction derived from seizing control of his fate. This place was unlike the Dragon Kingdom of his past life. Here, it was either you kill or you be killed, and his actions fell well within the bounds of justification, especially against a band of mountain bandits, he mused. Meanwhile, the remaining 5 bandits had long since fled, terrified and lost among the depths of the mountains. Yun Xiao curled up on the ground, his gaze blank as he stared at the blood-soaked Wu Huangji. It wasn't until Wu Huangji approached and helped him to his feet that the boy remained in a daze. Wu Huangji brushed the dust off his clothes and asked lightly, "Are you all right?" Holding his abdomen, Yun Xiao shook his head, his lips quivering as he stammered. "You're not an ordinary person, are you?" A chuckle escaped Wu Huangji's lips, his brow arching as he surveyed the carnage strewn about them. "Well, considering I've saved you twice now, shouldn't you owe me 2 lives? All right, since you're still standing. Stop dawdling and help me search these fellows for their gold and jewels." Yun Xiao was momentarily taken aback, staring at Wu Huangji's nonchalant demeanor. He should have found it absurd, yet inexplicably, he felt no urge to resist. He opened his mouth but ultimately nodded silently, bending down to sift through the spoils of war. As a fragrant incense stick burned down, Wu Huangji lifted a small stack of silver notes and placed them in Yun Xiao's hands. "Turn around. I need to hide these treasures. You're not to move until I say so. Understood?" "I understand," Yun Xiao thought, feeling the weight of circumstance. He turned away, pondering. Who hides silver in such a manner? "System, recharge immediately," Wu Huangji silently commanded, focusing on the slender silhouette before him. Instantly, the wealth in the pit vanished, leaving only a small stack of silver notes and a pair of jade bracelets. What is this? The silver notes and jade bracelets R&T collected, could they be fakes? Wu Huangji picked up the notes and bracelets, scrutinizing them closely. These don't seem counterfeit. The individuals involved here are seasoned bandits and merchants. They wouldn't carry fakes. It seems the system only values gold and silver. Everything else is mere fluff. System, open the panel. Name, Wu Huangji. Attribute points, 513 health, 2252. Defense, 2100. Copper skin. Iron bones, strength, 0. Speed, 0. After a brief contemplation, Wu Huangji decided to invest all attribute points into defense. For a transmigrant, survival was always the paramount principle. The Jianghu was fraught with danger, and he understood that a single move could determine life or death in a confrontation. Strength and speed required skill to support them, whereas defense was the most straightforward safeguard for life. Only by establishing an absolute foundation of defense could one create space for trial and error amidst the chaos of blades. At this moment, allocating attributes to strength would merely enhance his attack from that of a child wielding a stick to a youth swinging a bat. As for speed, even if he could run for a time, he couldn't flee forever. Given his unfamiliarity with this world's geography, it was only a matter of time before he stumbled into danger. However, by maximizing his defense, he could transform into a human weapon, grasping the essence of elite soldiers, enduring attacks and countering with lethal force. Thus, he resolutely decided, all points to defense. As his defense attributes surged, he felt his blood boil. Fine. Azure gold patterns emerged upon his skin, akin to the mysterious runes found on ancient bronze vessels. The density of his bones increased dramatically, producing a grinding sound that sent shivers down his spine. The veins morphed into dark golden networks, coursing beneath the surface. Hearing the unusual sounds behind him, Yun Xiao was struck with fear. "Big brother, are you all right? You're not turning into a monster, are you? I haven't bathed in 3 months. My flesh is spoiled." Wu Huangji stifled a laugh, baring his teeth mischievously. "You'd better not move, or I might just eat you." Ding. Warning. defense attribute has surpassed critical value, copper skin, iron bones, iron armor, steel bones, beginner, ding. Warning, defense attribute has surpassed critical value, copper skin, iron bones, mysterious iron body, beginner, ding. Warning, defense attribute has surpassed critical value, copper skin, iron bones, golden and glorious body, intermediate, glorious burst, characteristic awakening, damage conversion. When receiving attacks below the 6th rank, 30 of the damage is automatically converted to spiritual energy, storage limit health 2, shockwave counterattack. Exploding energy can release a wave of force, freezing the meridians of those struck, causing their vital energy to stagnate for 30 breaths. The mountain breeze carried the scent of blood through the trees. Moments later, Wu Wanji, having perused the system panel, slowly spoke. All right, you can turn around now. Trembling, Yun Xiao turned, finding the short-haired youth still drenched in blood, yet a layer of azure gold sheen shimmered upon his skin, as if he were a deity emerging from an ancient temple. He swallowed hard, managing a strained smile. Big brother, are you okay? Wu Huanji stuffed the jade bracelets and silver notes into his pocket, chuckling lightly. Don't look at me like that. If I were truly a monster, you'd have been my meal by now. Yun Xiao paused, turning his head in silence, his expression somewhat endearing. By the way, does the Fire Bear Stronghold have a 6th-rank warrior stationed there? Wu Huanji inquired. A flicker of hatred ignited in Yun Xiao's eyes as he nodded. The leader of the Fire Bear Stronghold is a 6th-rank warrior, known as the Flame Bear King. It's said that his Fire Bear palm has reached an extraordinary level. With a single strike, the palm wind is as scorching as fire, capable of reducing boulders to dust. Moreover, their second-in-command is no slouch either. He is a skilled swordsman. Reportedly at the peak of the 7th rank, just a step away from 6th-rank martial prowess. Wu Wanji had yet to fully grasp this world's classification of warriors. Through Yun Xiao's enthusiastic explanation, he learned that the martial ranks range from highest 1st rank to lowest 9th rank, mirroring the bureaucratic structure of his previous life. However, Yun Xiao was merely an ordinary person, and his knowledge was limited, preventing him from elaborating further. Additionally, Wu Huanji discovered that Yun Xiao's family had perished at the hands of the bandits from Fire Bear Stronghold during their travels. Yun Xiao had barely escaped, rushing to report to the county office, only to be captured and sent to the bandits' lair. It was only later that he learned of the collusion between the county magistrate and the Fire Bear Stronghold, which deterred anyone from acting against them. Furthermore, the stronghold was nestled deep within the mountains, easily defensible yet difficult to attack, rendering it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to find an entrance. No wonder the bandits run rampant. It turns out there's a collusion between officials and thieves, working hand in glove. The Fire Bear Stronghold is easily defended yet hard to assault. The authorities remain inactive, and surrounding villages are isolated and defenseless. Even if there's a desire to resist, they can only submit to being prey. In this world, it seems that to truly survive, one must cultivate strength. Otherwise, even the most fundamental sense of justice remains unattainable. Wu Wanji sighed heavily after hearing this, as he had long forgotten the brutal law of the jungle that governs the majority of human existence, having dwelled in a peaceful realm for so long. On another note, the distance to Wusheng village was no less than 100 miles. Wu Huanji truly admired their determination to pursue a mere youth for 3 days and nights. As the sun dipped low in the west and twilight deepened, Wu Huanji reignited a torch, already devising a plan in his mind. First, he would seek out the 2 members of the caravan who were guarding the goods to inform them of the situation. Then he would hurry back to Zhuchi village to alert the elder about the bandits, enabling the villagers to prepare themselves in advance. There is an old saying in the martial world, caution prevents great mistakes. It is better to labor in vain than to regret only when a knife is at one's throat. No one could predict whether those merciless bandits would find the village. Wu Huanji glanced at Yun Xiao and said, I am ready to leave. What are your plans? Yun Xiao opened his mouth to respond but was momentarily at a loss for words. 3 days prior, amidst the chaos of the wedding celebration of the Wusheng village chief, he had fought desperately for his life. Yet, the haunting images of his parents' tragic demise clung to him like a nightmare. How could he find peace for his parents in the afterlife without avenging their deaths? As he hesitated, the other party raised the torch high and stepped forward. The flickering light seemed to pierce through the oppressive darkness of dusk. Suddenly, Yu Xiao, struck by intuition, blurted out, wait. I know the location of Wusheng village's treasure. Over the years, they have plundered and amassed wealth beyond measure. I have seen with my own eyes those chests brimming with jewels and silver ingots, gleaming so brilliantly that one could scarcely bear to look. It is true. Chapter 5 The Outside World. Wu Wanji halted his steps, casting a glance back at him. Mountains of gold and silver? Are you certain you are not deceiving me? Yun Xiao nodded fervently, his tone urgent. Absolutely. I have witnessed them transporting cargo, crates filled with gold and silver, as well as ancient antiques and paintings, countless in number. Brother Wu, you possess an indestructible body. If you can eradicate the Fire Bear bandit stronghold, not only will you eliminate a menace to the people, but you will also amass a significant fortune. What could be more delightful? Wu Huanji nodded thoughtfully. Half an hour later, the two dug a deep pit, hastily dragging the bodies of the merchant convoy's members to bury them. The scent of blood permeated the forest, swiftly attracting pairs of predatory eyes lurking in the shadows. their greenish glow flickering amidst the trees. Occasionally, the distant cawing of crows echoed, lending an especially mournful air to the scene. In his childhood, Wu Huangji had read a saying in a miscellaneous book: "Mountains are like deities, do not treat them lightly." The two men, no longer lingering, raised their torches high and hurriedly made their way out of the mountains as dusk fell. At this moment, the setting sun blazed like fire, casting golden yet somber rays through the forest. Not far from the foot of the mountain, 6 mule carts were lined up in a row, with a member of the merchant convoy seated at each end. Upon seeing Wu Huangji drenched in blood, they were initially startled. But upon hearing the news that the bandits from Fire Bear's stronghold had been completely annihilated, they breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Brother Will, for avenging Gao Lao and the others." One slightly older merchant with a square face clasped his hands in gratitude. 5 bandits managed to escape. Given the Fire Bear bandits' vengeful nature, they will undoubtedly return. Young hero, you should hasten to relay this news back to the village, so the villagers can prepare accordingly. Wu Huangji mirrored the gesture, nodding. "That is precisely my intention." The elder merchant continued. "It is said that the leader of Fire Bear Stronghold is a 6th-rank martial artist, with unfathomable strength, and there are hundreds of fierce bandits within the stronghold. If Brother Wu does not mind, why not accompany us to Qingyang City afterwards? Our convoy has some connections with the Four Seas Escort Agency. The head of the agency, Lin, is a 5th-rank martial artist, known for his righteousness and hatred for evil. He delights in befriending heroes. If Shushi village can gain his assistance, not only can we ensure the village's safety, but we could also leverage the escort agency's strength to eradicate the Fire Bear bandit stronghold, ridding the people of their scourge." Wu Huangji could naturally discern the ulterior motive in the merchant's words. The so-called assistance from the Four Seas Escort Agency was merely a pretext to find a free bodyguard to escort their goods. The 6 mule carts were laden with valuable mountain goods. Any slight disturbance along the way would likely lead to them losing everything, given their lack of martial prowess. Meanwhile, he who had the ability to slay 9th-rank bandits was precisely the talisman they urgently required. At present, he indeed intended to depart this deep mountain with these individuals, to witness the vast world beyond. It could be said that he had stumbled upon a suitable opportunity. If the Four Seas Escort Agency can indeed confront the Fire Bear bandit stronghold, it would spare me considerable effort and cunning. Furthermore, Yun Xiao is aware of the bandits' treasure locations. I could scout and seize wealth before they attempt to claim it. With his thoughts resolved, Wu Huangji smiled slightly and responded. "Then let us do as Brother Zhou suggests. With nightfall approaching, we should swiftly return to the village." By the time they reached Jushi village, darkness had enveloped the land. Within a simple wooden cabin, a meager light flickered, barely illuminating the rough table and chairs, as well as the mottled marks on the walls. The village chief, an elderly man with graying hair, had spent most of his life wandering the world and was the most knowledgeable person in the village. Upon hearing that bandits from Fire Bear's stronghold had come down from the back mountain and slain Gao Dahai and his companions, his face turned pale with fear, and he hastily summoned the villagers to discuss countermeasures. Wu Huangji succinctly explained the situation to the villagers and suggested they temporarily evacuate to the mountains to hide until news of the Fire Bear stronghold's demise reached them. Wu Huangji had anticipated that persuading the villagers would be challenging, given that he had only arrived 3 months prior and held little influence. However, to his surprise, the villagers all nodded in agreement, voices of discussion rising. "With Gao Lao gone, what are we waiting for? Let us quickly gather our belongings and hide. Better to believe it than not. In that case, let us proceed as Brother Huan says. Alas, it is harvest season, and the rice in the fields remains uncollected. Leaving now would allow the wild boars in the mountains to feast." The village chief contemplated for a moment, then slammed his hand on the table to signal for silence. Ultimately, he declared, "From this moment on, everyone must act immediately, bringing along food and essentials. Before dawn, we must hide in the refuge cave on the front mountain. The able-bodied will stay behind to assist in transporting supplies and take turns keeping watch, just in case. Lao Sha. Tomorrow morning you will lead the village hunters to scout the back mountain and set traps, more is better." With the village chief's command, the entire village instantly became a hive of activity. As night fell, Wu Huangji brought a jar of wine to the home of the hunter, Sha Qidong. Inside, the dim yellow light of an oil lamp illuminated Sha Qidong's busy figure. He was in the process of bundling several hunting bows and arrows when he noticed Wu Huangji entering with the wine jar, momentarily startled before breaking into a grin. "Oh, you were willing to bring out the plum wine you brewed yourself?" Wu Huangji placed the jar on the table, pried off the clay seal, and the aroma of wine instantly filled the room. 3 months ago, had it not been for Uncle Sha bringing me back to the village, I might have ended up as a meal for a wild beast." Sha Qidong fetched 2 bowls, pouring the wine into them with a smile. "We all toil in this great mountain. We see each other often, and who doesn't have their troubles? If I, old Sha, can lend a hand to someone in need, it is only right." Wu Huangji downed the wine in his bowl, then pulled out a small stack of silver notes from his pocket, handing them to Sha Qidong. "For you, this is but a small effort, yet for me, it is a life-saving grace. Please accept this money and do not refuse." Sha Qidong, knowing that Wu Huangji disliked unnecessary pleasantries, accepted the notes. As he counted them under the dim light, he gasped in astonishment. 600 taels. In my entire life, I have never seen such a sum. Wu Huangji lowered his voice, saying, Uncle Shah, these silver notes were obtained from the bandits. Their origin is questionable. If the money shop investigates and finds issues, not only will you be unable to access these funds, but you may also be deemed an accomplice. Therefore, to be safe, choose a larger, reputable money shop for the exchange. When you do, either claim it as ancestral savings or as profits from selling mountain goods over the years. In any case, ensure there is a legitimate reason, and the amount must be reasonable. His caution stemmed from his understanding of the pitfalls and risks associated with ancient currency circulation. In ancient times, while silver notes were convenient, the technology for counterfeiting was limited. If their dubious origins were discovered, the holder could easily find themselves in peril. Especially in cases like this, where the money was seized from bandits, it was likely already blacklisted by authorities or money shops. Moreover, as someone who had frequently watched crime dramas, he had a clearer awareness of historical and societal rules. Large money shops typically prioritized their reputation and conducted thorough checks, while smaller shops might turn a blind eye for profit but were also more prone to issues. If Shachidan rashly attempted to exchange these notes, any misstep could lead to dire consequences. After all, substantial unexplained wealth is a sensitive topic in any era. Shachidan, understanding the implications, nodded gravely. Though I haven't seen much of the world, I grasp this principle. Rest assured, I have a cousin working as a clerk at the Huedong money shop in Luoxia County. It's a well-established shop with a good reputation. I can ask him for assistance and exchange it in several batches. Shachidan raised his wine bowl, continuing. You young man, I will remember this favor. Upon acquiring the necessary funds, I intend to establish a general store in the village, sparing everyone the need to travel long distances for their supplies. Wu Huangji smiled as he clinked bowls with him, but his voice suddenly lowered. Uncle Shah, I have actually come to bid you farewell this evening. You are leaving? Shachidan's hand paused momentarily. Wu Huangji spoke with a calm demeanor, infused with a sense of resolve. Indeed, I plan to depart with the merchant caravan to Qingyang City tomorrow morning. Shachidan fell silent, merely lifting his bowl to drink. Under the dim yellow light, their shadows danced upon the wall, swaying with the flickering glow of the oil lamp. As the wine jar emptied, moonlight crept onto the windowsill. Shachidan tilted his head back to drain the last bowl, sighed deeply, and with a heavy hand, patted Wu Huangji on the shoulder. You, my boy, are like a dragon. It is time for you to venture forth. But remember, the door of the old Shah family will always remain open for you. Return whenever you feel weary. Wu Huangji smiled and replied, Rest assured, I have long regarded Jushi village as my home. Shachidan grinned widely, feigning nonchalance as he waved his hand. Enough with the sentimental farewells. You should retire early. There is a journey ahead tomorrow. Wu Huangji stood, cradling the empty wine jar, and turned to exit. The night breeze brushed against his neck, bringing a refreshing chill. He inhaled deeply, gazing up at the resplendent starry sky. A tumult of unspoken emotion swirling within his chest. What kind of world is this, after all? Chapter 6. The Bovine-Headed Wolf. The following morning, as dawn's light gently illuminated the sky, the entire Jushi village remained enveloped in a thin mist. The villagers had begun to migrate to the refuge caves nestled in the mountains. 6 mule carts stood in an orderly fashion at the village entrance, their cargo tightly secured. The villagers referred to the expansive mountains before them as the Jianhai mountain range. The range stretched endlessly, cloaked in vast expanses of forest. The 6 mule carts meandered slowly along the winding mountain path, traversing a narrow and rugged trail flanked by overgrown weeds, showing hardly a trace of human passage. The carts jolted and rattled as their wheels rolled over gravel and soil, producing a creaking sound. Seated in the middle cart were Wu Huangji and Yun Xiao, their bodies swaying gently with the movement of the vehicle. This road is incredibly treacherous. No wonder Jushi village has remained undisturbed all these years. If I were a bandit, I certainly wouldn't come here to rob. Who would be foolish enough to return to such a place? Yun Xiao lamented, shifting uncomfortably. The elder merchant of the group, Zhou Chen, known for his square face, and another lean, sharp-featured member called Monkey, walked ahead of the procession. Zhou Chen occasionally wielded his long knife to clear the way through the obstructive thickets, chuckling wryly. Jushi village is already remote, aside from us merchants. Hardly anyone ventures here. If it weren't for the shortcut, we wouldn't be on this path. Time sped by, and as the sun began its descent, the sky was painted with hues of red. Zhou Chen selected a relatively elevated and flat hillock as their camping site. It was backed by a massive rock, providing protection from the wind and shielding them from potential ambushes by wild beasts. Wu Huangji gathered firewood while Yun Xiao fetched water from a nearby clear stream using a small iron pot hanging from the mule. He set the pot over the fire, adding pieces of salted meat and wild vegetables, seasoning them with salt, and soon an enticing aroma wafted through the air. The staple food was baked flatbread, which, though a bit hard, became soft and palatable when soaked in the hot broth. As the crackling campfire warmed the group, the 4 men feasted while Wu Huangji listened intently to Zhou Chen and Monkey discussing the influential factions in Qingyang City. Their tales ignited his yearning for the vast and colorful world beyond, filling him with a sense of wonder. Suddenly, a low, resonant moo echoed from the darkness, sending a shiver through the air. In the underbrush, 10 paces away, 2 eerie green lights flickered to life. Those were the eyes of a beast reflecting the glow of the campfire. A bovine-headed wolf? An 8th grade ferocious beast. Zhou Qin's expression shifted dramatically as he sprang to his feet, drawing his long knife with a metallic ring. How can there be a bovine-headed wolf here? Monkey. Quickly lead the mules behind the rock. The beast emerged slowly, its massive bovine head shimmering with a bluish-gray sheen under the moonlight, sharp fangs bared, and bristling mane like steel needles atop its neck, presenting a formidable wolf-like body. Wu Huangji swallowed hard, realizing that the creature before him was a true monster of this world. A bovine-headed wolf? It looks like something straight out of a myth. Did it stumble into the wrong scene? The creature, a bizarre amalgamation of the African buffalo and North American gray wolf, seemed more real than any cinematic special effect, exuding an overwhelming sense of dread. He instinctively tightened his grip around the firewood axe, the bronze patterns on his skin subtly surfacing. The reflexes honed from years of fish chopping at the market prepared his muscles for battle before his mind could catch up. Get back, Zhou Qin shouted, hurling a burning branch at the creature. The bovine-headed wolf deftly dodged, its massive form lunging towards the group by the fire. Wu Huangji stepped forward, brandishing his weapon. Clang. The blade collided with the wolf's claws, sending sparks flying. Wu Huangji staggered backward, witnessing Zhou Qin's blade create sparks against the wolf's neck and Monkey's arrow, leaving a white mark on its forehead. Seems like it can take a hit too. An 8th grade ferocious beast, is it? Perfect for me to test my newfound skills. Wu Huangji cast aside the axe and lunged forward, his arms locking tightly around the wolf's neck, bellowing, everyone back off. No one within 3 paces. This beast is mine. Zhou Qin's face paled. Brother Wu, you must not take such risks. This creature has skin as tough as bronze. Even my blade cannot penetrate it. Without internal energy, we cannot breach its defenses. You are putting yourself in grave danger. As he prepared to assist, Yin Xiao pulled him back with great effort. Brothers, do not interfere. Brother Wu is confident. It's best to leave this to him. Our presence will only complicate matters. Trust me. Though Zhou Qin and Monkey were doubtful of Wu Huangji's ability to confront the hulking beast unarmed, the instinct to survive overpowered their skepticism. Seeing someone willing to face the creature head-on, they reluctantly retreated, climbing onto the rocky outcrop to observe the battle. Below, Wu Huangji clung like a leech onto the bovine-headed wolf, his legs wrapped around its waist. The furious beast roared, shaking its head and thrashing about. Yet it could not dislodge him. The wolf's claws gouged deep furrows into the ground, sparks flying in all directions. Wu Huangji grinned. Is this all you've got? Am I your audience for a dance here? Looks like I need to step it up. Suddenly, he released his grip, flipping to land squarely before the wolf. And with a playful gesture, he swatted its nose. Hey, is this the best an 8th grade ferocious beast can do? Did your mother exhaust all her strength in your looks? Who are you trying to scare? The bovine-headed wolf seemed to comprehend his taunts. Roaring in fury with eyes blazing red, it lunged forward. Wu Huangji did not flinch, but met the wolf's claws with his chest, propelled backward by the impact, crashing against a small tree. Ugh. He spat out the leaves from his mouth, brushing off his clothes and beckoning. Didn't he have breakfast, big baby? Come at me again. The trio above, witnessing Wu Huangji's audacious provocation, were left stunned. Monkey and Zhou Qin's expressions were particularly vivid with shock. Is this guy even human? A regular person would have been shattered by such an impact, yet he seems invigorated by it. Monkey exclaimed, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Zhou Qin wiped the sweat from his brow. If it were you taking that hit, you'd be a ghost by now. The bovine-headed wolf was thoroughly enraged, digging its claws into the earth, its massive jaws snapping towards Wu Huangji's neck. Crunch. The sickening sound echoed as the creature momentarily froze, seemingly aware of its own teeth loosening. It slowly lowered its head, locking eyes with Wu Huangji's grinning face, shock evident in its bovine gaze. Did that hurt? Wu Huangji swung his arm. Let me give you a little massage. With a resounding thud, a powerful uppercut connected with the wolf's chin, causing it to stagger. The beast held once more, its bloodshot eyes glaring as it charged again. By the flickering light of the campfire, the fierce clash between man and beast sent dust and debris flying, creating a heart-stopping spectacle. Half an hour passed. Yun Xiao pulled half a bag of peanuts from his pocket, sitting atop the rocks and cracking them loudly. Brothers, I've got some peanuts here. Want some? I swiped them off a bandit yesterday. Meanwhile, Wu Huangji was still riding the wolf's back, pulling on its nose as if taming a horse. Zhou Qin and Monkey were transfixed by the scene, momentarily forgetting the danger as they processed Yun Xiao's words. Zhou Qin furrowed his brow. Brother Yun, what time is it? How can you still think about peanuts? The monkey reached out to seize a peanut, expertly shelling it before tossing it into its mouth, chewing a few times with its eyes lighting up. It truly is fragrant, salted to perfection. Qin, would you care for a few? Zhou Qin feigned reluctance for a moment, yet upon witnessing the two enjoying their snack with great enthusiasm, he could not resist and reached for a handful himself. As he shelled the peanuts, he murmured, is this really appropriate? Brother Wu is down there fighting with all his might. Despite his words, the trio's hands did not cease their movements. Hey, this creature is tougher than a bald bear. Yun Xiao remarked between bites. Look at that bull-headed wolf. It's being tossed around like a toy. Zhou Qin replied with a grave expression. Let us remain serious. This is a matter of life and death. Just as he finished speaking, Wu Huangji was hurled by the bull-headed wolf, crashing against the rocks with a dull thud. The three of them instinctively recoiled, only to see him spring back up. Making a playful face, scratching its head, the monkey suggested, "Shall we call out to Brother Wu for one more?" "What nonsense!" Zhou Chen chided, tapping the monkey's forehead with the sheath of his sword. "Hurry and eat. Soon it will be your turn, skinny monkey, to serve as a punching bag." The trio exchanged banter, and before long, the peanuts were nearly gone. At last, a system notification resonated in their minds. Spirit will energy, 104, current charge 100. Capable of releasing glazed explosion, instantaneously defeating beings below the 7th rank in this realm. Chapter 7. A touch of femininity. A glint of cold light flashed in Wu Huangji's eyes, and a playful smile curved his lips. The game was about to reach its climax. Suddenly, he sprang into action, his right fist glowing with a brilliant azure hue, resembling a small orb of explosive sunlight. The Minotaur's pupils dilated in instinctive fear, wanting to retreat. Alas, it was too late. With a thunderous impact, Wu Huangji's fist struck the Minotaur. In an instant, the air within a Tinjiang radius twisted into a vortex. The explosion reverberated with a deafening roar, radiating visible golden ripples that cascaded outward from Wu Huangji's center. The Minotaur's massive body was hurled high into the air, a fountain of blood erupting from its mouth and nose. Its colossal form crumpled as if squeezed by an invisible giant's hand, the sound of splintering bones eliciting a visceral reaction. Yun Xiao and the others were likewise jolted, tumbling over the rocks, nearly losing their footing. The monkey's trousers ripped with a loud sound, revealing a bright red backside that was dizzying to behold. The 6 mules were so startled they all urinated in unison, their cargo spilling messily. Bang! The skull of the 8th grade beast caved in deeply, blood gushing from its 7 orifices, its eyes exploding into a viscous pulp. The enormous body crashed to the ground, sending tremors through the earth. Zhou Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, his throat dry. What kind of divine power is this? The monkey swallowed hard, his voice trembling. My goodness. This is no mere mortal feat. Brother Wu must be a celestial being descended to earth. Yun Xiao, filled with excitement, waved his fist and laughed heartily. How domineering. This is how one should fight. Now that's true skill, brother. You are magnificent. Wu Huangji wiped the blood from his hands and looked up at the three on the rocks, flashing a smile that revealed his gleaming white teeth. All done. By the campfire, Yun Xiao squatted beside the Minotaur's carcass, the firelight casting a warm glow on his flushed ears. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Wu Huangji's shirt torn by the beast's horn, revealing 8 well-defined abdominal muscles. Yun Xiao's throat involuntarily rolled, his gaze darting away from the offending sight as he clumsily tugged at the Minotaur's hide, inadvertently slicing his finger on its sharp teeth. Hiss! He inhaled sharply, hastily wiping his fingertip with his sleeve to cover the wound. Wu Huangji, hearing the commotion, approached. What happened? Yun Xiao lowered his head, unable to meet his gaze, his voice barely above a whisper. It's nothing, just a small cut. Wu Huangji reached out to inspect the injury, but Yun Xiao recoiled as if shocked, nearly tumbling to the ground. Really, it's fine. No need to look, he chuckled nervously. Wu Huangji, puzzled, scratched his head and sat back down to rest. The battle had exhausted him, and before he knew it, he had drifted into a deep slumber. Half an hour later, Zhou Chun and the monkey had organized the scattered goods. The three gathered around the campfire. Zhou Chun skillfully slicing into the Minotaur's neck with a dagger, methodically cutting downward. The meat of an 8th grade beast is a great tonic. We shall dry and process this for Brother Wu to use as provisions on our journey. The hide and horns are also valuable materials. We'll find a good buyer for them in Xinjiang City. The monkey, wrapping his torn trousers with a rag, drew out a dagger to slice the meat into strips, exclaiming, Brother Wu is truly remarkable, able to fell this 8th grade beast with his bare hands. With him along, we are indeed fortunate. I hear that the head of the guard's daughter has turned 18, and she is as beautiful as a flower. The 4 Seas escort is organizing a martial arts contest to find a worthy suitor for Miss Gu. As the monkey cut the meat, he animatedly shared, this is the most exciting news in Xinjiang City lately. Many young talents are eager to showcase their skills. Brother Wu is not only young but possesses extraordinary strength. With such prowess, it is hard to find anyone in all of Xinjiang City who could rival him. Zhou Chen nodded, inserting several sticks beside the campfire, hanging the strips of meat above for the flames to slowly roast. We must dry the meat overnight, otherwise it may spoil on our journey tomorrow. Yun Xiao, come help us out. Listening to their conversation, Yun Xiao's gaze involuntarily drifted back to Wu Huangji. The handsome face now appeared particularly gentle, his flawless torso exposed to the moonlight, gently rising and falling with each breath. The proportions of his physique nothing short of exquisite. Yun Xiao swallowed, his mind blank, the air thick with heat. Zhou Chen called softly, Yun Xiao? Oh, coming. Yun Xiao quickly averted his gaze, jumping to his feet to take the meat strips Zhou Chen handed him, hanging them on the sticks while flipping them over. The firelight illuminated his mud-streaked cheeks, which were now slightly flushed, while damp strands of hair clung to his skin, enhancing his youthful appearance. A quarter of an hour passed. Yun Xiao, what are you daydreaming about? The meat is nearly burnt. The monkey teased, chewing on a recently roasted piece. Yun Xiao snapped back to reality, hurriedly flipping the meat, offering an awkward smile. This isn't my first time. I won't burn it this time, heh. Zhou Chen chuckled and shook his head, continuing to process the remaining meat. The next morning, a ray of golden sunlight broke through the treetops, playfully brushing against Wu Huangji's brow. As he stretched and rose, Zhou Chen and the monkey eagerly approached, one offering bone soup and the other roasted meat. Delicious indeed. Wu Huangji savored the rich soup while chewing on the meat, inquiring, "Where's Yun Xiao?" Zhou Chen replied with a grin. That fellow said he was going to wash up by the stream. Before long, Wu Huangji had consumed 5 large bowls of rich soup and 6 substantial pieces of roasted meat. Even he was taken aback by his appetite, which had dramatically increased from his usual 2 bowls. Is it possible that with the enhancement of my defenses, my appetite has also grown? Wu Huangji pondered inwardly. The weather was splendid. 6 mule carts were ready for departure, guided by Zhou Chen and the monkey. Noticing Yun Xiao had yet to return, Wu Huangji worried that the young rascal might have gotten lost while washing his face. Just as he was about to search for him, he heard Yun Xiao's clear voice calling, "Brother Zhou, Brother Wu, are you awake? When are we setting off?" The monkey replied from afar, "We've been waiting for you." Wu Huangji settled onto the protruding frame of the cart, descending the slope with the mule cart. Yun Xiao jogged over, naturally taking a seat beside Wu Huangji. Droplets of water still glistening on his face from the stream, clearly just returned. The mud that had once marred his face was now completely washed away, revealing a fair and refined visage, bright eyes, rosy lips, and an undeniable air of elegance. Wu Huangji paused for a moment, his gaze lingering on Yun Xiao's face. "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Yun Xiao instinctively touched his cheek, feeling a flush creep to his ears upon noticing Wu Huangji's stare. "Nothing." Wu Huangji averted his gaze, forcing a casual smile. "I just think you look quite presentable after your wash." Inwardly, he shivered with discomfort, secretly musing, "That voice is as delicate as a cat's meow. Where's the Adam's apple? I can't see any growth at all. His face is as soft as a young girl's." "Brother, you wouldn't happen to prefer this type, would you?" Chapter 8. Have you ever been matched? Fortunately, no further mishaps occurred along the way. Wu Huangji took out the breaking wind blade technique that Zhou Chen had given him and began to read it with little enthusiasm. According to the accounts of Zhou Chen and his companion, true martial arts in this realm are not mere legends. Skills such as crossing rivers with a single reed or striking cattle from afar are part of the daily training of martial artists. Immortality and the rebirth of severed limbs are not illusions, but well-known truths within the martial world. The vastness of this realm is filled with extraordinary individuals, and these miraculous techniques have long been accepted as common knowledge, leaving no room for doubt. However, at this moment, he found himself holding the breaking wind blade technique. His eyelids growing heavy as if in a battle of wills, his upper eyelid scolding the lower for being lazy, while the lower complained of the weight of the upper. Not a single word had entered his mind. The reason cannot solely be attributed to his modest educational background, though he only holds a diploma. He usually delves into poetry and prose with vigor. The true dilemma lies in his struggle to grasp the esoteric principles of energy flow and the intricate terminology of martial arts, which feels as absurd as asking a programmer to memorize the I Ching. The 4 characters' blade intent like wind danced before his eyes, and he hazily felt as if he were preparing for advanced calculus, recognizing each character, yet unable to comprehend the entirety. Thus, after 2 days of travel, the group finally reached the official road. As evening approached, they stumbled upon a dilapidated mountain deity temple at the end of a neglected path. Given its isolation, Zhou Chen decided they would rest there for the night. Soon, the crackling of the burning firewood echoed within the temple. The monkey and Yun Xiao deftly set up an iron pot, their movements as skilled as if they were in their own kitchen. Zhou Chen fetched fresh water from nearby, pouring it into the pot with a resounding splash. He then retrieved a large bone from a bull-headed wolf, still bearing some flesh, and tossed it into the pot. The flames licked the bottom, and the water began to boil. The bone rolled in the broth, and with a pinch of salt and some greens, a rich aroma wafted through the ruined temple, stirring appetites. Suddenly, voices approached from the path outside. As they drew nearer, it was evident they were heading towards the temple. A knock resounded at the door, and the monkey stepped forward to open it. A middle-aged man with a square scarf and a beard clasped his fist and said, "Young sir, are you resting here as well? Is there space for us to rest?" Wu Huangji, peering closely from inside, saw that the man was accompanied by 2 others, 2 men and a woman dressed like wanderers, all bearing packages and weapons. Noticing their polite demeanor, the companions relaxed their grip on their weapons. Zhou Chen stepped forward in return, saying, "You are too kind. This is unclaimed land. Please, come in." Wu Huangji and Yun Xiao also rose to salute, and the monkey closed the door behind them. The trio placed their belongings in a corner, and the man with the square scarf approached Wu Huangji and offered a bow, saying, "I am Gao Bingtian. This soup smells truly rich. I have a couple of silver coins here. Would you mind sharing some food with us?" Zhou Chen hesitated to respond, glancing at Wu Huangji for guidance. A chance encounter is a fateful one, and Wu Huangji, possessing a kind heart, remarked, "Brother Zhou, please share some with them." Gao Bingtian expressed his gratitude and handed the silver to Wu Huangji. Upon closer inspection, Wu Huangji appeared handsome yet unsteady, his breathing erratic, indicating a lack of martial prowess. His clothing was tattered, yet he seemed to be the core figure among the four. Gao Bingtian called his companions over. Zhou Chen retrieved 3 porcelain bowls from the cart, ladled soup and meat into them, and distributed them to Gao Bingtian and his companions. They gathered around. At this moment, a woman clad in black, wearing a veil and wide-brimmed hat, spoke with a melodious voice. I am Meng Ziki, from Yunzhou. Thank you all for your generosity. As they dined, conversation flowed freely. The young man named Gao Wenyuan, sipping from his bowl, chuckled, I never expected to meet you on our journey. My brother and I are headed to the martial arts competition organized by the 4 Seas Escort Bureau, and this Miss Meng fortuitously joined us along the way. Wu Huanji shot a glance at Gao Bingtian, amused. The man appeared quite aged, nearing 50, and initially, Wu Huanji had assumed Gao Wenyuan was his son. It turned out the two were siblings, with Gao Bingtian being 28 and Gao Wenyuan 20, both still unmarried. As night deepened, Zhou Chen and the monkey engaged in lively conversation with the Gao brothers, seemingly untouched by fatigue. Yun Xiao, wishing to speak with Meng Ziki, noticed she had fallen into a deep slumber, curled up with her sword in the corner. He returned to the side of Wu Huanji, feeling a sense of security in his presence. Just as he was about to close his eyes, he spotted 3 weasels sneaking in from the corner. These weasels seemed unperturbed by human presence. Upon entering, they stood upright on their hind legs, their long tails swaying slowly. Despite the distance, Yin Xiao on one side, Meng Ziki on the other, a pungent stench wafted through the air as they approached. Yin Xiao quickly held his breath and covered Wu Huanji's mouth and nose with his other hand. Not only did he see the weasels, but Gao Bingtian, who had been chatting near the fire, also noticed them, but his words sent a chill down Yun Xiao's spine. Ladies, are you also here to rest? There is plenty of space, Gao Bingtian called out. Yin Xiao's mind raced with disbelief. No, brother, you haven't had any wine tonight. These are clearly weasels. In his fear, doubt gnawed at him. Why can only I see them as weasels? The Gao brothers seem vigorous and are clearly skilled. How could they be so easily deceived by a mere trio of weasels? As Gao Bingtian queried, one of the weasels emitted a series of strange sounds. To Yun Zhao's horror, Gao Wenyuan flushed and stammered, Miss, your beauty is unparalleled, like a celestial being descended to earth. May I ask if you are wed? If not, would you consider forming a benevolent bond with us? At this, the other 3 men nodded in agreement. The weasels, moving with a sway, approached the 4 men, each settling between them and adopting a flirtatious demeanor. Zhou Chen and his companions were instantly flustered, their faces turning crimson. Moments later, the monkey and Gao Bingtian reached out, touching the weasels' chests with drunken expressions. This scene left Yun Xiao's head spinning, and he instinctively edged closer to Wu Huanji. It was well known that weasels were spirits of the mountains, adept at shape-shifting and beguiling humans. Those lacking resolve or special abilities could easily fall under their enchantment, leading to loss of wealth or life, or worse, becoming wandering spirits, forever trapped. As he contemplated how to warn them, one of the ladies suddenly turned her gaze toward Yun Xiao. Her crimson eyes glinted ominously in the firelight. With a sly smile revealing sharp teeth, she beckoned, Young sir, why not join us in merriment? Yun Xiao nearly leapt from his spot, instinctively retreating as a sense of dread washed over him. Oh no. Suddenly, Wu Huanji, who lay on the ground, opened his eyes, grasped Yun Xiao's hand, and with a bewildered expression exclaimed, Brother Yun, are you attempting to take my life? I can hardly breathe. Do not inhale, it is toxic. Yun Xiao whispered urgently, swiftly covering Wu Huanji's mouth and nose with his other hand. However, what captured Wu Huanji's gaze was a tall and enchanting beauty clad in delicate pink gauze, gracefully approaching him. As she walked, she began to shed her garments, carelessly discarding them on the ground, revealing her alluring figure. Chapter 9, The Enchantment of the Yellow Weasel. She approached Wu Huanji, leaning down to gently blow a breath of air towards him. A fragrant aroma wafted into his nostrils, igniting an uncontrollable fire of desire within him. His vision turned crimson, and he instinctively pushed Yun Xiao away, embracing the woman instead. However, to Yun Xiao, this was no perfume. It was clearly the foul odor emitted by a weasel. He clasped his hands over his mouth and nose, frozen in place as if under a spell, unable to move or cry out. This breath is poisoned. The 4 people who had been chatting merrily by the campfire stood dumbfounded, motionless. The vast temple fell into a profound silence. After subduing the humans present, 3 yellow weasels began to feast on the remnants of meat broth in the iron pot. Once they had devoured every last drop, they opened the large door and began to exit. Yun Xiao realized that his legs were unresponsive, moving like a puppet. Trailing behind the 5 men in pursuit of the 3 weasels, the moonlight shimmered like water. Just as they stepped outside, one of the weasels sensed something amiss. There were 7 people in the temple, yet only 6 had emerged. How dare these beasts? Suddenly, a sharp cry rang out, accompanied by a fierce sword aura charging forth. Bang! The noxious yellow mist collided with the sword energy, and a shadow darted out of the temple like a ghost. Demonic creature, meet your end. The sword's edge emitted a green arc of light, aiming directly for the throat of the nearest weasel. The creature shrieked and twisted its form in a bizarre manner, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow, losing only half an ear in the process. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The wounded weasel's fur bristled, while the other two opened their gaping maws, launching two foul-smelling poison arrows that flew like bolts. The latter lightly tapped the ground, soaring upward like a swallow, evading the two streams of toxic gas. Simultaneously, the bronze bell at her waist chimed melodiously. This was the clear heart bell bestowed by her sect, which had just aided her in breaking the weasel's enchantment. The crisp sound of the bell echoed through the night, like a clear spring flowing into the hearts of everyone present. As if awakening from a dream, they realized what had transpired and felt a lingering fear. Get back! With Meng Ziqi's low shout, a fierce sword aura swept out. Wu Huanji was caught off guard, and the nearby weasel took the brunt of the blow. Thud! A grotesque weasel head flew into the air, black blood splattering 3 feet. The remaining two, sensing danger, one exhaled a thick yellow mist to obscure vision, while the other took the opportunity to flee. When the mist dissipated, the last two weasels had vanished into the night. Wu, are you all right? Yun Xiao was the first to rush forward, only to see Wu Huanji stagger back 2 steps. His chest now marked by a 3-inch-long gash from the sword energy. Zhou Chen and the others quickly gathered around, their faces etched with concern. I thought you could dodge it. Meng Ziqi's fingers trembled. The true energy of a 6th-grade warrior was capable of splitting stone, and this strike was likely. Just as everyone was filled with uncertainty, Wu Huanji pretended to cough lightly, releasing his hand from his chest to reveal unscathed skin beneath the tattered fabric. He grinned, displaying his pristine white teeth. Miss Meng's swordplay is truly formidable. Fortunately, I have tough skin and flesh, so I'm quite unharmed. Yet inwardly, he felt a chill. This 600-plus defense had no poison resistance. The ferocity of the bull-headed wolf, the cunning sorcery of the yellow weasel, and Meng Ziqi's fierce sword energy, these extraordinary phenomena hammered against his worldview like a heavy mallet. So I haven't traveled back to ancient times, but rather into the tales of strange stories from a Chinese studio. Upon uttering this, a profound silence enveloped the room. Gao Bingtian was the first to regain his composure. Stepping forward to gesture at Wu Huanji's chest, confirming there was not a single wound, he widened his eyes in astonishment. To injure an enemy with one's qi. I never imagined Miss Meng was a 6th-grade warrior. Had it been me, I would have either died or been gravely injured. You, how can you be unscathed? 6th grade. Gao Wenyuan also gasped, realizing that their companion, Meng Ziqi, was indeed a powerful figure. And to remain unharmed beneath the sword of a 6th-grade warrior, what immense strength was this? His gaze towards Wu Huanji and Meng Ziqi transformed entirely. Meng Ziqi's pupils constricted. She had unleashed that sword without reservation, and even a 5th-grade master would not dare to take it head-on. Yet this seemingly frail youth bore no trace of injury at the torn fabric. Meng Ziqi suddenly recalled her master mentioning that those who reach the upper 3 grades in the martial world can conceal their aura, achieving a state of simplicity and purity. Could it be that he had fallen prey to the tricks of these beasts? The monkey shook his head, his hands trembling as he clasped them. Thank you, Miss Meng, for your timely rescue. Yun Xiao found it amusing, recalling how just moments ago someone had treated the weasel as a beautiful maiden, groping it without restraint. The monkey and Zhou Chun had traversed the land for over a decade, witnessing all manner of bizarre occurrences, from ghostly guides ringing bells to walls that shifted until dawn, all considered commonplace. Yet tonight's enchantment by the yellow weasel was a first encounter. The Gao brothers chimed in, expressing that it was their first experience as well. Although it was their initial encounter, they had heard increasing rumors of strange creatures and ghostly apparitions plaguing the markets lately. However, rumors remain mere whispers until one encounters the truth. The group had no intention of pursuing the two weasels. Firstly, the night was deep, and the mountain paths were treacherous. Secondly, the 3 yellow weasels had effortlessly ensnared them, indicating their sorcery was beyond comprehension. Even if 2 had escaped now, they could not rule out the possibility of traps being laid. This place is no longer safe. Meng Ziqi sheathed her sword, her expression grave. The weasels hold grudges fiercely. They will undoubtedly seek reinforcements. If truly powerful demons lead a horde of creatures to attack, we might not even have the chance to flee. Everyone nodded in agreement, hastily packing their belongings. After extinguishing the campfire completely, they proceeded along the official road in silence. One cannot help but remark on the inconvenience of roads and transport in this world. The jolting motion was uncomfortable, even for someone as resilient as Wu Huanji, who felt a sense of unease. Though mules are known for their endurance, their speed cannot match that of horses. Wu Huanji silently calculated that the mule cart could only travel about 10 kilometers per hour along these rugged mountain paths. As noon approached, the group arrived at a broad river where they could take a brief respite. Across the stream, a village seemed to emerge faintly. Wonderful. There's a village ahead. We can procure some provisions to carry with us. A hint of joy flickered across Zhou Bingtian's tense face. The monkey scratched the back of his head in confusion. I have traversed this official road with Chun for at least 3 times. How did I not notice there was a village here? Chapter 10. Walking on the clouds, Zhou Chen gazed into the depths of the mist where a village faintly emerged. He nodded and remarked, in my previous travels, I have passed this way several times without ever noticing any signs of a village. Now, the pervasive fog seems ordinary. Yet such density at this season is quite uncommon. Moreover, The number of travelers on this official road is considerable, if it were merely a typical village. It is odd that we have never heard of it before. Hearing this, Gao Wenyuan chuckled softly and replied, Brother Zhou, having grown up in the mountains, I can assure you that this is merely the mist from a geothermal spring. This place is at least 60 to 70 miles from Qingyang City. And with the mule cart moving so slowly, we will surely not arrive before nightfall. Why not head towards the village for a warm bowl of soup to soothe our weary feet? Gao Wenyuan's words stirred a sense of eagerness among the group. After a long night of travel, they were indeed fatigued. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a village, and they were inclined to procure some good provisions. Zhou Chun exchanged a knowing glance with the monkey, instantly understanding each other's intentions, having Menggu and Wusheng with them. They could also gather some furs and medicinal herbs in the village. Since Gao La and the others had already faced misfortune, the two planned to sell the 6 carts of goods and share the profits, thus retiring from this arduous trade. The river was 5 or 6 zhang wide, with the deepest part only reaching their knees. The group waded through the water and continued along the gravelly riverbank. Moments later, the surrounding mist not only failed to disperse but thickened further, resembling invisible walls closing in around them. Suddenly, the Gao brothers at the forefront halted. For a weathered stone tablet stood quietly ahead. The tablet, adorned with patches of moss, was barely visible through the hazy fog, inscribed with 3 dark red characters, Mist Hidden Village. What a peculiar place. The monkey scratched his head in confusion. Why is there not a soul in sight? Normally, a village should echo with the barks of dogs and the crowing of roosters. Meng Ziki tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword and whispered, Have you noticed? We just crossed the river, yet now, looking back, there is no trace of it. The group turned in shock, and indeed, the scene behind them had transformed entirely. What was once a clear river had vanished, replaced by a dense bamboo forest, the leaves swaying silently. Yunxiao swallowed hard, his face pale. He grasped Wu Huangji's clothing, murmuring, Perhaps, we should not venture further. This place feels utterly wrong. Gao Wenyuan forced a smile, attempting to ease the tension. Perhaps we have taken a wrong turn. In such remote villages, the paths may not be straightforward. Gao Bingtian, emboldened, stepped forward and called out, Is anyone there? We are travelers passing through and seek a drink of water. Wu Huangji surveyed the area, the thick fog obscuring their vision. Yet, having come this far, turning back felt more unsettling. Since we've arrived, it would be better to take a look. No matter how strange this village is, we are many. And with Menggu here, we ought not to fear. However, upon entering the village, the scene astonished them. The mist within the village was not as dense. In some places, light filtered down, and every household door stood ajar. Wu Huangji stepped into a spacious stone house, where sunlight slanted through the gaps in the window, illuminating the floating dust motes. The tables and chairs were draped in cobwebs, the delicate silvery strands glinting in the light. He brushed his hand across the table, revealing a thick layer of dust, and the floor was coated in a half-finger thick layer of grime, leaving clear footprints with each step. Furrowing his brow, Wu Huangji observed, It seems no one has lived here for quite some time. Meng Ziki remarked, There seems to be the sound of flowing water ahead. Let us investigate. The group traversed the abandoned houses, following a barely discernible path to the rear of the village. The sight before them took their breath away. At the far end of a wide square paved with blue stones, a waterfall cascaded downwards, its rushing waters shimmering with a rainbow of colors in the sunlight. The water did not crash directly to the ground but was channeled through a complex system of ditches, dividing the entire mist-hidden village into 4 parts. Beneath the waterfall, a massive water wheel turned slowly, emitting a deep rumble. The power of the wheel was transmitted through a thick wooden axle to a nearby bellows and a grand furnace. Scattered around the anvil were rusty tools, remnants of a time when they forged something here, now left unattended, with only the machinery's lonely operation telling tales of past bustle. Wu Huangji speculated that the village must have thrived on weapon forging in the past. Meng Ziki whispered, Such a scale could not have been constructed by ordinary villagers. Yin Xiao clutched Wu Huangji's clothing tightly, visibly anxious. Perhaps, we should leave quickly. This place feels decidedly unwelcoming. Having seen too many horror films, Wu Huangji felt a chill creeping in, his expression grave. Yin Xiong is right. This village exudes an eerie aura. We should hasten our departure, lest we find ourselves trapped come nightfall. The group nodded solemnly, retracing their steps along the path they had come. Yet just as they reached the village entrance, the mist surged like a tide, instantly shrouding their vision in a murky gray. This fog is strange. As soon as we step out, it gathers around us. The monkey muttered, waving his hand in front of him, unable to even see his own palm. Wu Huangji frowned in silence, relying on instinct to continue forward. However, after an hour, he exclaimed, This is absurd. After all this time, we've come back to where we started. The Gao brothers halted abruptly. Their expressions frozen as they pointed ahead. There stood the stone tablet with the 3 dark red characters, Mist Hidden Village. A chilling dread surged from their feet to the crown of their heads. How can this be? We have been moving outward. The monkey's voice trembled. Could it be that we are caught in a ghostly loop? Meng Ziki drew her sword, marking a conspicuous sign on a nearby tree trunk. Do not panic. We can leave markers along the way. The group nodded in agreement, and as they proceeded, They stacked stones to create signs, carved notches into tree trunks with their blades, and even scattered crumbs from their provisions to guide their path. Yet, a quarter of an hour later, the scene remained unchanged. The stone tablet emerged before them for the third time. This cannot be. Gao Wenyuan stared at the tablet, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. We have used 3 methods to mark our route. How can we still return to the starting point? As darkness began to descend, the sunlight was devoured by the thick fog. The entire world fell into a hushed, dusky gloom. Chapter 11. Indestructible Wu Huanji, relying on a man's sixth sense, decisively declared, "We can no longer wander aimlessly. If we truly become trapped here, the danger will only escalate after nightfall. We must return to the village and find a safe place to spend the night, devising a plan tomorrow." Although the others were reluctant, they understood this was the only course of action. Thus, they turned back and re-entered the village, seeking refuge in a relatively spacious stone house. Inside, the light was dim, yet it provided some comfort compared to the suffocating fog outside. The Gao brothers entered, carrying a pile of dry branches, while Wu Huanji ignited a fire, casting a feeble glow that dispelled some of the darkness. Zhou Chen noticed the adjacent room was also quite spacious and led the mule inside with the monkeys. Ming Ziki collected dry twigs from the ground, breaking them to feed the fire, suggesting that they take turns keeping watch tonight, given the uncertainty of their situation. As they gathered around the fire, the night deepened, and soon, the darkness enveloped them entirely. The air felt exceptionally heavy, and the fog outside grew increasingly dense. Seeping into the room, a chill wind whispered through the cracks of the window, causing the flames to flicker ominously. Ming Ziki, who had been meditating, suddenly opened her eyes and whispered, "There's movement." Indeed, there was a sound footsteps, but they were not those of ordinary humans. The noises were sluggish and chaotic, akin to a drunken man stumbling, yet devoid of any human voices. The sound did not belong to 1 or 2 individuals but rather to countless feet, converging from all directions, sending shivers down their spines. "This is not right," Wu Huanji muttered, his brow furrowed. "We scoured the village during the day and found no living souls. How can there be so many approaching now?" Before he could finish, the mule next door suddenly snorted loudly, braying in panic, its hooves thrashing against the ground. These normally docile creatures must have sensed something terrifying. Zhou Chen's face turned pale as he stared at the tightly shut door, gripping his long knife tightly. Just then, with a deafening crash, the door to the hall was violently flung open. A bone-chilling gust of wind, laden with fog, swept inside, causing the fire to roar and sending sparks flying. Yun Shao shivered from the cold, anxiously clutching Wu Huanji's arm. At the entrance stood a farmer, seemingly in his 50s, his body twisted and his movements rigid, as if he were not truly alive. In his right hand, he clutched a rusted machete, his hollow gaze fixed on the group, his mouth twitching as if to smile. Or perhaps merely a muscle spasm. His head tilted at an unnatural angle, exuding a disconcerting aura. Gao Bingtian could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Stop this nonsense. I care not what you are. Die." He charged straight at the old man with his sword. The blade struck the old man's neck, expecting to sever his head, yet only left a white mark on his skin. In that instant, the old man's neck twisted 180 degrees, the machete slicing through the air, narrowly missing Gao Bingtian's throat. The monkey, acting swiftly, swung his sword to intervene, but the old man raised his left arm with an impossible flexibility to block the attack. The clash of metal sparking bright flashes. Suddenly, the old man's lowered head shot upright, his eyes turning pitch black, devoid of any whites. What had appeared to be a limp right arm now shot up with astonishing speed. The machete cleaved through the air with a fierce wind. "Be careful." Meng Ziki reacted instantly, drawing her sword with a flash of cold light, skillfully blocking the machete's descent. The two forces collided, sending sparks flying and making her arm tingle. Yet, more alarming was the realization that the old man's strength far exceeded that of a normal human. Each attack executed with a wild ferocity akin to a beast hunting its prey. "This fellow is definitely not right." Zhou Chen swiftly drew his long knife, joining Gao Wenyuan to support Meng Ziki. Meanwhile, the footsteps outside grew increasingly dense, more shadowy figures edging closer, their forms wavering within the thick fog. Their postures equally bizarre, some swaying with dislocated shoulders, others with necks twisted at impossible angles. Meng Ziki narrowed her eyes, rapidly assessing the situation. The old man's attacks were clear to her. His skin was thick and tough, impervious to blades, and he possessed immense strength, moving in a manner utterly unnatural for a living being. Now, with dozens, if not hundreds, of villagers converging outside, it was evident they were the very villagers who had disappeared during the day. They had vanished without a trace, only to reappear at night like phantoms surrounding them. "We must break through," Meng Ziki proclaimed decisively, her voice as cold as frost. As soon as the words left her lips, Wu Huanji seized Yun Shao and charged into the throng of corpses, leading the charge. Zhou Chen and the monkey followed closely, followed by the Gao brothers. Meng Ziki, wielding her sword with fierce determination, temporarily held back the majority of the oncoming horde, covering their retreat. Wu Huanji raised his arms, shielding Yun Shao while parrying left and right. Fortunately, these villagers lacked the strength of a 6th-grade warrior, otherwise, they would truly be doomed. Amidst the chaos, blades clashed, clang, clang, clang. In an instant, several knives came crashing down upon Wu Huangji. He braced himself, taking the blows, then seized an elderly woman's wrist as she wielded her knife. Leaning down to check for a pulse, he shouted, "No breath, no pulse. These villagers are already dead." His words struck like thunder, sending a jolt through everyone. The night was deep, the fog thick. If these beings were indeed deceased, how could one explain the scene unfolding before them? Was it truly a haunting? Yin Xiao, trying to remain agile behind Wu Huangji, trembled, his teeth chattering, voice quivering with fear. How can the dead move? Are we trapped here as living sacrifices? In a brief moment, they reached a square paved with blue stones. Ahead, beneath the rocky cliff, lay a narrow crevice just wide enough for the defenseless Yun Xiao to take temporary refuge. Meng Ziki and the others noted the villagers' bizarre attacking style, chaotic and without rhythm. Yet each swing of their machetes unleashed a lethal edge, capable of shattering bones while continuing their relentless assault. They cannot be killed. The monkey and Shouchen stood back to back, fending off the attacks while urgently asking, "Do any of you have a plan?" Gao Wenyuan and Gao Bigtian teamed up against a middle-aged man with a dislocated shoulder. But even when they severed his arm, gray mist erupted from the wound, and the severed limb reattached itself in an eerie manner. This is too uncanny. Gao Bingtian's face turned ashen, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. "Ming, have you ever encountered such sorcery?" Clang. Meng Ziki's blade sliced through the old man's throat. Yet only black powder emerged. The corpse grinned, revealing blackened teeth, and swung its machete toward her waist. She spun backward, using the sword's tip to propel herself out of the encirclement, commanding, "Don't linger, push through. We will find a way to counter this later." However, just as they were about to break free from the siege, swish, a pitch-black arc of blade light suddenly sliced through the fog, chilling to the bone. The dark blade gleamed like a reaper's scythe, carving a frigid, chilling arc through the dense mist. Chapter 12. Exchanges of courtesy. Wu Huangji and Yun Xiao instinctively turned their heads, only to witness the monkey being struck in the chest by a fierce and unmatched blade light, causing him to fly backward like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily onto the blue stone ground. With a splutter, before he could rise, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, staining his clothing crimson, and subsequently lay motionless, his fate uncertain. "Monkey!" Zhou Qin cried out in alarm, his eyes ablaze with rage as he glanced at the figure beside him, raising his blade to charge towards the crowd, aiming at that old sixth. However, as he initiated his movement, he suddenly froze. A sharp sound pierced the air, and the pitch-black blade hurtled towards Zhou Qin's throat with incredible speed. Strangely, he seemed paralyzed, veins bulging at his neck, his gaze hollow as he stared at the approaching blade, utterly immobile. "Shingu, dodge!" Wu Huangji roared, attempting to rush forward to assist, only to be entangled by 6 corpses. A dull thud echoed as the blade sliced through Zhou Qin's neck, his head slowly tilting before it thudded onto the ground. His headless body remained upright, and astonishingly, no blood gushed forth from the severed neck, only wisps of gray mist seeping out. Behind them, the Gao brothers were stricken with horror, Gao Wenyuan exclaiming in disbelief, "What just happened? Why didn't he dodge?" As the words left his lips, the head that had rolled on the ground bizarrely opened its eyes, its pupils as dark as ink, devoid of any sclera. More alarmingly, Zhou Qin's headless body began to bend, groping for its own head and pressing it back onto the neck. Gray mist swirled, and the wound, as if alive, writhed and healed, restoring its former state in the blink of an eye. This scene sent shivers down everyone's spine. Wu Huangji felt a cold dread envelop him, witnessing Zhou Qin lift his long blade, expressionless, as he advanced towards him. On the other side, the previously incapacitated monkey suddenly stood upright, joints cracking ominously. With a twisted neck and a sinister gaze, he swung his steel knife mercilessly towards the Gao brothers' backs. "Watch out behind you!" Meng Ziki exclaimed, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she unleashed a flash of sword light to intercept the monkey's surprise attack, urging, "Be wary of that blade. It seems capable of binding one's soul. Capture the leader first." Resolutely abandoning the swarm of corpses behind her, Meng Ziki pivoted, her wrist twisting as her sword vibrated, unleashing a fierce sword energy towards the knife-wielding youth. Boom! The sword energy pushed the youth back several meters, leaving a deep wound on his chest. No blood, only swirling black mist. The youth knelt, his blade, the Mingdu knife, embedded in the ground for support, before swiftly rising again. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Huangji knocked down the dried corpse obstructing his view, only to discover that the assailant was a burly blacksmith youth, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old. Clad in a rough cloth apron, his muscular physique resembled a miniature golem. Yet, his face, which should have been full of vitality, was now as rigid as wood. Expression blank and vacant, his eyes devoid of light, not a hint of white visible. His right hand bore grotesque, mottled scars. Clutching a knife of extreme peculiarity, its blade is black as ink, with a crimson edge, the hilt entwined in gold and silver threads. And inscribed at the mouth was a blood-red character, Mingdu. Clang. As everyone watched, the youth slowly rotated the blade in his hand, the hilt shimmering with an eerie glow. The blade humming ominously, its sound deep and resonant, penetrating the eardrums like a ghostly wail. The moment the hum resonated, it dulled the senses, causing dizziness. This sounded feel strange. The Gao brothers' faces turned pale, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. though they had entered the 9th rank of martial arts. They now felt like flickering candles in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. Gao Yuan, slightly less skilled, suddenly stifled a groan. Pressing his hands tightly against his ears, blood seeped through his fingers, glaringly bright. Brother, this cursed sound seems intent on tearing apart one's soul. His voice quivered with terror. Meanwhile, Meng Ziki furrowed her brows tightly, her chest heaving. Her inner energy surged like the tides, yet she could not suppress the turbulence within, revealing the peril of the sonic waves. Only Wu Huangji appeared unfazed, even calmly gathering power for his Liuli explosion. He found it curious, how strange. Could this blacksmith lad be below the 6th rank in martial arts? Why is he unaffected? At that moment, the villagers turned corpses suddenly became ferocious, launching a frenzy towards Meng Ziki and the others. The youth propelled himself forward, the ground erupting beneath him, unleashing a blade light as dark as a chasm, closing in on the Gao brothers in an instant. Watch out, Meng Ziki urgently warned, but it was too late. Despite their precautions, as they gazed at the blade light, their senses dulled. Swish. The blade light swept across Gao Bingtian's neck, blood gushing forth, his head rolling to the ground as his body collapsed. Brother! Gao Wenyuan's eyes blazed with fury. He roared and lunged at the youth with his sword. Yet, as he took 2 steps, he too succumbed to the humming sound. His expression dazed, movements sluggish. Another dark blade light struck out, and Gao Wenyuan attempted to evade, only to find his body weighed down. In the next moment, the sharp blade severed him in 2, forming 2 new corpses. In the span of mere breaths, both Gao brothers perished, the scene gruesome and horrifying. And all of this transpired in an instant, swift enough to leave one speechless. Is this world truly so perilous? Wu Huangji felt a chill running down his spine, a bone-deep dread surging within him. What manner of monster is this? Meng Ziki gritted her teeth, steadying her mind as a resolute glimmer flashed in her phoenix eyes. She declared, Wu, be cautious. There is something amiss with that blade and the person wielding it. We must deal with him first. With that, she summoned all her strength, the tip of her sword gathering a blinding cold light, rushing towards the blacksmith youth like an arrow released from its bow. Clang. At the moment their weapons clashed, a bizarre ripple spread from the point of impact. The powerful shockwave forced both figures apart. Meng Ziki felt her hand tremble slightly, not from lack of strength, but from the violent quivering of the sword itself. Suppressing the sword's resonance, she leveraged the force to retreat 3 steps, her hair flying in a gust. Clang, clang, clang. The battle escalated to a fever pitch. Though the blacksmith youth appeared to possess only 8th rank martial prowess, he wielded astonishing strength, swiftness, and that enigmatic Mingdu knife to gain the upper hand. Each clash released a chilling hum from the blade, tearing at Meng Ziki's focus. Whenever she spotted an opening, the blade would suddenly hum, disrupting her sword's momentum. Despite Meng Ziki's exceptional skills, she found herself momentarily at a disadvantage against such a combination of brute force and dark sorcery. Suddenly, the youth pivoted the blade's tip, driving it harshly into his own heart. Blood flowed along the blade's grooves, and the knife immediately radiated a sinister red glow. Meng Ziki felt a thunderous ache in her head, as if struck by a heavy blow, her form stumbling backward. Ah! The blacksmith youth roared, the blade winds erupting around him, sweeping outwards like a raging tide. This is bad. Meng Ziki's pupils constricted, her body still not retreating in time when an invisible force struck her with tremendous impact. With a rip, her black cloak was torn to shreds, the fragments fluttering like butterflies. As the night breeze swept past, the moonlight fell. Her slender yet voluptuous figure was laid bare, her waist like a supple willow, shoulders like carved jade, outlining a breathtaking silhouette in the chilling air. In a flash, the blacksmith youth stepped forward, his form gliding closer like a specter. The dark blade of the underworld's fairy sliced downwards with sudden ferocity, its edge as black as the night, entwined with tendrils of crimson light. Resembling a fierce thunderbolt tearing through the heavens, aimed directly at Meng Ziki's throat. Her pupils constricted, and the delicate features hidden beneath her veil paled instantaneously. There was no evading the strike. It came too swiftly, too ruthlessly, as if even the air had been cleaved in twain. The chilling breath of death was upon her. Meng, my lady. At the very moment the blade descended, Wu Huangji surged forth from the throng of corpses, wrapping his arms around Meng Ziki's waist. And together they rolled aside. Boom. Debris flew in all directions as he bore the brunt of the impact on his back, letting out a muffled groan. Yet he shielded the woman in his embrace with unwavering resolve. Meng Ziki was held tightly by his iron-like arms, her nose brushing against his garment. A robust masculine scent enveloping her, causing her heart to skip a beat. Swish. Just as she was about to speak, a glimmer of cold light flashed above. Be careful. Instinct overtook thought. She instinctively clasped Wu Huangji's neck, her long legs wrapping around his waist, their bodies fitting together seamlessly as they rolled to evade the impending danger. As their garments billowed, the blade grazed the ends of her hair and plunged into the ground, sending sparks flying. Amidst the swirling dust, their breaths intertwined, close enough to discern the tiny droplets of blood clinging to each other as eyelashes. Chapter 13. The blade opens the underworld with a resounding crash. The cold light of the Mingdu blade nearly severed their hair, deeply cleaving into the blue stone floor. The stone slab erupted violently, sending shards flying. The two rolled along the ground, entwined for several circles, until they narrowly escaped the blade's aura and came to a sudden halt. Wu Huangji propped himself up, his gaze sweeping across the system panel, a sharp smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Miss Ming, please step back 3 paces with Brother Yun. Leave this to me. Spirit Pivot Energy, 104, fully charged Lioli Blast activated, capable of instantly slaying those below the 7th rank in this realm. I have reserved the spotlight for this upcoming moment, ensuring a dramatic turnaround. Meng Ziki raised her eyes, locking onto his, mere inches apart. The brilliance within his brows momentarily halted her heartbeat. Beneath her veil, her ears flushed slightly, and she bit her lip. Be careful, this blade is peculiar. Before she finished speaking, she gently pushed his shoulder, her skirt fluttering like a startled swan. A flash of cold light on the bluestone floor saw her long sword touch the ground, leveraging itself to flip and land steadily beside the rock crevice, where it grasped the cowering Yunxiao. With a light push, she soared into the air like a bird, heading straight for the apex of the grand furnace in the center of the plaza. The furnace towered several feet high, offering a broad view. Its walls steep and difficult to scale, an ideal place to catch one's breath. Crack. Wu Huangji twisted his neck, a series of crisp sounds echoing as his muscles popped. He grinned, his eyes ablaze with battle fervor, fixated on the young blacksmith across from him. At that moment, the energy of Lioli Blast surged to its peak, a boiling, violent force coursing through his veins, akin to a ferocious beast locked in a cage, ready to break free at any moment. He slowly clenched his fists, the air around him began to distort slightly, as if seared by intense heat. The young blacksmith's pupils constricted, instinctively taking a step back. The Mingdu blade in his hand emitted a piercing hum, trembling as if facing a formidable adversary. No matter how loud this broken blade cries, Wu Huangji's waist sank, a wild grin spreading across his face. It won't save your father from thrashing you. Before his words had fully left his lips, his left hook shot forth like a cannonball toward the edge of the Mingdu blade, followed closely by his right, aimed directly at the opponent's heart. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated, shaking the very heavens and earth. A golden shockwave erupted beneath Wu Huangji's feet, like a meteor crashing into a still lake, the raging energy sweeping outward in a circular motion. The bluestone floor crumbled inch by inch. Shards of stone shot forth like rain. Even the air was visibly distorted by the shockwave. The gray mist was instantly shattered, the entire plaza quaking violently, as if a dragon had surfaced from the depths. The surrounding corpses and the young blacksmith were hurled away like kites with severed strings. The crack of bones echoed continuously, as if an invisible hand were ruthlessly crushing them to pieces. Even the ominous Mingdu blade was forcefully knocked away, embedding itself into a distant rock wall with a clang, its blade humming incessantly, as if in dread of this power. Neither Meng Ziki nor Yunxiao atop the furnace was spared from the chaos. They felt the ground sway violently beneath them, as if they were adrift on a furious sea. Meng Ziki clung tightly to the edge of the furnace, her veil blown away, her hair dancing wildly. Yunxiao, terrified, clung to her leg like an octopus, his face as pale as paper. This is divine power? Meng Ziki's beautiful eyes widened, a hint of incredulity flashing within them. Without the circulation of inner energy, without the initiation of any technique, this sheer physical strength could unleash such terrifying might. How could such an existence remain obscure? The man before her, clad in coarse linen, appeared nonchalant, yet had overturned her understanding for the 3rd time within merely 12 hours. First, there was his unreasonable, brute force. Then his instinctual fighting prowess despite lacking any formal martial skills. And now, he unleashed such a terrifying divine power. Who exactly is he? As the reverberations of the explosion gradually subsided, the plaza fell into a brief silence. The bluestone floor lay in ruins, cracks spiderwebbing across its surface. Debris and dust scattered everywhere. The moonlight cascaded a cold silver glow, rendering this desolate scene even more forlorn. The young blacksmith crashed heavily to the ground, his body contorted. His chest caved in, black blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. This time, he, along with the other corpses, did not rise again. Wu Huangji withdrew his fists, his chest slightly heaving, slowly approaching the young blacksmith. Meng Ziki gently pried Yunxiao from her leg, grabbing his arm, and leapt down from the furnace's apex. As she landed, her garments fluttered, her hair slightly disheveled, her veil lost to the winds, revealing her stunning visage. Despite having just faced a life and death crisis, she maintained her usual calm, though her phoenix-like eyes reflected a complex array of emotions. The 3 approached the young blacksmith, and Meng Ziki furrowed her brow in surprise. He was still alive? Surrounded by dismembered bodies, only this man's chest showed faint signs of life. Yet, she discerned at a glance that this was merely a borrowed breath from the king of hell. Though untrained in medicine, she had seen enough near-death encounters in the martial world to recognize that this fellow's meridians were shattered, his organs failing. His ability to breathe was simply the last flicker of a soul yet to disperse. To buy time for questioning, Meng Ziki swiftly pressed on several acupoints to prolong his life. The young blacksmith suddenly coughed violently, the sounds in his throat resembling the rattle of his very insides, as if he would expel his organs, before slowly opening his eyes. At that moment, his gaze lacked the previous terrifying darkness, now merely staring blankly at the 3. You. Who are you? He gasped, his voice hoarse. Yunxiao retorted indignantly. Just a passerby, who almost got taken out by you and that cursed blade. Oh, I see. My apologies. I couldn't control my body, the young blacksmith replied, a bittersweet smile crossing his face, a mix of relief and regret. I am Kaizi. And I am dying. You have a stick of incense's worth of time. Meng Ziki spoke with calmness, yet her gaze was probing. Please, enlighten us about what transpired here, and why you all ended up like this. Moreover, the origins of that black blade. Kaizi's eyes scanned the surroundings. And upon seeing the villagers' corpses, a flicker of sorrow crossed his gaze. With a heavy heart, he began. Ever since I laid my hands on that cursed blade, I knew my days were numbered. Alas, I could not escape this misty hidden village. They utilized the geography here to cast a spell outside the village, laying down a layer of illusions. Cough, cough. As he spoke, he was seized by a fit of violent coughing, expelling black blood, his form appearing exceedingly frail. Wu Huangji could not resist asking, do you know who set up this layer of illusions outside your village? At the mention, a deep-seated hatred ignited in Kaizi's eyes. Gritting his teeth as he replied, it was Xie Huaizhen of the Qinglong Guard. Yun Xiao and Meng Ziki exchanged glances, both taken aback. The Qinglong Guard, based in the capital, was thousands of miles away. Why would Xie Huaizhen come to this remote, misty hidden village to make a move? What on earth was happening? Meng Ziki's expression turned serious as she pressed for answers. Kaizi surveyed the individuals present, inhaling deeply, mustering his remaining strength to reveal the truth. Misty hidden village has forged weapons for generations. The swords and blades we create are directly supplied to the Yunshui Tower in Qingyang City, which then transports these weapons to the Qinglong Guard, sharing the profits with the village. Our cooperation has lasted for many years, until someone let slip a secret. His breath suddenly quickened, his knuckles turning pale. Jige. Meteor. Upon hearing this name, Meng Ziki narrowed her phoenix-like eyes, as if she had faintly sensed something. Chapter 14. 10 Steps to Bury All Living Beings. The Jige meteorite is a celestial object, revered by the world as one of the 9 treasures of heaven and earth, ranking among the most formidable treasures of existence. At its core, it is merely a meteorite, impervious to the elements, untouched by fire or water, and holds no influence over those unskilled in martial arts. However, for those who practice the martial arts, keeping it in close proximity for extended periods will result in hearing faint cries emanating from it, as though echoing from the heavens. The longer one remains near it, the louder the voices become, unsettling the mind and breeding distracting thoughts. Even the most adept practitioners of esoteric techniques may succumb to madness. Ultimately, all who hear these sounds are driven to insanity. At this juncture, Kaizi paused to catch his breath before continuing. However, should this object be forged into a weapon, it would become a true blade of divine horror. The Qinglong Guards have somehow discovered the means to forge the Jige meteorite, aiming to create an indomitable weapon from it. Yet, our village has a long-standing prohibition against crafting the Jige meteorite into weapons, as our ancestors were acutely aware of its peril. Seeing persuasion was futile, the Qinglong Guards summoned the ancestral corpse master from Yaojiang, Li Yang, and, exploiting the terrain, they set up a maze outside the village, transforming us into living dead. Coercing us to fulfill this task, it requires a painstaking 91 days and 1,800 secret sequences to forge this blade of divine terror. However, an unexpected incident occurred. Kaizi's voice grew weaker. On that fateful day, a dark cloud suddenly gathered above the village, unleashing thousands of bolts of celestial lightning. I initially believed this to be divine retribution, intent on destroying the blade. Little did I expect that rather than shattering it, the lightning acted as a fierce flame, catalyzing the birth of this cursed sword. Amidst the torrential downpour, it underwent a visible transformation. The blade became adorned with sinister blood patterns, humming ominously like a whisper from malevolent spirits. The true horror had only just begun. This blade consumes lives. Should its wielder fail to tame it, they risk madness or worse, becoming a puppet of the malevolent spirit within the blade. If the Mingdu blade falls into the hands of a treacherous person like Xie Huaizhen, a single strike could cleave open the gates of hell. Leaving no survivors within 10 steps, chaos would surely ensue. Meng Ziki furrowed her brow, striving to absorb the information conveyed by the young blacksmith. Her beautiful eyes filled with gravity. So, the Mingdu blade has now manifested in the world, and it will undoubtedly stir a great uproar. The Qinglong Guards, having received this intelligence, will not relent and will surely devise all manner of schemes to seize it. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao expressed his indignation. Damn it! The Qinglong Guards are utterly heartless. They bring ruin upon innocent lives for their selfish desires. This blade must not fall into their hands. Kaizi coughed up a mouthful of dark blood, forcing a grim smile, and with his last vestiges of strength, he uttered, "We are fortunate amidst our misfortune. Though we have escaped the control of the corpse master, we have become mere puppets of the blade. Ever since that bolt of lightning struck, this sword has come to life, capable of wielding varying powers depending on the skill of its bearer." His gaze grew distant, his voice increasingly faint. "I cannot recall how long it has been. I only remember that the people from Yunyu Tower will come to retrieve the sword on the day of the heavy snow in the 12th month. The malevolence of the Mingdu blade is far more terrifying than one can imagine. If it falls into their hands, the world will surely descend into chaos. Fortunately, we have crafted a scabbard from the Jige meteorite, which can temporarily lull it to sleep. He suddenly convulsed violently, pointing towards the furnace. The scabbard should still be in the furnace. He grasped Wu Huangji's wrist tightly, a flicker of light igniting in his murky eyes. Brother, even the Mingdu blade cannot harm you. I know you are different from them. They say the celestial monitor is a living deity, a protector of the people. The 300 lives of Yuan village must not have perished in vain. His emaciated fingers trembled, gesturing towards the distant cursed blade. Take it, to seek out the Lord of the Monitor, and implore him for absolution. The final word transformed into a spray of blood, and his body suddenly stiffened, his vacant gaze reflecting the blood-red patterns dancing along the blade's surface. The night wind swept through the ashes, caressing the rigid corpse, which remained in a posture of pleading. Wu Huangji gazed at the Mingdu blade perched upon the rocky wall in the distance. Sighing, how can the people of this realm allow a mere blade to cost innocent lives? He turned solemnly. Rest assured, I will deliver this blade to the celestial monitor, to dispel its malevolence. As he spoke, he rose and saluted Meng Ziki, involuntarily swallowing hard. Miss Meng, could I trouble you to search for the scabbard near the furnace? This blade is exceedingly sinister. Without the scabbard to restrain it, we may not be able to transport it safely. The night wind brushed past. Lifty Chapter 15. Retrieving the blade and formulating a strategy. Name, Wu Huangji. Attribute points, 64. Health, 22,102. Defense, 13,300. Jade glass armor. Intermediate glass explosion. Strength, 0. Speed, 0. Wu Huangji stroked his chin, gazing at the flickering balance of attribute points on the system panel, secretly calculating. I shall save up for now, and once I gather 287 taels of silver, I will elevate my defense to its maximum level in one go. At that point, I shall become impervious to all poisons and immune to fire and water. Let us see who in this world can harm me. Furthermore, he noticed an intriguing detail. With the enhancement of his defense attribute, his health was steadily increasing. If this trend continues, perhaps I could truly live to be a 1,000-year-old tortoise. With this thought, Wu Huangji couldn't help but chuckle. Before long, Yin Xiao emerged, dragging 2 hoes and a shovel, his small face flushed with exertion. The room was dark and damp. Searching for these broken farming tools nearly scared me to death. Wu Huangji turned his head and suddenly thought that if Yin Xiao were a girl, he would be rather cute. Just as this thought arose, Wu Huangji found himself momentarily stunned. Even if he were a girl, he would only be a pair of A-cup breasts. Can he afford that? He then bent down and deftly dragged the corpses of the Gao brothers next to Zhou Chun and the monkey. The dull thud of the shovel striking the earth resonated clearly in the stillness of the ruins. As the soil flew, Wu Huangji suddenly asked, Brother Yin, how old are you this year? 16. Yin Xiao struggled to swing the hoe, his frail arms clearly unable to manage. Why do you ask this all of a sudden? Ugh, why is this ground so hard? While speaking, he swung the hoe again, but miscalculated, nearly tripping over himself. Observing his clumsy form, Wu Huangji couldn't help but voice his lingering doubt. Brother, I say, you're not a girl, are you? As soon as the words left his lips, Yin Xiao exploded in anger, his face instantly turning beet red. Who's a girl? You're the girl. I am a bona fide man, just not fully grown yet. Have you never seen such a charming boy? This is just absurd. If you keep babbling nonsense, you can dig your own pits. Seeing this, Wu Huangji's eyes glimmered with amusement as he pretended to bow an apology. I beg your pardon, young hero Yun, with such a spirited demeanor and striking presence. How could you possibly be a delicate woman? Surely it was the moonlight that misled my eyes. Ha ha ha. What is so funny? Yin Xiao retorted, puffing out his neck. What about you? How old are you? Under the moonlight, his almond-shaped eyes were wide with curiosity. 20. Wu Huangji leaned closer, resting his shovel and whispering in his ear. I've eaten 4 more years of rice than you. He suddenly reached out and ruffled Yin Xiao's hair, declaring, Brother, from now on, I shall protect you on the path of the rivers and lakes. As the night breeze swept by, Yin Xiao's ears visibly reddened. Who needs your protection? He swatted away the mischievous hand, though unable to conceal the upward curve of his lips. However, considering your earnestness, I shall reluctantly accept you as my elder brother. Wu Huangji turned back to continue digging, his tone suddenly growing serious. After burying the dead, we must leave quickly. That fool mentioned that the people from Yunshui Tower would come for the blade, and there are still 6 days until Frost's descent. I fear they might not follow the usual rules. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps reached them, accompanied by Meng Ziki's chilly voice. The blade sheath has been found, but I am not versed in formations. How shall we break this maze? Upon hearing this, Wu Huangji and Yin Xiao exchanged glances before assessing the blade sheath in Meng Ziki's hands. The sheath was entirely black as ink, approximately 3 feet long. Resembling a twisted dragon bone, its surface adorned with silver star patterns that shimmered with an eerie glow under the moonlight. Truly remarkable. An object that even heavenly thunder cannot destroy. Wu Huangji squinted, examining it closely before murmuring. The patterns on this sheath resemble a constellation map. It seems to be absorbing the moonlight. He observed as the moonlight flowed over the sheath like a living thing, the silver star patterns visibly brightening. Meng Ziki tilted the sheath slightly, allowing the moonlight to fully illuminate its surface. Records in divine weapons and strange artifacts state that the divine weapons of the nine heavens possess sentience and can absorb the essence of the sun and moon to nurture their spirits. This sheath is forged from extraordinary iron. This star pattern is likely a formation for gathering stellar energy, capable of guiding moonlight to nourish the blade's spirit. Yun Xiao, perplexed, scratched his head. That sounds quite mystical. Can it help us break the formation? Meng Ziki shook her head, then cradled the sheath with both hands, seriously offering it to Wu Huanji. This item, entrusted by the blacksmith before his demise, should rightfully be kept by Brother Wu. Wu Huanji did not dispute this, plunging his shovel into the earth and brushing the dust from his hands. The moment he grasped the sheath, it felt as if he held a piece of ancient ice from a millennia-old cold pool, a chill rapidly spreading through his palm. Had it been an ordinary person without internal energy to resist, they would have surely dropped it by now due to the bone-chilling cold. Yet Wu Huanji merely raised an eyebrow, the golden veins dancing across his skin shimmered slightly, and the coldness dissipated like a mud cow sinking into the sea. Such profound internal strength. Meng Ziki's pupils constricted. When she held the sheath, she had to circulate her internal energy to the utmost, forming a barrier in her palm just to withstand that bone-chilling cold. Yet at this moment, Wu Huanji didn't even furrow his brow. In the world of martial arts, achieving such a feat would require at least a 5th-grade master, internal energy surging like molten lava, blood essence boiling like magma, to render such a piercing cold as if it were nothing. A shock coursed through Meng Ziki's heart, tightening her grip on the hilt of her sword. I overheard them chatting just now, and this guy is only 20, just a year older than me. Yet he possesses such cultivation? She stole a glance at Wu Huanji's profile, his face adorned with a lazy smile. Appearing nothing like an extraordinary master, could he be a disciple of some hidden sect, deliberately concealing his prowess while mingling in the martial world? As this thought crossed her mind, a tempest of intrigue stirred within her. If that is the case, then his talent surely surpasses that of ordinary individuals, even among those prestigious sects with 1,000-year legacies. He would be among the elite. I must devise a means to probe his depths. Such a person should either be befriended early or never allowed to stand on the opposing side. At the same time, she reminded herself, never let down her guard, if her guess was correct. This person before her was either a gold mine or a mountain of blades. The road in the martial world is long. One must always leave a path for retreat. As for the method to break the formation, I actually have an idea. Wu Huanji gazed toward the blade embedded in the rock wall, interrupting Meng Ziki's train of thought. However, before that, I must first deal with that blade to prevent any unforeseen events. You all proceed to bury the deceased. Meng Ziki nodded slightly, her lips parting. Be careful. This blade is exceptionally perilous, and do not be careless. I shall hasten to attend to the aftermath, should you require assistance. I am ready to wield my sword at any moment. Indeed, Wu Huanji grasped the blade sheath and strode toward the rock wall. Although he was fortified by the jade glass armor, that did not render him invincible, and the blade's malevolence was indeed formidable. A moment of carelessness could ignite disaster. However, it was fortunate that the fool had mentioned earlier that the Mingdu blade only interfered with the minds of martial practitioners, having little impact on ordinary individuals. This also explained why the earlier clamor of the blade had no effect on him or Yun Xiao. As he contemplated, Wu Huanji reached the rock wall. The Mingdu blade remained embedded there, its blade as black as ink, the blood-red edge radiating an eerie glow under the moonlight. Thankfully, at this height, he could still reach it by standing on tiptoe. Wu Huanji raised his arm and grasped the hilt. In an instant, a chilling and bone-piercing force surged into my body through the palm of my hand, while a deep, resonant hum echoed in my ears, akin to the simultaneous wails of countless lost souls. Chapter 16. She felt a bit weary suddenly. Wu Huanji's pupils contracted, and his heart sank. Could it be that ordinary people cannot wield this knife? The scene before him began to warp. Countless crimson phantoms exploding in his mind, the blood-red moon hung high, severed limbs fell like rain, and piercing cries echoed in his ears. At that moment, the system panel materialized before him, restoring a glimmer of clarity. He abruptly released the grip on the knife. That was close. Almost fell into its trap. Surprised and angered, Wu Huanji seized the sheath and began to strike the Mingdu knife vigorously. The sharp clinks resonated through the night sky. Meng Ziki and Yun Xiao, who were digging a pit, turned in unison at the sound. Is it possible to handle it this way? Watching this astonishing display, Yun Xiao rubbed his eyes, wondering if Wu was treating the divine weapon like a wooden fish or attempting to counter poison with poison. Meng Ziki sighed, pressing her forehead with her hand, her red lips forming a straight line. This brutish method was unprecedented. It felt somewhat wasteful. As Wu Huanji continued to strike, the blade trembled like a frightened child, emitting a whimper akin to a small dog. Oh, you think you can make a fuss? I'll make you completely silent. Why aren't you howling anymore? Didn't you just roar? A quarter of an hour passed. Amidst the bizarre clanking sounds, the star patterns on the sheath suddenly brightened, inexplicably guiding Wu Huanji's hand to sheathe the blade with a click. In an instant, silence enveloped the surroundings. Wu Huanji stood before the rock wall, watching the Mingdu knife return to its sheath with raised brows. Is that it? All done? He skeptically shook the sheath to confirm that the fierce blade had indeed calmed down before exhaling a breath of relief. I thought I was in for a tough fight, he mused, returning with a playful smirk, pleasantly surprised that the knife was quite sensible. He secured the knife at his waist and nodded towards the two. We finished the task. Now we needn't worry about it causing trouble. Let's hurry and bury the bodies. I can't stand being in this cursed place any longer. Yun Xiao chuckled, giving a thumbs up. Big brother is indeed impressive, even sheathing the knife with such flair. Ming Ziki glanced at the now quiet sheath and then back at Wu Huanji. Now that we have both the knife and sheath, our next step is to break the formation and escape. You mentioned having a plan earlier. Could you elaborate? Before she finished speaking, Wu Huanji plunged the sheath into the ground with a clang, swinging a hoe with a grin. Simple. Back in my gaming days, I loved a hero named Kai. Of course, not that fellow we just met. Seeing the confusion on their faces, he waved dismissively. Forget it, you wouldn't understand. In short, it's just one word. Charge. He swung his arm vigorously to dig, sending clods of dirt flying. Remember to lend a hand, Ming. As night fell like ink, the moonlight bathed the desolate square, draping it in a layer of pale gauze. The three worked in silence, shovels and hoes flying back and forth. The pit grew deeper, resembling a gaping abyss. Yun Xiao, small of stature, nearly disappeared into the earth, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. They struggled to drag each cold, stiff corpse into the pit. They shouldn't have met such a fate. Yun Xiao panted as he sat on the edge of the pit. It was the Qinglong guard that killed them. Wu Huanji dragged two small corpses, their twisted limbs resembling broken branches in the moonlight. A hint of crimson flashed in his eyes as he cursed. Those beasts. I shall take this knife and slay them one day. An hour later, the final handful of dirt was compacted. Ming Ziki straightened her aching back, the moonlight tracing the mud-stained hem of her skirt. Sending you off 1,000 miles, we must part at last, she murmured, as the sword edge traced a green arc in the night. Wherever the blade passed, the rebirth incantations ignited in midair, transforming into sparks that danced in the wind. Suddenly, a gust of night wind surged, and dry leaves swirled like paper money, as if an invisible hand guided the souls onward. At the village entrance, near the stone tablet, Yun Xiao raised a torch high. The orange flames flickered, barely illuminating the ground beneath their feet. Further out, a white mist rolled in like a tide, swallowing light and shadow, soon enveloping the entire world in a pale broth. Wu, I am at least a 6th grade warrior. Ming Ziki absent-mindedly rubbed the sheath with her fingertips, her brows slightly furrowed. Are you sure you want me to? Strike you with all my might? She bit her lip. What if I can't stop in time? Wu Huanji stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his garments fluttering in the night mist. Just strike without hesitation. Give it your all. A simple statement, yet it struck like a nail driven into wood. Ming Ziki drew her sword from its sheath, her lips pressing into a thin line. Then, please step aside, Yun. Clang. The blade struck Wu Huanji's back, sparks flying. He didn't flinch, instead turning with a cheeky grin. Is Ming Miss giving me a back massage? Ming Ziki's gaze darkened, with a twist of her wrist. The blade surged forth, delivering several swift strikes. Clang, clang, clang. The sword light poured down like a torrential rain. Wu Huanji even leisurely cleaned his ears. I heard from Qin that a 6th grade warrior's inner energy rises like the tides of a lake, able to fight for 2 incense sticks without showing fatigue. However, judging by Ming's strength, I doubt the formation will be broken by dawn. Then I must offend you. A glint of cold light flashed in Ming Ziki's eyes, and the sword tip suddenly surged with 3 inches of azure brilliance. Boom. The force of one strike drove Wu Huanji half a foot into the ground. Amidst the dust, a teasing voice emerged. Now that's a bit interesting. Wu Huanji brushed off his clothes, adding, but your blade could afford to be a bit fiercer. Don't let it be as gentle as you are. He looked up and smiled, too soft. As he finished, he unconsciously hummed the song Tender by Mayday from Blue Star. Unaware, unclear, and unwanted, why is my heart, clearly longing to draw near, so solitary until dawn? Ming Ziki's sword stance faltered. What an odd tune. Inexplicably, a bit captivating. What are you daydreaming about? Wu Huanji extracted his leg from the ground, beckoning with his finger. If you're a brother, then come strike me. Clang, 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 the sword light cascaded like a waterfall, and in the blink of an eye, 18 strikes had passed. After a stick of incense, Ming Ziki leaned on her sword, panting, her purple attire clinging to her form, drenched in fragrant sweat. She was inwardly alarmed. This fellow's endurance was astonishing. Horizontal training emphasizes sinking energy into the dantian to use the body as a shield, enduring immense force. Yet, sustaining this state requires constant consumption of true energy, and prolonged combat must lead to depletion. Even top-tier masters struggle to last beyond a stick of incense. Ming Ziki understood that Wu Huanji's horizontal training was exceedingly formidable, but she never imagined his stamina would be so exceptional. She was beginning to feel fatigued. Tired? Wu Huanji tilted his head. I still have some pancakes in my pack. Want to have a late-night snack before we continue? Ming Ziki's chest rose and fell rapidly, her curves accentuated by her hurried breaths. She cursed inwardly. I didn't expect this guy's verbal skills to be so impressive. Provoking me for an entire stick of incense. He is utterly infuriating. I just want to shove my boot in his mouth. Shut up. The azure sword light surged 3 feet high, sending Wu Huanji flying and crashing into 2 withered trees. Exactly. That is the spirit, covered in dirt and dust. Wu Huanji excitedly crawled back. Come on, let us change positions and do it again. Ming Ziki's sword tip trembled slightly, unsure if it was from fatigue or anger. With a delicate yet commanding shout, Wu Huanji unleashed a sword light akin to a descending azure dragon, erupting with a thunderous roar. The ground shattered, forming a spiderweb of cracks, while Wu Huangji's upper garment lay in tatters, his legs deeply embedded in the earth. Nevertheless, he wiped the dirt from his face, his eyes ablaze with fervor. I have finally succeeded. As the dust began to settle, Meng Ziki knelt on one knee, her long sword deeply embedded in the soil. Beads of sweat cascaded down her elegant neck, swirling in the delicate hollow of her collarbone. Her damp hair clung to her porcelain skin, resembling ink stains diffusing across rice paper. She gasped, her chest rising and falling violently. The sheer fabric, soaked with perspiration, clung closely to her curves, every contour vividly apparent. Her pearly teeth gripped her crimson lip, the defiance in her eyes shining brighter than the sweat. This delicate yet inviting vulnerability stirred an insatiable yearning within the heart. Chapter 17. A single punch breaks 10,000 techniques. Wu Huangji brushed off the dust from his attire and shifted his stiff neck. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Meng Ziki, who was slumped on the ground, causing his breath to catch momentarily. Thus, it can be said that historical dramas are deceiving. Which respectable young lady wouldn't be drenched after a brawl? TSK, if this were modern times, a mere snapshot would surely send her trending to the top, right? Ancient-style goddess pure desire pinnacle, these tags would undoubtedly be inundated by netizens. Goodness, the physique. It must start at a G-cup. Wu Huangji shook his head, clearing his thoughts, and refocused his attention. He seized the Mingdu blade and swiftly approached, kneeling down with cupped fists. Thank you, Miss Ming, for your hard work. The performance has concluded. Allow me to escort you back to your quarters. With that, he extended a hand to support her, and she was effortlessly lifted into his arms. Her ears flushed crimson, her chest rising and falling rapidly as her ruby lips parted. You. The words lingered on her tongue before she swallowed them back, leaving behind a fleeting hint of embarrassment in her gaze. The purple gauze of her dress, drenched in sweat, clung to her graceful curves. Gleaming droplets cascaded down her slender neck, strands of damp hair clinging to her porcelain cheeks, accentuating her snow-like complexion, rendering her extraordinarily captivating. Wu Huangji felt a rush of warmth surge from his abdomen, his gaze wavering. At that moment, he could almost sense the softness of her bosom, nearly causing him to lose his balance. Internally, he lamented, goodness, this beauty is truly alluring. If she were on Blue Star, all the top stars and national goddesses would have to give her the center stage. Within the village, Yin Xiao sought a relatively clean wooden bed, while Ming Ziki sat cross-legged upon it, cultivating her breath. Before exiting the village, Wu Huangji noticed that the 6 carriages and their cargo remained intact. Stirring a thought within him, he turned and called out to Yin Xiao, Brother Yin, go fetch those mules from the house. These goods are now ownerless. Let us sell them at a market. The earnings shall be shared between you and Miss Ming. Yin Xiao emerged from the house, holding a torch, mumbling, goodness. Your knack for plundering from passing travelers would make even mountain bandits pay their respects. He shook his head and returned to the adjacent room, soon leading out several mules, struggling to assemble the cart. However, these goods were indeed worth a considerable sum, and associating with such a brother ensured he would never want for food or clothing. On another front, Wu Huangji stood before a stone tablet, gradually tightening his fingers, a golden blue aura emanating from his fist. In his past life, he had stayed up late reading countless novels, spanning genres from fantasy to martial arts, from leveling up to invincibility, leaving no stone unturned. Wasn't it a common trope for protagonists to shatter barriers with a single punch or crush restraints with a mere kick, regardless of the so-called formations or mysteries? A single strike rendered them mere paper tigers in the face of absolute strength. Such straightforward yet impactful scenarios left a lasting impression on him. He smiled broadly, realizing that the Lioli explosion was an area of effect attack, perfect for dispelling the current illusion before him. His right arm tensed, pulling his fist back to gather power, the golden blue aura swirling wildly between his knuckles. Since this world valued strength, why should he not believe in it? Moreover, did absolute perfection in formations truly exist? Take this. A socialist punch to break the formation. Open. As his fist collided with the stone tablet, time seemed to freeze for a moment. Boom. From the point of impact, a visible golden ripple radiated outward, shattering the earth like fragile eggshells, debris soaring into the air. The dense mist, thick as the sea, writhed in terror beneath the force of this strike, being relentlessly pushed skyward, akin to a vast white cloth being yanked apart. Tiles on distant cottages leapt 3 inches into the air, and night birds in the forest screeched as they ascended into the heavens. Inside the house, tables and chairs trembled violently, teacups clattering together. After a brief moment of recuperation, Meng Ziki opened her eyes, steadying herself with one hand on the bed. Yun Xiao stumbled against the doorframe, exclaiming, again? Is Brother Wu planning to demolish the village? The mist in the air transformed into countless wisps of smoke before dissipating entirely. The world suddenly cleared, the eastern horizon tinged with a pearly glow, as if the realm had emerged from chaos. The stone tablet inscribed with mist concealment village trembled and cracked, ultimately collapsing into countless fragments scattered across the ground. Wu Huangji remained in place, maintaining his striking posture, his bare upper body defined with muscular lines that slightly rose and fell with his breath, resembling a fierce beast that had just emerged from battle. A smirk graced his lips, regretting that such a display had gone unnoticed. Yun Xiao and Ming Ziki hurried to the village entrance, their expressions frozen in astonishment at the sight before them. The once thick mist that devoured all had been forcefully dispelled, transforming into wisps of smoke that ascended, ultimately vanishing into the sky. A few stubborn stars clung to the heavens, but the moonlight had faded from its pallid hue to a gentle glow. The distant mountains gradually came into focus, like an ink painting delicately outlined. Yun Zhao's gaze fell upon the muscular figure in the distance, his mouth agape. My goodness. That is simply astonishing. A flicker of shock crossed Meng Ziqi's beautiful eyes. To break the law with sheer strength, he truly accomplished it. Wu Huangji felt a twinge of concern that the dense mist might reform and swiftly turned towards the mule cart. Let us take the mules and evacuate. The trio did not dare to delay, leading the reluctant mules as they hastened toward the riverbank. The mules were unwillingly dragged into the water, splashing up a torrent. Upon successfully reaching the riverbank, they turned to glance back at the opposite shore. It was indeed shrouded in white mist once more, resembling a giant mouth slowly closing. The following day, as the morning sun rose, on the official road, Wu Huangji languidly leaned against the front of the mule cart. Draped in the coarse linen robe given to him by Sha Qi, swaying with the jolts of the cart, he idly flicked the whip. A stalk of grass clenched between his teeth, resembling a rustic driver passing the day away. Yun Xiao lounged in the rear cart, dozing off, his head bobbing like a fishing bobber. In the middle cart, Meng Ziqi sat cross-legged. The morning breeze lifted a corner of her purple gauze robe, revealing an ancient bronze bell at her waist. Dingling, the clear sound of the bell floated with the wind, akin to a droplet of dew falling onto a tranquil lake, creating ripples in the morning light. The sound, though not loud, surprisingly pierced through the creaking of the cart and the clatter of hooves, refreshing the mind. Wu Huangji paid no mind. The journey was tedious, yet such a crisp and lively sound added a touch of intrigue to their travels. He mused inwardly that this golden jade Lioli body was indeed extraordinary. After a day and night of frenetic travel, he felt invigorated, as if he had been infused with vitality. The official road stretched ahead, long enough to induce drowsiness. Wu Huangji yawned, lazily gazing at the straight path ahead. He turned to Meng Ziqi beside him and casually inquired, Miss Meng, if we continue down this road, will we reach Qingyang City? The moment the words left his mouth, he felt they lacked substance. This enchanting woman was as cold as ice. He needed a suitable topic to engage her. By the way, what business do you have in Qingyang City? If you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I am most fond of meddling. Meng Ziqi slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes tranquil as an autumn pond. I merely come to dissolve a marriage contract, nothing of great consequence. A faint smile graced her lips. So there is no need for Brother Wu to trouble himself. Chapter 18. Qingyang City withdraw from the engagement? A myriad of melodramatic scenarios flashed through Wu Huangji's mind, and his eyes sparkled with intrigue. The tides of fortune can shift, but it seems the tables have turned with the lady herself coming to call off the betrothal. As he deftly flicked the reins to urge the mule forward, he eagerly inquired, to have someone as stunning as Miss Meng personally come to annul the engagement must surely indicate that she is not from an ordinary family, correct? Meng Ziqi did not conceal her truth, letting out a soft sigh. It is the Qin family of Qingyang City. My late father once arranged a marriage between me and the Qin family's third son. The Qin family? Yun Xiao yawned. Upon hearing the term withdraw from the engagement, immediately perked up. Is that not one of the 9 great powers of Qingyang? I have heard that their third son, Qin Jusha, is famously known as and Apos, Qingyang and Apos, S. Jade Lad, and Apos. Countless young ladies yearn to marry him. Sister Meng, your situation. This matter is rather intricate, Meng Ziqi replied, a flicker of sorrow flashing in her beautiful eyes. My family once held a respectable position in Qingyang City, but after offending the Xuantiangong, we were compelled to relocate to Yunzhou, living in obscurity. Yun Xiao gasped, Xuantiangong? Is that not the foremost sect in Qingyang City? Indeed, Meng Ziqi sneered. Years ago, when Xuantiangong lost their sect's vital techniques, someone deliberately concealed half of a manual in my father's study. Coincidentally, the great elder of Xuantiangong came to our residence for a search. To protect the family, my father took the blame upon himself, was stripped of his cultivation, and banished from Qingyang City, with the Ming family's assets falling under Xuantiangong's control. At that time, I was apprenticed under the Songzhan Tianyin Palace, thus escaping unscathed. Later, I discovered that the Wang family's patriarch had secretly visited the great elder of Xuantiangong alongside his daughter, Wang Tinger. Wang Tinger and I grew up together, akin to sisters. I had never suspected her. Wu Huangji narrowed his eyes. So, the Wang family is kicking you while you were down? Meng Ziqi bit her lip gently, stating, currently, there is no solid evidence, making it unwise to jump to conclusions. However, all signs suggest that the Wang family is undoubtedly involved in this affair. My journey to Qingyang City serves 2 purposes, to annul this engagement and to continue investigating the truth behind that incident, restoring justice for the Ming family. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao slammed his hand on the carriage, exclaiming, and what of the Qin family? They are among the most prominent families in Qingyang City. Why did they not come to your aid back then? Meng Ziqi suddenly scoffed, enunciating each word with emphasis. Chen Gaiong might have felt a tinge of guilt at the time, but upon learning that Wang Tingo had become the personal disciple of the great elder Xiao Shudi, he was eager to distance himself from us. After my father's passing, they hastily sent a letter declaring that the engagement was nullified due to my family's decline, demanding the return of various assets exchanged between our families, fearful of any further association with the Ming family. Their sycophantic demeanor is truly nauseating. Even more absurdly, the night before the Ming family was searched, I witnessed Qin Junsheng clandestinely meeting with Xing Tinger in the garden. Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would hardly have believed that he had already taken a fancy to her. In the following 3 years, the Wang family transformed from a minor household into a prominent family. Ming Ziqi retrieved a gilded marriage contract, her demeanor calm yet resolute. Not publicizing this sordid affair has already been an act of mercy. I could have assumed they were truly in love. However, I, Ming Ziqi, have always acted with integrity. If I am to break this engagement, it must be done clearly and decisively. Even if I withdraw from the engagement, it is my prerogative to do so in person. Yun Xiao, incensed, blurted out, "This is infuriating. What a pair of scoundrels." Wu Huanji, upon hearing this, exhibited a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. To witness a splendid spectacle, one must secure a front row seat. With a flick of his wrist, he snapped the reins, and the mule cart surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. What a wretched wolf unworthy of a golden phoenix. He laughed heartily, whipping the reins. I, Wu, must not miss the excitement of this annulment. As dusk settled, the trio finally beheld the outline of Qingyang City. They had traversed a long and arduous journey, with the sound of hoofbeats echoing on the official road, their silhouettes racing against the fading light. From the first light of dawn to the encroaching twilight, they managed to arrive at their destination just before sunset. The city was built against a mountain, its sprawling silhouette stretching for miles, measuring at least 4,000 meters in length and width. Towering walls, akin to a great dragon coiling, shimmered with a golden-red hue under the setting sun. The city gate stood impressively tall, adorned with intricately carved eaves and angles, exuding a grandiose aura. Flags fluttered atop the city tower, and arrow turrets were plentiful, far surpassing any props from a film set. Within, the streets crisscrossed, houses lined up like scales, and wisps of smoke rose from kitchens, weaving a breathtaking tapestry with the rosy glow of the sunset. Wu Huanji stood on the official road, gazing at the increasingly distinct outline of the city walls, his pupils widening in astonishment. By the heavens, he exclaimed instinctively, waves of emotion surging within him. This is even more magnificent than the medieval castles in Hollywood blockbusters. Those historical dramas and documentaries I've seen on screen always felt exaggerated and empty. Now witnessing this with my own eyes, I truly understand what it means for every step to reveal a picturesque scene. The scale of the city. It could easily qualify as a 7A tourist attraction in modern times. If I were to capture this scene and post it online, it would undoubtedly receive millions of likes. Seeing Wu Huanji standing dumbfounded on the official road, Yin Xiao and Ming Ziqi exchanged glances, their certainty growing that he was indeed a disciple of some secluded sect, after all. Only someone who had long secluded themselves in deep meditation would exhibit such a rustic expression towards the world's splendor. A flicker of understanding passed through Ming Ziqi's eyes as she pursed her lips and smiled. Though Qingyang City may not rival the grandeur of the imperial city, it possesses its own unique charm, ranking among the top 10 cities of Dejing. It is a hub of commerce, where various trades converge, making it exceedingly prosperous. I suppose this is the first time brother Wu has encountered such human vibrancy after living in the mountains for so long. Once we conclude our business, I shall take brother Wu to savor Qingyang City's specialty cuisine and explore the liveliest markets, ensuring this journey is worthwhile. Yun Xiao stifled a laugh, stepping closer to Wu Huanji, and half-jokingly remarked, "Just so we're clear, Ming's sister and I will provide the company, and you will cover the expenses. I expect to stay at the finest inns and feast on the most exquisite delicacies." Wu Huanji snapped back to reality, waving his hand with grandiosity. "Ha ha ha, a trifling matter. Tonight, indulge without restraint. Order whatever you desire. It's all on me." After all, he still had 6 silver notes and a pair of jade bracelets obtained from the previous encounter, which should suffice for a while. Ming Ziqi adjusted her conical hat, casually tucking loose strands of hair behind her ear, and said, "Let us proceed into the city and make further plans." The three of them exchanged smiles and lightened their steps toward the city gate. Soon, a city guard clad in dark armor blocked their path with a spear, his tone cold and impatient. "Present your travel documents. Entry is permitted only upon inspection." Ming Ziqi calmly retrieved a gilded document from her sleeve, nudging it forward with her delicate fingers. "Sir, please take a look. These two are my distant relatives, accompanying me to Qingyang City for the purpose of purchasing goods." With no other intentions, the document shimmered faintly in the setting sun, revealing the unique cloud-patterned seal of the Ming family. Chapter 19. Bloodsea Enmity. The city guard glanced at the document before casting a skeptical look at Wu Huan and Yun Xiao, ultimately settling his gaze on the goods in the mule cart. Ming Ziqi, understanding the unspoken cue, discreetly retrieved a couple of silver coins from her sleeve and gently placed them in the guard's outstretched palm, softly uttering, "Esteemed sir, please see that these items are merely trivial household goods, devoid of any substantial value. What do you think?" The guard weighed the coins in his hand, and a smile instantly spread across his face. The past few days, the Four Seas Escort Agency has been holding a matchmaking competition, and the city has been under close scrutiny. Please ensure you register at the inn before the hour of shun. With a wave of his hand, he signaled for them to pass. The trio traversed the heavy city gates, entering a bustling cobblestone street filled with throngs of people. Lanterns from the shops lining either side flickered to life, illuminating the street as brightly as day. The air was filled with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares. The clamor of bargaining and the laughter of children mingled with the mouth-watering scent of roasted meats and the sweet aroma of candied chestnuts. An elderly candy man skillfully transformed syrup into various shapes with a flick of his wrist, eliciting cheers from the delighted children. In the distance, a 9-story tavern blazed with light, its glazed roof glimmering like gold under the setting sun, far grander than any set Wu Huan had ever seen in Hongdian. Wu Huan slightly parted his lips, instinctively reaching for his waist, yearning to capture the moment with a photograph for social media. Yun Xiao tugged at his sleeve and pointed ahead. Brother, don't dawdle. The drunken immortal pavilion is just ahead. We shall stay there tonight. Wu Huan turned his head to behold the drunken immortal pavilion, a towering 5-story establishment adorned with dozens of red lanterns that cast a resplendent glow over the entire structure. As they approached, the tavern's entrance featured spacious stables on either side, where a few young attendants were busily assisting guests with their horses and carts. Wu Huan mused to himself. Is this not an ancient version of a parking lot? They even have dedicated staff to tend to the animals, with service rivaling that of modern car dealerships. Welcome, honored guests. The attendant at the entrance greeted them with a warm smile. After halting the mule cart in the stables, the three stepped over the threshold. Greeted by a rich blend of aromas from fine wine and delectable dishes, the main hall was nearly full, the sounds of laughter and clinking glasses creating a lively atmosphere. The proprietor, a middle-aged man with a square face, stood behind the counter with a beaming smile. Are you gentlemen here to stay or dine? Yun Xiao promptly replied. We wish to stay. 3 rooms, please. The proprietor squinted at them for a moment, his smile fading. Our least expensive standard room is 10 taels of silver per night. May I inquire if you have sufficient funds? Wu Huan calmly produced a set of silver notes emblazoned with the words Jushin Bank from his pocket, slapping them on the counter with a raised eyebrow. Will this suffice? The proprietor's initially doubtful gaze brightened as he swiftly inspected the notes. Once assured of their authenticity, his face transformed into a beaming smile, his tone turning effusively warm. Of course, we accept notes from the 4 major banks, rest assured. You will be satisfied with your stay. Wu Huan glanced at a wooden sign beside the counter detailing the prices for various room types, the cheapest being the yellow character room at 10 taels per night. Exclusive of stable fees. Yellow character room, 10 taels night, not including mule fees. Mule care, 1 tael night. Very well, we shall reserve 3 yellow character rooms, along with care for the mules. It's getting late. We should settle in promptly. Certainly. The proprietor deftly manipulated an abacus, retrieving 69 taels of silver from the cash box, counting them out with precision before handing them back with a cheerful shout. Here you go. 3 yellow character rooms, located on the east side of the 2nd floor. A servant will be along shortly to guide you. As Wu Huan pushed open the intricately carved wooden door, a subtle scent of sandalwood wafted through the air. The room was simply furnished yet elegantly appointed, featuring a redwood round table by the window, adorned with a fine porcelain tea set. A copper bathtub stood in one corner, with neatly stacked white towels on a small table nearby. Yun Xiao peeked out, brimming with excitement. Brother Wu, I've requested hot water from the servant. Meng Jie and I have decided to indulge in a bath first. The hall is quite crowded now, and we can dine later. Moments later, the waiter delivered the hot water. Meng Ziki secured the door, hanging her conical hat on the wall. After a long journey, her clothes were soaked with sweat, clinging uncomfortably to her skin, and she quickly shed her garments before stepping into the steaming bathtub. With a splash, her long, dark hair cascaded down her back as the warm water enveloped her, droplets gliding down her smooth skin. However, Meng Ziki was not in the mood to admire her own beauty. She submerged herself, leaning against the tub's edge, her gaze drifting through the window towards the tallest structure in Qingyang City, the Xiantian Tower. The imposing tower loomed ominously in the night, resembling a slumbering giant, coldly surveying the lives of the city's inhabitants. Xiantian sect, she murmured, her voice laced with a chilling undertone. Amidst the rising steam, her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with intensity. 81 lives extinguished in a single night. Even infants were not spared. Her father had been rendered powerless by that Xiao Shudi, left a mere shell of his former self, and passed away 2 years later, filled with regret. The Qin family withdrew their engagement. Wang Ting and Appos, became a disciple of Xiao Shui, and that peculiar martial art manual had mysteriously appeared in her father and Appos' study. Meng Ziki and Appos' expression grew colder, akin to a blade forged in ice. What was the Xiandian sect truly plotting? What could the Meng family possess that warranted such elaborate schemes? Unless they were concealing a secret unknown to the Meng family? Upon returning this time, I will uncover the truth. The grievances of the Meng family shall be avenged, blood for blood. As these thoughts raced through her mind, her crimson-tipped fingers unconsciously dug into her palm. In the next room, Wu Huan was known for his swift bathing habits. As the sound of water ceased, he emerged, donning his clothes. He wandered into the tavern's main hall, contemplating a leisurely stroll around the vicinity. The night breeze flowed through the establishment, lifting his garments as he moved. Tonight, Qingyang City promised to be lively. After a hearty meal, he would join in on the festivities. What festivities? The eldest son of the Chen family, Chen Juanli, is set to publicly duel the deputy leader of the White Tiger Gang, Zhang Jinsong, at the city's arena. Both of these individuals are quite notable figures in Qingyang City, yet they are not lacking in wealth or women. What could their conflict be about? I am not privy to that information, though I have heard they've enlisted a steward from the Xiantian sect as a witness. Suddenly, Wu Huan halted, a glint of insight flashing in his eyes. The Chen family of Qingyang City? Was this not the very family Meng Ziki sought to distance herself from? A smile crept across his lips as he turned towards the patrons idly chatting by the window, clasping his hands in greeting. Gentlemen, I overheard your conversation regarding the duel. Might I inquire where it will take place? As a newcomer to your esteemed city, I wish to broaden my horizons. Chapter 20. The riddle of Shuemei. The middle-aged man by the window, his face marred by acne, glanced up at him and enthusiastically began to introduce. Young brother. You have come at just the right time. Just walk straight down this street, and after passing through the archway, you will see it. I must tell you. Master Chen is 38 this year, known in the martial world as Xingyang's Three Blades. Of course, he does not wield three blades, but his knife skills are astonishingly swift. I had the fortune of witnessing him in action last year while he was clearing bandits on the outskirts of the city. Truly, his blade flashed like lightning. And in the blink of an eye, 3 bandit leaders fell. Across the table, a bearded man tilted his head back and downed a mouthful of strong liquor, slamming the cup heavily onto the table. And what of Zhang Jisong? He is not an easy opponent either. Approaching 50. He is known as the sky-high black python in the martial realm, and his mastery of the 7-foot-long flower spear is nothing short of divine. He squinted his drunken eyes and gestured. When he shakes the spear's tip, it resembles a living python flicking its tongue. In the territory of Qingyang City, who does not recognize this fearsome deity? The acne-riddled man took a hefty swig of liquor, wincing at the burn. It is indeed strange. These two usually do not exchange pleasantries, so why the sudden urge to battle it out? And to sign a death warrant, no less. He rubbed his stubbled chin thoughtfully, placing the cup down with a thud. This matter is quite peculiar. The bearded man widened his eyes, stroking his chin as he murmured, Indeed, but why is that? Wu Huan observed the two as they fell into a moment of contemplation and gave a polite bow. I appreciate your guidance today, gentlemen. Just as he stepped out of the tavern, a languid voice drifted from the side. Sir, I know the true reason why Chen Juanli and Zhang Jinsong are to duel. Would you care to know? Who are you? Wu Huan was momentarily taken aback, his gaze drawn to the youthful yet ethereal face before him, stirring a sense of pity within him. The individual appeared androgynous, clad in a faded blue robe that hung loosely from a slender frame, hair casually tied up, with tendrils of hair framing a small, pale face. I am known in the martial world as the young newsboy, and all my reports are reliable and truthful, without deceit. The newsboy tilted his head, revealing 2 sharp little canine teeth. For just 3 coins, I can share this vital information with you. What say you? Seeing those bright, expressive eyes that blinked like a forsaken kitten, Wu Huan felt a pang of reluctance to refuse. Very well, wait a moment while I fetch some change. With that, he turned and hurried back to the counter. The young newsboy's pale face broke into a radiant smile, secretly delighted. Wonderful. Today shall finally be a successful day. The shopkeeper, engrossed in his abacus, looked up to see Wu Huan and greeted him with a smile. Do you require assistance, sir? Wu Huan retrieved a piece of silver from his pocket and placed it gently on the counter. Kind shopkeeper, might you exchange this for some copper coins? The shopkeeper squinted with a smile, recognizing that although Wu Huan's attire was rather modest, he was undoubtedly a person of means. He retrieved 10 copper coins from the drawer. Here you are, sir, exactly 10 coins. Please take them. Thank you, Wu Huan nodded, pocketing the coins and returning to the door. He found the young newsboy still waiting, eagerly rubbing his hands together, his large eyes sparkling with anticipation. Then, with a flick of his fingertip, Wu Huan tossed 3 copper coins into the young man's palm, raising an eyebrow with a smile. Transaction complete. Now it is your turn to speak. After hiding the coins in his clothing, the young newsboy raised a slender finger and waggled it. Sir, this is not difficult to guess. The reason 2 grown men would fight to the death is surely for money or women. They have wealth, and it is likely they will never exhaust it. Thus, the truth is singular, women? Wu Huan's eyes flickered with confusion. If they're so wealthy, what sort of beauty could elude them? The young newsboy chuckled softly. You misunderstand, sir. Women are categorized into ranks. Master Chun has 7 concubines at his estate, and Zhang, the deputy leader, boasts a veritable harem. Yet tonight, they seek something rare, an esteemed courtesan. It is likely that neither has even glimpsed the lady's shadow. Upon hearing this, Wu Huan was further perplexed. The young newsboy deliberately elongated his tone. This young lady, Shuemei, is not ordinary. She is the star of the Jing'an Pavilion, and even common folk cannot touch the hem of her skirt. At ordinary establishments, one can enter with money, but at Jing'an Pavilion, one must present an invitation, verify lineage, and exhibit refined conversation. The rules are numerous. After all, to occupy such a prestigious position, one must have substantial backing. I would say that this Shui Mei is a white lotus blooming in a den of wolves. Few have seen her. And those who have made an impression on her are even rarer. Wu Huan was well aware of these protocols. Having spent his evenings indulging in documentaries like Secrets of the Red Light District. In ancient times, navigating such establishments was an art. The nobility prided themselves on sophistication, rather than vulgarity. A gold ingot slammed on the table? That is the act of a brute. True connoisseurs of pleasure knew how to gauge the subtleties in every gesture. To meet the favored courtesan? That was more challenging than passing the imperial examinations. One must first present a name card to the matron. Money was merely a stepping stone. In one's family background, elegance and appearance all mattered. Only after passing this initial selection could one qualify for a cup of fate tea. Beyond the beaded curtain, the courtesan would scan with eyes as clear as autumn waters. If one appeared unrefined or spoke coarsely, they would be dismissed before the tea cooled. Should one catch her fancy, the curtain would stir, and she would glide forth. At this moment, one must maintain composure. Showing any hint of eagerness would send her away. True connoisseurs understood that in such refined settings, one must first engage in discussions of poetry and art, nourishing the spirit before seeking physical pleasures. Thus, frequenting such upscale establishments hinged upon the art of feigned restraint. Even when desire was palpable, one must maintain an air of indifference. From poetry to philosophy, engaging the courtesan's laughter was but the first hurdle. After several rounds of wine and tea, one awaited the moment when the lady, blushing, would signal her maid. Only then would the intricately carved door creak shut, and matters could proceed. In modern times, such methods would seem absurd, yet in ancient times, they held significant weight. Upon careful reflection, one could see the rationale. For instance, the exhilaration of relief after holding in one's bladder far surpasses the mundanity of frequent restroom visits. Similarly, the joy of winning a beloved's affection after years of pursuit eclipses the ease with which a wealthy suitor might attract attention. Moreover, the more layers of restriction one navigated, the more intense the endorphin rush upon success. The young newsboy, noticing Wu Huan's rapt attention, suddenly became animated and continued in a hushed tone. Do you know, sir, that merely possessing wealth is insufficient to enter the Jingong Pavilion? First, one must have a reputable lineage. Second, an exceptional intellect. And third, one must possess good looks. Last night, those two gentlemen made quite the spectacle. Do you know why? Chapter 21. The young newsboy Wu Huanji raised an eyebrow and inquired, why? The young newsboy squinted playfully and chuckled. It is simply because Qin Jiwenli, clad in the brocade robe hand-stitched by his wife, and Zhang Ji Song, with a safety talisman bestowed by his betrothed hanging from his waist, swaggered over to meet Miss Shui Mei. Yet, Miss Shui Mei merely glanced at them from behind the beaded curtain before sending a note that read 6 succinct characters. One fluff, not to you. Can you believe it? Those two gentlemen were utterly perplexed. Miss Shui Mei is undeniably a talented woman in Qingyang City. Her work, the collection of dreamy tales, has been treasured by the elders of the Xiantian sect. Last month, a failed scholar attempted to showcase his literary prowess before her, only to be rendered speechless and humiliated. Fleeing the city under cover of night, ha ha ha. As this was recounted, the young newsboy could not help but stifle a laugh, only to be abruptly interrupted by a fit of intense coughing. The coughing fit left her neck tinged with a sickly hue, prompting her to hurriedly cover her mouth with her sleeve. Seeing her struggle, Wu Huanji offered a gentle hand, urging her to take her time. No need to rush. It's just an old ailment. I'm fine, she waved dismissively. Wu Huanji furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling the acrostic poetry techniques mentioned in the secret histories of brothels. His eyes glinting with insight. Could it be a riddle? Once her coughing subsided, the young newsboy blinked her large eyes and clapped her hands, exclaiming, You have sharp eyes. Esteemed guest, the brilliance lies precisely here. The knowledge within these brothels rivals that of the imperial examination halls. Although those two gentlemen possess formidable martial skills, they have suffered from a lack of literary finesse. Miss Shui Mei is not only proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but when it comes to poetry and prose, she surpasses even the most learned of scholars. A splendid spectacle is about to unfold. The two gentlemen have taken to competing with each other, akin to famished wolves vying for food. Yet, a renowned figure from the martial world cannot behave like a ruffian before the doors of a brothel, can they? With that, she suddenly straightened her posture, mimicking the demeanor of martial artists, declaring, Chen, tomorrow at the hour of the dog. Shall we meet on the East Street Arena for a contest? This was how Deputy Leader Zhang had put it. She then adopted a haughty tone. That suits me perfectly. However, swords and blades are blind. Perhaps we should invite the Xiantian sect to witness? This was Chen's response. Wu Huanji was captivated. The performance was vividly expressive. And in terms of acting and eloquence, this individual could rival the most popular young stars of the Blue Star. The two agreed to meet tonight at the hour of the dog on the East Street Arena for a showdown. As for the reason, they would certainly not admit it was over a courtesan. They would publicly declare it as a friendly exchange of martial arts to establish superiority, considering the unpredictability of swords. They even took precautions by notifying the Xiantian sect and signing a death contract. Wu Huanji frowned. A death contract? Is it really necessary to escalate matters so severely? Yi rolled her eyes, responding with conviction. Oh, esteemed guest, think about it. With a death contract signed, how could they hold back? Who would joke with their own life? This is a legally binding contract for killing, as long as both parties willingly sign. The aftermath, regardless of life or death, is solely their fate. Even if friends or family wish to seek revenge, they must first bear the stigma of breaching contract, and the entire martial world would scorn them. This is a blatant case of recklessly pushing the other towards destruction. In my opinion, this is not merely a contest of skills, it is purely a matter of pride. Once two martial men engage, rationality is cast aside. Wu Huangji nodded in agreement, realizing why the ancients proclaimed, better to battle wolves than to provoke rivals in love. Seeing this, the young newsboy suddenly stepped back 2 paces, producing a yellowed portrait from her sleeve and unfurling it with a flourish. Esteemed guest, your 3 coins have been well spent. Behold, this is the portrait of the courtesan, Miss Xuemei. Upon hearing this, Wu Huangji's gaze fell upon the image. The woman in the painting wore a gown of pure white silk, holding a round fan that partially concealed her face. Her almond-shaped eyes held a smile that was neither here nor there, and a beauty mark at the corner of her eye resembled a droplet of ink poised to fall, rendering her both alluring and ethereal. At the bottom of the portrait were 6 elegantly pinned characters. 1 fluff, not to you. What do you think? Is it not worth the price? The young newsboy proudly raised her chin, lightly tapping the portrait. In fact, this is Miss Xuemei engaging in a wordplay. You see, the character is missing a component, clearly indicating both of you already have partners at home. Even more telling, Miss Xuemei noticed their attire. Chen Juanli's cuffs were meticulously stitched, and Zhang Jinsong's boots were spotless. All evidence of having virtuous wives. Now you understand, do you not? Miss Xuemei is no ordinary person. There are very few in Qingyang City who would catch her eye. Yet, Chen Juanli and Zhang Jinsong mistakenly believed themselves to be exceptionally charming, only to find themselves ensnared by her clever words, interpreting it as if one came alone, the lady would be willing. Thus, they have scheduled a life-or-death duel at the East Street Arena tonight. Throughout history, beautiful women have often been the source of calamity. Wu Huangji found it somewhat amusing. Women indeed have a way of affecting the speed with which men draw their swords. Nonetheless, Miss Xuemei has shown remarkable kindness. Instead of inciting jealousy, she chose to dissuade them in such a manner, thus preserving their dignity. The young newsboy scoffed. Ah, but you are mistaken. Do you think she is being virtuous? In truth, she is simply disinterested in these trivial matters. Though the women in brothels may sell smiles for a living, those of Miss Xuemei's caliber have long learned how to safeguard themselves. If she truly wished to stir trouble, she could simply declare her preference for one over the other. Why go through the effort of writing 1 fluff? Not to you? Ultimately, she simply wishes to avoid complications. Wu Huangji mused, stroking his chin. If I understand you correctly, this means that Miss Xuemei neither wishes to offend the two nor allow them to continue their entanglement. Hence her ambiguous wording? The young newsboy grinned, revealing her sharp little teeth. Precisely. This strategy is nothing short of perfect. It clearly articulates Miss Xuemei's stance while shifting the responsibility onto Chen Juanli and Zhang Jinsong. Whatever commotion arises later is entirely their own affair, with no bearing on Miss Xuemei. Tell me, is such a woman not far superior to those who merely weep and wail? No wonder she has achieved the status of courtesan. It is evident that beauty alone cannot sustain one's position. Wu Huangji could not help but smile. Miss Xuemei is indeed a remarkable individual, and he felt a strong desire to witness her grace in person tonight. That is a must. The young newsboy mysteriously produced a yellowed little booklet from her bosom, presenting it as if it were a treasure. If you are interested in Miss Xuemei, I happen to have a unique edition of her handwritten poetry collection. There is only one in the entire city. She lowered her voice and raised 2 fingers. Only 2 coins. That cold-faced elder from the Xiantian sect spent 10 taels of silver to acquire a copy. Chapter 22. The scheme of profiting from the performance. Wu Huangji cast a glance at the yellowed pamphlet, its cover awkwardly inscribed with the words Collection of Enchanted Dreams. He raised an eyebrow and chuckled. You certainly know how to conduct business, having just pocketed my trifling sum, and now you come to peddle this? The young newsboy grinned. It's a matter of clear judgment, sir. The 2 gentlemen on the stage tonight are bound to clash fiercely, all because they have yet to peruse her poetry collection. Since you are new to Qingyang City, should you purchase this booklet, you may very well find yourself favored by Miss Xuemei when you next visit the Jingyang Pavilion. Wu Huangji couldn't help but laugh, accepting the pamphlet and producing 2 copper coins to hand over. Indeed, a generous customer. The lad beamed, bowing with a flourish. I wish you a delightful evening of spectating. I must attend to other business now, until our paths cross again. With that, he turned and departed with a spring in his step. Wu Huangji felt no concern about being deceived. Even if he were, it would matter little. For this charming child, more accurately described as a delicate young girl, was indeed quite endearing. Even if he were to be swindled out of 5 coins, it would be a willingly borne expense, entirely justifiable. His enthusiasm waned, and he turned back to his room, casually flipping open the collection of Enchanted Dreams. The title page was adorned with elegant ink strokes, featuring a poem. The spring breeze knows not the sorrow of parting, as the willow fluff drifts to distant shores. Do not inquire when the return will be, for a single leaf cannot ride the 2 oars. Wu Huangji's fingers paused, his gaze lingering on the line about the single leaf. Ah, after all, he had spent 3 years studying the classics, this poetic riddle. Was it not a subtle reference to the idiom one fluff cannot be divided by two oars? Yet, upon further reflection, he found it peculiar. If Miss Xuemei were truly a paragon of talent, adept in all arts, why would she choose to wallow in such frivolity? Surely, she could find a cultured family to wed and enjoy a life of contentment as a refined lady? Just as he pondered this, knock, knock, knock. The clear voice of Yun Xiao pierced through. Brother, are you ready? It's time for dinner. Upon opening the door, Wu Huangji was greeted by a vision. Meng Ziki, clad in a moon-white gown, with a dark blue ribbon cinching her slender waist, appeared ethereal amidst the sheer fabric that veiled her graceful form. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled like water. Her hair cascaded down to her neck, droplets of moisture swaying gently with her movements. Beside her, Yin Xiao, dressed in coarse cloth, sported a ponytail that accentuated his delicate features. His straight nose and thin lips exuded youthful vigor, yet his eyes shimmered with a hint of softness. What are you dawdling for? Let us go. Yun Xiao tugged at Wu Huangji's sleeve, urging him down the stairs. He had just heard that the 8 treasure duck at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion was a local delicacy. After a hearty meal, Wu Huangji leisurely swallowed the last morsel of duck, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. Waiter, the bill, please. He then produced a 100-tael silver note, slapping it onto the table. The waiter's eyes widened. Though this gentleman was dressed simply, his generosity was striking. He hastily bowed. Please hold on. I'll exchange it right away. Moments later, the proprietor himself approached with a lacquered tray, bearing gleaming silver ingots, precisely 81 taels. He smiled and bowed. Sir, your meal totals 19 taels. Would you care to verify the remainder? ISN and Oppos. The system set to settle automatically? Why should I concern myself? Wu Huangji chuckled inwardly, pocketing the silver amidst the envious glances of nearby diners. System, recharged with 149 taels. As his fingers brushed the cloth pouch, the silver within melted away like snow meeting boiling water, leaving the once bulging pouch deflated. Attribute points, 150. A sly smile crept onto Wu Huangji's lips, his eyes glinting with mockery. Let us go and witness a splendid performance, and perhaps make some profit in the process. At the second watch of the evening, East Street bustled with fervor. Crowds gathered from all directions, traders, adventurers, wealthy scions, and all manner of folk jostled together. The specter of vendetta loomed large, and the common folk sought to avoid bloodshed. Yet, for the arena combat, the streets were emptied. Daring souls leaped atop rooftops, while the clever squeezed through gaps to secure front-row spots. Even an old man selling pancakes set up his stove, proclaiming, freshly baked pancakes, the perfect accompaniment to the match. On the high platform, 12 disciples of the Xiantian sect stood in formation, clad in indigo attire, silver-threaded cloud patterns swirling in the firelight, their sword tassels dancing in the wind, exuding an air of authority. In the center, an elderly man in a black robe stood solemnly. At the third watch, a resounding gong echoed. The crowd stirred, parting like waves. Qin Juanli, donned in dark attire, strode in from the east, 3 short knives gleaming coldly in the moonlight at his waist. To the west, Zhang Jinsong, bare-chested and armed, wore a fearsome black python tattoo on his bronzed skin. Both men made their entrance at the last moment, a testament to their experience. Arriving too early would dissipate their momentum, while appearing at the final moment would lend them an edge over their opponents. The elder in the black robe regarded them with a stoic expression, rasping. The rules are set. Life and death are your own burden. There is no need for further words. Qin Juanli nodded slightly, cupping his fist in salute. Please. Zhang Jinsong echoed the gesture. Please. The two brushed past each other, each taking a position at opposite ends of the arena, a mere 10 paces apart. Yet it felt as if an entire army lay between them, an invisible tension filling the air. Just as the atmosphere crackled with anticipation, come, bets are open. Place your wagers now. The fight is about to commence. If you don't bet now, you may miss your chance. A clear, ringing voice sliced through the air, drawing the attention of the nearby crowd. Following the sound, a handsome youth stood at the corner of an alley, tied back ponytail bobbing as he tiptoed to hang the betting board against the wall. Half a step behind him stood a graceful figure, a bamboo hat pulled low, obscuring her face behind a veil of green silk. The long sword cradled in her arms was particularly striking, its black scabbard wrapped in vivid red threads, accentuating her pale skin. Esteemed gentlemen and ladies, luck in gambling depends solely on this sword. Bet wisely to feast and drink, bet wrongly, and you might as well return home to embrace your mutt. Hurry, hurry, do not miss out on your chance to strike it rich. Yun Xiao brandished 3 silver notes, exuding an air of confidence, unabashedly hawking his wares. Not far off, another clear voice rang out. Esteemed elders, allow me to share my thoughts. Wu Huangji had somehow blended into the crowd, patting an old man's shoulder as he analyzed, though both gentlemen are ranked 6th in martial prowess. Tonight's contest is undoubtedly a 6-4 split. Why, you ask? Consider this. Those who wield blades may be swift, but those who wield spears are steadier. As the saying goes, fists fear the young, while sticks fear the old. Moreover, this deputy chief Zhang enjoys an age advantage and possesses considerable experience. In martial arts, it is all about the accumulation of time. An old ginger is indeed spicier. Thus, Betting on Deputy Chief Zhang is a surefire way to win. The two voices harmonized perfectly, captivating a number of onlookers who paused to observe, some even pulling out coins to wager. Upon hearing of the arena duel, Wu Huangji had immediately sensed a golden opportunity. After all, such lively gatherings always attracted those seeking a thrill in gambling. Why not seize the moment to earn a little extra? Thus, during dinner, he quickly assigned roles to Yun Xiao and Meng Ziki. One would handle the money, another would maintain order, and the last would persuade the crowd. The trio's performance was nothing short of masterful, transforming into the most eye-catching spectacle at the arena's edge. The expressions on the faces of the combatants on the stage shifted dramatically. Qin Juanli's grip on his knife tightened, veins bulging, while Zhang Jinsong's spear tip quivered slightly. Meanwhile, the youth at the betting stall continued to stoke the flames. Place your bets now. If Mr. Qin draws blood within 3 moves, the odds double. Chapter 23. Confronting the disruptive gambler amid the laughter of the audience, the elder in a dark robe coughed heavily. The two opponents suppressed their anger and assumed their stances, each exhibiting a fierceness that was markedly more intense than before. As the duel commenced, the gunfire erupted like a serpent. Zhang Jisong moved with sudden agility, the patterned spear slicing through the air with a swift flick. The wind it generated attacking Chun Juanli's throat even before the spearhead could reach him. As Chun Juanli drew his blade, the cold gleam had yet to shine, but the shadow of the spear was already at his brow. He swiftly twisted his body, narrowly avoiding the deadly thrust. Yet, Zhang Jinsong's marksmanship was anything but ordinary. He practiced the serpent's 9 transformations, wielding his spear with an unpredictable finesse that concealed lethal intent. Noticing Qin Juanli's evasive maneuver to the right, a cold smile crept onto his lips. This very evasion played right into his trap. With a swish, the spear's trajectory shifted abruptly. Zhang Jinsong's wrist flicked, the spear's body moving like a living snake, transforming a direct thrust into a sweeping slash that skimmed the ground, aiming straight for Chun Juanli's heart. This maneuver, the serpent's tail breaks the soul, was his signature killing technique honed over a decade. Chun Juanli's pupils constricted, a surge of fury igniting within him. This old coot had bypassed all pleasantries and sought blood from the outset. Clang! In a flash of lightning, Chun Juanli sank his waist and steadied his stance, horizontally positioning his blade to block the lethal strike. The clash of metal resonated across the arena, reverberating painfully in the ears of nearby spectators. Zhang Jinsong, having expended his spear's momentum, found himself momentarily unsteady. Chun Juanli seized the opportunity to transition from defense to offense. With a low shout, he executed the 3 blades of Qingyang, a rapid succession of strikes, each faster than the last, aimed to slice through Zhang Jinsong's defenses. Zhang Jinsong's vision blurred, but he caught the sound of the blade slicing through the air and immediately pivoted, spinning like a top as he swept his spear. Clang, clang, clang. 3 sharp sounds rang out as he successfully deflected all 3 strikes. The two combatants brushed past each other, retreating a couple of steps, both heavily breathing. In just a few exchanges, they had already danced on the edge of peril. Before the bout commenced, they both held confidence in their victory over the other. Yet now uncertainty clouded their minds. However, in the world of martial arts, the greatest defeat was to concede. Once more, their gazes clashed, and the aura of killing intent surged anew. The shimmering blades and spears intertwined into a dazzling array of cold light. Meanwhile, Brother Wu, what do you make of this situation? Yun Xiao and Wu Huangji lounged against the wall, their eyes glued to the distant arena, thoroughly enjoying their role as spectators. Wu Huangji, chewing on a blade of grass and tossing a silver ingot casually, replied languidly, "It's hard to say, but I bet on Chun Juanli to win." Yun Xiao inquired, puzzled, "Why is that?" Wu Huangji slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Well, obviously, he's broke. Just think about it. We currently have 339 taels of silver, and I just persuaded everyone to bet 53 taels on Chun Juanli. If he actually wins, we'll be begging for food on the streets tomorrow, even lining up for the northwest wind." Meng Ziki, cradling her sword with an indifferent expression, leaned lazily against the wall, her eyelids barely lifting, resembling a cat soaking up the moonlight. Her task tonight was to maintain order. Why? Because the rules of the martial world were brutally simple. If one could not quell the disturbances, a horde of troublemakers would inevitably emerge. Thus, she had to suppress those eager to rise to the occasion, quashing their ambitions before they could take flight. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound erupted from the arena, causing the very air to tremble. Zhang Jinsong and Qin Juanli had just exchanged a blow, both exerting their full strength, revealing mutual vulnerabilities that compelled them to hastily counter with their left palms. As their palms met, their internal energies clashed, rippling outward like waves, stirring up clouds of dust. A glint of determination flashed in Chun Juanli's eyes as the blade, illuminated by the torchlight, carved a chilling arc, reminiscent of a waning moon in the sky. He recalled the words of the elder of the Xiantian sect, Xiaoziqian, spoken at the Qin residence. Zhang Jinsong's secret technique, dual heavens of the dragon and python, harnessed the constricting force of the giant python in the tumultuous might of a dragon. Yet, at that moment, Xiaoziqian had gently swirled his teacup, the tea swirling into a vortex. Any such domineering technique must harbor He to anchor it. akin to how a venomous snake, despite its toxicity, remains vulnerable at its 7-inch mark. In that instant of palm meeting palm, Chen Juanli distinctly discerned a subtle stagnation within Zhang Jinsong's left shoulder acupoint, precisely where the elder had indicated the Qi resided. In that moment, Chen Juanli's heart illuminated with clarity. Having identified the python's weakness, it was time to strike. On the arena, the tides of fortune turned dramatically. Chen Juanli's long blade erupted with a dazzling cold light, its momentum like a celestial river cascading downward, akin to crashing waves. With each successive strike more rapid and ferocious than the last, he directed all his attacks toward Zhang Jinsong's exposed left side. As the blade sliced through the air, it emitted a series of piercing shrieks. Zhang Jinsong's expression shifted drastically, transitioning from offense to defense, cold sweat streaming down his brow. He hastily attempted to block with his spear, yet found himself increasingly overwhelmed. The spectators below collectively held their breath, witnessing Chen Juanli's blade shimmer like snow. Relentlessly pressing forward, Zhang Jinsong's spear techniques became erratic, retreating step by step. The outcome was becoming unmistakably clear. The audience erupted into chaos. What a disaster! Why has Zhang's spear technique suddenly turned so feeble? What is happening? Why can't Chen's leader seem to land a blow? A cacophony of voices lamented. I placed 5 tails on him. This was a grave mistake. I should not have heeded that madman's words. Just then, someone in the crowd pointed at Wu Huangji atop the wall, shouting, "Hey, you over there. Weren't you just boasting that Zhang would certainly win? What about now? I only bet on Zhang Jisong because of your nonsense. Refund me." Exactly. Don't think you can play innocent and slip away. Yeah, I shouldn't have trusted your mouth. Refund. Or we'll settle this the hard way. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao leapt up as if his tail had been stepped on. Oh dear. Are you all trying to cause a ruckus? Don't you understand the rules of gambling? Once you place your bets, you must accept the outcome. Besides, he pointed at the most vocal gambler. You were so confident when you placed your wager on Zhang. Now that you've lost, you want a refund? Is this a marketplace where you can return unsatisfactory goods? Wu Huangji chuckled in agreement. That's the spirit. Yun Xiao grew more animated. Why not ask those around you who bet on Chen Juanli if they're willing to return their winnings? If you ask me, gambling reflects character. If you can't handle a loss, you shouldn't play. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, pointing at Wu Huangji. Come on. Anyone wanting a refund must first spar with my indomitable brother here. Chapter 24. The beauty amidst the wine. The gamblers, who clamored for refunds, were immediately silenced by Yin Zhao's furious tirade, resembling wilted eggplants after a frost. Witnessing him with one hand on his hip and the other pointing accusingly, spitting vitriol like a ruffled fighting cock, was quite the spectacle. His booming voice could have lifted the roof, his presence imposing, rendering his opponents speechless, one by one shrinking back into silence. Most importantly, a female swordsman donning a bamboo hat was advancing with her sword in hand, her icy gaze sweeping over the crowd, sending chills down their spines. Should any foolhardy youth dare to challenge her, Meng Ziki, the security personnel, would not hesitate to wield her sword with punitive measures, setting an example for all to witness the consequences of such folly. With a deafening clang, Zhang Jinsong's spear slipped from his grasp, embedding itself into a flagpole 3 yards away. Just as the spectators gasped, they saw a fierce light flash in Zhang's eyes, heedless of his exposed chest. He darted forward to retrieve his spear. Zhang Jisong was indeed a man of honor, knowing that losing face was trivial compared to bringing shame upon the White Tiger Gang. He understood full well that Chen Juanli would offer him no mercy. Today, he had but 2 paths, to stand victorious or to fall lifeless. Seeking your own demise. Chen Juanli sneered, his long blade striking like a venomous dragon. In a split second, Zhang Jinsong leapt to catch a spear, twisting his body as the weapon surged forth like an enraged serpent, executing the red serpent technique. With a sickening crunch, the spear pierced Chen Juanli's abdomen, while his long blade simultaneously impaled Zhang Jisong's chest. Their figures entwined, blood erupted. Chen Juanli staggered back, suddenly kneeling, his left hand pressing desperately against his abdomen, yet unable to stop the dark, viscous entrails from slipping through his fingers, leaving a gruesome trail on the cobblestones. Meanwhile, Zhang Jinsong stood unwavering, the tip of his spear still dripping blood. As the crowd focused, they realized his pupils had already clouded. This wound had severed his life force. Chief, below. Dozens of disciples from the White Tiger Gang howled, ready to storm the stage. However, before they could approach, 12 disciples from the Xiantian sect quickly formed a wall, swords drawn to block their path. Halt! The leading disciple in blue commanded coldly. According to the rules of the arena, no outside interference is permitted. On Chun and Appo's side, there was an eerie silence. As Chen Juanli was lifted, disbelief lingered on his face. The Chun disciples hurriedly carried him away on a stretcher. Meanwhile, the audience erupted. Insanity. Truly madness. Chief Zhang would rather die than concede. The White Tiger Gang was now at odds with the Chen family. Young Master Chen, who was so accustomed to tyranny, had finally met his match. Heavens! Chief Zhang is willing to exchange his life for victory. Now, that is a true hero. Wu Huangji deftly opened his purse, the clinking of silver coins ringing out. Those betting on young Master Chen, come here for your winnings. Yun Xiao shouted, delighting the gamblers who beamed with joy. Drunken Immortal Tower. As the moonlight seeped through the paper windows, the three returned to their guest room. Amidst the flickering candlelight, the innkeeper brought forth 3 jars of daughter's red wine and a few plates of seasonal delicacies. Wu Huangji emptied his purse onto the table, the shiny silver reflecting the warm glow of the candles. He quickly divided the coins into 3 piles, counting as he spoke. I have 153 taels. Brother Yun has 40 taels, and Miss Ming has 40 taels. I proposed this plan and fronted the initial capital. This distribution is fair, is it not? Fair indeed. Yun Shao exclaimed, seizing his share, the coins clinking joyfully in his palm. Brother Wu, your generosity is commendable. Who would have thought I, Yun Shao, would also experience a day of riches? Ming Ziki leaned back in her chair, gazing dreamily out the window, the moonlight shattering into a river of stars within her cool eyes. Tomorrow, I shall visit the Qin family. If there is leisure in the days to come, perhaps we shall gather again. The journey in the martial world is long, and to meet 2 such remarkable individuals is indeed a delightful affair. Wu Huangji uncorked the jar, pouring the amber liquid into 3 celadon bowls, filling the room with a fragrant aroma. Miss Ming, your words sound as though you were preparing for execution. He raised his bowl in invitation. Did we not agree? Tomorrow, I and Brother Yun shall accompany you to the Qin family, ensuring you have our support should that Qin old man dare to act arrogantly. We shall stage a ruckus at his doorstep. Yun Shao laughed heartily, taking a small sip, the spice stinging his tongue. Brother Wu, your words are music to my ears. Miss Ming, do not underestimate me. In crucial moments, I, Yun Shao, can also step up to defend, perhaps handle some minor nuisances. Heh. He stuffed a piece of sauced beef into his mouth, mumbling, but it's best if you don't rely on me too much. After all, my physique is, well, more suited for logistical support. With a delicate flick of her fingers, Ming Ziki's veil fell away, and she took a light sip, suddenly breaking into a soft laugh. You two certainly have a talent for self-praise. This smile came unexpectedly, leaving her momentarily stunned. Ever since the upheaval in the Ming family, she had not allowed herself such relaxation for a long time. Although they had only recently met, the two before her felt like old friends. In this treacherous and turbulent world, they were like gentle spring breezes, soothing her weary spirit. As the candlelight danced, a visage of exquisite beauty emerged, her brows like distant mountains, her eyes resembling autumn waters, and her lips, tinted with wine, glistened alluringly. This bowl, I, Ziki, toast to both of you. She tilted her head back, draining the wine, a single droplet glistening as it slipped down her snow-white neck and into her attire. Yun Shao held the piece of beef at his lips, realizing why Sister Ming always wore a veil. It was to stop the hearts of us mere mortals. Wu Huangji's gaze sharpened. Momentarily entranced by her beauty, she appeared even more radiant than the celestial maiden he had seen earlier that night. Have you had your fill? Ming Ziki pushed her empty bowl toward them, lightly tapping the table with her fingertips. Or perhaps, are you too afraid to drink? The greatest fear for men at the table was being labeled as weaklings by a beautiful woman. Wu Huangji immediately seized the wine jar, pouring the amber liquid into his celadon bowl, raising it to his lips in a single gulp. Who dares say they cannot drink? He slammed the table, squinting at Yun Shao. Brother Yun, it is your turn now. Yun Shao, grimacing, lifted his bowl and, closing his eyes, gulped down the wine. However, before he could set the bowl down, his face had already turned as red as a boiled shrimp, his ears glowing bright. Ha. Wu Huangji's laughter faded, and he turned to Ming Ziki. By the way, Miss Ming, you have resided in Xingyang for a long time. Do you know which martial arts school in the city excels at teaching movement techniques? Ideally, one that possesses the true skill of moving without leaving a trace. To master superior movement techniques is to alter the tides of the martial world. Chapter 25. Let us learn together in the city of Xingyang. The Lu Su body technique of the Lufeng Martial Arts Hall is indeed remarkable. Alternatively, one could join a larger faction in the city to acquire some formidable martial arts skills. Ming Ziki, her cheeks slightly flushed, displayed a glint of surprise in her eyes. Brother Wu, with his unparalleled skills, has traversed the martial world for some time now, yet I have yet to witness him employ any other extraordinary techniques from his sect. I wonder which esteemed master has trained such a remarkable individual as him. Wu Huangji, naturally unable to reveal that he has the backing of a system father, stroked his chin and began to concoct a tale with utmost seriousness. I hail from the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow sect, which I dare say, Miss Ming, you may not have heard of. We are quite a discreet sect, emphasizing outer training of sinews and skin, inner cultivation of heart and liver. However, my master has a peculiar bias. He often claims that body techniques are mere illusions, and a true man must rely on solid strength to navigate the martial world. This was also his plan moving forward, finding a capable master to teach him martial arts, hoping to glean insights that might allow him to draw parallels with his current practice. Furthermore, he hoped for a beautiful master, perhaps. Yun Shao, still under the influence of alcohol, grinned widely and pointed at Wu Huangji, exclaiming, haha. No wonder Brother Wu doesn't even know the basics of flashy techniques. It turns out, gurgle. Before Yun Shao could finish his sentence, Wu Huangji seized his wine bowl and, gripping his chin, poured its contents down his throat, saying, when adults are speaking, children should refrain from interrupting. Now finish this bowl. Yun Shao, taken aback, rolled his eyes as the wine trickled down the corners of his mouth. Once the bowl was emptied, he let out a resounding belch, his entire being slumping down like overcooked noodles. What? A fine wine. He mumbled, huh? Why is the floor spinning? Meng Ziki stifled a laugh, having indeed never heard of the sect, but refrained from further inquiry, instead remarking, no wonder Brother Wu inquired about the Lufeng Martial Arts Hall. It seems you were planning to mend your ways? Miss Ming, your insight is as sharp as a hawk's. Wu Huangji raised his cup in salute to Meng Ziki. I must admit, my journey has relied solely on brute strength, but the martial world is treacherous. Relying solely on hard training will inevitably lead to failure. Since fate has brought us together, why not show me some mercy and offer guidance? Consider it a lesson for me. Seeing Meng Ziki regarding him with a half smile, he quickly added, of course, I wouldn't learn for free. In the future, should the opportunity arise, I shall repay you, whether it be running errands, carrying burdens, or avenging grievances. I will be at your service. So tonight, he desires me to teach him martial arts? Meng Ziki blinked, her expression becoming more animated. You possess remarkable skills yourself, yet you wish to learn the rudimentary techniques from me? Is that not a subtle insult? After a moment's hesitation, Meng Ziki gently shook her head. The techniques she learned were secrets of her sect, thus not to be taught to outsiders. Yet, if Brother Wu does not mind, I could teach him a set of Ming family boxing techniques. While not the pinnacle of martial arts, they emphasize a solid foundation and a balance of strength and grace, complementing Brother Wu's hard training quite well. As she spoke, a teasing smile graced Meng Ziki's lips. I just wonder if Brother Wu is willing to start from the very basics? After all, having a master from the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow sect practice these fundamental moves would indeed seem a bit of a shame. Upon hearing this, Wu Huangji's eyes lit up, and he straightened his posture, cupping his fists and performing a standard martial salute. It is my fortune for Miss Meng to teach me. What is there to feel wronged about? In my eyes, the Meng family boxing techniques are the epitome of martial arts. From now on, should you instruct me to hold a stance, I shall not rise. Should you ask me to practice my punches, I shall not complain of fatigue. Having said this, he turned to Yun Xiao, who lay drunkenly at the table, still mumbling about the spinning floor, and lightly nudged his leg with his toes. Hey, Brother Yun, wake up. Don't lie there. I shall register you as well, so we can learn together. At this, Meng Ziki could no longer contain her laughter. A sound akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing the surface of a lake, creating ripples of joy. Her ruby lips parted to reveal pearly teeth, and shallow dimples graced her cheeks. Instinctively, she raised her hand to cover her mouth, yet could not conceal the glimmer of mirth in her eyes. As the night deepened and the wine flowed, the candlelight flickered and extinguished. Before long, it was already the second hour of the next day, and golden sunlight streamed through the window panes. Meng Ziki rested her arms on the table, her dark hair cascading over her shoulders, long lashes casting delicate shadows in the morning light. On the floor, Wu Huangji lay on his back, his right hand inadvertently resting on Yun Xiao's left chest. Fingers slightly splayed as if measuring something. Yun Xiao lay sprawled like an octopus, one leg draped over Wu Huangji's waist, his head tilted at an odd angle on his shoulder. The mischievous sunlight crept onto Wu Huangji's cheek, gently rousing him from his drunken stupor. In his daze, he felt an unusual softness beneath his palm and instinctively squeezed. A soft murmur brushed against his ear. Wu Huangji's body stiffened, and he slowly turned his head, only to find Yun Xiao's delicate face mere inches away, with his right hand precisely resting on his chest. To his astonishment, through the disheveled clothing, he could vaguely discern layers of binding cloth wrapped around. Hiss! Wu Huangji inhaled sharply, retracting his hand as if struck by lightning. He held his breath, carefully shifting Yun Xiao's leg away from his waist, gently lifting the head resting on his shoulder. The moment he freed himself, his handsome face flushed crimson. Wu Huangji exhaled a long breath. Thankfully, no one had awoken, otherwise he would have been mortified. Dressing as a man while stubbornly refusing to admit it, he tiptoed to the side of the bed and sat down heavily, his gaze sweeping over Yun Xiao's youthful sleeping visage, then drifting to Meng Ziki's exquisite profile and her graceful figure. Letting out a soft sigh. What am I thinking? As a modern person thrust into this strange world, he had not been devoid of drunken thoughts. After all, beauty was near. Youth was reckless. Who hadn't he entertained a few fanciful notions? However, the moral teachings ingrained in him from modern society were as profound as a part of his DNA. He had not yet sunk to such depths as to exploit another's vulnerability. Wu Huangji took a deep breath, dispelling distracting thoughts, and silently chanted in his mind, System. Recharge 153 taels. In an instant, the deep blue attribute points on his visual membrane surged like a flowing river, skyrocketing from 150 points to 303 points. Following this, he shifted his focus, and all 303 points flowed into his defense attribute. In that moment, a scorching warmth erupted from his dantian, surging through his limbs like molten lava. Ding! Warning, defense attribute has surpassed the critical value. Golden jade glazed body, indestructible body, intermediate. Wu Huangji let out a muffled groan as his skin cracked inch by inch. Golden light seeping through the fissures. Buzz, as his chest heaved, a solemn chant resonated, as if myriad deities were whispering. With each wave of sound, the golden patterns on his skin became increasingly distinct, slowly forming a pale golden halo around him. 10 minutes passed. When the final golden pattern crystallized into a diamond-shaped mark on his brow, all phenomena abruptly retracted. Wu Huangji slowly opened his eyes, golden liquid swirling within their depths. Name: Wu Huangji. Attribute points: 0. Life: 22, 204. Defense: 3900. Indestructible body. Intermediate enlightenment. Strength: 0. Speed: 0. Indestructible body. Below the third realm of this world. All methods cannot harm. Various weapons and hidden weapons. Touching them is like striking a bronze bell. Malevolent and sinister entities, upon approach, generate a radiant Buddhist light. When injured, 30% of the force is channeled into the meridians, transforming into pure yang vitality, accumulating until it fills the 9 heavens. New feature: Bankai, Infinite Buddha Kingdom. When the accumulation of true energy reaches 9 times the life force, one can invoke a secret technique, using oneself as the focal point to create a 3-dimensional Buddha Kingdom barrier with a diameter of 10 zhang. Within this barrier, the enemy's weight surges 18-fold. And their sensory perception deteriorates sharply, vision blurs, hearing becomes dulled, and even the flow of internal energy becomes chaotic, as if ensnared in a quagmire, making retreat and advance equally arduous. Wu Huangji gazed at the system panel displaying his life force, now doubled, feeling rejuvenated, his mind clear. Even the faint sound of insects buzzing outside the window became discernible. He paused, momentarily believing he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. Upon closing his eyes once more, the sounds around him gradually sharpened. Creaking of the wooden bed from the adjacent room, mingling with the suppressed gasps of a woman, the innkeeper downstairs bellowing, "Sir, your wine has arrived." The clattering of pans in the kitchen, the bamboo sticks of street vendors selling candied hawthorns, and the grinding of knives pierced through his consciousness, making his teeth ache. Even the subtle scratching of a wildcat's paw against the tiles 3 zhang away became vividly apparent. Alas, this indestructible body has honed even the 5 senses to such an extraordinary level. Most distressing was the plaintive tone of the woman in the opposite room. Her words unmistakably clear: "Oh dear, don't touch there. It tickles terribly. You naughty boy. Be gentler. This bed is going to collapse. Ah, bite softer. I still need to meet my husband later." Wu Huangji suddenly clenched his legs tightly. A wave of heat surged from his lower abdomen. Chapter 26. The Jade Young Lord of Qingyang. The sound of delicate cries seemed to possess hooks, stirring his blood to a fervent boil. He hastily attempted to shield himself from the irrelevant clamor. Indeed, the bothersome noises gradually faded, leaving only the sound of horses' hooves on the street and the cacophony of pedestrians below. Wu Huan felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Is the system truly broadcasting a channel of worldly noise for me? Never mind, let me not dwell on such trivialities. For now, those above the 4th rank still pose a threat. It is best to dispose of my goods for cash first. Once Miss Ming's affairs are settled, I shall accompany Sister Yun, and my brother will eradicate that den of thieves. Coughing lightly, Wu Huan suppressed the tumult within and cleared his throat, feigning nonchalance as he approached and kicked Yin Xiao twice. The 2 heroes, the sun already high in the sky. He then turned and gently tapped the table. The Qin residence, one of the 9 major powers in Qingyang City, sprawled across 100 acres in the western part of the city, with courtyards interspersed, crimson doors gleaming like blood, and mansions resembling a forest. At the hour of shun, with the sun tilting westward, Wu Huan stood beneath the high steps, the longsword wrapped in white cloth at his back reflecting a cold, hard outline in the sunlight. He gazed upward, where the 2 characters Qin Fu were inscribed with vigor, flanked by stone lions glaring fiercely, exuding an imposing presence. An hour prior, Wu Huan had intended to sell the goods from his mule cart at a bargain. However, Meng Ziki had stopped him, gesturing that there was no need to rush into a sale. She informed him that at the canal dock in the west of the city, a black water market would open at midnight, a gathering place for many merchants, sects, and mysterious figures in Qingyang City, where transactions were unbound by conventional rules and prices often soared several times higher. If he could transport the goods there, he might fetch a better price. "Stop. Who are you? What business do you have at the Qin residence?" 2 burly, dark-skinned servants, their hands resting on their blades, stepped forward from the steps and barked, "If there is no urgent matter, do not linger here." Meng Ziki stepped forward, her voice cold. "Please inform them, the Meng family. Meng Ziki has come to cancel the engagement." The 2 servants scrutinized her, noticing her veil partially obscuring her face, and the moon-white gown that accentuated her graceful figure. Her eyes visible beyond the veil, as frosty as the stars, captivating all who beheld her. They exchanged glances, and their hands instinctively relaxed on their blades. "Wait here. I will go announce it." One servant turned and hurried into the residence. Before long, a raucous laughter erupted from within the courtyard. The second young master of the Qin family, Chen Junwu, clad in a brocade robe of deep purple adorned with golden threads, approached, flanked by his entourage upon the azure stone path. "I hear someone wishes to cancel their engagement at the Qin residence?" He shook his gilded fan with a mocking smile. "I must see which wild girl dares to be so bold." His words abruptly ceased, the fan suspended in midair as his sharp gaze fixated on Meng Ziki. "Ah!" The fan snapped shut with a sharp sound, and he lightly tapped it against his palm. Oh, is this not? Sister Meng, after a few years, you have blossomed even more beautifully. That figure, TSK. It could ensnare the souls of all the men in Qingyang City. Chen Zhenwu strode closer. A lecherous grin plastered across his face, his gaze greedily trailing from her alluring waist to her heaving bosom, swallowing hard. Since Sister Ming is not interested in my useless third brother, why not come to me? I, being a tender-hearted gentleman, shall cherish you dearly, hee. His companions understood the implication and erupted into crude laughter, one jesting, oh dear, the second young master seeks to enlighten Miss Ming about what true masculinity is. Another chimed in, why not remove the veil? Let us feast our eyes as well. Chen Zhenwu, brimming with self-satisfaction, reached out to lift Meng Ziqi's veil, embodying the essence of a rogue. Since we are old acquaintances, why not find a secluded spot to reminisce? Bang! Just as Chen Zhenwu raised the fan halfway, he suddenly felt a tremendous force strike him, causing the gilded fan to splinter. He was propelled backward like a rag doll, rolling across the stone path before coming to a messy halt. Sixth rank? How dare you hurt me? Chen Zhenwu howled, clutching his bleeding wrist. Meng Ziqi's sword tip touched the ground, her veil fluttering without wind, revealing her eyes that sparkled like cold stars. If you extend your hand again, it shall not merely be the fan's bone that breaks. Beside her, Yin Xiao wore a delighted grin, applauding. Sister Ming, that move was simply spectacular. Against such lecherous scoundrels, a heavy hand is warranted. Wu Huan's lips curled into a mocking smile. With such a level of skill, do you dare to mimic a rogue? Even the villains in short skits possess more depth than you. Quickly return and gather your men. Do not delay our engagement cancellation process. He advanced slowly, lifting his right hand as if to strike, sending Chen Zhenwu recoiling in fright. Otherwise, someone like you won't survive 3 episodes. Chen Zhenwu's face shifted through various shades. A dignified 8th-rank warrior, the second young master of the Qin family, utterly shaken by this seemingly farmer-like youth. Very well. You wish to disregard martial ethics, do you? You all wait here. As he turned to flee back into the residence, he spat, ensure they are all watched. Not a single one shall escape. The servants exchanged glances, gathering their courage to approach, yet maintaining a prudent distance of 3 paces. Inside the Qin residence, the grand hall of the clan was suffused with the fragrance of sandalwood, resplendent in gold and splendor. A gathering of clan elders sat in chairs flanking the hall, engaged in animated discussions. In black and white, Zhang Jinsong was outmatched. He cannot blame us. Although Jiwenli is gravely injured, having consumed a millennium-old snow ginseng, his life is not in jeopardy. Presently, with the vice leader position of the White Tiger Gang vacant, it is a prime opportunity for us to expand our influence. We must devise a plan to seize the iron mine under Zhang Jinsong's watch outside the city. Possessing the mine will allow us to manufacture weapons and arm our guards, saving us a substantial expense. This matter must not be rushed. Although the White Tiger Gang has lost Zhang Jinsong, they still have many skilled fighters. Zhang Jintian is a 4th-rank martial artist. If we hastily attempt to seize the iron mine, it will surely incite conflict between the 2 factions. Should both sides suffer heavy casualties, even if we capture the mine, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. In my opinion, we should seize this opportunity to ally with the Qing Wolf village in the southern mountains. The head of the Qin family, Qin Gaiyang, sat at the head of the table, rhythmically tapping his fingers against the Wang Wali armrest, sending ripples across the teacups on the golden Namma table. To his left stood a youth clad in snowy white, as slender as bamboo, with features that could be described as picturesque, a nose like a suspended gallbladder, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile gracing his lips, exuding an aura of warmth akin to jade. This was the renowned Jade young lord of Qingyang, Qin Junshan, who had captured the hearts of countless maidens. Chen Gaiyang's gaze fell slightly as he regarded the standing Qin Junshan, inquiring, Shunner, what is your perspective on this matter? Although Qin Junshan was mediocre in martial arts, he possessed a brilliant mind, adept at strategizing. Over the years, much of the Qin family's plans, both overt and covert, had been orchestrated by him. Truly a master of maneuvering behind the scenes. Qin Junshan returned the gesture with a bow, a confident smile gracing his face as he replied slowly, the White Tiger Gang is merely slightly inferior to our Qin family. To forcefully seize the iron mine would be counterproductive if Zhang Jintian is resolved to retaliate. Firstly, we shall spread rumors in the martial world that the White Tiger Gang cannot afford to lose and is willing to break the rules. Secondly, we shall leverage their strength against them. The Qing Wolf village has long coveted the iron mine. At this moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the grand hall, interrupting Chun Junshuan's discourse. Chapter 27, Blind to True Beauty. Just then, Chun Jun was stumbled in, looking utterly disheveled. Father, we are in grave trouble. He clutched his bloodied wrist, his clothes in disarray. That despicable woman from the Ming family, Ming Ziqi, has come with 2 ruffians. She dared to lay a hand on me. As he spoke, he spat out a mouthful of congealed blood, staining the golden silk carpet. That wretched maid must have encountered some fortuitous event. She has now attained the 6th rank of cultivation. They even declared their intention to flatten our Chun residence. A sudden silence enveloped the hall. The elders present exchanged glances, some frowning, others shaking their heads in dismay. Seeing their indifferent reactions, Chun Junwu grew increasingly agitated, pointing at his wounded wrist and exclaiming, "Uncles, I am the second young master of the Qin family. Are we to allow outsiders to harm me like this? If we do not seek revenge, how can the Qin family maintain its dignity in Qingyang City? Father, you must take a stand for me." Chun Junwu leaned closer to whisper a few words into Chun Gaiyan's ear. Chun Gaiyan nodded slightly before speaking in a low voice. "Bring Miss Ming in. Those who contribute more to failure than success should retreat behind the screen." Chun Junwu cast a resentful glance at Qin Junshun but dared not defy him, gritting his teeth and stepping aside. Before long, the heavy, intricately carved wooden door of the hall creaked open. A servant bowed and gestured, "Please, three of you, come in." Meng Ziki entered gracefully, stepping on the jade-green tiles, her moon-white dress shimmering under the flickering candlelight. Wu Huanji and Yun Xiao flanked her like shadows, resembling bodyguards. She calmly surveyed the elders seated on either side, as though the earlier altercation at the gate had never occurred. Suddenly, she paused imperceptibly. At the far end of her gaze stood a youth in white, holding a fan, a signature gentle smile gracing his lips. Qin Jushun, the nominal fiancé, and the very person she had come to annul her engagement with today. The most handsome man in Qingyang City, Qin family as strategist, and hailed as the prime candidate for the next family head. He had captured the hearts of countless young maidens. "Greetings, esteemed uncles." Meng Ziki offered a respectful bow. "I trust you are all aware of the purpose of my visit today. Since my father's passing, the engagement has felt like a shackle to me. I have come to personally sever this bond and restore our freedom." "That is well said. I, too, have matters to address with Miss Ming," Qin Gaiyan began, stroking his silver beard as he continued. "When I arranged this union with your father, it was with 300 acres of land, bearing the official seal of the Qingyang government, as a dowry, paid in advance. According to the laws of dying, if the engagement is dissolved and the dowry not returned, it is considered theft, punishable by 3 months in shackles, with the offender's estate confiscated." Qin Junshun stepped forward, adding, "By now, it has been 11 years. At today's market value, the total debt, including interest, amounts to 387,600 taels. Qin Gaiyan waved his hand dismissively, his gaze sharp as a blade upon Meng Ziki. "Nevertheless, you have lost both parents, and your assets have all been seized by the Xintian sect. While the Qin family has suffered significant losses, we have not made things difficult for you. Given our past ties, you, as a descendant of the Ming family, should repay the Qin family a sum of 100,000 taels. I understand you may not have the means to repay this debt. I have a solution that benefits us both." He paused, a knowing smile creeping onto his lips. "Ziki, you have grown into a remarkable young woman. Why not remain in the Qin residence as a concubine to my inept second son, Junhua? Though it may be a compromise, it is certainly better than becoming a wandering woman of the streets. As for the debt of 100,000 taels, it would be considered settled." Noticing Meng Ziki's icy demeanor, he continued, "Of course, if you feel that being a concubine undermines your status, you may opt to become my maid. After all, your father and I were as close as brothers, and I would treat you well." Light laughter rippled through the hall, and a glimmer of pride flashed in Qin Junwu's eyes, while Qin Junshun remained an indifferent observer. Standing behind Meng Ziki, Wu Huanji seethed inwardly. So they wished to extort money even upon annulling the engagement? Essentially, this is a form of coercion. Such behavior would warrant an immediate call to the authorities in the modern world, yet here they brazenly act as if they're emperors of the land. And what of that pretty boy? Is he blind? Meng Ziki possesses beauty, grace, and skill. She would be a national goddess in contemporary times. Yet he shows not even a hint of desire to acknowledge her. Could he possibly be inclined towards the same sex? Or perhaps the people in this world have a flawed sense of aesthetics. Beside them, Yin Xiao clenched his fists, the knuckles turning pale with rage. How shameless. Does your Qin family have no shame? 11 years ago, when Chun Gaiyan was attacked and gravely injured, Meng Ziki's father sacrificed himself to protect him. What nonsense about concubines and maids who would covet your Qin family as offer? She suddenly pointed at Qin Junshun, her youthful voice firm and resonant. 3 years ago, when you met with Wang Tinger, did you ever consider that you had a fiancée? The atmosphere in the hall became tense. The fourth elder slammed his hand on the table, his white beard bristling with fury. Absurd. Just a mere child dares to raise his voice in the Qin family hall? He is utterly unaware of his insignificance. Before he could finish, he swept his sleeve, unleashing a fierce gust of wind towards Yin Xiao, intent on suppressing this insolent youth on the spot. In response, Yin Xiao instinctively ducked behind Wu Huanji, peeking out and shouting, "You old fool. Resorting to violence because you cannot win an argument? How disgraceful." Meng Ziki raised her delicate hand, and a blade of sword energy sliced through the wind, dividing it in two. How audacious for an elder of the Qin family to attack a junior. She looked at Qin Gaiyan, her eyes flashing with cold light. "Since the Qin family wishes to settle accounts, let us do so today." "Ah, Brother Gaiyan, such a lively gathering today." A clear voice echoed from outside the hall as a middle-aged man in a flowing white robe strode in, followed by a young woman in a light blue dress. The girl, adorned with flecks of gold at the corners of her eyes and with her lips slightly pursed, walked gracefully, her skirt revealing glimpses of her snow-white legs. As she moved, her figure swayed, and the pearls on her chest quivered gently with each breath. As she passed by Wu Huangji, a fragrance of night-blooming jasmine mingled with musk wafted past, intoxicatingly sweet. Instantly, Qin Gaiyan and the assembled elders rose, their faces beaming with smiles. Haha, it is truly an honor to have you here today, Brother Wang. You and Ting are rare guests. We have been meaning to pay you a visit. Wang family head. It has been merely a few months since our last meeting, and you appear even more impressive. Surely, you have made significant progress in your cultivation. Tingo, your outfit today evokes the imagery of the warm sun over Lantian, yielding jade mist. Indeed, you have grown even more exquisite. This attire is simply celestial. With Junshun and Tinger together, our families will surely prosper. The flattery flowed like a river, each compliment more overtly sycophantic than the last. Qin Gaiyan, beaming, personally welcomed the two into the hall. To Wu Huangji's discerning eye, this display was nothing short of nauseating. Such a subservient attitude is truly repugnant. Junshun, it has been too long. Father mentioned that our family's engagement should soon be formalized. Wang Tingo approached Qin Junshun, her delicate fingers, painted with vermilion, gently brushing aside a few strands of hair. Within the hall, Meng Ziki and the other two were entirely disregarded, treated as if they were mere specters, as though they did not exist at all. Chapter 28. Iron Palm shatters teeth. At the tender age of 17, Wang Tingo had already ascended to the status of an inner disciple of the Xiantian sect. Being a favored protege of the esteemed elder, Xiao Shui, as the legitimate daughter of the Wang family in Qingyang City, she had remarkably achieved the realm of a 6th-grade martial artist at such a young age. This singular status was sufficient to command the utmost respect from the entire Qin family. Ah, I did not expect you to be here, Ziqi, she remarked with a playful glint in her eye. I assure you, I did not come all the way from the Xiantian sect merely to witness your misfortunes. Please do not misconstrue my intentions. Wang Tinga winked innocently as she leaned closer to Qin Junshun. By the way, I shall take Brother Shun to the Xiantian sect for training tomorrow. Rest assured, I shall take good care of him and ensure he faces no grievances whatsoever. She lightly pressed her lips together, adding almost casually, I hear that the Meng family has fallen into decline. They might struggle to provide even the most basic cultivation resources. Unlike us at the Xiantian sect, where countless spiritual herbs and techniques abound, perfectly suited for nurturing future powerhouses. Each of her words bore a sharp edge. Yet Meng Ziki remained unfazed, her expression as serene as ever. Such composure left those present in silent astonishment. How could she remain so undisturbed? Wang Tinga frowned. Initially seeking to humiliate Meng Ziki through the insult of a broken engagement, only to find her opponent wholly unresponsive, leaving her feeling as if she had struck a blow against soft cotton, stifled and frustrated. In a corner, Qin Junshun, who had been observing coldly, felt a flicker of surprise. How can she maintain such calmness despite her family's downfall? To remain composed under such humiliation suggests either complete resignation or some hidden support. At that moment, Meng Ziki abruptly drew the marriage contract from her sleeve, raising her delicate hand to tear it into shreds with a sharp sound. The fragments fell like snowflakes as she declared coldly, the engagement is hereby annulled. From this day forth, the Ming and Qin families shall sever all ties. With that, she took hold of Wu Huangji's arm, her lips parting gracefully. My dear, let us depart and not stoop to the level of these curs, lest we tarnish our dignity. As she turned, her skirt swirled elegantly, leaving a trail of fragrance behind. She believed those who thought they could act with impunity due to their association with the Xiantian sect would soon realize that her position was not to be taken lightly. Pausing at the entrance, she glanced back, her gaze glinting with icy resolve. The wheel of karma turns, and justice will eventually be served. Those unspeakable deeds from years past will not go unpunished. Arrogant! Should you step out of this hall unscathed, what would become of the Qin family's honor? The fourth elder bellowed, his emaciated hand transforming into a menacing shade of blue-black as it shot towards Meng Ziki's back. Without looking back, she swiftly shifted to Wu Huangji's side. Bang! The sound of impact echoed as the fourth elder's poisonous palm struck Wu Huangji's back, instantly corroding a dark imprint into his clothing. This was the plan agreed upon by the three. Wu Huangji would endure the brunt of the attack while Meng Ziki protected Yun Xiao, only to counterattack thereafter. Of course, the plan relied on Meng Ziki's prior knowledge that the Qin family's most powerful member, Qin Gaiyan, was merely at the pinnacle of the 4th grade, well within Wu Huangji's capacity to handle. How is this possible? The fourth elder's eyes widened in disbelief, his venomous strike, infused with the full strength of a 7th grade martial artist, had merely left a hole in the rough fabric of this youth's attire. Taking advantage of the opponent's momentary shock, Wu Huangji suddenly turned, delivering a resounding slap. The sharp sound resonated throughout the hall. The fourth elder, caught off guard, spun 3 times before 3 of his teeth flew from his mouth, accompanied by a spray of blood. A vivid handprint rapidly appeared on his face, and the air of authority he once commanded dissipated entirely. Goodness, old man, is your face made of tofu? 3 teeth for a 5-star review. Wu Huangji mused, looking down at his own hand in astonishment. The sensation was akin to a hammer smashing a watermelon. Fourth, you scoundrel, how dare you? The third and second elders erupted simultaneously, their blades slicing through the air towards Wu Huangji. One wielded a sword like a rainbow, while the other's saber was as fierce as a tiger, both unleashing their full power as sixth-grade martial artists. Clang, clang. The sounds of metal colliding erupted, sparks flying. Wu Huangji astonishingly caught the incoming sword and saber with his bare hands, the bricks beneath his feet cracking like spider webs. The sharp edges scraped against his palms, producing blinding sparks. Before they could react, he thrust his head forward with a forceful thud, striking the second elder squarely in the face. A large, swollen bruise instantly appeared on the elder's forehead as he staggered back, still gripping the hilt of his sword, disbelief etched across his features. Seeing this, the third elder decisively abandoned his sword, sweeping his right leg in a powerful kick aimed at Wu Huangji's waist. Immediately after, both palms thrust forward with immense force, striking Wu Huangji squarely in the chest. Bang! Wu Huangji was sent flying several meters, yet a sickening crack echoed. The third elder collapsed to the ground, clutching his twisted leg, pale as death. Ah, my leg. Is this boy's body forged from black iron? The elders exchanged alarmed glances, their faces a mixture of horror and disbelief. Don't stop. Come on, keep going. Wu Huangji clapped his hands and sauntered back. What's the matter? My three esteemed elders? He waved cheerfully at them. I have been raised with good manners, respecting the elders and cherishing the young. I certainly won't strike the elderly. I promise to refrain from retaliation and insults. The three elders turned pale, retreating in haste. In the upper hall, Chun Gaiong suddenly rose, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixed intently on Wu Huangji. Who exactly are you? As the head of the Chun family, having lived over 70 years, he had never encountered anyone capable of withstanding the full force of two sixth-grade martial artists without injury. Chen Junshun and Wang Tinger, standing nearby, also recognized that this young man was no ordinary figure. Wang Tinger's father, Wang Bengan, stepped forward, cupping his hands in respect. Young hero, your cultivation at such a young age is truly formidable. May I inquire as to who your master is? Wu Huangji chuckled inwardly, amused by the rapid change of demeanor. Just moments ago, they were shouting threats, and now they were addressing him as a young hero? Indeed, in this world, the mightiest fist held the greatest authority. Had he truly been a soft target, he would likely be a cold corpse by now. With hands clasped behind his back, Wu Huangji ascended the hall steps, his gaze sweeping over the four individuals beside Chun Gaiong. Raising his voice, my master is a recluse, uninterested in worldly affairs. Thus, I cannot disclose this information. But as you all witnessed, they acted with malice, clearly intending to take my life. Heaven has mercy on the living. I, Wu, do not wish to engage in needless slaughter. I have shown mercy, which is why I have not laid them low. At this point, he intentionally paused, locking eyes with Chan Gaiong, and enunciated slowly, today, if you do not present a sum of 10,000 taels as compensation, I shall dismantle the Chen family. Chun Gaiong squinted, scrutinizing the youth before him, yet he remained unable to discern the depths of his martial prowess. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke gravely. Do you presume my Chen family to be a bank? Remember, one should show mercy when possible. Young man, your brilliance may not necessarily be a blessing, perhaps. Smack. Before Chin Gaiong could finish his sentence, a sudden sharp slap resonated throughout the hall. Wu Huangji had delivered an unexpected and mocking blow to Chin Guyong's face. Scattering the elder's white hair as a vivid red imprint swiftly appeared on his cheek. However, the fourth-grade pinnacle martial artist did not flinch, his cold gaze intensifying, a tide of murderous intent surging forth. The hall fell into an eerie silence. Even the flickering candle flames seemed to freeze in place. Chapter 29. The unmatched Azure Dragon Strike. Meng Ziqi's pupils constricted abruptly, her delicate hand instinctively clenching the hilt of her sword. She never anticipated that Wu Huangji would directly confront the peak fourth-grade warrior, Chun Gaiong. This single slap not only struck the face of the Qin family patriarch, but also ignited a conflagration of murderous intent throughout the grand hall. Initially, she had only come to call off the engagement, intending to tread lightly, not wishing to sever ties with the Chun family so completely. Even in her quest to vindicate the Ming family, this was not the moment to do so. Now, the situation seemed to spiral beyond her expectations. Should Chun Gaiong retaliate in fury, the events of today could end in calamity. The brief silence was shattered as Chun Gaiong unleashed a tempestuous wave of energy, his palms thrusting forth with ferocity, conjuring a swirling azure vortex. With a thunderous roar, the vortex, accompanied by a piercing shriek, tore through the heavy doors, splintering the sandalwood chairs into fragments, raining wooden debris upon the floor, and uprooting the tiles beneath. Under the onslaught of this terrifying gale, Wu Huangji was akin to a leaf caught in a storm, utterly powerless to resist, and was swept out the door, vanishing from sight. The grand hall was left in disarray, fragments of wood and stone cascading down like a torrential rain. The onlookers were thrown into chaos, reeling from the sudden onrush of energy. In that moment, Meng Ziqi seized Yun Xiao, retreating behind a stone pillar as the energy ripped through her skirt, her hair disheveled, a flicker of concern flashing in her eyes. What a formidable peak fourth-grade warrior. Surely he cannot be harmed? Behind her, Yun Xiao's face was pale, clutching Meng Ziqi's sleeve tightly, murmuring, Sister Meng, do not fear. I believe Brother Wu. He will not so easily come to harm. Cough. The third elder was hurled through the air by the energy, crashing heavily against the wall, his face contorted in pain. Yet he still laughed maniacally. The patriarch has unleashed the unmatched Azure Dragon Strike. This blow could slay even a third-grade warrior in a direct confrontation. Haha. The fourth elder, covering his mouth to stifle the wind, gleamed with malicious delight in his eyes. Humph, that arrogant boy, to withstand the unmatched Azure Dragon Strike at such close range. He'll likely be reduced to mere fragments. Wang Pigdan stroked his beard with a chuckle. Brother Chen's mastery of the unmatched Azure Dragon Strike has surpassed that of 3 years prior. That previous strike, like a dragon's roar, pierced the heavens. Surely even the heavenly gang-righteous energy of the Xuanian Gong pales in comparison. He then cast a meaningful glance at Meng Ziki. My dear niece, can you see clearly now? In the face of absolute strength, all tricks are in vain. This blow from Brother Chen is the most unyielding truth within 100 miles of Qingyang City. As the dust began to settle within the hall, all gazes turned toward the doorway, where only a massive gash, torn by the vortex, remained, along with the scattered debris. Wang Tinger, adjusting her disordered hairpins, feigned a sigh of regret. Alas, Sister Ziki, how does your fiancé seem so fragile? Was he not quite imposing just now? And now, he risks his life. Your method of breaking off the engagement is rather undignified, leaving you embarrassed in front of everyone. Chen Guiyang slowly retracted his hand, his fingers trembling slightly. Clearly having expended considerable energy from that strike, he cast a cold glance at the still alluring Meng Ziki, his voice hoarse, yet commanding. The Ming family has long since perished. You are but an orphan without support, daring to speak so boldly before me? Were it not for your remaining beauty, do you think you would still be alive to this day? I now offer you 2 paths. Either don the bridal gown and enter my household in 3 days, or I shall break your legs and toss you into the dungeon to be fed to the rats. Meng Ziki bit her lip tightly, nearly drawing blood. Her beautiful eyes ablaze with fury, yet she forced herself to suppress it. She did not wish to draw her sword. Rather, she needed to be ready to leave with Yun Xiao in a flash. Sister Meng Wei. Yun Xiao, hiding behind Meng Ziki, felt her face flush crimson, wishing to step forward but fully aware of her own limitations. Suddenly, 3 crisp claps echoed from outside the hall. Everyone jolted, gazing in disbelief at the source of the sound. Gradually, through the haze, a robust figure emerged. Wu Huanji, bare-chested, strode in, his bronze skin unmarred by even a single mark. He casually tossed his tattered shirt over his shoulder, clapping his hands while grinning widely. Marvelous, marvelous. What kind of technique does this old man possess that nearly sent me skyward? He then sneezed suddenly. Achoo. A bit dusty. Must be the old clothes. The hall fell into an eerie silence. Chen Guiyang's pupils dilated, his facial muscles twitching as if he had seen a ghost. You. How is this possible? Wu Huanji advanced boldly, gripping a long knife wrapped in white cloth, each step causing the cloth to flutter without wind, producing a faint rustling sound. Young master, would it be agreeable for me to taste their blood? Surely, their blood must be quite sweet. If you unsheath the blade, I shall assist you in slaying them all. Wouldn't that be splendid? I am truly parched for the taste of blood. The beguiling voice from earlier re-emerged in his mind. Wu Huanji realized that the enchanted blade was once again sowing discord. As he approached Chen Guiyang, Wang Pengdan grasped Wang Tinger, who held onto Chen Junshun, retreating repeatedly. He deliberately hoisted the wrapped knife onto his shoulder, flashing a brilliant smile. Old man, this strike cost you 3,000 taels. Before he could finish, he abruptly changed his demeanor, kicking over a nearby sandalwood table. 13,000 taels, not a single coin less. If I do not see the silver within a quarter hour, I shall take the heads of your 2 sons as offerings to the heavens. Having delivered his ominous threat, he boldly seated himself upon the grand chair behind Chen Guiyang, crossing his legs, and did not forget to wink at Meng Ziki. Fear not, my dear, I shall earn back our bride price. A man intoxicated by the moment. He knew that he must exude an aura of confidence. After years of observing and adapting to his superiors, such intimidating tactics were not learned in vain. Father, save me. I do not wish to die yet. Chen Junshun suddenly dropped to his knees, his voice trembling. Chen Guiyang's complexion darkened, veins bulging on his forehead like writhing earthworms. To think that he, a 4th-grade master, would be outmaneuvered by a mere youth today, such indignation nearly caused internal injury. Yet the seemingly arrogant boy had emerged unscathed from the unmatched Azure Dragon Strike. Who could claim he did not possess even more dreadful abilities and backing? Taking a deep breath, he forced a stiff smile. Very well. If you insist, I shall provide you with the 13,000 taels. However, your actions leave me uneasy. While I respect your formidable skills, I do not wish to be extorted in such a manner. How can you assure me that after receiving this sum, you will refrain from further actions against the Chen family? Chapter 30. Sudden wealth. Upon hearing these words, Wu Huanji languidly reclined in the grand armchair, his long blade resting carelessly on his knee, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Old man, I advise you to refrain from such futile chatter. You currently have no other options, and my patience is rather finite. Should the Chen family hesitate even a moment longer, the sum of 13,000 taels may very well escalate to 26,000. Fear not, for once the money is in hand, I am a man of principles, and I shall not engage in unwarranted slaughter. Chen Guiyang's expression stiffened, his chest heaving violently as he forcibly swallowed his fury. Very well. I shall command someone to prepare the banknotes and have them delivered within a quarter of an hour. He turned to glare at Qin Junwo, gritting his teeth as he hissed, You wretch, why are you not hastening to fetch the money? Do you wish for me to collect your corpse? Yes, yes. Qin Junwo scurried out the door like a frightened rabbit. Inside the grand hall, an oppressive silence descended once more. With nothing to occupy his time, Wu Huanji began to whistle, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Tinger and Qin Junshan, observing the two with their fingers entwined, their faces marked by wariness. They resembled a pair of lovebirds bound to one another in life and death. He mused, stroking his chin, these two seem to harbor genuine feelings for each other. Do they not? Under normal circumstances, with such a display, this green tea vixen should be flirting with me, attempting to curry favor. Yet here she is, devoid of any seductive demeanor, clinging tightly to Qin Junshan as if protecting her young. It appears this entangled fate harbors a modicum of sincerity. Noticing the gaze directed at him, Qin Junshan subtly released Wang Tinger's hand, straightened his attire, and stepped forward to offer a respectful bow. His gaze was as steady as an ancient well, his voice neither servile nor arrogant. Your martial prowess is unparalleled, and your demeanor extraordinary. Although today's events may have been marred by a misunderstanding, they have nonetheless led to an acquaintance. The Qin family has always held heroes in high esteem. Should you deign to serve as a patron for our clan, I would gladly recommend you for a grand enterprise. The monthly remuneration will not be less than 100 taels of silver, and the Qin family will provide all necessary resources for cultivation, along with a residence and several servants. As he spoke, he offered a slight smile, lowering his posture further. Of course, the position of patron is merely nominal. I truly wish to befriend you. This is but a humble suggestion from my side, and I hope you shall not take offense. Upon the utterance of these words, the expressions of those present varied. The four elders exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with insight. This strategy is indeed clever. If we could enlist this individual, not only could we alleviate our immediate crisis, but we could also add a formidable ally to the Qin family. Then we could dispatch him to seize the iron mines from the White Tiger gang outside the city, sparing ourselves the need to feign goodwill towards the Green Wolf village, truly a twofold gain. Wang bent and stroked his beard in approval, a hint of admiration gracing his features. Truly, the third young master is remarkable, capable of commanding both the black and white patrons of the Qin family at such a young age. Now, he seeks to turn foes into allies. If this young man dares to accept, he shall become the Qin family's blade. Such finesse is indeed commendable. He silently praised, envisioning his beloved daughter adorned in a phoenix crown, seated regally in the Qin family hall. Tingo possesses a discerning eye. She is far more adept at recognizing talent than I. Chun Gaiong suppressed the anger boiling within him and smiled as he clasped his hands. What my son says is indeed correct. The Qin family has always cherished talent. Should you wish to remain, you shall be a distinguished guest of our family. And all terms are open for discussion. Meng Ziki and Yun Zhao's gazes remained fixated on Wu Huanji. The latter lightly tapped the hilt of his blade, a muffled sound escaping as he smirked slightly. The paths of the martial world are long, and grudges are hard to dissolve. I have an aversion to two types of people, those who are treacherous and those who take advantage of others' misfortunes. Therefore, I would advise you not to rush to win me over. At that moment, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the hall, accompanied by Qin Junwo's breathless shout. Father, the silver is ready. 12 servants filed in, 2 by 2, each carrying a heavy sandalwood box. The boxes thudded heavily upon hitting the ground, raising a cloud of fine dust. Qin Junwo wiped the sweat from his brow and lifted the lid of one box, revealing a dazzling array of silver ingots that shimmered coldly in the light. He furtively glanced at Wu Huanji's expression, his tone ingratiating as he said, Hero, please take a look. 13,000 taels of silver, not a single coin less, all of the finest quality. Additionally, I have prepared an extra 500 taels from my private stash as an apology for today's offenses. I hope you can be magnanimous and let this go, haha. Wu Huanji's eyes brightened as he hoisted his blade onto his shoulder, striding purposefully toward the boxes, patting Qin Junwo on the shoulder. Not bad at all. Young Master Qin is quite efficient. With a broad grin, Wu Huanji patted Qin Junwo's shoulder again, crouching down to casually rest his palm on the lid of the leftmost box. In that fleeting moment as the lid closed, a glimmer of excitement lit up his eyes, and he exulted inwardly. System, recharge. The deep blue attribute points on the screen surged from 0 to 2,000. Watching the numbers dance on the system panel, he fought to suppress the rapid beating of his heart, feigning calmness as he moved to the second box, silently reciting the recharge command once more. Thus, he seemingly nonchalantly closed each of the 6 boxes in succession, while internally, a storm was brewing. When he finally beheld the panel displaying attribute points, 13,500, he could no longer contain his exuberance and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. What a delight. Truly exhilarating. Qin Gaiong and the others exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. They could only see Wu Huanji laughing madly at the pile of silver, mistakenly believing he had been dazzled by the glimmering wealth. Only Qin Junshan sensed that this man harbored some secret, yet he could not fathom it at this moment. Wu Huanji turned back, winking at Meng Ziki, his grin radiating mischief. My dear, it is time for us to depart. This evening, we shall indulge in that rumored melt-in-your-mouth white jade soup, paired with a few jars of vintage daughter red wine. How splendid that would be. Ha. Meng Ziqi's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she refrained from responding, merely pursing her lips and huffing softly as she joined him. Her delicate hand remained firmly grasping the hilt of her sword, her gaze sweeping over the crowd with unwavering vigilance. Leaning closer to the two, Wu Huangji lowered his voice conspiratorially. Each of you take 2 boxes and return to the inn. Yun Xiao, full of skepticism, made a face as he gestured to his slight frame, muttering, "But brother, look at my small size, can I even carry this?" "Have no fear, I just employed a spell. You will surely manage," Wu Huangji replied with a mysterious smile, casually picking up a wooden stick and swiftly binding 2 boxes together. "Want to give it a try?" Yun Xiao hesitated but eventually lifted the burden, his eyes widening in surprise. "Huh? Why does it feel as light as cotton? When did I become this strong?" And so, the 3 of them, burdened with the boxes, stepped out of the door with lively strides. Suddenly, Wu Huangji halted, turning back to wave at Qin Gaiyang and the others, his smile blooming like spring. 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Ha. Old man Qin, I thank you for your generous contribution today. Should similar opportunities arise in the future, do remember to inform me in advance. Chapter 31. The true form of the primordial unity in the Grand Hall. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Qin Guiyang's complexion shifted from ashen to a deep purplish hue, resembling someone who had swallowed a dead fly. Qin Jun's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the floor, with suspicious stains seeping from his trousers. It was not until the 3 figures had completely vanished from the hall that the 4th elder abruptly regained his senses, furiously shattering the sandalwood chair beside him with a slap, his voice trembling with rage. How dare these youngsters? They dare to mock the entire Qin family. If this grudge goes unavenged, what face will the Qin family have left? Everyone turned in unison, their gazes subtly fixed on this elder who had just been huddled in the corner playing the fool. The 3rd elder stroked his beard and sighed, a hint of sarcasm evident in his tone. "I say, 4th brother, why did you not voice this when that young man was present? Now that he has vanished without a trace, what use is your shouting?" The 2nd elder could not help but chuckle, shaking his head. "4th brother, you really must temper your habit of speaking after the fact. Even the head of the family was rendered powerless in that situation. What could you have done? Do you truly wish for the Qin family to be drenched in blood today?" Upon hearing this, Qin Guiyang's expression darkened further as he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Investigate this matter for me. Utilize all our connections. I want to know everything about this person in 3 days. He then turned to the 2nd elder. "You go inform the black and white envoys to come to the Qin family for a discussion. The humiliation we suffered today shall be repaid 100-fold. Hearing this, Wang Tinger gently adjusted her hairpin, her eyes glinting with a hint of coldness. "Uncle Chun, let us not be hasty. This person's origins are suspicious. I will inform my master upon my return. The Tiangong Pavilion of the Xiantian sect is renowned for uncovering the truth about individuals. If he is indeed a trickster." She lightly traced her finger across her neck, a smile playing on her lips. "Indeed, Tinga makes a valid point." Wang banged and nodded slightly, starting to speak. "In Qingyang City, who can rival the Xiantian sect in terms of power, connections, and foundation? Elder Xiao is a 2nd-tier martial artist, his cultivation unfathomable. Even the court must show him deference. And Tinga is his most cherished disciple. If he were to take action." As he spoke, he sliced through the air with his hand. "Regardless of whether he is a monster or a ghost, he must reveal his true form." Qin Jun sighed silently, grasping Wang Tinger's wrist and saying solemnly, "Do not act recklessly. Regardless of whether this person is indeed a trickster with his extraordinary martial arts, it is unlikely that anyone aside from the demon clan could match him." He then turned to Qin Gaiyang and clasped his hands, saying, "Father, I believe that if we rashly become enemies with him, it may invite calamity. We should first remain on guard and ascertain his background before making any decisions. Otherwise, if we startle the snake and anger the forces behind him, the consequences could be dire." At the drunken immortal tower, after the 3 settled their luggage in their guest room, Wu Huangji took 100 taels of silver from his pack and handed it to Yun Xiao. "You 2 go downstairs and order some fine wine and dishes, and also exchange this silver note for cash." He paused and added, "And bring back 3 sets of clothing for me. Any style will do, as long as they are clean and fitting and inexpensive. You both should also pick out a couple of materials for yourselves." Yun shouted the silver note, grinning as he replied, "Rest assured, big brother, Meng's sister and I will certainly choose the most flattering fabric for you, ensuring the ladies will be unable to look away." Meng Ziqi stood with her sword, her gaze lingering briefly on his broad shoulders and narrow waist, devoid of any excess flesh. Before her lips curled into a slight smile, "It is indeed time for you to change into attire that befits your temperament. It would be a shame for such a physique to be clad in coarse linen." At this, Yun Xiao chuckled heartily, teasing, "What Meng's sister says is true. If Big Brother were to don a fitted outfit tailored from cloud silk and wield a soft iron whip, I fear even the daughters of the Four Seas escort would be throwing their embroidery balls at him." Wu Huangji could only shake his head in resignation, lightly flicking Yun Xiao on the forehead. "You 2 should cease your jesting. As the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do." In the martial world, It is about being clean and straightforward, not about matchmaking. The two turned and descended the stairs, their figures blending into the bustling crowd of the market. At the end of the long street, the night was as dark as ink, the lanterns illuminating the blue tiles and flying eaves, adding a layer of profound meaning to an otherwise ordinary day in the martial world. After Wu Huangji had the waiter bring hot water, he shed his outer garments and sank into the steam-filled bath. As the mist swirled around him, he gazed at the translucent system panel materializing before his eyes, his chest rising and falling with each breath. The events at the Chan residence lingered in his mind, when his strength was sufficient to shatter the pride of those so-called experts. The rules of this world suddenly became extraordinarily clear. Water droplets cascaded down his taut muscles, and he suddenly chuckled softly. He had once contemplated using modern knowledge to amass wealth, but now it seemed rather naive. In this world where the strong hold sway, martial prowess serves as a passport, while morals merely embellish the fade. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, wealth is easily acquired. A mere reckless man might spill blood, but true masters can make even kings and dukes bow their heads in servitude. In the realm of martial arts, all obstacles can be shattered with a single punch, and all worries dissolve like sand slipping through one's fingers. He scooped a handful of hot water and splashed it onto his face. Amid the rising steam, his eyes sparkled with a fierce light. Name: Wu Huangji. Attribute points: 13,500, health, 22,204, defense, 3,900, indestructible body, intermediate Bankai, strength, 0, speed, 0, Bankai. Unlocked 1451-1836, Wu Huangji chuckled softly, shaking his head. It seems this Bankai has yet to be unleashed, and already it requires an upgrade. System, all in on defense, thank you. As the data on the system panel flowed and shimmered, a cold, mechanical prompt sounded. Ding. Host has chosen the extreme defense route. Red system text warning: golden jade glazed body cost, 900 attribute points. Dragon elephant body, intermediate, cost, 3,000 attribute points. Xian turtle armor, advanced, cost, 9,000 attribute points. Primordial true body, advanced, in the bathroom. Amidst the swirling mist, Wu Huangji suddenly radiated a golden light. Water droplets spiraled upwards, and a resounding boom echoed from his dantian. A powerful energy surging like a dragon rising. His skin displayed patterns of yin and yang, black and white intertwining. In an instant, it flowed like mercury, shimmering with vibrant colors. His 3,000 strands of hair suddenly reached his shoulders, all dyed in golden hues, shimmering with a metallic gleam in the candlelight. The dual fish emblem on his chest glimmered with dark gold, pulsating with his breath. His brow arched like a drawn sword, his eyes swirling with a celestial light, exuding an unyielding aura that suspended the droplets in the air. Crack. The copper bathtub suddenly cracked, creating a web of fissures, and the steaming vapor condensed into tiny ice crystals that fell softly onto his resplendent form. Wu Huangji gazed at his hands, noting the knuckles like jade, the bone structure sharp as blades, with golden light hidden within the lines of his palms. He realized in his heart that this was no ordinary flesh. It resembled a divine weapon forged by heavenly hands, still as a mountain when at rest, yet moving like dragon scales in motion. Chapter 32, A Glance Back. Two different persons at this moment. The system's text emerged like ink spreading on rice paper. True form of chaos, advanced immune to all attacks below the supreme realm in this world. When struck, triggers 9 turns mysterious energy, automatically reflecting half of the damage. New feature: Yin-Yang Dual Fish Domain. Domain characteristics: once per day, a chaos totem can be summoned, reversing the flow of the world's energy within a 50-meter radius. Enemies entering this domain find themselves ensnared in an invisible vortex, their strength quietly decomposed and distorted, their movement sluggish, and their techniques difficult to execute in succession. Those skilled in lightness techniques feel as if burdened by immense weight when they leap, while those with profound inner strength find their vital energy sluggish, struggling as if paddling upstream. Distorted senses: the host's figure suddenly scatters, appearing in all directions, rendering it difficult to discern reality from illusion, leaving enemies at a loss. 2 instruments killing array the edges of the domain shimmer with transparent ripples, forming a cutting force field. Those who enter are pierced as if by 1,000 needles, the left side scorched as if by a branding iron, the right side frozen as if encased in ice. Supreme Realm? Wu Huan suddenly rose, water cascading from his body like a golden waterfall. He had once thought that reaching the first tier was the pinnacle of martial arts. Yet he had underestimated the profound mysteries of this realm. Was there an even higher state beyond the Supreme Realm? What then was the true limit of martial arts? At this moment, his life attribute surged to 1632 points. Wu Huan felt his spirit become clear and his senses elevated. The faint crackle of candle flames, the dissipating mist of water, the footsteps echoing in the alley. Every detail of the world was vividly perceptible to him. The night was like fine gauze, yet it could not obscure his piercing gaze. He could see the azure patterns of the blue feathers at the eaves, the silvery glow of spider silk hanging under the moon, and the swirling dust motes, all laid bare before his eyes. The wind sang like strings, and leaves fell like chimes. The rich fragrance of herbs and the sharp scent of wine intertwined at his nostrils without mixing. He stood amidst it all, as if resonating with the universe, his perception so keen it bordered on the divine. Wu Huan felt a terrifying strength coursing through him. What of the supreme realm? With the system's augmentation, the limits of martial arts in this world would eventually be shattered beneath my feet. A proud smile curled at his lips as he resolved to head straight for the Fire Bear stronghold tomorrow, determined to crush it in one fell swoop. Resolving this matter swiftly would allow him to return to Bamboo Creek Village and provide an account to his fellow villagers. He had originally come to Qingyang City merely to enlist the help of the Four Seas escort to eliminate bandits, while also seeking a glimpse of the outside world and a means of making a stable living, surviving precariously. Yet now, the plan had changed. Armed with his current strength, there was no need to rely on others. Just as he dried himself and prepared to put on his trousers, he caught a glimpse of the roof across the window. A calico cat had been watching him for quite some time, as if sensing Wu Huan's gaze. The cat lazily stood, flicked its tail, and sauntered away. However, in that instant, he perceived 10, 20, even hundreds of cat shadows trailing behind it. They surged forth like a silent tide, leaving not a single sound of claws behind. Under the moonlight, that vast procession resembled a ghostly army, exuding a chilling aura of impending doom, swiftly vanishing into the depths of the night. 100 cats roaming at night, cunning felines, clearly not of good intent. As night deepened, Meng Ziki and Yun Xiao strolled through the long street, carrying their newly purchased garments. Turning the corner, they arrived at the square in front of the Four Seas escort. There, a grand arena was being hastily constructed, with 8 crimson pillars already erected, while craftsmen busily hung brocades embroidered with the words martial arts recruitment. The night breeze fluttered, the golden-threaded characters of Four Seas gleaming under the lantern's glow. Sister Meng, look. Yun Xiao pointed at the newly hung couplets on either side of the arena. Heroes through combat, swords determine fate. The daughter of the Four Seas escort certainly had a generous spirit. Meng Ziki paused with her sword, her gaze like water, lightly sweeping over the incomplete arena. Her lips parted slightly. In this martial world, recruiting through combat has become a common tactic for various factions to gather talents, to make friends through martial arts, to forge bonds through combat. In 3 days, this place will witness a fierce battle. She chuckled lightly, her sword tassel swaying. However, such excitement is not without its charm in the martial realm. I believe Brother Wu would appreciate it. A moment later, Meng Ziki and Yun Xiao pushed open the door, only to halt abruptly. Did we come to the wrong place? The bundle of clothes Yun Xiao was holding fell to the floor with a thud. Before them stood a man with golden hair cascading like a waterfall, shimmering under the candlelight. He was bare-chested, his sculpted physique resembling finely carved jade, with muscular lines undulating like dragons and snakes, subtly shifting with his breath. Complemented by striking features and a gaze devoid of desire, the visual impact was truly formidable. Wu Huan casually grabbed a nearby cloth to dry his hair, a smile playing on his lips. What? Has the time taken to buy clothes made you forget your own elder brother? Meng Ziki and Yun Xiao were taken aback, struck by his glance and smile, their ears turning crimson as they took a moment to regain composure. As they scrutinized him closely, they were astonished to find that the person before them was utterly transformed. And they exclaimed in unison, how have you changed so much? Yun Xiao's eyes widened, her little hand trembling as she poked Wu Huan's cheek. No human skin mask? This is your real face? Brother, have you been enlightened by the thunder or consumed a 3,000-year-old elixir? She circled around Wu Huan, tugging at a strand of his golden hair. How did your hair suddenly grow long and turn golden? And your skin and physique? It's as if you become a different person. Goodness, could it be that you've trained in some wicked art and gone mad? Wu Huan bent down to pick up the fallen bundle, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Ah, dear Yun, you are unaware of the secret methods of my Wind Spirit Moon Shadow sect. The 9 turns mysterious technique I practice has reached great mastery, allowing me to absorb the purest energies of the universe, refining my body, reshaping my bones, and even tempering my soul, leading to a complete metamorphosis. Just now, while bathing, my mind was clear and my fortune deep, and I inadvertently broke through my limits. It was a rare stroke of luck. I encountered the Golden Sun's energy that is seldom seen in a century, hence this transformation. How extraordinary! Yun Xiao murmured in envy. Such a remarkable secret technique. Does your sect still accept registered disciples? Wu Huan chuckled and shook his head. Enough of that. This technique is not something everyone can practice. Even the entry requirements can deter many. Moreover, my master has an eccentric temperament and has long sworn not to take in new disciples. Not allowing the two to continue questioning, he gently ushered them towards the door. There's no use in discussing this further. I'm starving. Let us go eat something different tonight. As the door closed behind them, he added, just let me change my clothes first. The two waited in the corridor outside. Though Meng Ziki said little, her thoughts rippled like water. The Wind Spirit Moon Shadow sect. I've never heard of it. Yet it can teach such extraordinary techniques. Its depth of heritage must rival that of those ancient sects with millennia of lineage. But why have I never heard of this sect in the martial world? Could it be an ancient force hidden from view? She lowered her gaze, letting out a soft sigh, burying her doubts deep within. No, when I return, I must thoroughly inquire with my master. Chapter 33, The White-Feathered Garuda. After a brief moment, the door swung open, and Wu Huanji stepped out, Clad in a simple yet sharp black outfit, the fabric, though not luxurious silk, was clean and neat, tailored to perfection, accentuating his well-proportioned and upright figure. A plain white belt was casually tied around his waist, and the cuffs and collar were adorned with subtle, understated patterns. He wore a pair of soft-soled black boots, and his golden hair was impeccably arranged, enhancing the chiseled features of his face, which appeared strikingly handsome and ethereal, creating a visual impact that was quite formidable. His overall simplicity exuded an unconstrained elegance, reminiscent of a hero emerging from an ancient painting, standing out with an air of distinction. "Ah!" Yun Xiao could not help but exclaim, his eyes shining as if he had discovered a treasure. "Brother, you look remarkably good. Even in coarse cloth, you outshine silk." Meng Ziqi's gaze flickered, noticing her heart quickening slightly at Wu Huangji's appearance, imagining that if he were to become a performer, his earnings would surely be substantial. However, her inability to express compliments left her silently reflecting. Is it true that attire makes the man? No. He requires no finery to surpass the mundane. Wu Huangji, upon hearing this, laughed heartily and gestured invitingly. Let us go. Let us go. Tonight, Brother Yun is treating us." Ha! The trio stepped out of the tavern, greeted by a city ablaze with lights. The long street resembled a flowing river, shimmering with golden reflections. As they ventured further into the heart of the city, the crowd grew increasingly lively. An old man selling candy jingled his copper bells, fire-breathing performers drew cheers, and the workers at the silk shop shouted about newly arrived Sioux embroidery, all mingling with the fragrant aroma of candied chestnuts and the sweet scent of rouge. The figures on the bluestone road intertwined, appearing even more vibrant than in daylight. Yun Xiao stood on tiptoe, peering around, strange. In past years, the Winter Festival would not bring such scenes to Qingyang City. This kind of nightlife was quite rare in the Great Jing Dynasty. In previous years, such festivities occurred only for 3 or 4 days around winter, and even during the month of the Four Seas Escort Agency's marriage competition. The excitement would only build closer to the event. However, this year was different. The city lord's manor seemed intent on making the winter festival grander and more enduring, igniting the city's atmosphere a full half-month in advance. The red-painted notice from the city lord's manor had already been hung at the city gate. The winter festival would last for half a month, stirring the dormant cold nights into a boiling cauldron of activity. The three strolled leisurely through the illuminated street. Occasionally, they would stop to watch a juggler wielding a 9-section whip, sending sparks flying into the night. At other times, they examined the cheap but dazzling faux jewelry at stalls, glass hairpins reflecting the lights, pretending to be stars shining brightly. They even paused with interest at a candy stall, watching the old craftsman deftly manipulate the sugar strands into the form of a golden-winged Garuda poised for flight. A piece of sycamore leaf twirled, quietly covering the fresh horse manure at the street corner. Wu Huangji suddenly halted, inhaling deeply. The freshly baked sesame cakes mingled with the jasmine scent from a nearby perfumery, while sparks from the blacksmith's forge carried the aroma of hay, and even the distant scent from a stable blended into a unique flavor of the marketplace in the evening breeze. This aroma was rich and vibrant, as if it infused every corner of the Jianghu into his lungs. He could not help but recall the distant blue star, amidst a jungle of steel. The stench of exhaust mingled with the acrid smell of dog waste. Shop windows reflected faces dulled by monotony, turning the vibrant human experience into bland water. This lively human essence perhaps could only be remembered by the older generation, who might still recall fragments of similar experiences, like the scent of roasted sweet potatoes wafting from a childhood alley or the faint, elegant fragrance lingering in the hair of a first love. Yet, today's youth had long been conditioned by steel, concrete, and pet waste. The metallic chill of air conditioning, the particulate haze of smog, and the refuse and greenbelts had all become the commonplace essence of urban life. "What is brother sniffing for?" Yun Xiao inquired, approaching with a skewer of candied hawthorn berries in hand. Wu Huangji, with the countless lights reflecting in his eyes, smiled slightly. "Ah, this is the true essence of humanity. Far more comforting than those cold steel structures." "Cold steel structures? What odd words you speak, brother," Yun Xiao remarked, tilting his head in confusion as he bit into the bright red candied hawthorn. Meng Ziqi turned her head as well, chewing on a piece of osmanthus cake. Her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. "What is that? It sounds unfamiliar to us Jianghu people." "Nothing much, just a casual remark," Wu Huangji coughed lightly. "In any case, it is far more comforting than the air of wealth found in those grand mansions." They continued towards the city center. Not long after, the sound of musical instruments reached their ears. Initially thought to be a wedding celebration, closer listening revealed the deep resonance of Buddhist chants intermingled with the rhythmic sound of wooden fish. Just as they were pondering, they turned a corner to see a procession of monks approaching slowly. The deep crimson robes fluttered in the wind, and dozens of monks, holding ritual implements, chanted in a tide-like rhythm. At the center of the procession walked a magnificent snow-white creature. It was an extraordinary being Wu Huangji had never seen before, entirely snow-white, with the body of a tiger and the head of a bird, sporting 2 wings, standing over a height of a yard, plump and powerful, resembling a divine beast descended from the heavens. Seated upon its back was an elderly monk with eyebrows cascading past his chin. his bright red robe contrasting with his long white eyebrows, exuding an aura of solemnity. Crowds lined the streets, and as the monk's procession passed, devotees knelt in reverence, chanting prayers. Wu Huangji raised an eyebrow and quietly inquired, "What is this?" Yun Xiao clasped his hands together, speaking with reverence. "This is Master Incan from Tongdu Temple, and the divine beast he rides is called White-Feathered Garuda, a guardian deity recorded in Buddhist scriptures." Meng Ziki nodded in agreement, her eyes glimmering with interest. Buddhism is the state religion of the Great Jing, and it is said that Master Incan is on the verge of transcending to an extraordinary realm, about to break through the first great barrier. The three watched the monks fade into the distance, the sound of a wooden clapper resounding from a nearby corner. The night market was gradually winding down, with some vendors beginning to pack up their goods, and pedestrians dispersing in small groups. The people in this world maintained a remarkably healthy routine, for most. Staying awake until 10 at night felt akin to Wu Huangji's experience of toiling until 2 or 3 in the morning back on the Blue Star. No matter how high the spirits, fatigue would eventually prevail. Of course, there were always a few modern individuals with boundless energy, determined to stay awake until dawn, but they clearly belonged to a minority. As the foot traffic thinned, Wu Huangji was about to return when he noticed a brightly lit 9-story building ahead, its crimson doors wide open. The clinking of glasses and lively chatter spilling out, starkly contrasting with the increasingly quiet streets. Wu Huangji paused to observe, seeing that the hall within was packed to capacity, buzzing with excitement. Why is business still so thriving at this hour? Just then, 3 diners emerged from inside, and upon hearing his question, one of them glanced at him and scoffed, "You must be an outsider, my friend. This is the best place to eat in Qingyang City. The chef is a descendant of the imperial kitchen. Not only are the dishes exquisite, but they also open only for dinner, starting at the hour of the dog and serving until the hour of the tiger." Another companion chimed in, "Indeed. The nobles of our city all love to come here for a late-night snack, but the prices, well, they are not for the average person." Before he could finish, a richly dressed woman approached gracefully, bowing slightly. "Esteemed guests, it's chilly outside. Please come in." Her demeanor was dignified, reminiscent of a refined lady. Seeing this, Wu Huangji shrugged and turned to Meng Ziki and Yun Xiao with a smile, "Since they have personally invited us, wouldn't it be too stingy of us to turn away? Since this is the culinary hallmark of Qingyang City, we must experience it." Meng Ziki furrowed her brow slightly, her tone tinged with hesitation. "Brother Wu, are you certain you want to dine here?" Wu Huangji raised an eyebrow and grinned. "Do not worry. How expensive could it possibly be? I am sure we can afford it." Having spoken, he stepped inside. Yun Xiao followed closely behind, gently poking his back with a finger, and remarked with a playful humph, "I have but a single silver note today. The remainder will be your responsibility." Meng Ziki hesitated, then let out a soft sigh and joined him. The gentle chime of a copper bell echoed from the eaves as the moonlight illuminated the gilded characters Jinghong Pavilion on the side sign. As Wu Huangji entered the hall, a rich aroma of dishes enveloped him. The satisfied expressions of diners exchanging cups and laughter resonated throughout the space, affirming the establishment's esteemed reputation. A graceful hostess glided over, guiding the trio to a corner table. "Esteemed guests, does this window-side seat suit your fancy? Though tucked away, it offers a splendid view of the moonlit courtyard." Wu Huangji frowned, surveying the surroundings. The table was uncomfortably close to a support pillar, and the hall was bustling with patrons. "If we are to enjoy the scenery, we cannot face a mere pillar. Are there any private rooms upstairs? I would appreciate your guidance," he casually inquired. Unbeknownst to Wu Huangji, access to the upper levels of Jinghong Pavilion was not granted indiscriminately. Moreover, as a woman, Meng Ziki had never ventured into such establishments, let alone this upscale venue. The bustling ground floor welcomed any patron with the means to indulge, yet ascending to the upper levels entailed certain considerations. This was precisely why the first floor was perpetually crowded. A flicker of surprise crossed the hostess's eyes, her fan partially concealing her ruby lips. "Surely, esteemed guest jest. There are indeed vacancies upstairs. But are you truly inclined to ascend?" Wu Huangji, oblivious to the underlying implications, replied readily, "If there are available seats, let us proceed upstairs. While this corner allows for moon gazing, the pillar obstructs the view, diminishing the elegance. The upstairs should offer a quieter ambience." Yun Xiao chimed in, "Indeed, miss. If there are seats available upstairs, let us go. I am positively starving." This was a genuine sentiment, for their earlier street snacks had long been digested, and the aroma of the sumptuous spread before them was utterly tantalizing. The hostess ceased her chatter and bowed slightly, leading the way. "Please follow me, and take care on the steps." As she ascended the staircase, the copper bell hanging at the corner chimed softly in the breeze. Chapter 34. Classic villain lines. This night at the Jinghong Pavilion, an unusual event unfolded. 2 young men, seemingly around 17 or 18, confidently ascended to the second floor accompanied by a young woman donning a conical hat. All patrons in the lobby, witnessing the spectacle, momentarily paused their meals, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. They discreetly took note of Wu Huangji and Yun Xiao's appearances. Among these onlookers were renowned figures from the Jianghu who had come to appreciate the Qingyang first floor, young gentlemen attending the Four Seas Escorts martial arts matchmaking, and local tyrants who held sway in this area. Some clutched their wine cups with mocking smiles, while others stroked their beards, shaking their heads. And a few seasoned veterans had already begun to place bets, wagering on how long the trio could last on the second floor. Just wait. Within a quarter of an hour, they would surely be tossed down by the Nangong family's enforcers. An old escort master by the window spat out a sunflower seed shell. After all, they had seen many naive youngsters at the Jinghong Pavilion. It is well known that the second floor, referred to as the Wengwu Pavilion, comprises 9 elegant rooms arranged in a circular manner, devoid of doors. At the center stands an independent large kitchen, where a descendant of the imperial chef stands guard, with smoke wafting and aromas filling the air. However, to enjoy the delicacies and fine wines here, one must first overcome 3 trials, literary contests and poetry, martial tests and combat skills, and a culinary challenge to assess one's cooking prowess. If one abides by the rules, enjoying food and drink on the first floor, all is well. However, should one overestimate their abilities, daring to ascend and subsequently falter, then alas, from this day forth, you shall not even be permitted a glance at the doors of Jinghong Pavilion, should you dare to take another step. Regardless of whether you are a young master or a distinguished guest, the martial artist will respectfully escort you out, leaving you in a disgraceful state. Of course, if one possesses a cultivation level above the 3rd rank, this rule shall not apply, as the owner of the Jinghong Pavilion, the illustrious Nangong Fairy, with 2nd rank cultivation and a sword colder than frost, despises the ignorant and reckless. Not satisfied? Seeking an explanation? Feel free. She resides on the 9th floor, always ready to receive you. Yet, in these past years, none has managed to enter and exit standing. Those who were carried out horizontally all left in complete submission, tremblingly adding, "Justice, justice." Nangong Fairy, so astute. In this place, there is no distinction between nobles and common folk, fail to pass the 3 trials. And you shall not even touch the threshold of the 2nd floor. Money? Power? Here, such things are far less substantial than a bowl of strong liquor. As the 3 reached the final step of the sandalwood staircase, the scene before them suddenly opened up, under the illumination of 2 rows of crimson silk lanterns. 6 ladies adorned in moonlight skirts flanked the corridor, their beauty striking and figures graceful. Upon seeing their guests, they chirped in unison, "Welcome esteemed guests to the Wengwu Pavilion." Before their words faded, 3 ladies gracefully stepped forward, each taking one of the trio by the wrist and guiding them into an elegant private room. The room was enveloped in the fragrance of agarwood, and Wu Huangji reclined against a beautifully embroidered pillow, suddenly feeling a sharp gaze piercing through him. Across from them, in another elegant room, a mustachioed swordsman with 3 swords resting on his back leaned against the lap of a beauty, leisurely sipping from a jade cup. His copper bell-like eye swept over the 3 newcomers, a playful smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. Further away, behind half-rolled pearl curtains, sat the 3rd young master of the Qin family, who had just exchanged pleasantries earlier that afternoon, now dressed in a peacock blue embroidered gold robe. He was engaged in hushed conversation with a portly, somewhat good-naturedly plump gentleman beside him. Qin Yuanshuan's gaze swept over the trio who had just ascended, his folding fan pausing momentarily. He recognized Yun Xiao, and though Meng Ziki was concealed beneath her hat and veil, her slender figure was unmistakable. Yet, this blonde youth, the more he looked, the more he felt a strange familiarity. A hint of suspicion flickered in his eyes. Could he be the younger brother of that esteemed individual? Beside him, Lai Qingda, clutching a glistening braised pig trotter, leaned closer to inquire, "Third young master, do you know those individuals?" TSK, that girl in the conical hat has a fine figure." Grease from his plump lips smeared the air with meaty scents as he spoke. Qin Junshan snapped his fan open with a flourish, shielding himself from the meat particles spewing from Lai Qingda's mouth. At that moment, the curtain next to Wu Huangji stirred. 2 young gentlemen clad in fine garments leaned against the vermilion railing. One, with a face covered in acne, suddenly sneered, "Brother Shi. Look at this group bringing along a girl, so arrogant. Do they think this Wengwu Pavilion is their own backyard?" The other, with a rat-like appearance and shifty eyes, sinisterly remarked, "Bringing a woman upstairs? I've never seen such pretentiousness, in my opinion. This pretty boy is merely relying on his looks to mooch off others." These 2 were among the top 10 disciples of the Xiantian sect. The acne-ridden youth, known as Xiao Lu, nicknamed Pockmarked Sword, ranked 8th. The other, with a rat-like countenance and beady eyes, was Xiao Shi, ranked 7th, known as Whiskered Whip. Shala narrowed his eyes and continued, "Brother Shi is right. Not just anyone can ascend to this 2nd floor. Those dining here, they must be heroes like Master Sun." He gestured respectfully toward the mustachioed swordsman. His gaze then shifted back to Wu Huangji and his companions, a smirk forming on his lips. As for some youngsters who haven't even matured, they might as well leave early to avoid embarrassing themselves and ruining our elegant gathering with Miss Xuanmei. Before he could finish, Wu Huangji lazily rubbed his ear, firmly holding back the agitated Yun Xiao, who seemed ready to leap up. With a slight raise of his brow and a smirk at the corner of his lips, he said indifferently, "In such a refined place, who would have thought 2 barking wild dogs would appear? Truly a sight to spoil the atmosphere." With that, he slowly stood up, his steps steady and composed, and walked directly towards the adjacent elegant room. Standing before Xiao Lu and Xiao Shi, a cold smile played at the corners of his mouth. What did you just say, you little brat? Xiaoxi rose, a glint of malice in his eyes, ready to unleash a sneak attack. However, before he could make a move, two resounding slaps echoed, his face abruptly turned to the side, his left cheek swelling into a five-finger mountain. At the same moment, Xiaolo also stood frozen, clutching his face, his hair disheveled, and one of his blemishes bursting on impact. The two stinging slaps left them dizzy and filled with rage. You little brat, you're asking for death. Just then, a towering figure, resembling a mountain, abruptly stepped in, his powerful arms gripping the two's wrists like iron clamps, rendering them immobile. This man, with dark skin and a stature nearing 2 meters, exuded a robust masculinity. Gentlemen, fine cuisine deserves to be savored. Let grievances be resolved elsewhere. The clash of tongues is never found in fists, but rather in the understanding of flavor. Only with each bite can one truly grasp the vastness of the world. Zhuang Jingwen's voice was deep and resonant, carrying an undeniable authority. He tightened his grip, and Xiaoxi and Xiaolo felt as if their wrists were bound in iron, the pain in their bones causing their earlier bravado to diminish. Xiaoxi gritted his teeth, ultimately shaking off his sleeve, glaring at Wu Huangji with a venomous glare. You little brat, just wait. This slap will be repaid 100-fold. Xiaoli's face turned crimson as he clutched his swollen cheek and muttered, You're dead tonight. Do you know who we are? Await the assassination order from the Xiantian sect. Zhuang Jingwen released his grip, casting a glance at them, and calmly stated, If you three wish to continue dining, please behave. Otherwise, the doors of this humble establishment are always open to you. With that, he turned and returned to the central kitchen. In the corridor outside the screen, several young women in moonlight skirts peeked curiously, sharing silent smiles at the sight of Xiaoxi and Xiaoli's misfortune. One young lady, playfully clutching her embroidered handkerchief, remarked softly, at last. Someone has come to deal with these two toads, who spend their days dreaming grandiose dreams of spring and autumn, foolishly hoping to share a bed with Sister May. It's truly laughable. Another maiden, her eyes sparkling, teased while nibbling on the corner of her handkerchief, Sisters, what a striking young man this is. Handsome and distinguished. Could he be the glass prince from the western regions? He's even more charming than the third young master. A nearby girl gently tapped her hand, playfully chiding. What is this? Has Sister secretly given her heart away? Zhuang Jingwen stood beside a square stove, saluting Wu Huangji with a graceful bow, proclaiming, Esteemed sir, I am Zhuang Jingwen. By the grace of my fellow wanderers of the realm, I have been affectionately dubbed the gourmet traveler, having savored the myriad flavors of mountains and rivers, daring to critique the finest delicacies of the world. Might I inquire, esteemed sir? Upon hearing this, Wu Huangji raised an eyebrow, perhaps stirred by some playful spirit ignited by Xiao and his companion, and mimicked their eloquent tone, deliberately elongating his final syllable in a casual manner. What a coincidence. I am Wu Huangji, known as the gluttonous hero, championing the cause of the unjust while indulging in the bounty of the culinary world, accompanied by fine wine and delicacies. Unfazed by the complexities of the mortal realm, his words immediately drew a few hushed chuckles from those around. Zhuang Jingwen clapped his hands in hearty laughter, his voice booming like thunder. What a delightful gluttonous hero. Since you dare to step into the martial and literary pavilion, you must have already memorized the rules of the 3 barriers. However, let me make one thing clear. The taste test is only conducted once. If one falters, all are lost. He shifted his gaze, sharp as lightning, scanning the faces of Wu Huangji and his companions. Which one of you is the culinary hero in charge? Once the ladle is lifted, it is akin to a swordsman unsheathing his blade. There is no retreat. I must also caution you, should you fail, there will be no second chances, and from this day forth, you 3 will be placed on my pavilion's blacklist, barred from ever entering again. Chapter 35. Do you agree? Third young master? Wu Huangji shook his striking golden hair, suddenly grinning. Wasn't this just a ploy reminiscent of internet celebrities exploring eateries? He recalled coming across an episode titled The Unwritten Rules of Ancient Elite Clubs, where those top-tier banquets could not simply be bought with money. At a Westlake Perch banquet, one had to compose poetry on the spot, while at the Luoyang Flower banquet, one could not touch their chopsticks without a couplet. The scene before him was unmistakably akin to an ancient version of a Michelin 3-star restaurant. A playful glimmer danced in his eyes as he chuckled inwardly. This was akin to stepping into a particularly prestigious dining establishment. With a confident stride, Wu Huangji approached Zhuang Jingwen, observing the vast kitchen that resembled a martial arts arena. The iron pots gleamed like ink. The cutting boards bore intricate patterns that could reflect a silhouette. The knives were sharper than ordinary swords, and the array of spices and ingredients was bountiful. Vegetables, fruits, fish, meat, and condiments were all present. This was not merely a kitchen befitting ancient times. It was, in fact, a Michelin 3-star kitchen with a classical flair. What is the matter? Zhuang Jingwen raised an eyebrow, noticing his momentary stupor. Are you missing some ingredients or tools? Wu Huangji shook his head, flicking his fingers against the iron pot hanging by the stove. The clear, resonant metallic sound startled a small bird resting under the eaves, causing it to flutter away. Pray tell, how does one judge this so-called culinary contest? Zhuang Jingwen smiled slightly, his tone leisurely. It's quite simple. You merely need to prepare 3 signature dishes, which I and the courtesan, the fairy of Nangong, will each taste. Wu Huangji rolled up his sleeves, determination igniting in his eyes. Very well. Since this is a premier arena, I shall showcase my true skills and demonstrate what it means to be a culinary hero. This was no boast. He had been running a small stir-fry restaurant in town for over a decade. From a young age, he had learned to cook alongside his mother, able to judge the heat at 5 and wield a large iron ladle by 7, growing up amidst the clattering of pots and pans. His culinary skills had long been honed to perfection. He methodically selected some fresh vegetables and fruits from the abundant array of ingredients, then strolled leisurely to the sink. In the Dying Dynasty, culinary tasks were traditionally considered a woman's duty. What man would willingly don a greasy apron and toil among pots and pans, sacrificing his heroic demeanor? However, to meet the ethereal beauty of the moonlit fairy, one must first pass through the trials of the literary and martial halls. And so, a group of rugged men wielding swords and knives found themselves grasping silver spoons and kitchen knives. The hands that typically dismantled opponents now had to monitor the cooking times. The discerning eyes that once perceived enemy moves now focused on slicing tofu. Some labored over a dish called hairpin white jade soup, tirelessly chopping 10 pounds of tofu into wisps. Others scoured the land for 9 rare spices to recreate the lost snowy night red plum roast. This was no mere banquet for heroes. It was a contest of affections among infatuated men. Wu Huangji casually picked up a cucumber as vibrant as jade. With a flash of the knife, he cut it into irregular thick slices, his rough technique causing Zhuang Jingwen's eyelid to twitch. Master Wu, your method of slicing the cucumber is quite unconventional, perhaps. Not quite right? Zhuang Jingwen could not help but interject with a frown. What do you know? This is called a wave knife technique. Wu Huangji replied without looking up, the knife's back smashing garlic cloves with a force that made the spice jars tremble. Cooking has no fixed form, understand? Zhuang Jingwen was momentarily taken aback, pondering. What an ungrateful young man. Here I am, offering guidance, and he dares to be dismissive. Yet he managed to suppress his irritation, saying, such a unique approach. Since Master Wu possesses a distinctive technique, I shall observe. Stepping back, he crossed his arms, resembling a statue of a gorilla standing by the stove. However, the quivering flesh on his round face clearly conveyed the message. Let us see how you conclude this. Xiaoxi snickered from the elegant seating area. What a braggart. Claiming to have no fixed style, even my cook's 3-year-old daughter could outperform that knife work. Cut. Xiao Lu, covering his erupting acne, chimed in mockingly. Brother, she speaks well. I think Senior Wen should prevent him from ruining the ingredients. This is not cooking. It's torture for that cucumber. They exchanged glances, bursting into laughter. Finally, Xiaoxi raised his voice, intentionally loud enough for everyone to hear. Listen well, everyone. If this fellow can pass the culinary challenge, I, Xiaoxi, will gladly offer 1,000 taels of silver for all present to feast and revel. I wonder if this gluttonous hero dares to accept the challenge? Across the table, the bearded swordsman Sun Jingyi scoffed, slamming his jade cup down. With such elegance, how could I miss out? I shall also wager 1,000 taels, betting he cannot succeed. With that crude knife work, he hardly deserves the lady's chopsticks. Upon hearing this, Lai Qingda, wiping oil from his mouth, chuckled. How amusing. I shall join the fun and wager 3,000 taels that this friend cannot pass the test. Chen Jushun sighed softly, gently waving his folding fan. As long as you all enjoy yourselves, I shall refrain from participating. Oh, 1,000 taels? That's just a pittance. Wu Huangji tossed his golden hair, the knife clanging against the cutting board. His gaze swept over the crowd, brimming with disdain. If we're playing, let us play big. If you don't have at least 10,000 taels, how dare you bark like a dog here? He turned to Zhuang Jingwen, clasping his hands in respect. Senior Zhuang, would you be willing to bear witness to this wager? I fear some may lose their temper and act dishonorably, playing tricks on the spot. With that, he felt elated. Were these eager benefactors arriving just in time? He had been worried about his empty pockets, yet they were practically offering money at his doorstep. If he won, he would pocket 30,000 taels. If he lost, he would simply walk away without a care. He was confident that such exquisite ingredients were not commonplace. He had no doubt of his victory. After all, having been in charge of the kitchen since the tender age of 10, his modern culinary techniques would leave these ancient folk pondering for a lifetime. What knife skills and cooking times paled in comparison to the art of scientific cuisine? Xiaoxi was immediately incensed by this remark. Arrogant brat. Do you truly possess such wealth? Wu Huangji lazily glanced at him, his tone elongated with a hint of mockery. What is the matter? Feeling timid? Or are you merely a lowly pretender, trying to flaunt wealth here? Suddenly, he turned to Qin Junshun, a knowing smile flickering in his eyes. Whether I possess money or not, this gentleman can vouch for me. Wouldn't you agree, third young master? Chapter 36. Lychee meet the ladder. Caught off guard by his gaze, felt a sudden flutter in his heart. He quickly rose to his feet, clasped his hands, and forced himself to maintain composure, declaring, I indeed have a slight acquaintance with this young Master Wu, and can assure you that he is capable of producing 10,000 taels of silver. A wave of astonishment swept through the hall. Sun Jingyi was the first to speak, bursting into hearty laughter. Excellent. Then I shall wager 10,000 taels for a quick profit. Xiaoxi, gritting his teeth, proclaimed, I too shall stake 10,000 taels. If you cannot afford to pay, then you shall pay with your life. Not to be outdone, Xiao rose from his seat, exclaiming, I too shall wager 10,000 taels. Let it lead you to ruin. Lai Qingda, with his plump hand slapping his thigh, chuckled heartily. How amusing. Since the three young masters are acquainted with this friend, I too shall contribute 10,000 taels to the excitement. As the stakes of the wager continued to rise, Zhuang Jingwen cleared his throat and declared, Since you all are so inclined, I shall serve as the witness. Once the wager is set, it cannot be retracted. Meanwhile, Wu Huangji busied himself at the stove for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, yet the guests became increasingly perplexed. The fire flickered erratically, lacking any discernible pattern. However, the nature of cooking varies with the dish, and the cuisine Wu Huangji prepared was akin to an unintelligible script to them, rendering them incapable of evaluation. When it came time to showcase his knife skills, the crowd ultimately came to a consensus. This young man's cutting technique was quite subpar. The cucumbers were unevenly sliced, the radish pieces varied in thickness, and even the garlic cloves were smashed into disarray. The spice containers rattled with each clumsy movement. Is this it? Even my guard dog could handle a knife better than this. Shashi laughed heartily, exclaiming, Oh my eyes. This is not culinary skill. It is a massacre of ingredients. Lai Qingda's face twitched in disbelief. Having lived for decades, he had never witnessed such ludicrous knife work. To claim to be a foodie with such skills? Surely he must be a culinary vandal. In the blink of an eye, a stick of incense had burned down, and Wu Huangji efficiently presented 3 exquisite dishes. The first dish, lychee meat, glistened like crystal, its rosy hue reminiscent of agate, piled high on a white jade plate. Each piece of meat was coated in amber honey, with delicate golden streaks resembling the patterns on a lychee shell. The sweet aroma mingled with a subtle hint of wine, tantalizing the senses. The second dish, Buddha jumps over the wall, was served in a celadone urn, releasing a soft pop as the lid was lifted. A rich, white broth floated with golden oil droplets, abalone resembling the moon, sea cucumbers like ink, and fish fins resembling silver threads, all obscured in the steaming broth. The fragrant blend of mountain delicacies and flower wine entwined in a harmonious embrace, intoxicating before a single sip was taken. The third dish, braised pork with preserved vegetables, lay in a blackwood bowl, the soy braised meat arranged in layers like a pagoda. The amber skin shimmered with oil, while the dark preserved vegetables glistened like sandalwood, their creases filled with glistening garlic cloves, exuding a savory aroma. All present instinctively swallowed hard, their throats rolling in anticipation. Zhuang Jingwen stepped forward, his gaze drifting among the 3 dishes before settling on the plate of lychee meat. The other 2 dishes were then sent to the top floor. By the crystal table stood a delicate structure resembling an ancient loft model, its sides embedded with transparent glass window panes, and a mechanism visible at the base. This was the unique dish delivery device of Jinghong Pavilion, named the Cloud Ladder, designed to send delicacies directly to Miss Xue Mei in her embroidered chamber. Zhuang Jingwen opened the small door on the side of the cloud ladder, revealing an exquisite wooden box tray. He carefully placed the other 2 dishes inside, gently closing the door, and soon heard the low rumble of gears in motion. Through the glass panes, he observed the tray ascending slowly, like a crane soaring in the wind, disappearing from view in the blink of an eye. Resembling a lychee, yet imbued with even greater charm, Zhuang Jingwen picked up a piece of lychee meat with his chopsticks, nodding in approval. What a perfect blend of form and spirit. Wu Huangji's lips curled into a subtle smile. To produce these 3 signature dishes, he was fortunate to have access to the fully equipped kitchen of the Wenji Pavilion. In any other place, it would be inconceivable to create such culinary delights. Glistening honey, crimson sugar, exotic pepper, fragrant thyme, glossy preserved vegetables, even rare pineapples were readily available. This amalgamation of commonplace ingredients and foreign treasures created a veritable paradise for a chef. Had he been outside, gathering such ingredients would have required relentless effort, and it was uncertain if they even existed in this unfamiliar world. Yet here, it felt as if a treasure trove had been crafted just for him, sparing him the toil while allowing his creativity to flourish. Wu Huangji sampled a piece himself. It was quite good. This flavor, in modern terms, would be considered above average. But for these ancient individuals, it was akin to presenting an ordinary milk chocolate to someone who had never tasted it before, leaving them in awe. Conversely, offering a common fish fin to one accustomed to delicacies would elicit disdain. Moreover, this freshness further enhanced the culinary experience. It reminded him of the once popular maltose on Blue Star, something he adored as a child, yet found overly sweet in adulthood. The sugar had not changed. It was the discerning palate of the taster that had evolved. At this moment, Zhuang Jingwen resembled a child savoring maltose for the first time. With one bite of lychee meat, he might as well have been enchanted. Wu Huangji glanced at Zhuang Jingwen, a knowing smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This gastronomic adept seems like a child who has never tasted maltose. One bite of lychee meat may leave him utterly spellbound. Recently, fortune has been favorable. Wherever I go, silver seems to flow in abundance. As expected. Upon tasting the first bite, Zhuang Jingwen's eyes widened in astonishment. The chopsticks clattered on the table as 4 praises burst forth like a rapid-fire barrage, crispy on the outside, tender within, sweet with a hint of freshness, with a lingering wine aroma, sweet yet not cloying. It surpasses real lychee by 3-fold. He couldn't resist picking up another piece, shaking his head in disbelief as he exclaimed, "In my years traversing the realm, tasting all manner of delicacies, I have never encountered such a uniquely crafted dish. Your culinary skills are such that even the master chefs of the imperial kitchen would feel ashamed. As he spoke, he picked up another piece, this time pausing to admire it under the candlelight. The outer skin was golden and crisp like autumn leaves, while the interior was tender and juicy like a spring. It was truly a marvel. Suddenly recalling the previous dog-like cutting technique, his face flushed with embarrassment. Ahem. Truly, the sea is immeasurable. Such celestial fare should not be enjoyed alone. Come, everyone must partake. Such exquisite flavors, if not tasted, may lead to a lifetime of regret. Zhuang Jingwen, with a face full of delight, held the plate of lychee meat as if it were a treasure, turning to warmly invite the others. He first presented the plate to the mustachioed swordsman Sun Jingyi, his tone brooking no refusal. Master Sun, you must try this. It is a flavor I have seldom encountered in my lifetime. Sun Jingyi, half convinced, took a piece into his mouth and savored it, his eyes lighting up. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. With each bite, the flavors unfold distinctly, as if dancing upon my tongue, leaving an endless aftertaste. Next, he approached Xiao Shi and his companion. A sly smile playing on his lips. Did you not just declare this a massacre of ingredients? Are you brave enough to offer another critique? Though reluctant. The two felt compelled by the atmosphere, and reluctantly each took a piece. To their astonishment, upon biting into it, they could no longer feign indifference, abandoning their mockery to focus on savoring the dish. Subsequently, he passed the plate to Lai Qingde, Chen Junshun, and others. Even the maids standing in the corridor were not left out. Young ladies, do come and taste. Such delicacies are rare to encounter. You will understand the intricacies upon tasting. Initially, the maidens shyly declined, but seeing Zhuang Jingwen's earnest expression, they could only bow in thanks and cautiously take a piece to savor. In an instant, the room was filled with whispers of admiration. Chapter 37. A dish that can break boundaries. As the plate lay empty, Zhuang Jingwen, still savoring the remnants, lamented. What a pity, what a pity. Such exquisite flavors can only be enjoyed in a few bites. Good dishes are fleeting, and delightful tastes are hard to retain. His expression of regret resembled that of a martial enthusiast who had lost an unparalleled manual. Taking a deep breath, he respectfully bowed to Wu Huanji. Previously dismissing the latter's extravagant claims about culinary artistry as mere street banter, he was now profoundly humbled by the delicacies laid before him. The taste of lychee meat had transported him, an aficionado who prided himself on experiencing global cuisines, to uncharted realms of flavor. Indeed, Master Wu is exceptionally talented. I was blind to my own ignorance, he exclaimed. Such culinary mastery is truly beyond compare. His voice resonated, unashamed to publicly acknowledge his earlier misconceptions. As the saying goes, amateurs marvel at the spectacle, while experts discern the intricacies. It appeared that Master Wu not only understood the nuances of taste but also knew how to triumph with innovation. He pondered, how remarkable. The deliberate variation in the thickness of the ingredients enhances the complexity of the taste. Rejecting traditional constraints is a bold choice. Much like a warrior's ever-changing techniques, culinary skills are similarly dynamic. If one merely adheres to conventions, even the finest chef risks becoming mundane. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled like morning stars, as if a new world had unfolded before him. So that's it. Culinary arts and martial disciplines are intrinsically linked, both emphasizing the principle of breaking through to establish anew. An obsession with perfect knife skills is merely a craftsman's ability. Only those brave enough to defy norms can attain true excellence. A master possesses an inherent grace. True virtuosos never shy away from admitting others' superiority. For the sea of knowledge is boundless, and the arts are infinite. Only those who deceive and cling to false reputations remain stagnant. At that moment, he not only grasped the essence of culinary arts, but also gained new insights into his martial practice. Perhaps the bottlenecks he faced in his swordsmanship stemmed from an excessive fixation on rules, thereby hindering his own breakthroughs. As he realized this, he clenched his fists, feeling as if struck by lightning, and an invigorating energy began to flow through his meridians. His robes stirred without a breeze, reminiscent of a dragon suddenly appearing, as his internal energy manifested in 9 dragon-shaped currents behind him. The guests in attendance were left astounded. Who could have imagined that a culinary contest would prompt this esteemed gourmet to achieve enlightenment, leading to a potential breakthrough in his martial cultivation? Was this a sign of breaking through boundaries? Sun Jingyi's pupils constricted as he fixated on the swirling energy surrounding Zhuang Jingwen, cloud dragon manifesting, energy taking form. Among the spectators, only he, a third-tier martial artist, comprehended the significance of this phenomenon. The third-tier realm signifies mastery over the internal organs, moving effortlessly through snow. Capable of covering 300 miles in a day without fatigue. This was the beginning of a master. Xiao Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that a mere dish could facilitate such a breakthrough? This was utterly unimaginable. Lai Qingde gasped. He had heard tales of Zhuang's stagnation at the pinnacle of the 4th tier for over 20 years. And now this was he truly breaking through the meridians through exquisite cuisine? Suddenly, the beaded curtains fluttered. Congratulations, Uncle Zhuang, on ascending to the upper 3rd tier. This opportunity must be celebrated. A melodious voice, as clear as a nightingale's song, drifted from the corridor, dispelling the surrounding clamor. The sweet timbre stirred something deep within, awakening the senses. Two rows of enchanting maidens bent gracefully as the faint fragrance wafted through. As the aroma enveloped the room, a woman draped in sheer silk glided in barefoot. Her gown brushed the floor, and her delicate toes, painted a vivid red, bloomed upon the jade carpet. Her face was veiled, revealing only a pair of captivating autumn eyes and a hint of rosy lips. Yet it was enough to ensnare the soul. Her eyes sparkled like the Milky Way, profound as a deep abyss, drawing one in with a single glance. With a graceful figure and a slender waist, every step she took resonated with an indescribable rhythm, swaying like willow branches in the breeze, fluid as clouds in the sky. A sudden night breeze swept through, lifting the edge of her veil. Her nose, delicately pointed, broke through the sheer fabric, and the crimson hue on her lips outshone her painted toes. The candlelight dimmed in her presence. Truly, she embodied 7 parts of the ethereal beauty of the goddess of the Luo River, and 3 parts of the soul-snaring fragrance of Daji. Miss Shuemei. Lai Qingde abruptly leapt from his seat, his hefty form causing the table to tremble. He had long coveted Shuemei's beauty, his gaze lingering unabashedly upon her, particularly fixating on her bare feet with an almost obsessive admiration. Such skillful hands, even my cravings have betrayed me. Shuemei twirled like a half-bloomed lotus. Leaning closer to Wu Huangji, her fingertips grazing his sleeve as she playfully inquired, "May I ask what those 2 divine dishes were called?" The veil fluttered with her breath, revealing a hint of her dimpled smile. Wu Huangji's throat tightened, and the images of international supermodels and top-tier actresses faded into the background. This was true beauty. Untouched by digital enhancements or filters, her eyes possessed an enchanting depth surpassing the finest jade, her pedicure outshining the dawn, and her figure was more perfect than any AI model. Yet, she also embodied the timeless allure of classical beauty, exuding an air of restraint and seduction. Each step she took seemed to illustrate what allure truly meant. 3 parts alluringly bold, 7 parts celestial grace. If one were to describe her, it would be an otherworldly beauty that should not exist in this mundane world, yet had descended into the mortal realm. Were she to host a live broadcast, the gifts would surely overwhelm the system. However, for Wu Huangji, accustomed to the myriad of modern aesthetics, this level of beauty was insufficient to rattle his composure. After all, his titanium-coated male gaze, refined in the age of information overload, had long since become impervious to such distractions. Maintaining an air of calm, Wu Huangji replied, "You flatter me, fair maiden. The 2 dishes you enjoyed were merely Buddha jumps over the wall braised pork with preserved vegetables, simple home-cooked fare." At that moment, Zhuang Jingwen, having regained his composure, radiated with vitality. Turning to Shuemei, he declared with enthusiasm, "Miss Mei, in my 60 years of life, this is the first time I have encountered a dish that embodies sweetness and freshness to such an extraordinary degree." The honey-glazed meat clung to the bones. Breaking the crisp skin released a flow of nectar. It was simply beyond words. Beyond words. As he spoke, he suddenly turned to Wu Huangji. "Master Wu has conquered my palate with a single dish and opened my eyes to the profound realm of culinary artistry without fixed forms. I hereby declare, in the culinary contest, Master Wu has triumphed splendidly." In the private room, Yin Xiao raised his arms in excitement, exclaiming, "Brother, you are incredible. From this day forth, you're the supreme chef. Unmatched by anyone." His booming voice drew the attention of all present. Ming Ziki leaned slightly against the soft pillow, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her lips beneath her veil, her eyes shimmering with hidden emotion swirling beneath her composed exterior. Sun Jingyi narrowed his gaze, the wine in his cup evaporating into wisps of white smoke from the unseen energy. Lai Qingde suddenly slumped back into his chair, covering his face with his hands as he sighed. 1,000 taels of silver. My business will suffer a loss of at least half a year. Xiaoxi and Xiaolu wore grim expressions, their eyes filled with resentment and despair, as if they had consumed a bitter herb. How could this be? This lad cooked so well. 1,000 taels just like that. Gone. Oh, is there a wager here? Shuemei lightly covered her crimson lips, her playful gaze flickering as she lightly tapped Wu Huangji's sleeve, saying, "Might this gentleman have emptied the pockets of the esteemed gentleman present?" Zhuang Jingwen stroked his beard and laughed heartily. "Indeed. Master Sun and young Master Shao each wagered 1,000 taels, betting that Master Wu would not pass this culinary test. Now that the outcome is clear, they must honor their commitments." 1,000 taels? Shuemei blinked in surprise and let out a light chuckle. Realizing that the individuals before her were prominent figures within Qingyang City, unlikely to abscond with the sum of 10,000 taels. If word of this were to spread, even the storytellers and tea houses would weave tales about it. Upon her utterance, the expressions of the 4 varied markedly. Lai Qingde trembled as he retrieved a stack of banknotes from his bosom, declaring, "I have always been one to honor my bets. It's merely a trifling matter of 10,000 taels." Meanwhile, the other 3 displayed signs of embarrassment, clearly unprepared with such a substantial amount of cash. Sun Zheng coughed lightly twice, attempting to maintain his composure, and remarked, very well. I shall concede today. However, I have not brought sufficient silver. Master Wu may come to retrieve it at Yinshui Pavilion another day." Upon hearing this, Wu Huan and his 2 companions silently turned their gazes towards him. Chapter 38. The nature of desire. The latter, sensing the 3 gazes upon him, assumed they doubted his sincerity and thus added, "What? Do you think I would lie?" While I may not be a man of great wealth, I would never tarnish my reputation for a mere 10,000 taels. Wu Huangji smiled faintly. Clasping his fists in respect, Master Sun, you overestimate me. I must express my gratitude in advance. Xiaolu and Xiaoxi exchanged glances, then simultaneously produced their Xuantiangong tokens. Declaring, what is a mere 10,000 taels? If you have the courage, come to Xuantiangong and take it. Zhuang Jingwen, with a flick of his hand, caught the 2 tokens as effortlessly as leaves falling into his palm. When he handed the tokens to Wu Huangji, a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. No matter how much he admired this golden-haired youth, the rules of Jinghong Pavilion could not be broken. Wu Gongzi, having passed the verbal barrier with ease, smiled as Zhuang Jingwen stroked his beard. I presume the upcoming literary challenge will be a mere trifle for you. Before he could finish, Xuanmei glided forward. Her delicate feet, adorned with crimson, lightly touched the jade carpet, and her flowing skirt stirred a fragrant breeze. Uncle Wen enjoys teasing others, she said playfully. Since Master Wu can dazzle us tonight with his culinary skills, why not let me present a challenge to test his abilities? Let us see if he truly is a polymath. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she lightly tapped Zhuang Jingwen's shoulder and proposed. How about a poem on the theme The Nature of Desire? As her words fell, the room fell silent. The nature of desire. These 4 words sliced through the thoughts of the assembly. Food is the essence of human existence, simmering the myriad flavors of life. Desire encompasses not just beauty, but also the splendor of landscapes and the passage of time. Nature points directly to the heart, encompassing both yearning and morality. This topic demanded that the poet not only capture the rich aroma of food, but also the breathtaking allure of beauty while concealing profound meaning within. It tested not only the poet's literary talent, but also required a profound understanding and insight into life itself. A mundane composition would be mere street vernacular, while an over-refined one would lack the essence of life. Even the usually quick-witted Qin Junshun furrowed his brow. Completing such a complex creation in a short time was undoubtedly a monumental challenge to one's talent and wisdom. This prompt would give even the most skilled literary figures pause. Xuanmei stood in the hall, her skirt trailing elegantly, a soft smile gracing her lips as she lightly tapped the incense burner. A wisp of blue smoke spiraled upwards. You need not rush, master. I shall grant you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn for you to contemplate deeply. With a gentle clap, soft footsteps echoed from the corridor. 2 graceful maidens arrived, carrying a purple sandalwood tray laden with all the necessary writing tools. Amidst the swirling smoke, Xuanmei's autumn-like eye sparkled with mischief and anticipation as she patiently awaited Wu Huangji's response. Zhuang Jingwen suddenly burst into hearty laughter, his voice booming. Aha! The nature of desire. What brilliance! What brilliance! Since this is the case, allow me to stretch my muscles and prepare a few signature dishes for all present. His actions were seamless. On the surface, he was hosting his guests, yet secretly, he was providing a cushion for Wu Huangji and his companions. As the flames danced, the rules remained intact, but the warmth of friendship had subtly been conveyed. The kindness of an old hand often goes unnoticed. Returning to the private chamber, Wu Huangji found Yun Xiao had already dismissed the 3 serving maidens. They were initially arranged by Jinghong Pavilion. But with Yun Xiao and Appos, as Sipple remarked that her elder brother preferred the absence of perfumed scents while composing poetry, they were sent away without hesitation. She lifted the wine jug and poured a cup of green plum wine for Wu Huangji. The amber liquid swirled in the cup, exuding a gentle, fruity fragrance. As the ancients said, poetry emerges from wine. Brother, have a sip to moisten your throat, and let us ponder slowly. Nearby, Meng Ziki reclined against the purple sandalwood couch, her flowing skirt cascading like water, revealing a delicate ankle akin to frost. With a light tap of her finger on the table, she gazed at Wu Huangji. Such a prompt may trouble even the most esteemed scholars of literature. Do you feel confident? Wu Huangji shook his head slightly. Accepting the wine cup and taking a small sip, the sweet and sour flavors danced across his tongue, sharpening his senses. Throughout his academic journey, his performance had been dismal in mathematics, physics, and chemistry, failing all. However, he excelled in language. Having memorized the 300 Tang poems and even served as the class representative during his 3rd year, the verses he had once recited now surged within him like a lifeline. Leaning back against the soft couch, Wu Huangji's gaze was calm as he raced through the 300 Tang poems in his mind. Li Bai's wine-fueled verses, Su Shi's inquiries to the heavens. Yet, which of those poetic visions can solve the intricacies of the nature of desire? Ah, that's it. His eyes suddenly brightened. His middle school teacher had once stated, a good poem requires 3 elements, a distant realm of imagery, precise wording, and meticulous rhythm. Since crafting an original poem seemed daunting, why not rearrange the exquisite lines of the ancients and make them his own? The beauty of poetry lies not only in its words, but in the harmony of imagery and emotion. As long as the assembly of lines is clever, it can still resonate deeply. With this thought, he swiftly organized his ideas. The essence of poetry lies in whether it can strike the listener's heart. Its power resides in its ability to depict profound imagery and philosophy with concise language. The classic lines from the 300 Tang poems have been refined through time. Each line is a gem. If he could extract a few exquisite phrases, make slight alterations or recombine them, and infuse his understanding of the nature of desire, he might yet astonish the audience. For instance, Li Bai wrote of wine, Su sure sang of food. And by Ju, he praised beauty. If he could deconstruct and reorganize these timeless lines, it would be akin to reassembling the ingredients of lychee meat and Buddha jumps over the wall. I've got it. He suddenly straightened up. Isn't poetry also akin to ingredients? As long as the timing is right, even a patchwork can become a masterpiece. I can take Li Bai's boldness as the main ingredient, mix in Bai Jui's vivid colors as side dishes, and finally sprinkle a dash of Du Fu's solemnity as seasoning. Yun Xiao shot him a curious glance and leaned in closer. Brother, have you found a solution? Ming Ziki reached out a delicate hand, grasping Yun Xiao's collar to pull her back into her seat. Do not disturb him. Brother Wu is deep in thought. We shall quietly await the dishes. Suddenly, a clattering of metal echoed from outside as the Zuanian gong ladle clashed with the clay pot, sparking like 7 stars in the sky. Dishes are ready. Zhuang Jingwen's hearty laughter rang out as 5 streaks of golden light soared from the stove, expertly landing in the celadone plates with the precision of a meteor shower. Everyone, do sample the old man's culinary skills to whet your appetites. Several maidens entered in succession, presenting the dishes in the private chamber. Yun Xiao could no longer contain herself, seizing her chopsticks and eagerly grabbing a piece to taste. It was a tender and crisp winter bamboo shoot, enveloped in glistening sauce. Adorned with sprigs of green onions and vibrant red chili threads, its mere appearance was enough to make one's mouth water. With a bite, the bamboo shoot offered a crisp texture. Mingling subtle sweetness with the rich aroma of cured meat and the gentle heat of bean paste, the flavors dancing upon her tongue. Delicious. This must be the finest bamboo shoot I have ever tasted. Haha. Young friend, your words are even more delightful than the old man's dishes. Zhuang Jingwen raised his wine cup, taking a sip, his eyes sparkling with pride. This dish is called Green Edge Emerald Shadow, crafted from the tender bamboo shoots of the purple camel peak, paired with 20-year-old cured meat and specially made bean paste from Shu. Stir-fried to achieve a perfect crispiness on the outside while remaining tender on the inside, delivering a layered flavor. Meanwhile, Xuanmei stood before Wu Huanji, holding a glass of glazed wine, her flowing skirt creating a graceful arc as she paused. As he gazed intently at the bamboo shoots on his plate, a sudden chuckle escaped his lips. To compose poetry without inspiration is akin to a sword devoid of a sharp edge. Does it not lack a measure of delight? Having spoken, she elegantly raised her delicate hand and plucked a gilded hairpin adorned with emeralds from her hair. The golden phoenix, clasping a luminous pearl in its beak, emitted a serene blue glow under the flickering candlelight. This exquisite item, named Song Hai Yu Ming, is crafted from pearls harvested from the South China Sea. Her voice, reminiscent of pearls cascading onto a plate, was crisp and melodious. At this juncture, all present may test their skills. Whoever's poetry emerges victorious shall claim this gilded hairpin as their prize. Chapter 39. The aesthetic tremor before the echoes of his voice faded, Lai Qingde approached, elegantly swaying a gilded folding fan. The surface of the fan, under the flickering candlelight, gleamed with the oily luster of the 4 characters wind and flow of the world. His gaze lingered over Xuanmei, as thick and sweet as honey, exclaiming, Miss Xuanmei, what a grand display. In my humble opinion, this luminous pearl alone must be worth a fortune. Not to mention the exquisite craftsmanship of the gold phoenix and emeralds. As he spoke, he bent down, his nose nearly brushing against Xuanmei's bare ankle, resembling a dog in his eagerness. Yet, Miss Xuanmei's delicate feet are a true treasure. If I could rest my head upon those jade-like feet to sleep, I would willingly squander my fortune and serve as a slave for eternity. Yun Xiao felt a chill run down his spine, repulsed by the spectacle of such an unrefined man. Xuanmei's eyes flashed with disdain as she subtly took a step back, her flowing skirt twirling gracefully to cover her feet. Turning to the assembly, she raised her voice. If young Master Lai is so fixated on trifles, I fear even the brilliance of this pearl may be obscured by his sordid thoughts. Why not let young Master Lai grace us with his words? Lai Qingde, oblivious to the contempt in Xuanmei's gaze, stood up proudly, unfurling his fan with a flourish. The words wind and flow of the world once again caught the candlelight. However, poetry must not be merely skin-deep. He cleared his throat and, feigning nonchalance, proclaimed, Since Miss Xuanmei has opened the floor, allow me to compose a verse for these common folk to witness true literary flair. With that, he began to recite. His voice melodramatic. Red lips and jade feet reflect the lantern's glow. The fragrance in the hall intoxicates life so. If I could share a pillow with a beauty fair, a fortune of gold would be but a light fare. Miss Xuanmei, with feet like lilies fair, if I could touch them, I'd cast my wife aside without care. With the last line, Lai Qingde stroked his sparse chin hair, convinced he had penned a remarkable piece. The so-called 7-character regulated verse is a revered structure in poetry, with strict rules that dictate each line must contain precisely 7 characters, forming pairs, and showcasing symmetry. Yet, a profound silence enveloped the room. Yun Xiao choked on his tea. Shun Juanshuan's teacup crashed onto the table, and Sun Jingyi's face twitched in disbelief. Xiaoxi felt a vain throb on his forehead, nearly losing his composure, but restrained himself, knowing better than to confront the corpulent man. Nearby, Xiaola struggled to suppress his laughter, whispering to Xiaoxi, Brother Xi, I believe this poem is far more effective than our sect's purging elixir. Even the usually composed Zhuang Jingwen could not contain a cough. raising his wine cup to stifle the laughter threatening to erupt. Only Wu Huanji, suppressing a smile, contemplated. With a spark of inspiration, a delightful surprise follows. Could this be a sign that my fortunes are on the rise after activating the system? Li Qingde continued to revel in his self-importance, twirling around with his fan. Miss Xuanmei, what do you think? Now this is what I call genuine sentiment. Suddenly, Xuanmei smiled brightly. Young Master Li, indeed, your talent is unparalleled. Though your words are quite crude. This verse reminds me of the lewd tavern ballad sung by ruffians. She placed her glass down and surveyed the audience. Her gaze finally settling on Wu Huanji, her smile radiant. Since young Master Li has shown us his talents, I invite the other gentlemen to generously share their insights. With her words, the gathered company exchanged glances. Chen Junshun frowned, snapping his fan shut, then reopening it in vain, ultimately failing to conjure a single line of poetry. He shook his head with a wry smile. This is even more challenging than the farewell poem. Xiaoxi and Xiaolu exchanged a knowing look, with Xiaolu murmuring. This topic is far too difficult. Let us engage in a more spirited contest instead. Sun Jingyi stared at the wine cup before him, sighing heavily. But this topic, it is too intricate. Allow me a moment to ponder. As the crowd murmured, none dared to speak. Aware that Li Qingde's outrageous verse had become a cautionary tale, and no one wished to follow in his footsteps. Meanwhile, Wu Huanji dipped his brush into ink. His strokes fluid and dynamic. With ink barely dry, he tilted back his cup and laughed heartily. The poem is complete. He strode forward, snatching Li Qingde's fan, unfurling it with grace, and began to sway it elegantly. The purple peaks rise from the jade cauldron. Clouds imagine garments, flowers envision beauty. As his voice resonated, the audience was suddenly captivated. Vivid imagery of purple peaks rolling within a jade cauldron, steam rising to reveal a vision of beauty. As if a celestial being had graced the earth. In just 14 characters, he fused earthly delights with the grandeur of nature, leaving a lingering resonance. Xuanmei's eyes sparkled. Her cheeks flushed. What a marvelous line. Indeed, young master, your pen flows with brilliance. I wonder what splendid wonders lie ahead. Though her tone was gentle, a hint of urgency lay beneath. Wu Huanji closed his fan, continuing to recite. Amidst the flowers, 3,000 guests are drunk. A sword's chill spans 14 states in a single thunk. In an instant, the scene transformed. The ethereal beauty of the maiden faded, replaced by a grand hall teeming with heroes of the realm, adorned with flowers, fragrant wines filling the air. 3,000 guests raised their cups in joyous revelry, laughter and merriment echoing the essence of life. Yet, amidst this splendor, a blade of icy light sliced through the air, bringing a chill that commanded respect, as if it enveloped the very mountains and rivers of the 14 states. In its wake, the vivid dreams of fragrant beauty morphed into the fierce atmosphere of the martial world, the sword's aura mingling with fluttering peach blossoms, causing the crowd to instinctively grip their swords at their waists. Once again, in just 14 characters, the poem transitioned from delicate beauty to overwhelming grandeur. Like a tempest stirring the soul, the audience felt their blood surge as if witnessing the unparalleled grace of a sword that shattered all loss. Without waiting for the crowd's reaction, Wu Huanji spread his arms wide, boldly declaring the final 4 lines. With a gentle breeze, the water lies still. Innate nature reveals the heart's thrill. When matters conclude, I shall depart, and let the essence of poetry infuse the wine's art. As his voice faded, the earlier sword's aura and the martial grandeur dissipated, leaving the audience in serene tranquility, as though they stood by a lakeside. A gentle breeze ruffled the surface, causing silver ripples, while the garments of the guests absorbed the coolness of the water. In this moment, all clamor vanished, replaced by the soft whispers of the breeze harmonizing with distant birdsong. All conflicts, desires, and obsessions faded into nothingness, leaving only a clear heart, as transparent and lucid as still water. However, this fleeting peace had not settled fully. As the last line, and let the essence of poetry infuse the wine's art, suddenly stirred new waves. An ancient stone table appeared in the void, laden with delicacies and fine wines. Wu Huanji sat leisurely at the table, pouring strong liquor into a cup. As the liquid splashed, it transformed into swirling characters of poetry, dancing in the wind and landing in the eyes of the crowd, piercing deep into their souls. The audience felt their spirits captivated, first ignited with fervor, then returning to calmness, yet still stirred by an indescribable emotion. Chen Junshun could not help but murmur in awe, marvelous, absolutely marvelous. When matters conclude, I shall depart, and let the essence of poetry infuse the wine's art. A splendid poem, indeed. Zhuang Jingwen murmured to himself, lost in an ineffable realm of thought. Xuanmei shivered delicately, pressing a hand to her heart, her skin prickling with goosebumps. The young master's poem, it left her heart quivering with its intensity. Not only did it encapsulate the exhilarating essence of the martial world, but it also unveiled the profound truths of life, truly a stunning display of talent. Sun Jingyi rose slowly, a complex expression gracing his features. He prided himself on having read countless poems. Yet this was the first time he witnessed someone infuse sword chi into verse. Indeed, the art of poetry is unfathomable. This poem deserves to be illuminated in brilliance. Meng Ziqi, lounging lazily, suddenly stiffened, her knees pressing together as her delicate hands crumpled the fabric of her skirt into fine wrinkles. With a sigh, she remarked, I once thought poetry was merely a pastime for scholars, but today I realize it can wield the pen as a sword and the ink as a blade, piercing directly to the heart. Such a realm can truly rival 1,000 troops. Even Yun Xiao, who could hardly recognize the most basic characters, rubbed his arms in disbelief. Feeling a chill run down his spine, the sheer power of the poetry left him weak and trembling. The allure of poetry lies precisely in this. Like a knife that plunges into the soul. Whether one comprehends the intricacies of tone and rhythm, upon reading, one can still feel an electric shock. The hair standing on end. It is akin to the experience of Wu Huangji in his language class, when those timeless verses fell upon him like a deluge. Leaving him dazed, how could one's pride ever bow to the powerful, the desolation of solitary smoke in the vast desert? The anguish of 10 years of life and death separated by a chasm? Each word burned like a branding iron, etching an indelible mark upon the heart of a teenager. Chapter 40. Fortune lies hidden in misfortune. Shui Mei gracefully lifted her delicate fingers, and the golden hairpin jingled as it fell into Wu Huangji's palm. The fragrant danko climbed along his wrist and lingered at the collar of his garment. Young master. This poem shall undoubtedly break the literary blockade of the Jing'an Pavilion for the past decade. Such a masterpiece, have you thought of a fitting title? Wu Huangji smiled faintly, shaking his head. Not yet. Upon hearing this, Shui Mei's crimson lips curled into a smile, and she suddenly leaned closer. Her slender arms coiled around his waist like a serpent, and the softness of her bosom pressed against his back, the warmth and elasticity palpable even through the fabric. She exhaled gently, her warm breath brushing against his ear. How about, I help you think of a name? This scene struck the onlookers like a thunderbolt, igniting a wave of jealousy. Sun Xingyi's face turned pale, the brothers of the Xiao clan clenched their jaws tightly, and Yun Xiao gulped down his drink in one go. Lai Qingda was consumed with jealousy, and with a sharp crack, he snapped the mud-gold fan bone that Qin Jun held in his hand. Yet, Shui Mei remained blissfully unaware of the overwhelming envy filling the room. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she spoke seductively. This poem possesses unparalleled passion and transcendent artistry. It encapsulates the joys and sorrows of the rivers and lakes, while also conveying an ethereal elegance. Jinghong is where I dwell. And it is also the place where your talent will shine tonight, while treading snow alludes to the sword's icy aura, fearless and unyielding. Together. Do these two words not perfectly embody your current demeanor? As graceful as a startled swan, as agile as a soaring dragon, each step exuding charm, utterly breathtaking. Before her words faded, she rose onto her toes, her warm breath once again caressing his ear, her ample bosom pressing against his back, making it feel as though he were ablaze. Let us call it Jinghong treading snow. Shui Mei licked her lips, her tone lingering sweetly. Does this name befit your unparalleled masterpiece? At this moment, Wu Huangji stood as still as an iron pillar, unyielding as a mountain. He swallowed hard. Truth be told, as a man, to claim that he felt no desire for the soft warmth behind him would be utterly absurd. Such dimensions could only belong to a G-cup. Witnessing this ambiguous scene, Xiao Lu and the Xiao brothers turned green with envy. The former drew his sword with a sharp sound, the blade trembling in the candlelight. Brother Shi, what gives this pretty boy the right? I can't tolerate this, returned my Shui Mei. He brandished his sword, ready to confront Wu Huangji. However, Xiao Shi pulled him back with a grip as if he were a mere chick, his gaze fixed coldly on Wu Huangji's back. What are you getting anxious about? If he dares to touch our Shui Mei, once we step outside this door, I shall flay him alive. Let this brat prance about a little longer. Let him be the first to test the depths of Shui Mei's affections. The last two words were pronounced with a heavy emphasis. His eyes burning with jealousy, Xiao Lu reluctantly sheathed his sword, the tassel swinging in a dissatisfied arc. In truth, both of them understood the reality. Should a fight break out at Jing'an Pavilion, their sect would undoubtedly punish them severely. Yet how could they swallow this jealousy and discontent? Thus, they could only feign a few slashes with their swords to vent their frustrations, muttering, "What makes you worthy of Shui Mei's favor? I am no less capable than you." Noticing Wu Huangji's hesitation to agree, Shui Mei suddenly stepped back, her slender fingers exploring the valley of her chest. She slowly drew out a lustrous piece of snow-white jade, still warm with her body as heat. The jade pendant shimmered softly in the candlelight, intricately carved with the character snow, as if infused with the crispness and purity of the first snowfall. Young master, Shui Mei gently lifted the jade pendant, her fingertips caressing its contours, her voice dripping with sweetness. This is my cherished jade pendant, a companion of many years. Seeing this object is akin to seeing Shui Mei herself. Should you agree, it shall be yours, and in the future. Presenting it at Jing'an Pavilion will grant you free access to my chamber on the top floor. I shall prepare fine vintage for us to appreciate the wonders of Jinghong treading snow together. As her voice trailed off, a chorus of heavy breaths filled the room. The male guests, except for Qin Jun, all fixated on the jade pendant with burning jealousy and desire, wishing to seize it for themselves. Who does not know what the top floor of Jinghong Pavilion signifies? It is a sanctuary many men dream of. They have toiled relentlessly, honing themselves into versatile talents. Capable in both the hall and the kitchen, all for what? To win Shui Mei's favor. Why should this golden-haired youth easily acquire the coveted past they all yearn for? How could they swallow this indignation? Is it fair? Certainly not. These prominent figures of Qingyang City could only suppress their anger, gritting their teeth in silence. But once they stepped outside the doors of Jingyang Pavilion, As for why Xuemei clung to the title so fervently, her intentions were shrewd. In this world, the literary realm had nearly become a cultural wasteland. If Wu Huangji's poem were to be published, it would undoubtedly become a sensational hit, sweeping through the circles of various academies. When scholars began to recite and sing its praises, would Jingyang Pavilion not ascend to a hotspot for social media? Xuemei aspired to transition from a courtesan to a literary celebrity. By embedding her name within the poem's title, she was engaging in a clever marketing strategy. Henceforth, whenever Jinghong treading snow was mentioned, Xuemei of Jinghong Pavilion would be forever remembered. Should this poem attain the status of a cultural heritage masterpiece, she and Jinghong Pavilion would bask in victory, their names etched into literary history, garnering both fame and prestige, a veritable ancient equivalent of trending topics. Xuemei sought to forge an immortal monument for herself with this timeless verse. Of course, Wu Huangji had yet to comprehend the extent of Xuemei's ambitions. After all, being newly emerged from the world, he still lacked experience in many aspects. As his fingertips brushed against the jade pendant, its warm texture sent a tremor through his heart, and he declared, "Your kindness is hard to refuse. If that is the case, I shall heed your wishes. This poem shall be titled Jinghong Treading Snow." As the words left his lips, the jade pendant slipped into his palm, still retaining the warmth of Xuemei's bosom. And as he stroked it, the character Snow felt as if it might melt into his hand. Unbeknownst to him, this simple promise had already created ripples in Xuemei's heart. Suddenly, he felt a tightness in his back. His fortune had been astonishingly good these past 2 days. Ever since activating the system, gold, silver, and beautiful women had come pouring down like a deluge, akin to a pie falling from the sky. His fingertips unconsciously tapped the jade pendant as Wu Huangji squinted, reflecting, as any old bookworm knows, there is a saying in the martial world: fortune lies hidden in misfortune. Abnormal occurrences must harbor demons. Could this overwhelming wealth conceal some deadly trap? With a snap, Chen Jun closed his folding fan, slowly rising to his feet. "The hour is late, Lady Xuemei. May I dare to inquire on behalf of my elder brother, do your previous words still hold true?" Chapter 41. You. Come here. Xuemei smiled gently, her eyes shimmering like flowing water, as she lightly waved her fan, casting a knowing gaze upon him. "Third young master. Such words are quite unjust towards me. I have never promised your elder brother anything." Despite her playful tone, how could she be unaware of the duel between Qin Juanli and Zhang Jisong? However, she recalled the matter, with a subtle shift in her voice. Imbued with a hint of seduction, she continued, "That evening, when your brother was indulging in wine with Deputy Chief Zhang on the second floor, I noticed that both gentlemen had companions at home whom they cared for deeply. I simply could not bear to see them betray their wives for a fleeting moment of passion. Thus, I sent them a note, advising them with 6 words, 1 fluff. Not to divide 2 valleys." As she spoke, Xuemei covered her lips with a delicate smile, her voice captivatingly soft. "I believe your brother and Deputy Chief Zhang may have misinterpreted my intention that night, leading to their duel. Is it possible that third young master still does not comprehend the deeper meaning?" Chen Junshan let out a cold laugh. "Ah, what a 1 fluff. Not to divide 2 valleys." He swiftly unfolded and closed his fan, striding towards the exit, expressing that his elder brother's ignorance had disturbed her peace, and he offered his apologies. Chen Junshuan's keen mind quickly grasped the situation. The meaning of 1 fluff, not to divide 2 valleys, was undeniably clear. They both had families, and it was a message of deterrence. Yet, Chen Juanli, in his brutish manner, had misconstrued it as a challenge. Lai Qingda, witnessing Chen Junshuan's immediate departure, urgently called out, "Hey, third young master? Are you leaving already? Won't you stay for another drink? Miss Xuemei is going to perform a dance soon." Without turning back, Chen Junshan replied steadily, "I came tonight to seek a response from my elder brother, and now that I have understood, I shall take my leave. I shall visit the city lord's residence on another day." Before he finished speaking, he had already descended the stairs with a straight posture, unwavering and resolute. Wu Huangji observed his retreating figure, his brow slightly furrowed, pondering, this Chen Junshan appears completely indifferent to beauty? Before someone as stunning as Xuemei, he didn't even spare a glance. Could it be that his heart is elevated to such heights? Or is there another reason? As the candlelight flickered, the gazes of the male guests in the hall followed Chen Junshuan's departure, each harboring their own speculations. What exactly does 1 fluff, not to divide 2 valleys, signify? Is it not saying, my single snowflake cannot possibly descend into your 2 valleys? Perhaps 3 individuals might not be impossible. Suddenly, the sound of sizzling oil burst forth in the silence as Zhuang Jing's knife gleamed coldly, sending ingredients flying into the iron pot. As the spatula danced, flames leapt 3 feet high, illuminating his dark visage with a metallic sheen, his eyes ablaze in the heat, resembling a formidable guardian of the stove. Leaning against the vermilion railing, Xuemei twirled a strand of her falling hair with her fingertips. "Uncle Zhuang is exceptionally lively tonight. It seems the 8 delicacies feast will commence ahead of schedule." With the literary barrier broken and her name established, she mused, "Now, dear sir, you must brace yourself for the final test of martial prowess." Wu Huangji tucked the jade pendant and the gilded hairpin into his pouch, a faint smile gracing his lips. "And what manner of contest shall this martial test entail?" Xuemei covered her lips with a teasing smile, her eyes sparkling like water. Tonight's martial challenge. She raised her delicate hand, pointing to her own ample bosom. Her tone playful yet suggestive, is none other than a contest with me. If you can withstand a single fragrant palm from me, then you shall have passed this trial. At her words, the hall erupted into an uproar. Xiaolu and Xiaoxi exchanged displeased glances, with Xiaoxi abruptly rising, sneering, Miss Xuanmei, this hardly seems fair. In the past, we had to withstand a diamond fist from Elder Zhuang to pass. Are you perhaps favoring this pretty boy? Xuanmei anticipated such opposition and was about to explain when she noticed Wu Huangji smiling slightly, interrupting, enough of your barking. Why not both of you come at me together? My appetite has grown, and I wish to commence the feast soon. This declaration startled the room once more. Xiaolu and Xiaoxi exchanged glances, their expressions shifting swiftly. They had already been simmering with frustration, and now with the challenge laid before them, they could hardly contain their delight. What a perfect opportunity to rid themselves of this arrogant youth. Xiaolu flipped over to stand before Wu Huangji, ominously declaring, a gentleman's word is his bond. You said it yourself. Once fists are flying, do not blame us for lack of mercy. Xiaoxi cracked his knuckles, a wicked grin spreading across his face, since someone is eager to meet his end. I shall fulfill your wish. Lai Qingda and Sun Jingyi exchanged knowing smirks, both relishing the spectacle. Xuanmei sensed the impending trouble and hurriedly cautioned, young masters Xiao, your combined prowess is widely known. Wu Gongzi, are you certain? Clink, clink, clink. At that moment, Yun Xiao impatiently tapped his chopsticks against the porcelain bowl, exclaiming, oh dear, must we dawdle? If dining takes this long, I truly shan't return here again. Wu Huangji leisurely tied the pouch back around his waist, nonchalantly sitting down in a grand chair, stretching his arms. I shall simply sit here and await your strikes, gentlemen. Please, do not hold back. Xuanmei's lips twitched, her initial intention to dissuade him faltering in light of his unwavering confidence. A flicker of worry crossed her eyes, mingled with curiosity. What could this person possibly rely upon? Seeing that the three remained inactive, Wu Huangji lazily extended his left hand, beckoning Xiaoxi and Xiaolu with a curled finger, a smirk gracing his lips. You. Come here. Xiaoxi and Xiaolu exchanged a glance, their murderous intent surging. This night, even if they were to kill this youth, the Jing'an Pavilion would merely turn a blind eye. The two gathered their inner energies, channeling it into their arms, as their fists approached with the force of a tempest, the air trembling before them. Take this. Xiaolu bellowed, launching forward with Xiaoxi in tandem, their fists like tigers and their palms like dragons, aimed directly at Wu Huangji's chest and back. To their astonishment, Wu Huangji neither dodged nor flinched, a grin exposing his gleaming white teeth. Xuanmei and the maidens gasped, their faces pale with dread. Zhuang Jing, at the stove, lost track of his cooking, the iron pot clattering against the hearth. The Xiao brothers were clearly intent on delivering fatal blows. Bang! A thunderous crash erupted as the sandalwood chair shattered, splinters flying. The force of the wind ruffled Xuanmei and Appo's skirt, revealing a glimpse of her porcelain-like leg. Yet, before anyone could react, both Xiaoxi and Xiaoli's expressions shifted dramatically as they found themselves inexplicably propelled backward, crashing heavily onto the ground outside the hall. Fortunately, the spacious hall spared the furniture from destruction. Both coughed up blood simultaneously, painting the blue bricks with crimson, their faces as pale as paper. Xiaoxi clutched his concave chest, disbelief etched in his eyes, while Xiaolu hunched over like a cooked shrimp, his spine visibly caved, unable to emit even a cry of pain. The room erupted into chaos. Sun Jingyi forcefully pushed aside the maid in his arms, springing to his feet. He had prided himself on being the most skilled here, yet he could not discern how Wu Huangji had struck or how the Xiao brothers had been injured. Furrowing his brow, he scrutinized Wu Huangji, his heart filled with suspicion. Zhuang Jing continued stirring the food, shaking his head, equally perplexed by the unfolding events. Lai Qingda's hand trembled, a dish of braised pig's trotters crashing to his foot, the oil splattering across his brocade robe. Xuanmei gently caressed her violently rising chest. Suddenly recalling that chilling smile from earlier, it was not arrogance, it was confidence well placed. She cast a fearful glance at her delicate hands, secretly relieved that she had refrained from employing the fragrant palm technique just moments ago. Wu Huangji dusted off the non-existent specks of dust from his attire, shaking his head with a sigh. Has it come to this? You should have mentioned it earlier. I could have recommended some invigorating remedies for strengthening bones and replenishing vitality. He turned his gaze towards Xuanmei, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Miss Xuanmei, it is your turn to take action. Do remember to be gentle. I have no desire to find myself sprawled on the ground like them. Chapter 42. The danger beneath the moonlight. Xuanmei paused for a brief moment, quickly regaining her composure. Young master, she said, biting her lower lip delicately, her slender waist swaying as she approached Wu Huan, moving with the grace of a cat. She raised her dainty hand, forming a soft fist, and playfully pretended to strike his chest, pouting adorably. How annoying. Here I am, playfully punching your chest. Her gentle fist was less an attack than a flirtation. Her fingertips glided along his chest to the collar, her voice sultry and enchanting. Congratulations, young Master Wu, for overcoming 3 challenges tonight. The moonlight at the Jing'an Pavilion is entirely yours. With that, she gracefully retreated 2 steps on her toes. her flowing sleeves fluttering as she bowed to the guests in the room. Now, I invite you all to enjoy my dance, as well as the exquisite 8 delicacies feast prepared by Uncle Zhuang. Suddenly, the sound of a peep pierced the air, and 12 dancers clad in crimson gauze entered. Their garments as delicate as cicada wings, revealing glimpses of their fair skin beneath. Shuemei lightly tapped her toes, and blood-red silk unfurled around her. The 12 dancers spun like blossoms, their golden bells jingling with the serpentine motions of their waists. They caught their falling garments with their fingertips, turning back with a swift glance, casting kisses toward the assembled guests, lips as red as vermilion, mirroring the flickering candlelight, reminiscent of 12 night-blooming cereus flowers bursting into bloom. Shuemei suddenly arched back, her hair cascading like dark silk, her sleeves spreading like clouds. She twisted her waist and spun upward, her bare feet gliding over the shoulders of the dancers. As her gauzy attire slipped away, it revealed her back, a canvas of flawless snow-like skin, a phoenix tattoo, outlined in gold thread, meandered from her nape to her waist, subtly rising and falling with her breath, as if about to break free. The sound of the pipa grew frantic. The dancers formed a circle around Shuemei, who stood at the center, lightly touching her crimson lips with her fingertips, blowing a fragrant kiss in Wu Huan's direction. Her fingers, as red as jade, traced along her collarbone, sliding down her voluptuous curves. Just as they were about to reach her abdomen when she suddenly spun, her gauzy garment fluttering down, revealing the shimmering soft armor beneath, glistening under the candlelight, teasingly concealing and revealing, stirring desire. The audience held their breath. The soft armor barely covered her vital areas, its hollow phoenix tail pattern accentuating her ample curves, reminiscent of an overturned sea bowl. With her delicately painted toes, she lifted a wine cup and drank deeply, the liquid trailing down her chin and neck, finally vanishing at the edge of her golden armor. To summarize, as the pipa's music subsided and the dance's shadows faded, Wu Huan and his companions finally savored Zhuang Jingwen's sumptuous 8 delicacies feast, 8 exquisite dishes showcasing a variety of flavors. The elderly gentleman had spared no effort, presenting his best culinary skills. The tender, flavorful braised pork and the fresh, succulent steamed fish kept Wu Huan's chopsticks moving incessantly. He savored the melt-in-your-mouth bear paw while enjoying Shuemei leading the 12 dancers in their final performance of Falling Ministers. As the crimson gauze swirled, the beauty glistened with sweat, her chest rising and falling like waves, captivating him completely. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, Shuemei personally refilled their cups, her jade-like arm brushing against Wu Huan's elbow from time to time. At this moment, over an hour had passed since the trio entered the Jing'ang Pavilion. For Wu Huan, it was merely past midnight, not too late at all. That night, under Shuemei's enchanting company, Wu Huan became thoroughly intoxicated, the fragrance of her presence lingering at the tip of his nose. The exquisite dishes were delightful, but the beauty was intoxicating. He had never experienced anything like it in his life. This was not merely dining. It was a delightful indulgence in a realm of tenderness. Yun Xiao and Meng Ziki, however, remained stiff-faced, resembling 2 gatekeepers, glumly observing the antics unfolding before them. Delightful, he burped, instinctively wrapping his arm around Shuemei's slim waist. The skin he touched was smoother than the finest silk. Yun Xiao suddenly snapped his bamboo chopsticks in frustration, gazing out at the moonlight, his expression darker than a pot's bottom. Dear brother, if you keep drinking, it will soon be dawn. It's time to get serious. We have important matters at hand. What's the rush? Wu Huan mumbled, fiddling with a purple grape that Shuemei had offered. The enchanting woman was currently brushing her fullness against his arm, and even through the fabric, he could feel her astonishing elasticity. In his past life, no amount of money spent at clubs could procure such a gem. Young Master Wu. Shuemei suddenly nibbled on his earlobe, her warm tongue tracing the outline of his ear. The bed on the top floor is far more comfortable than this chair. Cough. Meng Ziki abruptly cleared her throat and stood up. Yun Xiao, with an irritated expression, exerted all his strength to drag Wu Huan away from Shuemei's embrace. Humph. What a mood killer. Sun Jingyi snorted disdainfully, rising with Lai Qingda, both storming out in anger. At that moment, Meng Ziki noticed the Xiao brothers being assisted down the stairs by 2 attendants, stumbling as they went. Wu brother is in your hands, she said. Drawing her sword and turning away, her hair cascading in a cold arc, I shall return to the tavern first. Hey, Sister Meng. Yun Xiao began to speak, but suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder. The inebriated Wu Huan leaned heavily against him, mumbling about how sweet Shuemei's grapes were, causing her to stagger and roll her eyes in frustration. When she looked up again, the alluring figure had vanished into the shimmering light of the Jing'ang Pavilion. The night was as dark as ink, and the moonlight was ghostly pale. Outside the Jing'ang Pavilion, a cool breeze swept through the streets in the late night. Groups of guests departed gradually, dignitaries climbing into their gilded carriages, while some walked alongside their attendants, and others headed straight for nearby gambling houses. The Zuaniangong was merely a mile away from the Jing'ang Pavilion, and Xiao Shi and Xiao Lu, supported by 2 attendants, stumbled toward their sect. The night wind brushed against their pale faces, failing to disperse the gloom between their brows. They could not comprehend how they had fallen into such a predicament tonight. But at least they were still alive. Upon reaching a corner fruit stall, the shadows cast by the awning enveloped the area. Brother Shi. Xiao Lu coughed up a mouthful of blood, Did you see what kind of sinister technique that fellow used? Xiaoxi shook his head, about to respond when suddenly the attendant supporting him slipped, stepping on a banana peel, causing him to topple over, sending Xiaoxi crashing to the ground. His back hit the stone-paved road, sending waves of pain through him, dimming his vision. Damn it! Can't you watch where you're going? Xiaoxi shouted furiously, retaliating with a slap that left 5 red marks on the attendant's face. If not for the excruciating pain in his back, he would have drawn his sword and dealt with this useless fool. The attendant hurriedly apologized, cautiously helping Xiaoxi to his feet. Just then, a faint sound of metal scraping reached their ears. Xiaoxi's heart jolted. As he turned to evade, he saw a flash of cold light, and a line of blood appeared at his neck. Blood gushed forth, and he barely had time to scream before collapsing to the ground. Brother Shi! Xiaolu exclaimed in shock, quickly shielding the attendant beside him, vigilantly scanning the shadows for the lurking figure. Such an aura! You are a 6th-tier martial artist. Another attendant, terrified out of his wits, tried to flee but was struck down by a flying stick, collapsing unconscious on the spot. The shadow did not pause, gliding toward Xiaolu like a specter. Xiaolu barely raised his sword to block, but due to his fractured rib, he could not channel his energy properly. With a dull thud, he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Wait, I am Xiaolu, an inner disciple of the Zuntiangong. However, his opponent offered no respite, stepping forward, the sound of blade meeting flesh mingling with the crack of bones. Xiaolu gazed at the figure before him, whose curves were even more breathtaking than Shui Mei's, blood bubbling in his throat as confusion mingled with his thoughts. Is it you? Unjustly and without enmity. Why strike down? He struggled to utter a phrase. Then his eyes rolled back, and he succumbed to death. The remaining servant stood frozen in fear, paralyzed at the scene. A sudden gust of wind swept past, a sharp pain pierced the nape of his neck, and darkness enveloped him instantly. Meng Ziki cast a cold glance at the lifeless body on the ground, flicked the droplets of blood from his sword, sheathed it with a swift motion, and stepped into the shadows, vanishing without a trace. Upon the rooftop, a calico cat paused in its grooming, its amber eyes shimmering with an eerie light under the moon. Tilting its head, it observed the grim scene of slaughter, then deftly leaped to another eve, disappearing into the night. A moment later, hurried footsteps echoed through the street as a cohort of soldiers clad in dark armor arrived at the scene. The leading officer knelt to inspect the bodies of the Xiao brothers, touched the still-warm blood, and intoned gravely, "The perpetrator cannot be far," commenced the search. Torches illuminated the entire street, their clamor shattering the night's silence. Chapter 43, Blood Serpent in the Dim Alley. The moonlight was squeezed into a thin strip of pallid white by the towering walls on either side. Meng Ziki's footsteps suddenly slowed, the soles of her boots crunching over the moss, producing a faint, damp sound. At the alley's entrance, a figure stood still as a deep abyss. It was a robust man, broad-shouldered like an iron tower, with a grotesque tattoo coiling around his neck, resembling neither a snake nor a serpent. He wielded a pitch-black short halberd, its surface adorned with dark red patterns that resembled dried bloodstains. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold, piercing smile, his gaze akin to a blade, directed at Meng Ziki. Even through her veil, she felt as if those eyes penetrated her disguise, exposing every inch of her skin. Initially, Meng Ziki presumed she had merely encountered a fellow traveler. However, when her gaze locked with those emotionless eyes, her limbs suddenly stiffened, her fingertips unconsciously tightening, and her breath became labored. Her body instinctively screamed, "Flee! Flee at once!" The man before her was exceedingly dangerous, far from an ordinary criminal. A drop of cold sweat trickled down from Meng Ziki's pointed chin. She cast her eyes downward, subtly shifting her body as she brushed past him. The night breeze swept by, carrying a whiff of the man's sleeve that reeked of something metallic, reminiscent of rust, yet akin to blood. "Little kitten." His voice rasped like sandpaper. "Your claws are stained with blood." The veil fluttered without wind, and Meng Ziki bit her tongue, suppressing the surging chill within her. Not a single word could be uttered in response. Even the slightest reply could summon her demise. "Huh." The man suddenly let out a strange laugh, turning away with disinterest. Slowly advancing while gripping the halberd known as Blood Serpent, the soles of his boots struck the stone slabs, echoing with a dull thud. Panting heavily, Meng Ziki leaned against the gray wall at the alley's entrance, her chest heaving violently. As the night air brushed against her, she became acutely aware that her back was already soaked, clinging to her skin, cold as ice. Damn it! Clenching her fists, her nails dug deeply into her palms. The pressure emanating from this man was far more terrifying than that of the ancient monster, Xiaoxi. The image of those emotionless eyes resurfaced in her mind, sending shivers down her spine. Such a gaze was not one that belonged to a mere human, rather. It resembled the dispassion of a top predator assessing its prey. Before long, hurried footsteps echoed from the street ahead. A squad of soldiers clad in jet-black armor rushed forth. Leading them was a man named Zhang, holding a muscular hunting dog, its nose twitching as it traced the scent of blood. Following closely were several disciples of the Xiantian sect, all dressed in indigo attire, swords glimmering at their waists. Woof woof. The hunting dog suddenly halted, its fur bristling. It whimpered backward, tail tucked tightly, its paws scratching the ground, leaving behind chaotic marks. Zhang furrowed his brow, glancing in the direction of the dog's fear. only to meet another pair of those emotionless eyes. Deep within the alley, the broad-shouldered man was lazily leaning against the wall. The moonlight illuminated his pitch-black halberd, the dark red patterns writhing as if alive. This is Blood Serpent. You are Zhou Yuan. Zhang's pupils constricted, shifting from gravity to terror. His hand gripping the hilt of his sword trembling uncontrollably. Even in ashes, he would recognize this weapon. 8 years prior, on a night when the blood moon hung high. It remained a nightmare etched into his memory. Back then, he was merely a rookie, accompanying the then captain to patrol the town of Dabin under the jurisdiction of Qingyang City. Yet, when their squad reached Dabin, the entire town was eerily silent. A town of over 3,000 had transformed into a ghost town overnight. Streets stained with blood. Corpses strewn about. Not even the cats and dogs escaped. The air was thick with the stench of blood, as if even the moonlight had been tainted crimson. Just as they were paralyzed with horror, the man bearing the blood halberd stepped out from a pile of corpses. Under the moonlight, the dark red patterns on the halberd emitted an eerie glow, as if it had just devoured countless lives. At that moment, the entire squad faced him as if confronting a beast arisen from the primordial chaos, suffused with a suffocating aura of oppression. More than 20 swords remained sheathed, as no one dared to draw them. Over 20 men stood frozen, even their breath stifled. Some colleagues' legs buckled, collapsing to the ground. Others trembled, producing a rattling sound. The most unfortunate had their trousers soaked, the stench of incontinence particularly pungent in the bloody air. And he himself, standing in a puddle of his own making, was utterly oblivious to the fear overwhelming him. The man did not strike, merely casting a cold glance. That single gaze froze their very marrow. As the figure leisurely disappeared into the blood mist, it was as if the specter of death had just brushed past them. This man was forever etched deeply into his memory. For the past 8 years, whenever the night grew silent, the mere recollection of that scene would leave him drenched in cold sweat, tossing and turning in sleeplessness. Now, seeing this man once more, the last vestige of courage in his heart crumbled instantly. This man was no human, but a harbinger of death. Is it fear once more? Tonight is exceedingly dull. Zhou Yuan murmured to himself nonchalantly. Sir? The young deputy beside him, bewildered, had already drawn his sword. This man exudes a menacing aura. He is clearly no good, regardless of who he is. We must subdue him first. The disciples of the Shintian sect pointed their swords at Zhou Yuan, sneering. Indeed, this man is highly suspicious. Likely the murderer of our senior brother. We cannot let him escape tonight. Before the words had even left his mouth, the young deputy abruptly waved his hand, issuing the command, fire. Stop. Zhang's warning had not yet escaped his lips. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of soldiers simultaneously raised their crossbows, their arrows slicing through the air, aimed directly at Zhou Yuan. Suddenly, Zhou Yuan's figure flickered, moving with the swiftness of a specter, instantly transforming into a fleeting shadow as he darted through the crowd. Thud, thud, thud. A flash of cold light, and blood blossoms burst forth in the moonlight. In the brief span of a breath, several heads soared into the air. Blood raining down, dyeing the entire street crimson. Thud. Zhang's knees crashed into the pool of blood, the warm liquid soaking his trousers. He stared blankly at the harbinger of death, who was methodically wiping the blood serpent halberd, the dark red patterns glimmering with an eerie crimson light in the moonlight, seemingly absorbing the blood. Behind him, a dozen headless corpses remained frozen in the act of raising their crossbows and drawing their swords, blood gushing from their severed necks. Little he. A warm scene from home suddenly flashed in Zhang's mind, his gentle wife waiting by the table, steaming dishes and wine awaiting his safe return. His obedient daughter, who had promised to accompany him to Yunji Bun Shop for breakfast, her innocent smile. All appeared vividly against the shadow of death. At this thought, a profound sense of reluctance surged in Zhang's eyes, like autumn waters receding, leaving behind withered lotus. Trembling, he shut his eyes, his throat quivering, awaiting the arrival of death. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, each second dragging on interminably. A few breaths passed. The cold wind howled through the alley, like a mournful dirge, chilling to the bone. Drip. A cold sweat fell into the pool of blood. When he opened his eyes again, the street was strewn with corpses. Zhang, stiffly, touched his neck, confirming his head was still intact. Under the moonlight, his expression shifted from despair to disbelief. The blood serpent Zhou Yuan, ranked 7th on the list of slaughtering blades, renowned for his bloodthirsty reputation in the martial world, had actually spared him once more. In the distance, deep within the shadowy alley, Meng Ziki concealed herself in the shadows, her pupils slightly constricted. 7th on the blade ranking, blood serpent Zhou Yuan. She silently recited this name in her mind, a chill coursing from her spine throughout her entire being. The moonlight poured down, casting a crimson hue over the green bricks, gradually solidifying into a mirror of blood. In the reflection of the mirror, the waning moon was being devoured by wisps of crimson threads. Chapter 44. The 7 Money Death Sword. In the depths of the night, at the drunken immortal pavilion, Meng Ziki passed by the entrance of Wu Huanji and Yun Xiao. Hearing a thunderous snore mingled with a delicate, persistent ring, she gently pushed open the door, her steps light as she entered the room. It was only when the door closed behind her that she slightly relaxed her tense shoulders, exhaling a breath that had been held for far too long. Although the assassination mission had been executed with precision, it had left her heartstrings taut, as if she stood on the brink of an abyss. The sound of the distant water clock echoed softly from outside. Originally, she intended to take Wu Huangji and the others to the Blackwater market tonight to complete the transaction of 6 carts of goods. However, upon her return, it was already late in the third watch, and the 2 lively souls were sleeping soundly, causing her to dismiss the notion of waking them. After all, this small sum of silver was but a drop in the ocean for him now. Blood debts must always be repaid in blood. Years ago, the Xiantian sect had bullied the Ming family and slaughtered the rebels. Before his death, her father had trembled as he wrote down a list, detailing the names of all those involved in the massacre of the Ming family, entrusting it to her for safekeeping. The characters on that list had long since seeped into her very being, transforming into a corrosive poison that etched itself into the wheel of her destiny. The Xiao brothers were among those names. They might have long forgotten that bloody past, but she would not forget, nor could she. If not for the injuries suffered by Xiao Lu and Xiao Shi during their competition tonight, she might not have been able to achieve her goal so easily. Ultimately, she owed her success to Wu Huangji's unintended intervention. With this thought, a self-deprecating smile curled at the corners of her lips, breaking the suffocating silence of the room. Fate is like a thread, where the strong wield their swords, shackles break. How ironic. At that moment, the innkeeper brought in hot water and respectfully withdrew, restoring silence to the room. Ming Ziqi's fingertips lightly flicked, and the silk ribbon at her waist cascaded like flowing water. Her robe fell to the floor, moonlight tracing the porcelain white curve of her back, resembling the cold stream thawing in the snowy peaks. As the last piece of undergarment fell, her figure, shrouded in mist, resembled an exquisite ink painting. Amidst the lonely peaks and the cold moon, a blush of rouge unexpectedly blossomed. In the swirling mist, her snow-white feet lightly grazed the water's surface, creating ripples that spread outward. Water droplets slid down her swan-like neck, glimmering in the candlelight as they trickled down her alabaster skin into the deepening crevices. She tilted her head back, closing her eyes, allowing the warm water to wash over her weary body. Yet it could not dissipate the chill that had settled between her brows. With fingertips stained a deep red, she gently traced her collarbone, murmuring softly, "Father, I have avenged you for a debt, and the remaining 16 will also pay in blood." The following morning, as dawn broke with a faint glow, dewdrops hung from the eaves of the drunken immortal pavilion, resembling the tears of a city yet to awaken. Suddenly, the sound of hoofbeats shattered the morning mist. A squad of black-armored city guards trampled through the fog, their iron badges glinting coldly in the morning sun. The leading 100 household officer slammed open the intricately carved door, startling the copper bells hanging beneath the eaves. After a brief interrogation, the innkeeper led this officer straight to the room where Wu Huangji and his companions were staying. With an imposing demeanor, the 100 household officer declared, "Last night, disciples of the Xiantian sect and city guards were murdered. We are here for routine questioning." Wu Huangji, still drowsy and bewildered, was at a loss. Yun Xiao furrowed his brow, filled with confusion. Only Ming Ziqi felt a sinking sensation in her heart, contemplating whether the deaths of the Xiao brothers had attracted scrutiny, especially since Wu Huangji had competed against them the previous night. Though alarmed within, her face remained composed as she quickly organized her thoughts, preparing to respond. The lord of Qingyang City, Lai Chi-tai, was one of the 10 noble lords of the Great Jing, commanding an army of 300,000 elite soldiers, essentially ruling Qingyang City like a local emperor. His authority and power were such that none dared to defy him. However, the soldiers did not mention the deaths of Xiao Shi and Xiao Lu, instead unfurling a scroll. The 100 household officers' hawk-like gaze swept over the 3. "Have you seen this person? The Lord has decreed that anyone withholding information shall be treated as an enemy." The image depicted the vivid dragon tattoo on Zhou Yuan's neck, the intricate patterns of the black short dagger outlined in vermilion, as if one could almost smell the scent of blood. "I have never seen him." Upon hearing this, Wu Huangji raised an eyebrow, exchanging glances with Ming Ziqi and Yun Xiao, all shaking their heads in denial. The city guards had come swiftly and left just as quickly, as if merely performing a routine task. However, the news of the murders of the Xiantian sect disciples and the soldiers spread through Qingyang City like a tempest. Once the 3 had freshened up, they descended to order a few bowls of congee and light dishes. The fragrance of tea wafted through the hall, and the storyteller struck his wooden block, regaling the audience with tales of the bloodthirsty Zhou Yuan re-emerging in the world, hinting at a resurgence of the massacre at Dabin Town 8 years prior. Wu Huangji took a sip of his tea, casting a sidelong glance at Yun Xiao, teasing, "Do you see? The cycle of heaven, retribution is swift." Those 2 scoundrels from the Xiao family met a clean end. Yun Xiao stifled a laugh, leisurely picking up a piece of pickled cucumber. "What my elder brother says is true, but it's a pity for someone's 20,000 taels of silver." Before he could finish, Wu Huangji suddenly froze, the teacup clattering against the table. He stared at the swirling tea in his bowl, as if envisioning the glimmering silver spinning before him, ultimately dissipating into thin air. After a long moment, he forced out a lament. "How bitter. The immense fortune I toiled for has just vanished. Not even a splash of water remains. Family, who understands my plight?" As his words fell, Yun Xiao and Ming Ziqi exchanged looks of bewilderment. What language was he speaking? The morning light was just right, and as the three finished their breakfast, Wu Huanji impatiently slammed his hand on the table. Let us go. Accompany me to Yunshui Tower to collect the debt. If that scoundrel's son is also killed like the Shao brothers, my debt will truly become a headless account. Meng Ziki lifted her teacup, taking a slow sip, and said deliberately, Brother Wu, please remain calm. The life of that son is quite resilient. He won't be dying anytime soon. Yun Shao tilted his head in curiosity. Why is that? Meng Ziki set down her cup, lightly tapping the table with her fingers. Yunshui Tower has deep roots, though not on par with the Qin family. It is backed by the Qinglong guards of the court. Even Lord Lai must show them some respect. What's more, Sun Jingyi is a well-established third-rank martial artist. It's not so easy to kill him. If someone truly dared to make a move against Sun Jingyi, they would likely be hunted down throughout the city before the blade even left its sheath. Oh, I see. Wu Huanji nodded thoughtfully. Then we must hurry. Just as the three stepped out of the inn, two indigo figures appeared before them like phantoms. The leading figure bore a grim expression, a scar slicing through his left brow, and 7 copper coins dangled from the tassel of his dark iron sword. May I ask if you are young Master Wu? The scarred man clasped his hands in salute, his voice as cold as ice. Wu Huanji halted. Indeed, who are you? What is your message? I am Deng Hexing, the chief disciple of the inner sect of the Xiantian sect. Deng Hexing brushed off non-existent dust from his shoulder, his eyes devoid of warmth. Our sect's grand elder requests your presence. We kindly ask you to accompany us. Wu Huanji raised an eyebrow, revealing a shrewd smile. Ah, it's you, Brother Deng. I have long admired you. You see, I was just about to go collect a debt. How about this? Lend me 20,000 taels, and I'll accompany you to meet the Grand Elder right away. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Deng Hexing's eyes, but he did not show anger. His companion had already gripped the hilt of his sword, yet Deng Hexing raised a hand to halt him. Young Master Wu is jesting. I am not jesting at all. Wu Huanji spread his hands. You Xiantian sect owe me a debt, and now you want to delay me from collecting it? This deal is a loss regardless. Deng Hexing remained silent for a moment, merely nodding slightly, his voice low and frosty. That is indeed unfortunate. Let us depart. The two figures, as silent as they had come, swiftly vanished around the street corner. Meng Ziki watched their retreating figures and murmured softly, that man ranks 19th on the hidden scale. The souls lost beneath his sword number over 100. Do not be deceived by his seemingly gentle demeanor. In truth, his methods are exceedingly ruthless. Capable of slaying 2 renowned 4th-tier masters single-handedly. He is referred to in the martial world as the 7 coins of life and death sword. Wu Huanji scratched his head, his face a canvas of confusion. What, pray tell, is the hidden scale ranking? It sounds rather imposing. Yun Shao seized the opportunity to speak. Elder brother, you are unaware of this. She animatedly gestured, explaining that the hidden scale ranking was specifically established by the Great Jing for martial prodigies under the age of 30. Those who make it onto the list are none other than the elite of the younger generation. To ascend the hidden scale ranking, one must possess extraordinary talent and attain a strength of 4th tier or above. In other words, these individuals are monsters who have climbed to their current heights, stepping over the corpses of their adversaries, achieving fame at such a tender age. Chapter 45. The dreaded cover party on the eastern street of Qingyang City. The morning light bathed the main thoroughfare, casting a warm glow upon the cobblestone path. In his hand, Wu Huan held a newly purchased tome, the Book of Bewitching Creatures. His steps leisurely, a smile of anticipation gracing his lips. The gilded cover was indeed exquisite. A 9-tailed fox spirit reclined under the moonlight, voluptuous and alluring. Her sultry gaze ensnaring the soul, her flowing garments hinting at a tantalizingly slender waist, as if she might leap from the pages to enchant the beholder. His ostensible reason for acquiring this book was straightforward, to acquire knowledge of the supernatural. As he traversed the martial world, it was essential to grasp certain nuances. However, Yun Shao unceremoniously exposed his ulterior motive. Come off it, big brother. Who doesn't see through your intentions? Learning, you say? I believe that when pigs fly, is that really learning? I wouldn't even bother with that. Look, there isn't even a proper foxtail drawn. It's clear you're only in it for the cover. Wu Huan shot him a sidelong glance, huffing defiantly. Isn't it the pursuit of knowledge for a scholar? This is called cultural investment. Meng Ziki, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, replied with a smirk. Indeed, Brother Wu possesses a refined taste. This cultural investment is quite unique. However, if you truly wish to learn about the supernatural, I happen to know of several authentic texts, though lacking in such alluring covers. Their contents are far more substantial and perhaps better suited for navigating the martial world. Wu Huan had no intention of engaging with the two, his fingers caressing the embossed cover, a grin nearly splitting his face. Yet, it was not long before his expression froze. The yellowed pages were densely packed with the dry history of the Miaojiang rebellion from a century ago. Where were the seductive fox spirits? Infuriated, he stomped his feet. This isn't yellow enough. Are you trying to deceive an honest man? Bah, rogue merchants, selling dog meat under the guise of mutton. Damn those cover chasers. The text recounted that the Yuling sect of Miaojiang was originally an inconspicuous school of witchcraft. Initially, this tribe was a minor faction, skilled in concocting poisons and summoning spirits. Though it lacked prominence, it was not considered particularly heinous. However, 300 years ago, a remarkably talented lunatic emerged from the Yuling sect. After turning to the dark arts, he invented the sinister technique of borrowing corpses to return souls, unleashing a puppet army that spread like a plague. Within just 3 years, 1/5 of the Great Jing territory was consumed, a calamity known as the corpse disaster. This individual rapidly rose to infamy as the corpse ancestor of Miaojiang, reputed for transforming the living into human candles. Meng Ziki had unknowingly drawn closer, pointing at a horrific illustration in the book depicting the skinning and boning of a victim, followed by the infusion of corpse oil, which could burn for 100 days without extinguishing. Wu Huan suddenly felt the book growing heavy in his hands. In just a few years, the corpse ancestor had slaughtered countless beings, nearly reducing 1/5 of the population of the Great Jing dynasty to mere bones, almost toppling the entire previous dynasty. While other factions in Miaojiang had risen to combat him, the corpse ancestor's roots ran deep. Being a native of Miaojiang, he commanded numerous subordinates, making him nearly impossible to dislodge. Eventually, a truly formidable figure emerged in Great Jing, the current Inspector General. This legendary warrior swept through Miaojiang with thunderous might, annihilating the ghostly sections. The corpse ancestor was personally sealed away by him in the desolate realm, forced to share the long nights with the demon queen, Zhuang Mu. Still unable to regain his footing, it is said that the sword, the Luanyun sword, which sealed the corpse ancestor, still stands at the entrance of the desolate realm, emitting a phoenix-like cry with each full moon. Closing the book, Wu Huan flipped through its pages for an eternity but found no trace of the voluptuous fox spirit, swiftly losing interest. He grimaced and tossed it aside, muttering, "What a waste, just to squander my 3 coins." Golden sunlight filtered through the locust leaves, casting flickering patterns upon the blue stone. From around the corner came the distant calls of a candied hawthorn vendor, as a few children, giggling, ran by with windmills. The book of bewitching creatures, lay askew beside a refuse bucket, the fox spirit on the cover seemingly mocking every fool who paused to admire it. A gust of wind swept down the long street, flipping the pages of the book into the air, landing precisely on the opening page with a crimson inscription, "Beware of the alluring. For the wicked often don a seductive guise." Suddenly, a tremor shook the locust tree's branches, and a calico cat gracefully leaped down, its amber eyes, noticing the 3 had wandered off, snatched up the book and, with a flick of its tail, vanished into the alleyway. At the first auction house in Qingyang City, Yunshui Tower, a 7-story edifice with eaves that soared like a golden phoenix in flight, its glazed tiles shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors under the sun. At this moment, in a private chamber on the top floor, Sun Jingyi smashed a rosewood table with a single palm strike. The teacup tumbled onto the carpet without shattering, but the splattered tea left dark red stains upon the precious fabric, reminiscent of blood. "What did you say? Someone has infiltrated Wuyin village and stolen the Mingdu blade?" he exclaimed, his voice trembling, veins bulging in his neck. A shaft of sunlight streamed through the glass window, illuminating half his face in a ghostly pallor, while the other half remained cloaked in shadow. "Our men arrived at Wuyin village 3 days prior and found the grand formation still operational. Yet all the villagers were laid to rest. Additionally, we discovered 4 corpses of outsiders. My subordinates have brought them back overnight and are in the process of confirming their identities," reported the cloaked spy, kneeling with bowed head. A bronze token, inscribed with the character for Earth, peeked out from his waist. Sun Jingyi's expression fluctuated between dark and light, his fingers digging into the edge of the table, knuckles whitening. "Deploy all personnel from your Earth division at once. Investigate who took the Mingdu blade. In 2 days, the Qinglong guards will send someone to Yunshui Tower to retrieve the blade. How shall I explain this to that esteemed individual? If we provoke his wrath, there will be no need for Yunshui Tower to exist." "Understood," the cloaked figure replied before swiftly retreating, as silent and swift as a whisper, as if he had never been there at all. The room returned to silence, interrupted only by the occasional chirping of birds outside the glass window. Sun Jingyi paced back and forth, his brow furrowing deeper. The Mingdu blade was of utmost importance, not only affecting his standing with the Qinglong guards but also representing the culmination of years of effort to ascend in status. Now, with the blade lost and the situation perilous, he needed to devise a countermeasure swiftly. Just as he was lost in anxious contemplation, another subordinate hurried in, bowing low to whisper, "Master, there is a gold-haired youth named Wu Huan outside causing a ruckus, claiming you owe him 10,000 taels of silver. Would you like me to?" He gestured across his throat, making a swift, decisive motion. Upon hearing this, Sun Jingyi's eyes flashed with malice. He was well aware of who Wu Huan was. This audacious gold-haired youth had caught the favor of Xuan Mei, posing a potential threat to him. Initially, he had planned to deal with him later, but now it appeared to be an opportune moment to eliminate a competitor before he could grow stronger and simultaneously probe his capabilities. After a brief contemplation, he coldly instructed, "Do not rush. Prepare the silver for him. Remember to use that batch of Qinghua silver." The specially crafted Qinghua silver from Yunshui Tower concealed a tracking essence, capable of tracing its target across vast distances, imbued with a deadly poison. This poison was colorless and tasteless, difficult to detect, silently infiltrating the veins and consuming one's internal energy, as if spring snow melting away without a trace. Though the poisoned appeared unharmed, they would gradually feel a decline in strength, ultimately losing all martial prowess, rendered a mere mortal. Unable to tread the path of martial arts again, Wusheng Tower thrived on such nefarious tactics, reclaiming all treasures and silver once sold. Countless martial heroes had fallen victim to this seemingly ordinary transaction, their remains lost to the winds of the martial world, leaving behind only a wisp of lingering resentment dissipating into the dust. Send someone from the heavenly division to discreetly follow him. I wish to see if he possesses the fortune to claim this sum. He suddenly smiled ominously. Indeed. The subordinate nodded, preparing to leave. Hold on. Sun Jingyi's gaze sharpened. His voice as cold as a frost-laden blade, instructing the heavenly division personnel to exercise utmost caution. This individual is no ordinary foe. He has likely mastered some form of arcane art, having caused significant setbacks even to the esteemed duo from Xintian sect. Remember, even a fierce tiger must reveal its claws when pouncing on a rabbit. I desire him to survive not beyond the midnight hour. The subordinate understood. With a lightness akin to the wind, the subordinate departed, vanishing from sight in an instant. Chapter 46. Fireflies in the Grand Hall of the Wusheng Tower. The golden incense burner exhaled fragrant clouds of ambergris, while the garments of the arriving guests shimmered beneath the crystal lamps. Between 8 coiling dragon columns, rare treasures sparkled on coral shelves, and the waiters flitted about like nimble fish, balancing jade platters. Amidst this lively atmosphere, for burly men suddenly slammed a sandalwood box before Wu Huangji, causing ripples to dance atop his cup of Biluakun tea. A steward, holding a white fan and sporting a pair of small mustaches, slightly bowed, revealing the auspicious words "Harmony brings wealth" on his fan. With a knowing smile, he remarked, "Each box is priced at 2,500 taels. If the young master harbors any doubts about our Wusheng Tower, feel free to inspect it personally for peace of mind." Wu Huangji grinned widely, lifting the box lid with a flourish. And the sight of silver ingots made his eyes sparkle with delight. "Of course I must count them," he said, closing the lid only to open it again. "It's not easy for us poor folk to earn a bit of silver. I must first satisfy my eyes." The steward's whiskers twitched in disbelief. "Young master, merely looking and not touching, and you call that counting?" Faith begets reality. Wu Huangji squinted, as deep blue numbers flickered from 0 to 10, 000, in his retina. He then flashed a toothy grin, gesturing toward his eyes, and earnestly declared, "My technique of discerning silver is swift, precise, and requires no effort. It even offers a sauna for the eyes." Beside him, Yun Xiao couldn't help but chuckle, interjecting playfully, "I heard that Wusheng Tower has been in business for a century, even using official silver to provide porridge for beggars. Would they dare skimp on my elder brother's small fortune? That would be a great jest." The steward's mouth twitched at the remark, dryly affirming, "Both of you possess a delightful sense of humor. Rest assured, our Wusheng Tower would never shortchange its patrons. Good day." Yet, the elegant words on the fan could not conceal the cold glimmer in his eyes. These two rascals clearly seek to mock me. With their tricks, they can only indulge for a little longer. They should cherish the fleeting moments of their lives. Thus, Wu Huangji, each hand grasping a sandalwood box, hummed a tune as he strode ahead, followed by Yun Xiao and Meng Ziki, each carrying a box of their own. Their expressions varied. The 4 large wooden boxes glimmered darkly in the sunlight, drawing the attention of passers-by, yet none dared approach. The reason was simple. Only those with martial prowess could easily lift such heavy boxes. Ordinary folk would rather steer clear than invite trouble upon themselves. Upon returning to their room at the inn, as soon as the door closed, Yun Xiao eagerly flung open a box, only to widen her eyes in surprise. "Hey, brother, where's the silver? I thought this box felt unusually light. It's even more absurd than last time." Inside the box lay a pile of dried leaves, which swirled around Meng Ziki's embroidered shoes as a draft blew through. Wu Huangji, however, sat back comfortably in his chair, legs crossed, a look of serene satisfaction on his face. He patted his bulging pouch and mysteriously smiled, "A secret technique from my master, turning stone into gold. Transforming the intangible into the tangible. It's a concept to be felt, not explained." Meng Ziki lightly traced the window frame with her fingertips, her gaze frosty. "On our way back, we noticed several tales. Should we consider changing our lodging to avoid any prolonged troubles?" At her words, Wu Huangji's lips curved into a meaningful smile. Ever since his vitality had significantly increased, his senses had sharpened, and he had already detected those hidden gazes lurking in the shadows. He patted Yun Xiao's shoulder casually, saying, "No need to panic. We've had our fun these past few days. It's time to get down to business. You both should pack up. Soon, we'll find a merchant to sell those 6 carts of goods. We are heading to the Firebear stronghold." Yun Xiao's eyes glistened with warmth. She had thought Wu Huangji's indulgences were already generous, yet he was truly willing to traverse perilous paths for her. As for Meng Ziki, why was she so willingly following Wu Huangji? This 6th-rank female swordsman meticulously polished her sword, her calm demeanor reflected in the blade. Women, after all, are often sensitive yet resilient beings, appearing delicate while concealing sharp edges. They may rely on others, but they are never subservient. They may crave security, Yet they know how to forge their own paths. When Meng Ziki first encountered Wu Huanji, she was indeed captivated by his seemingly endless array of skills. Despite his reckless and whimsical behavior, even bordering on the absurd, he exuded a rare sincerity and authenticity, devoid of any convoluted schemes. Associating with such a profound yet unpretentious figure was surely a sound investment. However, that was not the sole reason. She had her own ulterior motives first. To gauge the true depths of Wu Huanji's capabilities, to ascertain whether he was as simple as he appeared. Second, if one day she attained mastery and embarked on her quest for vengeance against the Xinyan Gong, this seemingly carefree man could very well become one of her most reliable allies. In the treacherous world of martial arts, having a dependable yet quirky companion was far preferable to facing challenges alone. Moreover, the secrets this man held were far more intriguing than his flashy tricks. After Meng Ziki and Yun Xiao returned to their rooms to pack, Wu Huanji remained at the table, staring at the deep blue attribute panel displaying 10,000 points, his finger hovering indecisively over the defense option. Allocating points to defense seemed futile. Such a value wouldn't even suffice for the next tier, and his current defensive capabilities were already sufficient to withstand blades. After all, exceptional martial artists were not commonplace. Suddenly, a ludicrous yet unsettling thought crossed his mind. What if a pervert, relying on swift legwork and agility, chose not to engage him directly? Instead, they might circle around him, spitting in his face or even throwing dung, leaving him helplessly staring. The image of himself being toyed with like a dog, depicted in a martial arts tabloid as hero Wu humiliated, sent shivers down his spine. Realizing this, he twitched his lips, gritting his teeth and resolutely declaring, "Better for me to betray the world than for the world to humiliate me." System all in. In an instant, a surge of electric sensation erupted from his dantian, cascading through his legs like a river bursting its banks. He felt his bones, muscles, and meridians vibrate violently, as if being forged by a 1,000-pound hammer or tempered in molten lava. Crack, crack. His bones emitted crisp sounds like frying beans. His previously proportionate calf muscles suddenly expanding as if inflated, straining against the fabric of his trousers, while azure veins writhed beneath his skin like awakening dragons. Suddenly, white mist billowed from the soles of his feet, scorching the wooden floor and leaving 2 charred imprints. Simultaneously, the speed gauge on his panel continued to fluctuate. Speed, cost 100 points. Sprint, beginner, cost 300 points. Wolf Run, beginner, cost 900 points. Wind Chaser, beginner, cost 3,000 points. Firefly, intermediate, moments later. As the tumultuous energy within him began to subside, Wu Huanji glanced down at his legs. Once ordinary, they now bulged with sinewy strength. The veins beneath his skin shimmering with vibrant energy, as if brimming with limitless power. Name, Wu Huanji. Attribute points, 0. Health, 22,1589. Defense, 627,000. Mixed Yuan True Body Advanced Yin-Yang Dual Fish Domain. Strength, 0. Speed, 5,706,000. Firefly Intermediate. Firefly, as swift as summer night fireflies. Fleeting and ephemeral, capable of leaving 3 afterimages while sprinting. Its speed limit rivals that of a galloping steed, capable of traversing 7 steps upon water without sinking. Each step measuring approximately a yard, thereby covering a distance of 10 yards in a mere 7 strides. Aptly described as a surging wave of unparalleled momentum. For a clearer comparison, the maximum velocity of a 5th-tier warrior in this realm is approximately 25 to 35 meters per second, while those of the Firefly realm can reach 35 to 40 meters per second, slightly surpassing the former. Wu Huanji gazed intently at the system panel, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Does it even include an intelligent comparison feature? How considerate, as if it fears I might not comprehend it. This system certainly knows how to cater to one's needs. However, upon his gaze landing on the life points section, his eyelids twitched suddenly. What is going on? My life points have inexplicably decreased by 43? What is happening? Chapter 47, the 7th on the Blade ranking. Health points diminishing instead of increasing? Wu Huanji gazed at his plummeting health points, pondering that perhaps his allocation of points to speed and strength had caused some unforeseen side effects. He silently congratulated himself on the wisdom of his initial decision to prioritize defense. Otherwise, he might have faced an untimely demise. However, this matter was perplexing, and he decided to set it aside for further investigation later. Instinctively, he attempted to stretch his legs, inhaling deeply and tightening his abdomen. As he took his first step, whoosh, he shot forward like a cannonball, leaving 3 afterimages in the room. Goodness! Wu Huanji instinctively slammed the brakes, dragging his feet across the wooden floor and leaving a charred mark, nearly gouging the surface. Looking down, he was astonished. His pant legs were inflated by the rush of air, revealing the outline of his muscles, resembling the powerful hind legs of a poised cheetah. Such vigor? It was simply exhilarating. He grinned widely, rubbing his hands together in excitement. To further test his newfound abilities, he casually snatched a teacup from the table and flung it out the window. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Smack. The teacup had yet to clear the frame when he expertly caught it, not a single drop spilled. Impressive. From now on, Anyone who dared to provoke me would feel the brunt of my speed right in their face. As Wu Huangji reveled in his triumph, the door creaked open. Yun Xiao, with a blue cloth bundle slung over his shoulder, peeked in and suddenly exclaimed, "Big brother, why does it smell like burnt socks in here?" Before the words had left his mouth, Meng Ziki strolled in, her own lightweight bundle containing merely a few changes of clothes. She surveyed the charred tracks on the wooden floor and took in the sight of Wu Huangji, drenched in sweat and disheveled, remarking lightly, "It seems, Brother Wu, that you are once again practicing some extraordinary technique." Yun Xiao glanced down at Wu Huangji's scorched boots and chuckled, "Big brother, is your technique perhaps burning the soles of your shoes? Quite impressive." Wu Huangji let out a dry laugh, beads of sweat dripping from his chin onto the floor. All right, enough of the jests. You two go downstairs and order food. I'll take a shower and change before joining you." Yun Xiao pinched his nose and retreated 3 steps, closing the door behind him while shouting, "Remember to use soap and scrub 3 times after a hearty meal." The tavern keeper had previously advised the trio, "You should definitely sell your goods to the Qin family." He wiped his wine bowl and lowered his voice. "The third young master of the Qin family is a commercial prodigy. Half the shops in the city belong to his family, and even external trade flourishes under his management. Most importantly," he said with a wink, "he offers the fairest prices, guaranteed to give you more than any other." Thus, the 3 of them leisurely led their mule towards the Chun residence. Along the way, Wu Huangji suddenly recalled something and turned to Meng Ziki, asking, "Is there something called a fire mare around here?" "A fire mare?" Meng Ziki raised an eyebrow, wondering why he was suddenly interested in mounts, yet patiently replied, "The fire mare hails from the wilderness, a king among horses, known for its fiery temperament and ability to run like the wind, covering 1,000 miles with ease. However, due to its rarity, it is exceedingly expensive. An ordinary person could never afford such a steed, and even in Xinjiang City, it is quite uncommon." Wu Huangji nodded thoughtfully, contemplating, "So that's why the system indicated that the speed of the firefly is comparable to that of a fire mare." It was referencing the creatures of this realm. As the hour approached, the gleaming brass nails of the Vermilion Gate shone brightly, flanked by solemn stone lions, with a grand signboard displaying the characters for the Qin family, exuding the air of a noble clan. A young servant waved them away, saying, "Out of the way. Deliveries to the pawn shop on Shui Xian Street. We don't accept goods here." His tone carried a hint of impatience. Meanwhile, an older servant scrutinized Wu Huangji, furrowing his brow. Something about the golden-haired youth wielding a hidden blade seemed familiar, reminiscent of a young man he had seen swaggering out of the Qin residence with a box on that same day. Realizing this, he quickly transformed his expression into one of respect and approached Wu Huangji. "Esteemed sir, what brings you to the Qin residence?" Yun Xiao placed his hands on his hips and scoffed. "What? You don't even recognize me? Hurry and summon your third young master. We have a significant transaction to discuss." The older servant's eyes widened in recognition. Indeed, it was the same young gentleman who had exited the Chun residence alongside that black-haired youth. He quickly smiled apologetically. My eyes deceived me. I will inform him immediately. Please wait here for a moment." He bowed and retreated into the estate. The younger servant, perplexed, muttered to himself, "Did my uncle take the wrong medicine today? Why is he being so courteous to these 3 ragged individuals? This is the Qin family, after all. Should their servants be superior to ordinary folk?" While they awaited, a broad-shouldered man, draped in a high-collared cloak and wearing a conical hat, strolled past the trio. Suddenly he halted, his gaze landing with keen interest on Meng Ziki. In a gravelly voice, he remarked, "Oh, what a coincidence, little cat with bloodied paws. We meet again. This time, I can see a glimmer of hatred in your eyes." Meng Ziki caught a glimpse of the man's emotionless gaze, a chill coursing through her, as she lowered her eyes, her fingers trembling slightly. "Oh dear, how dull. Where has that fiery spirit of yours from that night gone?" The man sneered, turning to leave. However, a figure abruptly stepped in front of him. Wu Huangji raised an eyebrow, sizing him up, his gaze clashing with the man's. "Who are you? Dressing like a dumpling in broad daylight. Are you not afraid of scaring the children on the street?" Having clearly witnessed the flicker of fear in Meng Ziki's eyes, Wu Huangji's instincts flared. This person was undoubtedly suspicious and likely had some grievances with her. The man's lips curled into an excited smile. "I have returned from the depths of hell, now merely a wandering soul, utterly bored in this realm. You, sir, appear quite intriguing. Shall we become friends?" Wu Huangji tilted his head, surveying him as if he were a fool. "So, he is merely deranged. I advise you." Suddenly, he stepped forward, shouldering the man back a step. "You'd best not lay a finger on my friends, or I'll knock out every last tooth of yours and make you play marbles with them." At this moment, Meng Ziki's mind felt as if it had been struck by a hammer, nearly causing her to malfunction. The blade ranking, these 3 characters were synonymous with death in the martial world, a name that instilled fear in all. The 10 notorious figures on the list were all monstrous masters, and the 7th-ranked blood flood, Zhou Yuan, was a legendary fiend. It was said he had lived for 3 centuries and was no longer a mere mortal. Some claimed he was a demon, others speculated he embodied a forbidden power. Where lay his limits? No one knew. It was only known that countless martial experts had perished at his hands. and even the emperor of a previous dynasty had nearly fallen before him. Martial arts at the first rank? Extraordinary rank? Or something even higher? Meng Ziki dared not contemplate further. She felt a chill creeping down her spine, as if a cold serpent was slowly slithering across her skin. This man was beyond the comprehension of the mundane. He was like a pair of eyes peering from the abyss, observing all things in the world, rendering any thought of resistance utterly futile. Sweat began to bead in her palms. She understands better than anyone else that even if Wu Huangji possesses extraordinary talent, the vast chasm of cultivation brought about by the age difference cannot simply be bridged by innate ability when confronted with a monster that has lived for 3 centuries. Chapter 48. Poisonous flowers are not as fragrant as wild blossoms. A chilling laughter emanated from beneath the wide-brimmed hat, reminiscent of rusty blades scraping against bone. Zhou Yuan slowly lifted his gaze, revealing a toothy grin from within the shadows. How intriguing, truly intriguing. I shall befriend this companion of yours. Wu Huangji, initially intent on hurling further insults, was abruptly silenced by Meng Ziki's gentle grip on his arm. Her pallid countenance and hushed tone urged, Brother Wu, let us first tally the goods. When young Master Chen emerges, it will save us considerable time. Very well, I shall not stoop to the level of a sickly individual. Wu Huangji acquiesced, following her lead toward the mule cart. The trio secured the mule beneath the enclosing wall and began to untie the ropes from the cart. At that moment, a thunderous whinny pierced the air, accompanied by the sound of hooves approaching rapidly. 2 magnificent black steeds galloped forth, their powerful strides indicating an exceptional breed, ultimately halting gracefully at the entrance of the Chun residence. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, and 2 women descended with elegance. The first to emerge was Wang Ting, her delicate hand adorned with gold dust, twisting her waist as she stepped down, exposing her fair legs with each movement. Following her was a woman clad in a tea-green RU skirt, exuding regal grace. Her tall and voluptuous figure was accentuated by the smooth fabric that hugged her curves, each step creating an alluring sway. Wu Huangji cast a glance at the 2 women, mentally comparing their figures. In terms of physique, Meng Ziki was undoubtedly a paragon of beauty, with all the right attributes accentuated. While the 2 before him were slightly lacking, they still possessed notable curves. Perhaps a generous F-cup. Ah, how remarkable the development of the ladies in this world, he mused, stealing a sidelong glance at Yun Zhao's flat chest. He couldn't help but inwardly scoff. This girl resembles a washboard, such a waste of her pretty face. The woman in the tea-green RU skirt perceptibly detected the heated gazes upon her and shot a frosty glare in return. Her ruby lips parted, her voice chilling as ice. There you 2 look again, and I shall have your eyes gouged out to feed the wild dogs. With a graceful flick of her hand, she directed a young servant, her tone sharp. Since when is this place allowed to harbor such unruly rabble? Hurry and remove them. Do not tarnish this noble establishment. The young servant hesitated, pondering that these beautiful ladies were not the matriarchs of the Chen family. Their wages did not come from them, nor would they share a bed with them. Yet they commanded him with such authority. Still, he plastered a sycophantic smile on his face and bowed. Miss Xiao, I hope you are well. Miss Wang, may you be blessed. He then gestured toward Wu Huangji and the others. These individuals seemed to be esteemed guests of the 3rd young master. As for the man in black, I shall have him removed immediately. Wang Tingo, her eyes sparkling, turned to Meng Ziki and Yun Xiao, leaning closer to Xiao Xuanwan, whispering, Sister Wanner, the one in the veil is none other than Meng Ziki of the Ming family. Xiao Xuanwan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Ah? The remnants of the Ming family from years past? Wang Tinga lowered her voice. Indeed. However, the dark-haired youth accompanying her seems to be absent today. Yet this golden-haired one bears a striking resemblance to him. It was understandable that Wang Tinger could not recognize Wu Huangji. He had undergone a remarkable transformation. His legs now sturdy and elongated like iron pillars, his skin fair as if it could yield water, and his golden hair gleamed under the sun. Standing there, he was a striking figure, no longer reminiscent of the dark-haired youth he once was. Xiao Xuanwan twirled a strand of hair around her finger, casting a sidelong glance at Meng Ziki, her lips curling into a smirk. Years ago, the Ming family audaciously pilfered the sacred arts of my sect. By law, their entire lineage should have been exterminated, if it were not for my father's merciful heart. Do you think you could flaunt your audacity here? She sauntered before Meng Ziki, surveying her from a superior height in Qingyang City. You are the first woman to exhibit such arrogance. Care to assert your dominance over the Chen family today? Do you truly believe no one can tame you? Her words sliced through the air like a blade, clearly heard by all present. You. Meng Ziki forcefully swatted away Xiao Xuanwan's outstretched finger, a cold smile forming on her lips. Stealing techniques? If the Ming family had indeed pilfered the sacred arts of the Zuanian Gong, it is none other than Xiao Shui and the Wang family who are most aware. Why must you engage in such hypocritical accusations? The compassion you speak of from Xiao Shui is what drove my entire family into the flames of despair. Would you care to taste such compassion yourself, Miss Xiao? Meng Ziki's defiant retort was not without foundation. Over the years, a lovesick gentleman had quietly assisted her in uncovering the truth of those events. Through their correspondence, she had unraveled much of the mystery, yet still lacked concrete evidence to prove it was Xiao Shui who had orchestrated the concealment of the sacred texts within the Ming family. The reasons behind Xiao Shui's vendetta against the Ming family remained a perplexing enigma, devoid of clarity. As for the benefactor who had aided her, that tale would unfold later. Wang Tinger, seizing the moment, donned a gentle and considerate demeanor, gracefully stepping forward. Sister Ziki, do not be upset. She extended her delicate, vermilion-tipped fingers, her voice saccharine. Sister Wanner simply speaks her mind, her nature is impatient, and her words may be harsh, but she means no malice. As she feigned intimacy. Attempting to grasp Meng Ziki's hand, her eyes brimmed with concern. However, Meng Ziki subtly sidestepped, her tone icy. Spare me your theatrics. Save your energy. Oh dear, Ziki remains as stubborn as ever. I am merely trying to mediate. We are sisters after all, and there should be no lingering grudges, Wang Tinger replied, unfazed. She stifled a giggle, turning to link arms with Xiao Xuanwan, her voice softening. Sister Wanner, I have known Ziki since childhood. I understand her temperament best. She is merely sharp-tongued with a tender heart. Shall we not go inside for tea? There is no need to be upset over such trivial matters. Brother Shun even prepared fine red tea for you. Do not let this dampen our spirits. As she spoke, she purposefully brushed her ample bosom against Xiao Xuanwan's arm. Casting a furtive glance at Wu Huanji, eager to gauge the handsome, golden-haired youth's reaction. Ah, truly insufferable, Wu Huanji exhaled lightly. Casting a sidelong glance at Wang Tingo's feigned innocence, her smile radiating like a blooming lotus, while her eyes sparkled with mischief, embodying the epitome of a scheming seductress. Such women, though outwardly radiant, were prickly within, their perfume concealing poison. I would argue that they are less genuine than the courtesans of the brothel, even if offered freely. I would find them repugnant. Feigning indifference, Wu Huanji turned to Yun Xiao, his voice pitched just right for the others to overhear. Yun Xiao, immediately catching his drift, raised his chin and amplified his voice. Precisely. Sister Meng possesses both beauty and grace, outshining these others by several streets. What do they even have to compare? The young servant approached Zhou Yuan, eyeing the towering figure before him, swallowing hard as he muttered, such grandiose claims, do not toy with me. I dream of tasting that delight. Oh? Zhou Yuan's previously placid gaze suddenly glimmered with interest, his lips curling into a sinister grin. A mere ant. Unable to fulfill even such basic desires. Would you like assistance? His raspy voice slithered through the air like a serpent's hiss, sending shivers down the young servant's spine. The young servant, taken aback by Zhou Yuan's eerie smile, stepped back hesitantly. Yet, he dared not retaliate. Merely waving his hand in exasperation, muttering, enough. Do not obstruct my path. Truly, each one more boastful than the last. If you truly possessed the ability to grant my wish, I would kneel before you, recognizing you as my adoptive father. Xiao Xuanwan trembled with rage, her chest heaving, and her small fists clenched so tightly that her fingertips nearly dug into her palms. When had she ever endured such public humiliation? Her delicate face flushed crimson in an instant, and fury blazed in her eyes. Bingshu, she exclaimed, abruptly turning to the coachman, commanding coldly. Dispose of these two wretches at once. Chapter 49. The withered bamboo hides its sharpness. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao swiftly darted behind Meng Ziki, peeking out with half his head while whispering, Big brother, let us go. Show this shrew a lesson. Wu Huanji was utterly speechless. This woman's temperament changed faster than the turning of a page. Surely, she must have water in her brain? Wasn't she quite boastful just moments ago? Now, when she finds herself at a disadvantage, she resorts to threats of violence. If one cannot play, then one should not engage. The coachman, known as Ping Shu, slowly straightened his back, his stooped spine resembling a bent old bamboo. His hair, a chaotic blend of black and white, hung loosely about him. On his deeply wrinkled face, a pair of murky eyes suddenly gleamed with intensity. Clearly, he was a master of hidden prowess. The coachman, Xiao Jianpain, squinted his murky eyes, his gaze cutting through Wu Huanji like a blade. In the next moment, a fierce aura erupted from him, akin to molten lava surging from the depths of the earth, fiery and violent. Meng Ziki's pupils constricted, her inner energy blazed like fire, reminiscent of a furnace. This was a fifth-tier martial artist. Yet, she had no time to dwell on this revelation. Her peripheral vision remained fixated on the figure clad in a conical hat not far away. Blood Jiao Zhou Yuan. A calamity of humanity who had lived for 300 years, if he so desired. He could turn the entire Chun residence into a hellish inferno in the blink of an eye. Before the thought had fully formed, Xiao Jianpain suddenly lunged forward like a leopard pouncing on its prey, his fingers claw-like, aiming straight for Wu Huanji. However, just as he was about to reach his target, the figure before him transformed into a mere afterimage, as fleeting as fireflies on a summer night. Xiao Jianpain's claw grasped at empty air, tearing apart only a shadow. What? A sudden shock coursed through Xiao Jianpain. He had not anticipated that this individual could outpace him. Just then, a glob of yellow phlegm accurately struck his face, adhering to his left eye. He staggered back several paces, his frail hand furiously wiping away the filth, his knuckles cracking ominously. His aged face contorted with rage, resembling crumpled parchment. You little wretch, you dare to humiliate me so? If I do not tear you to shreds today, I shall share your surname. Before his words could fully escape his lips, he clapped his hands together, unleashing a torrent of true energy. The cobblestones beneath him instantly cracked, debris flying in all directions. With a beastly roar, two spheres of crimson energy coalesced in his palms, morphing into two ferocious fire dragons. The searing heat distorted the air around them. Burning reversal 8 forms. Dragon seal push. 2 waves of blistering energies surged forth, transforming into roaring fire dragon apparitions that raced towards Wu Huanji. Wherever they passed, the stones shattered, and onlookers screamed, scattering in terror. Yet, just as everyone believed this strike was infallible, the latter's figure flickered, ghost-like, leaving behind 3 afterimages as he effortlessly evaded the fierce assault. A resounding slap echoed suddenly. A powerful palm strike landed squarely on Xiao Jianpei's face. The force so tremendous that he spun 3 times like a top, blood erupting from his nostrils, splattering across the exquisite open-toed heels of Xiao Xuanwan. Ah! Xiao Xuanwan shrieked, leaping back, then instinctively retrieving a handkerchief to disdainfully wipe her shoe, which was now tainted with black paint, muttering a curse under her breath. Damn it. This is a limited edition from the Treasure Pavilion. There are only 3 pairs in all of Qingyang City. What a stroke of bad luck. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, casting a glare at the still-rotating Xiao Jianpei, her tone dripping with disdain. The treasured blade has surely dulled. You cannot even handle a mere brat. And now my shoes are ruined. You'd better clean them thoroughly when we return. Simultaneously, her gaze fell upon Wu Huanji. A flicker of complexity flashing in her eyes. This seemingly carefree, flippant blonde man possessed astonishing strength. In the face of Xiao Jianpei's full-force assault with the burning heaven 8 forms, he not only remained unscathed but also counterattacked with ease, even humiliating his opponent. This stirred doubts within her. How could this person not appear to be a martial artist? There were no traces of inner power. And his breathing pattern was nothing like that of a practitioner, rather akin to that of a commoner, short and labored. Even his footsteps were light and lacking the stability and presence expected of a martial artist, and his hands were fair and smooth, devoid of even a single callus. Nearby, Wang Tinger immediately adopted a dramatic demeanor, linking her arm with Xiao Xuanwan's, feigning a pitiful expression. Sister Wan even Ping Shu has fallen. These despicable men are utterly unreliable. She lowered her voice deliberately, ensuring those around could hear. I fear this person might have ulterior motives. What if he schemes against us? Perhaps we should return to the sect and summon our master to address this matter. After saying this, she discreetly glanced at Wu Huanji, a barely perceptible smirk of triumph tugging at her lips. This scene was entirely witnessed by Chun Junshan, who had just emerged from the estate. Without needing to ponder, he grasped the situation's context and hurried forward, bowing respectfully to Wu Huanji, his tone humble yet measured. Young master, I apologize for not welcoming you properly upon your arrival. The surrounding crowd began to murmur. Who is this blonde youth? How audacious to flirt with young Master Chen's woman. Lower your voice. That beauty is none other than Xiao Xuanwan, daughter of the Grand Elder of the Xiantian sect. My friend suffered greatly just for stealing a glance at her. P.S. Still bedridden. Rumor has it he lost half a leg. Tragic. TSK. This time the Chun family is in for quite a spectacle. This young man does not seem like a mere pushover. Well done. I have long found these arrogant disciples of the sect distasteful. Did you notice? That blonde fellow's strike didn't even stir an ounce of inner energy. Peculiar. He must either be a reclusive master or... As the crowd of onlookers grew, Chun Junshan stepped forward once more, bowing deeply. I have heard that you wish to engage in business with me. I could not ask for more. Since we are all merchants here, and harmony brings prosperity, why let minor misunderstandings linger? I have already prepared fragrant tea. Why not step to my humble abode to discuss over tea? Upon seeing Chun Junshan appear, Wang Tinger immediately shed her previous delicate demeanor. Her eyes sparkling with sweetness and affection, as though the world around her faded into mere backdrop. Brother Shun, she purred, swaying towards him like a Persian cat greeting its owner. Chen Junshan grasped Wang Tinger's wrist, frowning as he admonished, Tinger, do not act foolishly. He then turned to Xiao Xuanwan, respectfully cupping his fist in greeting. Sister Wan I hope you are well. Wu Huanji observed Wang Tinger's performance with a cold gaze, unable to suppress a scoff. To be fair, both Wang Tinger and the woman surnamed Xiao were indeed exquisite beauties, with skin like cream and waist like willow. Any ordinary man would likely be entranced, but alas, their characters resembled moldy buns, stale and toxic. Associating with such individuals, one might as well risk a lifetime in shadows. With a languid smile, he remarked, Young Master San arrives at the perfect moment. Had you been a moment later, I might have lost my patience and sent these 2 lovely ladies to the heavens. I shall need to calculate the mental distress compensation during our tea. You. Xiao Xuanwan stomped her foot angrily, her pearl-embellished heels striking the cobblestones with a sharp sound. Furious, she marched towards the carriage, pulling back the curtain to glare at the still-dazed Xiao Jianpei, commanding, Xiao Jianpei, why are you still standing there? Return to the sect. If you do not clean my shoes thoroughly tonight, you shall be expelled from the Xiantian sect. Yun Xiao could not help but roll his eyes. Muttering softly behind Meng Ziki, is this woman perhaps unwell? Does she truly believe her feet are reincarnated from golden lotuses? Just as Xiao Xuanwan's carriage departed, Meng Ziki noticed Zhou Yuan's figure quietly retreating into the shadows of a street corner. It seemed as though he walked with an air of darkness surrounding him. So much so that even the midday sun could not pierce the brim of his hat to illuminate his visage. Young Master Haiyan, Chen Junshan performed a graceful bow, his demeanor poised and courteous. This matter will be handled appropriately by Junshun, and I shall provide a satisfactory resolution for the three of you. Might I request that we move to the estate for a more detailed discussion? He stepped aside, granting passage, his sleeves flowing elegantly in the wind. Chapter 50. The sudden change at Mo. The trio emerged from the gates of the Qin residence, their arms laden with an assortment of parcels. Wu Huanji weighed the heavy pouch of coins, gazing at the shimmering deep blue inscription on the attribute panel reading, Attribute Points, 5,200. His grin wide enough to reveal his teeth. Ziki, your former fiancé, is quite generous. After the inventory was tallied, he offered a flat price of 500 taels for everything, including the goods and the mule. I knew that silver-furred fox was a treasure, but I never imagined it would be worth 1,000 taels. He gleefully waved the pouch, which contained merely 50 taels of silver. However, Yin Xiao and Meng Ziki were already accustomed to this brother's sleight of hand, having witnessed his uncanny ability to conjure wealth from thin air. After all, he exuded an air of mischief from head to toe, and any additional antics were hardly surprising. Yin Xiao chuckled as she counted on her fingers, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Brother, we also have that pair of bracelets worth 50 taels, the gold-plated hairpin valued at 1,000 taels, and the skins and horns from the bull-headed wolf amounting to 200 taels. They even rounded the numbers for you. Such sincerity. She playfully nudged Meng Ziki's shoulder, adding, with these gifts and the previous sum of over 10,000 taels, this isn't merely a broken engagement. It's like stumbling upon a treasure trove. Inside the Chun residence, in the reception room, the fragrant steam of tea enveloped the air as Chun Junshun elegantly sipped his brew, his expression betraying no sign of distress over the expenditure of 5,000 taels. Beside him, Wang Tingo pouted, her eyes shimmering with a blend of grievance and annoyance, resembling a kitten freshly reprimanded. Just then, a gray-robed man, a long sword at his side, entered hastily, cupping his fists in salute before urgently reporting, "Third young master. Something has happened." Qin Junshun set down his teacup and lifted his gaze, inquiring, "What is it?" The gray-robed man replied in a low tone, returning to the young master. The White Tiger Gang recently dispatched a new recruit of the 6th rank in martial arts to reclaim control of the Lishan iron mine. However, upon reaching Xinghua village near Lishan, the entire team mysteriously vanished. Our scouts sent to investigate the village have also disappeared without a trace. Isn't this a fortuitous opportunity for us to seize the Lishan iron mine? Wang Tingo languidly leaned against the grand chair, her long legs crossed, the tips of her embroidered shoes gently swaying. That dilapidated mine is unclaimed, if it weren't for that stroke of luck Zhang Jinsong had 3 years ago. Securing the top spot in the 9 families competition, the White Tiger Gang Wu Ti have been able to exploit it for 3 years without opposition. As she spoke, her delicate fingers toyed with a gold chain dangling by her ear, her crimson lips curling into a seductive smile. Now, with over 2 years until the next 9 families competition, aside from Zantiangong, the City Lord's residence, Tongdu Temple, and Danji Academy, who wouldn't be eyeing this resource? Chen Junshun nodded slightly, instructing to send more personnel to circumvent that village. The immediate priority was to extract and transport the iron ore as swiftly as possible, postponing all other matters. The gray-robed man cast a furtive glance at Wang Tinger's alluring posture, his throat tightening as he lowered his eyes, adding in a hushed tone, returning to the young master, that Xinghua village is merely 100 meters from the mine, with the main road for transporting the iron ore passing right in front of the village. Our people have already occupied the southwestern corner to extract the ore, while the Wang family controls the northwest corner, creating a mutual blockade. The White Tiger Gang can merely watch, unable to act against us for the moment. He paused, his brow furrowing as he expressed a hint of confusion and unease. However, strangely, every time our carts loaded with iron or attempt to leave, the horses behave erratically, as if possessed, running wildly in circles around the village and refusing to follow the proper path. Qin Junshun frowned slightly at this, his fingers lightly tapping the table, producing a crisp sound. Later, I will dispatch the wolf brigade to accompany you to Xinghua village. Remember, while the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole lurks behind. The White Tiger Gang, having suffered such losses, will not rest easy and will surely send someone to flatten that village. All you need to do is wait for the right moment. If they can resolve this issue for us, it would be even better. The gray-robed man bowed in acknowledgement. Understood. Wang Tinga suddenly leaned forward, her collar slightly parted, revealing a glimpse of porcelain skin. Brother Shun, do you need Tinger to send a team from the Wang family to assist? Not for now. Chen Junshun waved his hand. You all just need to secure the mine entrance. Along the riverside street, sunlight poured down like gold. The students of Danji Academy flowed from Wenchang Street like a moving river of ink, dispersing into the surrounding alleyways. The midday breeze caressed gently. The sounds of carriages faded into the distance, leaving only a cart adorned with a wooden plaque bearing the character Xiao, moving leisurely, capturing attention. Inside the cart, the decor was exquisite, featuring a yellow pearwood table by the window, with neatly arranged writing materials emitting a faint scent of sandalwood. A young woman clad in a tea-green RU skirt was bent over, writing fervently, her brow furrowed in concentration, her crimson lips pressed tightly together, gripping the wolf hairbrush so tightly it seemed ready to snap. She possessed a graceful figure, her hips rounded like a peach, and her slender waist emphasized her ample bosom. A hint of white could be discerned peeking from her slightly open dress, quivering gently with her riding motions. However, this tranquility was abruptly shattered. An ominous shadow silently materialized within the cart, akin to a specter. Xiao Xuanwan's pupils constricted before she could utter a cry. A cold hand had already locked her acupoints, stifling her voice. Stiffening in disbelief, she gazed at the figure before her. Isn't that the mysterious man in black from the Chen residence? When did he board the cart? Where is Xiao Jianping? Why was I unaware? What does he intend to do? Countless questions exploded in her mind, yet not a single word could escape her lips. Ah, my dear lady. You truly are a blossom of Qingyang. Your fair skin is smooth as a freshly shelled egg, delightful to the touch. Zhou Yuan's lips curled into a playful smile as he reached out to caress her rear, then leaned in close to whisper in her ear, such a radiant beauty. A mere pinch would coax forth water. How could one bear to break such a delicate flower? Hiki. Xiao Xuanwan was engulfed in a mix of shame and fury, her face flushed crimson, her bosom heaving, her eyes ablaze with indignation. Such a sight was indeed quite captivating. Zhou Yuan's lips curled slightly as he produced 3 silver needles from his sleeve. In the next instant, his movement was so swift it was almost imperceptible. Whoosh! The gleam of silver flashed, and the driver, Xiao Jianping, suddenly emitted a muffled groan, his head drooping heavily. Xiao Xuanwan barely registered the shift before her eyes refocused, only to find Xiao Jianping slumped within the cart, while the man in black had inexplicably taken his place, leisurely cracking the whip. Uncle Ping. A wave of shock coursed through Xiao Xuanwan. She distinctly sensed Xiao Jianping and Appo's vitality rapidly waning, a chilling dread creeping from her feet to her heart. As if an icy serpent coiled around her spine, slithering upwards. In the blink of an eye, a formidable 5th-rank martial artist had been silently subdued by him. Who on earth was this person? Where does he intend to take me? Deep within a secluded alley in the southern city, an ancient residence stood quietly. Vivid red bougainvillea climbed the weathered gray walls, gently swaying in the breeze, adding a touch of vitality to the desolate courtyard. Meng Ziki pushed open the creaking wooden door, the hinges groaning longingly. She paused at the threshold, her gaze sweeping across this place laden with memories. This was the Meng family's last ancestral home in Qingyang City, now temporarily occupied by an old acquaintance of Meng Ziki. The estate was spacious, yet the valuables had been sold off by Meng family members upon leaving Qingyang City, leaving only broken bricks and tiles that cast mottled shadows in the setting sun. Wu Huangji and Yun Xiao followed Meng Ziki into the inner courtyard. On the weathered corridor, the once vibrant vermilion paint has largely peeled away, revealing the darkened wood beneath. The exquisitely carved window frames now stand as hollow remnants of their former glory. In the courtyard, a withered old locust tree cradles a young scholar clad in simple garments. He possesses striking features, his brows resembling sharp swords that arch gracefully towards his temples. As he quietly immerses himself in a yellowed tome, sunlight filters through the barren branches, casting dappled shadows upon his unadorned robe. Upon hearing a sound, the scholar lifts his gaze, and upon recognizing the visitor, his eyes suddenly sparkle with delight. He closes the book, and with a graceful flutter of his garments, he descends lightly to the ground, hastening forward in quickened steps. Zichi? Could it truly be you? His voice carries an uncontainable joy, yet instinctively. He glances towards the entrance, his expression shifting slightly. What brings you back so unexpectedly? Is someone following you? And who might these two be? Chapter 51. Shungu soft, Xiantian cold Meng Ziki gently lifted her hand, removing her veil and hat, revealing a face as lovely as ever. Qing Yan. I hope you're well. This scholar in plain clothing was named Qing Yan, a distant cousin of Meng Ziki, if one were to trace their lineage. It would require several generations to establish their connection. However, he had come to Qingyang with his parents to seek refuge with the Meng family, growing up alongside Meng Ziki, making their bond akin to childhood sweethearts. Rest assured, we have taken all necessary detours, and our pursuers have long been left behind. Yun Xiao leaned against the doorframe, lazily yawning. Meng Ziki stepped aside to allow the two men to enter, laughing lightly. These two are my good friends. This is Brother Yun, and this is Wu. Upon hearing this, Qing Yan smiled brightly, his sleeves fluttering as he clasped his hands in salute. Since they are dear friends of Ziki, they are esteemed guests of Qing Yan. My humble abode is simple. Please allow me to brew a pot of fresh tea. After returning the salutation, Wu Huangji and Yun Xiao each found a chair to sit down. Looking around, the interior was modest yet tidy. A cracked wooden table stood at the center. And though the 4 bamboo chairs were askew, they were dust-free. Dry firewood was neatly stacked in the corner, and the tattered window paper fluttered gently in the breeze, enhancing the room's simplicity and refreshing atmosphere. Qing Yan delicately placed the tea set on the table. Suddenly his expression turned serious. I nearly forgot the most important matter. Ziki, your return is most timely. There is a pressing issue that requires your attention. With a hint of hesitation, he glanced at Wu Huangji and Yun Xiao, as if contemplating his words. Meng Ziki, holding the teapot, poured tea for the group. They are not outsiders. There is no need for restraint. Qing Yan nodded slightly. Lowering his voice, thanks to Juanchuan's assistance, I have managed to ascertain the whereabouts of Xiaoli from the Xiantian sect. This man visits Huayula every 3 days, returning alone to the Xiantian sect during the hour of the rabbit. The path he takes is secluded and quiet, presenting the best opportunity to strike when he is alone. His gaze suddenly turned cold, as deep as a frigid pool, his voice laced with years of suppressed hatred. It was he who killed my cousin and violated my cousin's wife. This enmity is irreconcilable. Xiaoli must die. Although he has reached the 7th rank in martial arts, with our combined strength, eliminating him should not pose a significant challenge. Meng Ziqi's lips curled into a faint, indifferent smile, her voice as serene as frost. I have now ascended to the 6th rank in martial arts, as long as he is alone. This sword shall find its way to his heart at my hands. Qingyan regarded her with a glimmer of appreciation. The difference between the 7th and 6th ranks is as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth, though merely a rank apart. It feels like the divide between clouds and mud. I did not expect that within a mere 3 years, you would surpass this realm. Ziqi, you have not brought shame upon the Ming family. He suddenly chuckled self-deprecatingly, lightly stroking the patch on his sleeve, sighing, yet here I am, still lingering at the 8th rank, making no progress. I truly feel unworthy of the ancestors of the Meng family. I understand the weight of family grievances. But there is one thing I do not comprehend. Wu Huanji furrowed his brow, staring at Qingyan. You mentioned that Qin Junshen helped you. That cannot be right. Did not your families sever ties long ago? Qingyan fell silent for a moment, shaking his head. I too find it puzzling. However, over the years, I have indeed benefited from his covert assistance. He lowered his voice. This man may appear to be a frail scholar, but he is a cunning character, capable of turning the tide with a mere flick of his wrist. Every move he makes is as sharp as a blade, merciless and calculated. The Qin family's current standing is entirely due to his strategic maneuvers behind the scenes. I have heard that years ago, he was rendered powerless by the Qinglong Guard in the capital, suffering from fire poison, nearly losing his life. A flicker of admiration crossed Qingyan's eyes. Logically speaking, such a person should have long withdrawn from the martial world. Yet this frail figure has managed to rise again in Qingyang City, earning the favor of Lai Qingtai, thriving even more than before. Truly a model for us scholars. Tell me, who could possibly discern his true intentions? Wu Huanji, upon hearing this, frowned, feeling that this Qin Junshen bore an uncanny resemblance to a character he had once seen in a drama, yet he could not recall exactly who it was. However, from Qingyan's words, he had sketched a vague image in his mind. This person was certainly no ordinary individual. He was like a dull blade hidden in its sheath, appearing harmless, yet possessing an unparalleled sharpness. Stripped of martial prowess, he wielded wisdom and strategy like a sword. Burdened by a heavy past, he still chose to forge ahead. Perhaps this is what is meant by substituting strategy for strength, an exquisite art of survival? Yet, in a world where strength reigns supreme, can one truly survive relying solely on intellect? Wu Huanji remained skeptical. That night, Qingyang City was shrouded in a thin mist, the distant mountains appearing as ethereal shadows. Like an ink-washed painting, the Xiantian sect stood tall at the highest point in the northern part of the city, its majestic halls meeting the heavens, with a few cold lights seeping through the eaves, making the entire complex seem suspended amidst the clouds. Atop the Xiantian Tower, on the 20th floor, for figures were fragmented into silhouettes by the shimmering light of the lamps. The night wind rustled the copper bells at the eaves, producing a delicate sound. I have heard that Qin Gaiong was extorted for over 10,000 taels by the youth brought by the remnants of the Ming family. An elder in a dark robe sipped fragrant tea, his eyes sparkling with intensity. Opposite him, a silver-haired woman in a flowing white dress caressed the strings of a guqin, coldly laughing. In this world, which sect does not monopolize techniques above the 3rd rank? The Qin family, with its mere 4th rank foundation, manages to support 2 3rd-rank offerings, infiltrating the ranks of the 9 great families of Qingyang. Her fingertips lightly plucked the strings, her crimson-tipped nails glinting coldly in the candlelight, akin to blood plum blossoms blossoming in the snow. A subtle smile graced her lips as her voice turned frosty. Ultimately, they are merely a group of shrewd businessmen. Matters that can be settled with silver will never draw a blade. Their past indifference to the Ming family's plight indicates that they would not hesitate to endure humiliation from an unnamed rookie. Such a family is fundamentally weak. In the corner, a black-robed elder suddenly spoke, his voice raspy. Had it not been for Lai Qingtai's intervention back then, the Ming family would have faced extinction. He tapped his bony fingers on the table, his tone chilling, now that the young girl has returned with a tough opponent to break off the engagement. It is imperative to resolve this matter swiftly. The Fengdian cave beneath the Ming family must not experience any mishaps. Otherwise, our sect's century-long plans will be in ruins. From the shadows, the 4th figure flicked a finger. Whoosh! A wanted poster pierced the wooden table like a blade, causing the teacup to tremble. The man depicted in the image bore a fierce expression, accompanied by 4 blood-red characters: Blood Flood Dragon, Zhou Yuan. In comparison to the Ming family's trivial matters, what we should be more wary of is this Blood Flood Dragon. His voice was deep, akin to sandpaper against a blade, and no one knew what his true purpose was in returning to Qingyang City. My people have scoured Qingyang City, yet have not even caught a glimpse of its shadow. With such an uncontrollable factor lurking within the city, it poses a significant threat to us. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the other three, his tone growing weighty. Our information has also lagged behind. Thus, I propose that we four old bones temporarily suspend our seclusion and assist Lai Chi-tai in capturing Zhou Yuan. Indeed, it is surprising that this old fellow has ventured to Qingyang City. The elder in the dark robe set down his teacup, narrowing his eyes. Lai Chi-tai should be dispatching more personnel to search for his whereabouts. For now, let us follow the advice of the third and fourth elders. First deal with the Ming girl and that youth, then devote all our efforts to hunting down Zhou Yuan. The night wind howled mournfully. Suddenly, the hall doors swung open, and a figure stepped inside. The newcomer bore a scar across his left eye, his gaze sharp and lethal, as if it had been tempered with poison. At his waist, the tassels of a dark iron sword jingled with 7 copper coins, their sound reminiscent of an ominous portent. Deng Hisheng knelt on one knee, his voice low and grave. Master, something has happened. Junior sister Sun Wan and Uncle Ping are missing. The flickering candlelight in the hall trembled violently, and the air suddenly grew still. Not daring to delay, Deng Hisheng hastened his words. I have just spoken with junior sister Tinger. According to her, they went to the Qin family today to attend to some matters and encountered a youth named Wu Huangji along the way. Uncle Ping intervened to teach him a lesson but was unexpectedly overpowered and suffered a setback. Following this, junior sister Sun Wan, seemingly unable to contain her anger, abruptly left in a huff, boarding the carriage to return to the sect. However, they lost all trace of them on the way back to the sect. The Qin family has already dispatched people to assist in the search, but as of now, there are still no leads. As his words hung in the air, the elder in the dark robe suddenly rose, the teacup shattered with a loud crash, spilling scalding tea across the floor. What did you say? Wanner. Chapter 52. Better to grasp wrong than to let go at the hour of the Haishur. In the drunken immortal pavilion, for white shadows stood within a private chamber. Their silver masks obscuring their faces, the character heaven engraved on the bronze plaques at their waists glimmering with a chilling light under the flickering candle flames. How peculiar. The illusion bee could not detect the scent of the green cicada and silver? One among them kicked a vacant box by his feet, his tone laced with displeasure. The owner of the pavilion had decreed he would not survive until the midnight hour. Another spoke in a low, icy voice. TSK, old Shah, why are you so stubborn? The third, leaning back with a languid demeanor, remarked, since we've lost track of the illusion bee, wouldn't it be more enjoyable for us to go to the brothel for some music? By morning, we can report that we tracked all night with no results and shift the blame onto that wretched bee. Simple as that. Seventh Jie's argument held merit. The final figure broke into a grin, muffled laughter escaping from beneath his silver mask. What are we waiting for? To the brothel, let us go. The four shadows swiftly departed through the window, the night breeze swirling with the scent of wine, causing the lanterns of the drunken immortal pavilion to sway, as if shaking their heads in dismay. In the Ming family ancestral home, Qingyan entered swiftly, his expression somber. Tonight, the situation feels amiss. The streets are swarming with members of the Xuantian gang. We must proceed with caution and refrain from any confrontations. No sooner had he spoken than a stone whistled through the air and landed in the courtyard. Wu Huangji's ears perked up, and he whispered, something else afoot outside. Meng Ziki and Qin Yan exchanged glances, drawing their swords and quickly returning with a note tied to the stone, hastily scrawled, Xiao Xuanwan is missing. Xuantian gang suspects you and is searching the city. Avoid the limelight. Qin Yan scoffed, a hint of disdain in his voice. Ah, so that's why there's such a ruckus. It turns out that the Xiao family's spoiled daughter has gone missing? She's made countless enemies. This fate seems rather deserved. Yun Xiao scratched his head, muttering, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, but why are we the ones taking the blame? This world is truly unjust. Meng Ziki tucked away the note, her expression grave. The sect leader of Xuantian gang has been in seclusion for many years, indifferent to the affairs of the world. Yet there are still 4 formidable figures within the sect. With Xiao Xuanwan's disappearance, Xiao Shu will undoubtedly take action himself. He achieved the 2nd rank in martial arts 8 years ago. His powers are unfathomable. Tonight, we should indeed avoid the spotlight. Let us preserve our strength for future endeavors. Wu Huangji felt a surge of secret delight upon hearing this. So the boss of Xuantian gang is merely at the 2nd rank? Does that not mean he could assert himself within their ranks? The 2nd rank in martial arts? Is that all? If he chose to, he could storm Xuantian gang now and dismantle their plaque for firewood. However, a thought crossed his mind, and he quelled the urge to boast. After all, he was only an acquaintance of Meng Ziki, and her background remained unclear. Moreover, while he did not consider himself virtuous, the act of taking a life felt somewhat distasteful. As for their grievances, he was too indifferent to concern himself with them. But should anyone from Xuantian gang dare to harm his friends in his presence, he would not hesitate to teach them the meaning of loyalty and retribution. At this moment, he was solely focused on expediting his own affairs first, to resolve the lurking threat in Jushi village. Second, to assist Sha Qidong in establishing a shop, repaying his life-saving favor. Third, to deliver this troublesome blade into the hands of Lu Wusheng at Qinianjian, thus shedding this hot potato. After that, the skies are vast, and he shall roam freely. To admire majestic mountains and rivers, to savor the finest wines of the world, to meet enchanting beauties, perhaps even to learn some ancient crafts, such as brewing wine or crafting musical instruments. or simply find a secluded spot to write novels for posterity. Oh. And he must also investigate whether the legendary courtesans truly possess such captivating charms. Having traversed through time, would it not be a pity to miss out on such pleasures? With this thought, a subtle smile graced Wu Huangji's lips. Qing Yan furrowed his brow. But the handwriting on this note is unfamiliar. Who could be sending us this message from the shadows? Is it a trap? A trap? Wu Huangji brushed off his attire and rose, a cold smile forming on his lips. No need to speculate. I know who has abducted Xiao Xuanwan. Qing Yan's gaze sharpened. Brother Wu, may I inquire who it is? Wu Huangji smirked, displaying a look of disdain. It's that lunatic from earlier. I heard him say with my own ears, he intends to capture both Xiao Xuanwan and Wang Ting or to present to that servant boy of the Qin family for his enjoyment. He spread his hands, a look of helplessness on his face. What else could it be but madness? The moment his words fell, the surroundings fell into a sudden silence. Meng Ziki, Qing Yan, and Yun Xiao turned in unison, their expressions a mix of incredulity as they stared at him. Wu Huangji felt uncomfortable under their gaze and rubbed his arms. Hey, what is with those looks? That lunatic said it himself. I heard it clearly. What can I do? After all, I possess superior hearing. Meng Ziki suddenly chuckled, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. If it truly is Zhou Yuan's doing, Xuanian will certainly witness a spectacle. She lightly tapped the sword sheath with her fingertips, her tone calm yet laced with a chilling undertone. Retribution arrives swiftly. I hope the situation escalates even further. Qing Yan's pupils narrowed slightly, his voice deepening. The Zhou Yuan you speak of, is he not the bloodthirsty fiend who massacred Osaka town several years ago? The 7th on the blade ranking. Meng Ziki nodded slowly, a flicker of trepidation in her gaze. This man exudes an aura of extreme danger. I have nearly crossed paths with him twice, and each time, I barely escaped with my life. His actions are unpredictable, and his appearance in Qingyang must have ulterior motives. If we encounter him, it would be wise to steer clear. As the four engaged in hushed discussion, a sudden clamor of clashing blades erupted from outside, mingled with shouts of anger and cries of pain. The Ming family ancestral home lay on the southern edge of the city, surrounded by lowly dwellings mostly inhabited by the impoverished, where even the patrolling guards seldom ventured. Yet, the silence of the alleyways was shattered by this unexpected bloodshed. Qing Yan stealthily opened a crack in the door, revealing a lone martial artist ensnared by 4 disciples of Xuanian. Clad in indigo, their eyes cold and fierce, their swords gleaming ominously, they were evidently well-trained. Surround him. This man's movements are elusive. It's better to capture him wrong than to let him slip away. The leading disciple barked. Enough of your nonsense. The martial artist retorted with rage, tossing aside his wine flask. I merely want to drink in peace. And you Xuantiangong wish to take me? Is there no law left in Xinjiang City? Spare us the chatter. Another disciple sneered. Whether you are the culprit or not, we will find out at the sect. Behave yourself, and we may go easier on you. The 3rd disciple hefted his iron sword, grinning malevolently. Otherwise, we'll collect our bounty regardless of whether you're crippled or not. The night breeze stirred the fallen leaves by the street, and the onlooking townsfolk had long retreated, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Such is the nature of conflict in the martial world. Numbers dictate the outcome. The one with the mightiest fists holds sway. Unless one possesses formidable defenses, it is impossible to withstand a mob. In just a few exchanges, the martial artist was struck in the leg and stumbled to his knees. 2 disciples of Xuantiangong lunged forward, twisting his arms behind him and pinning him against the bluestone pavement. Damn Xuantiangong, he bellowed, his eyes wide with fury. Is there no sense of justice left in this world? No law? His cries echoed through the alley, startling a feral cat perched on a rooftop, causing it to flee in terror. In the distance, several households quietly shut their windows, wary of attracting trouble. The dogs of Xuantiangong barked quite loudly. A cold voice sliced through the night, sharp as shattered ice, brimming with an ominous chill. The wooden door creaked open, revealing a figure clad in white. Stepping into the moonlight, the night wind caught her garments, and beneath her veil, a pair of phoenix eyes glimmered like cold stars, casting a steely gaze upon the 4 men. Chapter 53. Spirits of Flame, blades aimed at the foe. Where did this bold young lady come from? The leading disciple of the Xiantian sect grinned, his gaze lecherously roaming over her form. What a sight to behold. Why not accompany us back? Do you dare obstruct the Xiantian sect? Are you tired of living? Another sneered. I suspect she's a conspirator, likely involved in the abduction of Sister Xiao. A third remarked ominously. The more I look, the more suspicious she seems. Let us capture her and conduct a thorough interrogation. The last one rubbed his hands together and stepped forward. Why waste words with such a beauty? Subdue her, and we shall reap the rewards of merit, bounty, and beauty, all in one. Before the laughter could fade, 2 beams of sword light sliced through the air. Both were 9th-tier martial artists, adept in the unique sword techniques of the Xiantian sect. Their collaboration seamless. No ordinary 9th-tier practitioner could withstand their combined assault. However, Meng Ziki's lips curled beneath her veil, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes. Clang! The sword leapt forth like a dragon, its icy brilliance erupting. The 2 men froze in their tracks, a line of crimson appearing at their throats before they collapsed, not even able to utter a groan. The remaining Xiantian disciples were instantly thrown into chaos. One fell to the ground in fright, while the other, quick to react, drew a bamboo tube from his waist and turned it skyward. Whoosh, boom. A dazzling firework erupted in the night sky, illuminating half the heavens with the emblem of the Xiantian sect. Mengziki snorted coldly. Her form like lightning as she closed in on the last two. In mere moments, they too fell beneath her blade. At this juncture, the traveler previously captured by the Xiantian sect struggled to his feet and solemnly clasped his fists towards Mengziki. I am a Jing, grateful for your righteous assistance. Young lady, truly exhilarating. He wiped the blood from his lips and boasted, you should leave. The Xiantian scum will arrive shortly. I will risk my life to cover your retreat. Meanwhile, Wu Huangji crouched beside the corpses, deftly sliding a coin pouch into his palm. Weighing the silver, he scoffed, brother. Is this what you call the chivalrous world of Jianghu? So reckless and spirited. He glanced sideways at Jing's bloody wounds and lazily added, but right now, you're hanging by a thread. What are you waiting for? Are you going to wait for the Xiantian sect to collect your head? Then what was the point of it, young lady, saving you? And Jing paused, then burst into laughter. Little brother, if everyone thought like you, what meaning would the Jianghu hold? He coughed twice, spitting blood, yet stood tall, laughing heartily. The Xiantian scum oppress the common folk as if I am made of clay. One will fall if one comes. Two, he smacked his weapon at his waist, then I'll gain another. The night wind howled, whipping up a few fallen leaves that twirled in the air before gently landing in the pool of blood. Wu Huangji observed the man standing at a mere 165 centimeters but could not help raising an eyebrow. What a fellow, though small in stature. His spirit is towering. Seeing the man's tenacious defiance against the Xiantian sect, he suddenly envisioned a meme. Though I may be short, my resolve is iron, unyielding in spirit. Indifferent to life and death, this temperament far outstripped many taller cowards. He chuckled to himself, perhaps this is the true Jianghu, free of convoluted schemes. Only the most direct grievances and choices remain. Though reckless, it commands respect. In the distance, hurried footsteps and shouts echoed, growing closer. Qing Yin efficiently dragged the four corpses into the bamboo thicket of the alleyway, whispering, a brutish man revels in fleeting triumph, while the wise strategize for the future. The ancient said, a gentleman avenges, even if it takes 10 years. He scanned the crowd. Everyone, let us seek refuge indoors for now. Yun Shao warily surveyed their surroundings, sensing countless eyes lurking behind the windows of the alley. After so many spectators, can you guarantee they won't betray us, Brother Yin? Wu Huangji toyed with the newly acquired silver, casually recharging his system. A deep blue screen unfurled before him. Attribute points, 5,255. He grinned suddenly, a fierce light igniting in his eyes. Indeed, what significance is there in hiding and scheming? What meaning does the Jianghu hold? The night wind lifted his garments as he strode purposefully toward the tavern, declaring, you all can hide away. I shall drink the strongest liquor and confront the fiercest foes. As one among countless traversers, he suddenly grasped a profound truth. Here, one should repay kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance. It is the fiery warmth of spirits down the throat, the chilling gleam of bloody blades. It is the stubbornness to charge forth, knowing full well the risks. The audacity to press on without bowing down. The Jianghu should not be a game of scheming. It ought to be an adventure of galloping across the horizon. There are no rigid rules to adhere to, only the path one chooses to walk, be it as a hero vanquishing injustice or a tyrant stirring the winds of change. Wu Huangji's thoughts surged as he walked, distributing his attribute points wisely this time, no longer blindly stacking values. 300 points to speed, the remainder to strength. With a health of 1,589, he had ample reserve to sustain the toll of his newfound vigor. Moreover, once defense reached a certain threshold, resources being limited, it was better to become a versatile warrior, capable of offense and defense, moving fluidly, and capable of enduring blows. With resources so finite, they must be spent judiciously. Brother, wait for me, Yun Shao called, hastening to catch up, with the cool-headed Mengziki following closely behind. And Jing watched the trio's retreating figures, a grin breaking across his face. These fellows were just as kind. Dragging his injured leg, he limped forward, calling out, hey, don't you see there's an injured person here? At least lend a hand, or buy me a drink. Qing Yin stood at the doorway, gazing after them as they disappeared, gently shaking his head. May you all return safely. As the night breeze whispered past, he felt a subtle change in the memory of Ziki. The wooden door creaked shut, sealing the sin of blood outside. With vengeance unfulfilled, he must survive and grow stronger. The Jianghu path is long, and each person walks their own way. He was destined to endure alone. The long street was filled with tension. Over 30 disciples of the Xiantian sect surrounded the four like an ironclad fortress, their blades glinting ominously. Golden-hued long hair, towering physique, armed with bandages. It must be him. Someone bellowed. This is the madman who abducted Sister Shao. Quick, send word to Brother Dang. Kid, if you don't want to die, hand over Sister Shao. Suddenly, someone's pupils constricted. Something's off. Why is it starting to fog around him? Be careful. Something's amiss. On either side of the street, wooden windows creaked open slightly, filled with eager eyes. Some held their breath, while others showed excitement, and gamblers quietly placed their bets. Such a spectacle was rare in Qingyang City. Lanterns swung beneath the eaves, casting shadows that morphed into clawing phantoms. Wu Huanji stood at the center of the crowd, a cold smile gracing his lips. Unfazed by the Xiantian sect's insults, he slightly closed his eyes, a wave of heat rising around him like white mist, as if he were being roasted by flames. The energy within him surged like a rampaging dragon. His leg muscles tightened, veins bulging like coiling dragons, accumulating explosive power, his arms flushed a deep red. Sweat beads forming only to evaporate, his blood boiling like magma, his back crackled with the sound of bones, muscles twisting and swelling, like a bow drawn to its limit. Ready to snap at any moment? Chapter 54, The Final Form. Silent Moonfall. Yun Xiao concealed herself behind him, the heat wave assaulting her like the breath of an impending volcanic eruption. She hurriedly retreated to Meng Ziqi's side, her voice trembling. What is happening to my brother? Meng Ziqi, with her thumb resting on the hilt of her sword, the cold light glinting from the blade, kept her gaze fixed on the approaching disciples of the Xiantian sect. When the fighting begins, find a place to hide, she urged, her tone icy. I will do my best to clear a path for you. Behind them, Jing spat out a mouthful of blood, brandishing his sword and cursing vehemently, you Xiantian scum. What skill is it to bully the weak? So accustomed to your tyranny, are you? He pointed his blade at several opponents across from him, his voice booming through the alley. Remember this. My name is Jing. Tonight, I will use this knife to send you bastards to queue for the king of hell. With a fierce shout, he declared, let's send this jabbering dwarf on his way first. In an instant, dozens of sword lights sliced through the air like a torrential downpour. Meng Ziqi's eyes narrowed, her aura exploding forth. With a sweeping motion of her sword, she unleashed a torrent of sword energy, instantly sending several Xiantian disciples flying and creating a gaping hole in their formation. She swiftly grasped Yun Xiao by the scruff of her neck and hurled her toward the second-floor window across the way. Ah! Yun Xiao cried out as she crashed through the window, landing safely in the arms of a round-faced chubby boy with a ponytail, who greeted her with a goofy grin. Startled, Yun Xiao's hair stood on end as she scrambled to escape his grasp, peering down at the fierce battle below. And Jing was drenched in blood, having sustained multiple sword wounds, yet he gritted his teeth and continued to swing his blade, refusing to retreat. Meng Ziqi's swordsmanship was relentless, clearing enemies from around him. However, the Xiantian disciples were forming a tight formation, their sword lights interwoven like a net. If this dragged on, Jing would surely perish. Meng, don't worry about me. Jing laughed maniacally, his blade stained crimson. I've already taken one down. If I take another, I won't be at a loss on the road to the underworld. Although merely a 9th-tier martial artist, his reckless ferocity forced his opponents of the same tier to retreat. Unfortunately, the odds were against him. And another opponent quickly moved to reinforce their ranks. Numbers gave them confidence. Meanwhile, a chilling light flashed as several longswords simultaneously lunged toward Wu Huanji. The clang of metal rang out as 6 Xiantian disciples gaped in disbelief. This man wasn't scathed. Just as they ready to strike again, they suddenly faltered. Looking down, they found several deep wounds had appeared on their bodies, blood gushing forth and soaking their garments. Ah! They screamed in horror, staggering back. Observing this, 8 other disciples abandoned their pursuit of Meng Ziqi and swiftly formed a formation to attack. The sword lights converged, and in an instant, they struck Wu Huanji with 18 consecutive blows. Then puff, 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 splashes of blood erupted. The 8 men suddenly found themselves riddled with countless wounds, blood spraying like rain and drenching their nearby companions. The remaining Xiantian disciples stood frozen, their faces filled with terror. What sort of sorcery was this? Haha. You die well. And Jing stabbed a 9th-tier disciple through the chest, laughing heartily. I've made my gains for today. With that, he staggered to a corner, gasping for breath, his body a canvas of blood and horrific injuries. The night breeze carried the heavy scent of blood. In the distance, the torches of Xiantian reinforcements formed a fiery dragon, rapidly approaching. Suddenly, a shadow resembling a specter lunged forward, a chilling sword tip aimed directly at Meng Ziqi's throat. Clang! 2 blades collided midair, erupting into a shower of blinding sparks. Meng Ziqi stumbled back several steps before steadying herself, her grip on the sword causing her hands to tingle. The impact forced her to slide back several feet, leaving deep marks on the stone path. She drove her sword into the ground to halt her retreat. Feeling a burning pain in her palm, her grip had been bruised, blood trailing down the sword's handle. Meng Ziqi and Apos, gaze sharpened as she recognized her opponent, the scarred man with a serpentine scar over his left eye, and the 7 copper coins clinking ominously from the tassel of his sword, Deng Hisheng of the Xiantian sect. The notorious figure ranked 19th on the hidden scale, known in the martial world as 7 coins of soul severing. Ah, Meng Ziqi, we meet again, Deng Hisheng sneered, an icy smile creeping across his lips. How noisy. Meng Ziqi flicked her sword, moonlight fracturing into cold stars upon the blade as she executed the first form of her master's ultimate technique, the moon-cutting swordplay. In an instant, 7 afterimages swept across the stone path, resembling a cascade of the Milky Way. Deng Hisheng chuckled coldly, shaking his sword, the 7 copper coins ringing out like a tempest. As Meng Ziqi's 7 afterimages approached, they were mercilessly shredded by his overwhelming sword energy. Her pupils constricted. Before she could react to defend, Deng Hisheng had already slipped behind her. Bang! A powerful kick landed squarely on her back, the force searing like fire against her bones. Meng Ziki let out a muffled grunt. Staggering forward several steps, blood trickling from her lips, nearly collapsing to one knee. Damn it. She clenched her teeth, suppressing the surge of blood within her. Alarm bells rang in her mind. This guy's internal energy is as fierce as molten lava. He has clearly reached the 5th tier of martial arts. Each strike is infused with a fiery undercurrent. Confronting him head-on would be disastrous. Her gaze darted around, spotting Wu Huangji nearby, standing with his arms crossed. Appearing as if he were merely napping. Meng Ziki suddenly recalled his earlier words. If you can't hold on, use me as a shield, or draw the trouble to me. I have my ways of dealing with it. With a determined glint in her eyes, she tightened her grip on the sword, formulating her plan. Meanwhile, not far away. On the eaves of a building, 2 figures clad in silver armor stood against the wind, swords at the ready, their hawk-like gazes locked onto the battle below. The slightly shorter vice-captain of the city guards, Lai Jianhua, tilted his head and lowered his voice. Boss, are we just going to watch? Not intervene? The captain of the city guards, Lai Hanying, rested a hand on the hilt of his sword, a playful smile gracing his lips. Why the rush? The lord of the city wishes to see if the talented individual who wrote Stepping on Snow is truly a mere flower pillow. Lai Jianhua squinted, his right hand instinctively brushing the hilt of his sword. His eyes revealing a mix of restrained anger and eager excitement. The Xiantian sect has grown increasingly arrogant these past years, disregarding our city's rules. Tonight, we shall make them realize who truly holds power in Qingyan City. Below, the city guards formed a dark wall, as solid as iron. The moonlight glinted off their black armor, casting a chilling pattern onto the stone path. The entire street was so quiet that one could hear the crackling of the torch oil. The only sound the resonant clash of swords echoing in the center of the battlefield. Among the ranks of the guards, a new recruit swallowed nervously. Brother, is our show of force too grand? An experienced soldier replied through clenched teeth. What do you know? This is called a net to catch them all. Let these martial artists tear each other apart, and when they weaken, we shall reel them in. Before he could finish speaking, a bright sword light erupted in the battle circle. Clang. The sound of clashing swords reverberated as Meng Ziki's sword stance suddenly transformed. Moonlight coalesced into a frost mark upon her blade, the temperature plummeting, causing even the falling leaves to hang suspended in midair. The final form of the moon-cutting swordplay, Silent Moonfall. She became a white rainbow, the sword light leaving a trail of delicate ice crystals on the ground. This strike was astonishingly swift yet eerily silent. As if even the moonlight had been severed. Interesting. Deng Husheng licked his lips, the long sword in his hand suddenly ringing with the sound of clashing coins. 7 copper coin apparitions aligned in the formation of the Big Dipper, his figure twisting bizarrely at the peak of her sword's momentum. Money chasing the soul technique. Uft. Meng Ziki felt a chill in her left arm as blood instantly soaked her pristine white sleeve. She staggered backward, the edge of her veil lifted by the sword's energy, revealing her lips, drained of color. This move can effortlessly pierce through the silent sword intent of the moonset. Meng Ziki's heart trembled violently. Yet her form instinctively darted to Wu Huangji's side. Deng Hishen's lips curled into a chilling smile, the blade trembling slightly. You are indeed a formidable opponent. But alas, a sudden glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, for the master's command is not to be defied. Chapter 55. When the 2 maidens bow before the skirt before his words faded, his figure suddenly blurred, the sword striking like a venomous serpent, instantaneously sealing all escape routes for Meng Ziki. The chilling sword energy seemed to slice through the very air itself. No way to evade. Her breath hitched, her eyelashes trembled, and she ultimately closed her eyes, betting her life on the man who had remained a mere observer all along. Clang. The sword tip halted mere inches from her chest. 2 slender fingers effortlessly pinched the blade, rendering Deng Husheng's attempts to exert force futile, the sword remaining utterly still. Deng Husheng's pupils constricted. Upon lifting his gaze, he met a pair of amber eyes glimmering with a smile. Wu Huangji lazily tilted his head, a nonchalant grin playing on his lips. Awake now, time for the hunt. With a gentle flick of his fingers, the sword emitted a crisp lament. His tone was as casual as if he were merely commenting on the weather. Entirely unfazed by the imminent danger, Meng Ziki exhaled a long breath, her hand brushing away the sweat from her forehead. Had I been a moment later, next year today would mark my death anniversary. She wiped away the cold sweat at her temple, her lips curving into a relieved smile. This rascal finally made his move. The recent confrontation had made her acutely aware she and that 7-coin soul severing were not of the same caliber. Yet now, gazing at Wu Huangji's casually poised fingers pinching the sword's edge, she suddenly perceived him as an ancient well, seemingly serene yet unfathomably deep. Deng Hishen's complexion shifted dramatically. He attempted to withdraw his sword, but found it immovable. He was horrified to discover that the languid man before him exerted a force as oppressive as Mount Tai. In a flash, he spun around, executing a whip-like kick aimed at Wu Huangji's temple. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as his entire leg jolted violently, as though it had struck a millennium-old iron block. The next instant, his head recoiled violently as if struck by an invisible hammer, stars exploding before his eyes. The sword slipped from his grasp, and blood filled his vision as he staggered back like a drunken man, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Devil! He shook his buzzing head, his nails digging into the cracks of the blue stone slabs. How is this possible? I clearly kicked his head. Why does it feel like I crashed into a cliff? In the distance, the crowd erupted in chaos. Hey, did you see that? King Ding fell flat on his face. B. Strange. Could that lad possess some supernatural art? C. Is this the fabled technique of leveraging strength against strength? But it seems too mystical. Even someone as fierce as the 7-coin soul severing couldn't withstand it. D. Nonsense. This is clearly the art of misdirection. 20 years ago, Murong Qiushui from the north utilized this technique. E. That young man appears to be barely in his 20s, yet his aura is so steady. How could he not be on the hidden scale? F. Perhaps he is intentionally concealing his prowess, reluctant to reveal his brilliance. After all, a person capable of sending Dang Heshing flying 100 feet cannot be an ordinary talent. The hidden scale may encompass many prodigies, yet it cannot possibly gather all the extraordinary talents of the world. Gee, There are always ancient sects and families with legacies spanning millennia, concealing many astonishingly gifted individuals. Meanwhile, in a room on the 4th floor of a nearby brothel, 4 figures clad in white stood before the window. Silver masks glimmered with a cold light, the bronze tokens at their waists displaying the character Tion flickering in the candlelight. Second brother, you two are at the 5th rank. How confident are you in facing Dang Heshing alone? The shortest white figure suddenly spoke. A life-threatening question. The man referred to as second brother scoffed. That Madden fights recklessly. I value my life. The third figure by the window lowered their voice. The target has emerged, if we delay any longer. The master may be watching from the shadows. What's the rush? The eldest among us toyed with a jade ring in hand. The master sent us his blades. Not cannon fodder. In warfare, understanding oneself and the enemy is crucial. We must proceed cautiously and ascertain the reality before acting. Boom. A thunderous crash resonated from the street ahead. Dang Heshing soared into the air like a sandbag hurled by a catapult. The onlookers gazed upwards to see the shadow rising higher and higher, soon reduced to a mere speck in the sky. That height, at least 30 stories? The fall would likely leave no trace of his remains. The gazes of the 4 masked figures sharpened simultaneously. At that moment, the entire street erupted into a frenzy. Disciples of the Zentian Gong surged in from both sides, a sea of dark figures extending across the thoroughfare, numbering in the hundreds. The sound of swords being drawn resonated, harmonizing into a cacophony that was particularly jarring amid the dim candlelight. Just as the figure plummeting from the sky was about to crash onto the stone slabs, a flash of silver appeared. Swish! The silver light swept through the air like a soaring dragon, precisely ensnaring Dang Heshing's waist. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, the 7-coin soul severing had landed safely, though his face remained as pale as paper. If the young one falters, the elder shall step in. This performance is becoming increasingly entertaining. 100 meters away, atop a flying eve, a figure clad in white stood suspended in the air. A frost-white sword angled towards the ground, its blade emanating a ghostly chill. The broad snow gauze billowed in the wind, unable to conceal the breathtaking silhouette, curvaceous yet elongated. Her slender waist accentuated by an alluring form that, even beneath the loose fabric, beckoned to the imagination. With a gentle smile and a touch of vermilion at her brow, this enchanting figure was Nangong Yu of the Jinghong Pavilion, known in the martial world as the Fairy of Nangong. At this moment, she stood high in the void, her skirt fluttering in the night breeze, revealing a pair of snow-white, elegantly crossed legs, her demeanor relaxed yet exuding a commanding presence. Her bright eyes gazing down with indifference at the bustling crowd below. The ancient ones of Xuantiangong, can they no longer remain seated? Master, a sweet voice suddenly interjected beside her. At Nangong Yu's side, a woman with a graceful figure gently waved a hand fan, her red lips parting slightly. If young Master Wu encounters danger later, you must lend him a helping hand, won't you? Nangong Yu raised an eyebrow. Is this the one you mentioned, capable of composing snow-treading surprises while also creating 3 unparalleled delicacies? Shuemei covered her lips with a light laugh, her vermilion-tinted jade feet involuntarily caressing the eaves. Indeed, Master. Such a talented individual deserves to be enraptured by you and your disciples' charms. Nangong Yu's gaze drifted towards Wu Huanji's figure in the distance, her fingers lightly tapping the sword hilt. He is indeed a rare and handsome talent, but a glimmer of intrigue flashed in her eyes. To snatch him away from the clutches of that old fox Xiao Shui would require more than mere charm. In the center of the street, Xiao Shui's dark robe billowed as if stirred by an unseen wind. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, fixated fiercely on the golden-haired youth before him. First, his beloved daughter had gone missing without a trace, and now his cherished disciple lay grievously injured. Anger surged within him as he laughed grimly. Kid, I will ask you one last time. Where is my daughter? Wu Huanji stood with his hands clasped behind his back, an air of serene indifference enveloping him, even sparing the other man a glance. You old fool, why should I care about your lost daughter? He tilted his head to gaze at the radiant moon above, a mocking smile curling at his lips. What? Do you wish to leverage your age? Do I look like someone who specializes in cleaning up your family's messes? Or do you believe this world is merely your garden, where you can indiscriminately toss blame upon anyone? His words rang out with conviction, causing the onlookers to erupt into laughter. Chapter 56. Shaking the Mountains, Shadows Glimpse Bold Indeed. Xiao Shi, with his white hair billowing without wind, declared, "In my 30 years as a second-tier master, you are the first to dare speak to me in such a manner." As the words left his lips, a thunderous explosion resonated. Suddenly, crimson flames erupted around him, coalescing into a magnificent fire phoenix towering over 10 feet behind him. This phoenix was vibrant and lifelike, each feather shimmering with a lava-like brilliance. It was the manifestation of true martial essence, a hallmark of second-tier warriors. Gasps echoed through the crowd. True essence is indomitable. Even a mere flick of a finger could effortlessly pierce through gold and iron. With a piercing cry, the fire phoenix surged forward like a comet, racing toward Wu Huangji. It was so swift that none present could discern its trajectory, and in an instant, Wu Huangji was enveloped in flames, soaring into the sky. "Those who harm my disciple shall face 100-fold retribution. To perish under my technique, with the phoenix, would not be unjust," Xiao Shi proclaimed, his voice as cold as iron. Then, sweeping his gaze across the surroundings, he announced, "A reward of 1,000 gold coins and a 4th-tier technique for anyone who provides clues about my daughter. And for those who are wandering cultivators." He paused deliberately. "You may join my sect and be personally taught the ultimate secret arts." His words struck like a bucket of water thrown into hot oil, igniting a frenzy among the onlookers. Several young warriors' eyes gleamed with desire. The allure of a 4th-tier technique combined with personal instruction from a 2nd-tier master far exceeded the temptations offered by the Sea-High Escort Agency. Suddenly, Xiao Shi's expression shifted drastically. His robes ignited without warning. In the blink of an eye, he was engulfed in flames. A piercing scream shattered the night sky. He hastily summoned true essence to shield himself, but it was too late. The flames licked at him, reducing his outer garments to ashes, leaving only a pair of white undergarments clinging precariously to his gaunt frame. Xiao Shi looked down at the charred marks on his arm, his pupils dilating in shock. This was no ordinary flame. With his current cultivation, even the fiercest fire could not singe a single hair on his body. It was true essence. He gritted his teeth, forcing out those 3 words, the stinging pain from his wounds causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Although this true essence's power was only half that of with the phoenix, it was still enough to inflict substantial suffering upon him. Xiao Shi bellowed. "Which rat is lurking in the shadows to strike from the dark?" The crowd erupted once more, excitement palpable. "Wow. This spectacle is becoming increasingly thrilling. Unbelievable. In my 60 years traversing the martial world, when has a mere trickery ever been able to rebound true essence? When has Elder Xiao ever been this humiliated? It seems the Xuantiangong has offended quite a few people." In the heart of the street, within the loft across the way, Chun Junshun slightly turned, quietly inquiring of an elderly man clad in white robes and a white hat, "Elder Bai, have you discerned any clues?" The old man narrowed his cloudy eyes, shaking his goatee in disapproval. "Sinister, that golden-haired lad could never unleash such true fire. It is likely that a powerful figure is orchestrating events from the shadows." Beside them, Wang Tinga twisted her clothes nervously, her gaze flitting toward the window. "Brother Shun, should I tell the master?" Sister Wanner was not taken by that man. "Foolish girl," Qin Junshun firmly grasped her shoulder, whispering, "I am merely speculating. Do not provoke trouble without solid evidence. Your mere words would not only fail to persuade him, but could also incite Elder Zhao's wrath, only adding to our troubles." The crowd is reveling in his embarrassment. At this moment, he seeks not the truth, but a restoration of his dignity. As he spoke, the trio looked up in unison. In the night sky, a meteor trailing a crimson tail hurtled downward, rending the darkness with a blinding tear. The howling wind roared in their ears, as if an ancient beast was awakening from the abyss. That old man's earlier move had been astonishingly swift, leaving not even a shadow behind. This truly transcended the realm of martial prowess. Wu Huangji licked his parched lips, his gaze fixed upon the deep blue luminescence hovering before him. Name, Wu Huangji. Attribute points, 0, life, 221543, defense, 627,000, Hanyuan true body high tier Yinyang dual fish domain, strength, 655, 9000, shaking the mountain mid-tier. Shaking the mountain, breaking skill with brute force. Overwhelming through sheer strength. It does not rely on technique, but purely on raw power, suitable for direct confrontation. Direct comparison, the ultimate strength at the 5th tier of this world's martial arts is 1000 Jane, while the limit for those at the shaking the mountain level is 1288 Jane. Note, aesthetic of violence, adept at countering all forms of defiance. Speed, 0-18,000, shadows glimpse mid-tier instant shadow 7 flashes, shadows glimpse, swift as lightning, quick as flowing light. Before the shadow appears, the person has already darted 10 zhang away, treading on water without ripples, moving through leaves without sound, before the enemy can discern the figure. The lethal strike is already at their throat. Direct comparison, the ultimate speed at the 4th tier of this world's martial arts is 35 to 40 meters second, while those at the shadows glimpse level can reach 45 to 50 meters second when a 4th tier warrior is at their peak speed. Those using shadows glimpse are already 10 meters ahead. Life and death hinge on this 0.1 second difference. Note, if fireflies are the flickering lights of summer nights. Then Shadow's glimpse is the meteor slicing through the night sky, swift and deadly. Not bad. My life attribute has only decreased by 46 points. He stroked his chin, staring at the chaotic upgrade data, pondering, is this system akin to a Pai-Xiao? It devoured my 4,955 points and dumped them all into strength. Yet I barely scraped into the mid-tier? The lower tier demands a staggering 27,000? The speed and defense seem relatively fair, but they wholly depend on luck. There is no discernible pattern. Is the system rolling random numbers? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck. Wait, could it be that this SCHR Dinger's pattern is its very nature? He chuckled helplessly, his eyes reflecting the myriad lights of the city. In that moment, the night breeze of Chang'an from the history books seemed to traverse a millennium, brushing against his robes. Beneath his feet, the city lights flickered, and for a fleeting instant, he envisioned the grandeur of Chang'an during the prosperous Tang dynasty. Those warm yellow lights were undoubtedly the fishing lanterns traversing through time. Mother, look! Stars are flying in the sky. A child with a skyward ponytail pointed excitedly at the heavens. The woman in a coarse apron turned pale, snatching the child inside. As she slammed the wooden door shut, her trembling admonition could still be heard. That's the ghostly fire. If you see it, you must hide. Keep your eyes away, or the evil spirits will snatch you away. Outside, the sound of tinkling laughter echoed as a petite figure skipped by. An 18-year-old girl, her twin ponytails bouncing, with bright, doe-like eyes and a playful smile. She donned a pale yellow dress, the silver bells at her waist jingling with each step. A vivid apparition of a mischievous fox spirit escaped from a painting. Grandfather, the girl tugged at the elder's sleeve. That golden-haired brother should be in dire straits by now. Right? Her eyes suddenly brightened, and she clapped her hands in excitement. Ah, yes. Today, the academy teacher taught a poem called The Surging Snow, composed by that golden-haired youth. I heard even Sister Shuamei gifted him her treasured jade pendant. I wonder how many young masters will be green with envy. That line, clouds desire garments, flowers yearn for beauty, is simply exquisite. Comparing a beauty to the flowing clouds and blooming peonies, both ethereal and vibrant. The girl cradled her cheeks in her hands, her eyes sparkling with admiration. And that line, one sword, frost cold across 14 provinces, just hearing it conjures images of a swordsman clad in white. His sword energy sweeping across half the realm. How magnificent. The old man, dressed in a gray-white robe, wielding a jade smoking pipe, possessed wisdom etched in the creases of his face. Gazing at the firelight descending from the sky, he exhaled a puff of smoke. Child, whether that youth lives or dies, I know not, but what is falling is not a meteor. It is a variable stirring the winds and clouds. Tomorrow marks the day your father sets forth to seek a bride. Observe closely. If you find a worthy talent, it would be best. If that martial champion does not meet your fancy, then you shall speak to grandfather. Recently, the Xiantian sect has been quite active. An Argu family indeed requires a formidable general. However, no matter how fierce a tiger may be, the old man suddenly patted his granddaughter's hand. A sly smile gracing his lips. It must be someone my dear girl finds appealing, haha. The young lady stomped her foot in playful annoyance. Oh, I know. Grandpa, hurry. Let us swiftly seek the best vantage point. Chapter 57. Madness in the streets boom. The shockwave from the explosion ran a fierce gash across the cobblestone street, sending shards of stone flying. As the dust gradually settled, the half-kneeling figure of Wu Huangji came into view. He was entirely bare, his right hand gripping a peculiar long blade, its sheath twisted and contorted like a sealed dragon's spine, faintly resonating with a deep hum. The moonlight bathed his skin in a silvery glow, revealing defined abdominal muscles, long and powerful limbs, and taut lines across his back, all embodying a perfect amalgamation of strength and beauty. Even amidst the ruins, he exuded an undeniable aura of power. What a waste of clothing. Wu Huangji stretched his neck, the sound of cracking joints echoing. Ah, a shrill scream pierced the stillness of the street, followed by a chorus of gasps. Sisters, look. Those abs. That V-line. My heavens. I'm going to suffocate. My husband pales in comparison to him. He looks like a little chick next to this man. A woman sighed, shaking her head, her face a portrait of longing. Mom, wipe your drool. Don't let it drip on him. A little girl's voice interjected, laced with exasperation. Shut up. What do you know, child? Such a handsome man is a rarity. Let your mother appreciate him a little longer. The mother patted her daughter on the head, her eyes sparkling as she gazed ahead. Oh, that waist-to-hip ratio. My prized steed is not this perky. Damn, with such a striking physique. Wearing any clothing would be a travesty. I can't take it anymore. My heart might just leap from my chest. His pecs. Goodness. I could do my homework lying on them. His frowning expression, reminiscent of the scholar who once refused to compose love poetry for me. Calm down, ladies. He is our enemy from the Xiantian sect. Though undeniably handsome, what if he is a supreme demon? Someone attempted a rational analysis, but was mercilessly interrupted. What of the villain? Villains are often the most charming, you know? Besides, with looks like that, I'd gladly throw myself at even a demon lord. The tofu vendor on the corner snapped her sandalwood fan in two, while the proprietor of the rouge shop trembled, spilling an entire box of jasmine powder onto the ground. Even the passing nun couldn't help but steal a few glances, her rosary spinning like a top. The entire street erupted into chaos. The shrieks of young women nearly toppling the rooftops. In a flash, suddenly, the golden-haired youth swayed and vanished from sight. 7 afterimages traced zigzagging paths through the air, moving so swiftly that even the wind struggled to keep pace. By the time the girls regained their senses, he had already disappeared without a trace. On a distant eve, 2 enchanting figures stood side by side. Ding Nangong Yu lightly tapped her toes, the golden rings clinking softly as they moved, drawing unconscious circles on the azure tiles. Shan Shuemei's fingers entwined around a scarlet sash, its rich hue glistening in the moonlight, as if toying with a strand of evening glow. Bathed in silver light, 2 rosy clouds crept onto the lovely faces of the women. A soft hum escaped both their lips simultaneously, only to be swiftly stifled. The night breeze playfully lifted their skirts, revealing the allure of their beauty. Shuemei cleared her throat and discreetly poked her master's sleeve. Master. Young master Wu has emerged. Nangong Yu roused from her reverie. And the 2 women's gazes sharpened like wolves as they fixed their sights ahead. On the street, Wu Huangji strolled out from a tailor's shop. The shopkeeper blushing profusely as she called out sweetly, "Young master, do remember to visit often." Leaning against the doorframe, the shopkeeper trembled with excitement. Her hand clutching the fan nearly bending under pressure. Having lived most of her life, she had never encountered such a handsome gentleman. As if he had stepped straight out of a painting. At that moment, Wu Huangji donned a dark azure robe adorned with cloud patterns, a silver belt cinching his waist, the fabric fluttering gracefully in the breeze. This well-tailored attire accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist, granting him an effortless elegance as he walked. Ahead, the disciples of the Xiantian sect instinctively parted like waves before an unseen sword, creating a path for him. Wu Huangji tilted his head, scrutinizing a rather comical old man clad only in underpants, and chuckled. "Old man, your outfit is quite unique. I senti it. Come on, continue your attack. Have you not had dinner?" Xiao Shui squinted his murky old eyes, an inner storm brewing within him. Having lived for 90 years, he had never witnessed anyone withstand his phoenix ascension without faltering. Even a second-tier warrior, caught unawares by such a blow, would surely have their meridians torn apart, dying in agony. Yet this young man not only emerged unscathed but wore a look of utter nonchalance, the disdain in his amber eyes threatening to overflow. This. How can it be? Xiao Shui's mind spun in chaos, as if some fundamental knowledge had been utterly shattered. He fixed his gaze on Wu Huangji, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. "Who exactly are you?" The night breeze swept by, and Wu Huangji lazily cleared his ears. "Demon? Can't you tell? I'm merely an unremarkable pretty boy, raised on sweet treats." In a flash, just as Xiao Shui opened his mouth, his pupils suddenly constricted, and his aged arm shot out to block his path. Mountain shattering. Bang. Wu Huangji's fist struck the old man's palm with a heavy thud, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Xiao Shui's feet sank into the ground, spiderweb-like cracks spreading beneath him as half his body was driven into the earth. "Kid. Your punch packs a punch." Xiao Shui wiped the blood from his lips, his true essence surging, distorting the very air around him. But alas, that alone won't be enough to kill me. Wu Huangji was momentarily taken aback, just for a moment. With the speed of instant shadow, the power of his mountain-shattering fist had at least doubled, yet this old fellow had merely suffered a scraped surface? Indeed, second-tier warriors are not to be trifled with. Seeing the young man remain rooted in place after his series of strikes, Xiao Shui couldn't help but sneer. "You're courting death." His right arm drew back like a bowstring, flames of the phoenix igniting along his arms, and he slashed forward with ferocity. Phoenix Ascension Strike. Boom. A blazing white fireline instantaneously pierced Wu Huangji's abdomen, its residual force launching several Xiantian sect disciples who were caught unprepared high into the air. Wu Huangji was hurled backward by the impact, carving a charred mark across the cobblestones. In the shadow of the eaves, Meng Ziqi's delicate face paled, her fingers unconsciously gripping her sleeve, specifically designed to counter internal energy. "My father was gravely injured by this very strike." Wu brother, Yun Xiao, nestled within a broken vat, not on a chicken leg, her mouth greasy. Peering through the cracks of the vat, she observed the throng of Xiantian sect disciples. She licked the grease from her fingers, thinking, "Let them fight to the death. My elder brother is invincible." Across the street, on the second floor of a tea house, Wang Ting languidly leaned against a carved window. She gently caressed her still flushed cheeks, her red lips parting slightly. Master's Phoenix Ascension Strike is a renowned skill. Beneath her silk skirt, her long legs crossed elegantly as she gazed at the distant clouds of dust, lamenting softly. What a pity for that handsome young man. He may have been reduced to ashes. Chun Junshun's gaze fixed on the distant battlefield, shaking his head slightly. This individual's martial prowess was unrivaled, and he likely wouldn't fall easily. Elder Bai stroked his beard, nodding slightly in agreement. "I share your sentiment." On the roof diagonally opposite them, a pale yellow skirt fluttered gently in the wind. Next chapter preview. The jade smoking pipe trembles, and the old man is drenched in cold sweat. How can the youth, lacking inner strength, withstand the phoenix crying to the sky? In the shadows, a dark crow swoops by, as flames scorch the heavens. A figure approaches under the moonlight,